A bad move. I want to preface this by saying I'm a recovering addict, and I've been clean for 2 years and 3 months when the occurrences began. Because I choose to maintain my anonymity as a recovering addict, in keeping with the traditions and principles of my program, I do not use my real name, nor do I use the actual names of anybody included in this recanting. I'm a college graduate and a career professional, but I will not disclose specifics in these areas either. I will use actual geographical locations, but will not disclose the address of the location where the story takes place. I am a very spiritual person, and it is my faith that saved my life. My faith and my mom, my recovery family. I was 43 years old when the events occurred. In November of 2012, after a painful breakup with a partner of 10 years, I, alongside my 7-year-old black lab retriever, Sora, moved out of a 2,500 square foot house that I owned with my former partner, because we'd put it on the market. And we moved into one side of a duplex that was just east of downtown Orlando. The ranch-style red brick 2-bedroom unit was perfect. I recall feeling a sense of accomplishment in finding a place so close to downtown, especially because the rental rate was surprisingly low considering the location and space. I was less than a mile from the heart of the downtown on the outskirts of a highly desirable Eolia Heights. Less than half a block away, there was a beautiful city park that was maintained by the Orlando Horticulture Society. It was perfect for my morning and evening walks with Sora. Plus, the duplex had a fenced backyard that was perfect for those times when it was easier to just open the back door and let my precious pup out to do her business. The duplex was built in the late 1940s. The place had never been renovated and still had the original terrazzo floors and bathroom tiles and wood-stained kitchen cabinets. But it had been very well maintained, and while outdated, it had a classic charm about it. The day I signed the lease, Mike, the guy from the property management company, informed me that they would not be leasing out the other side of the duplex anytime soon, in air quotes. He didn't offer an explanation, and frankly, I was so thrilled over the fact that I would have privacy that I wouldn't have to deal with anybody else on the property that I didn't ask why. The only thought that came to mind was, well, there would be no complaints if I failed to scoop the poop on the occasion. If I had company, there would be no nosy neighbors minding my business. I could play my music as loud as I wished. If Sora barked, there would be no complaints. It represented freedom, privacy, and a sense of pride in that I had found such a great place that was so affordable and a great location. Finding the place helped to somewhat ease the pain of the breakup, gave me a sense of independence. It was the first time in my life that I would live alone. Or without another human, that is. I loved Sora. She was my best friend and a great companion. She enjoyed the fact that I started to let her jump into my bed and sleep next to me at night, and she loved the walks in the nearby park. Because I was so close to downtown and on a somewhat busy street, there was a fair amount of foot traffic. Not a lot of foot traffic at night, but enough so that the sound of people conversing as they walked by never struck me as being odd. I simply accepted it as part of living real close to downtown. I kept my curtains closed all the time because I was close enough to the sidewalk that nosy passerbys could see inside my house. A couple of weeks after I'd moved in, it occurred to me that every night at around 11 p.m. I would hear what seemed to be the same voices engaged in the same undiscernible conversation. After about a week, my curiosity demanded that I see who these creatures of habit were, and at 11 p.m., I positioned myself by the front door. Like clockwork, at 11 p.m. on the dot, the same voices having the same muffled conversation could be heard starting at one end of the sidewalk in front of my duplex. Was walking toward downtown. When I heard them talking, I started to open my front door. But as soon as I started to turn the doorknob, the conversation abruptly stopped. I opened the door and stepped out into the front porch. For the first time in my life, I was genuinely terrified. It just didn't make sense. There were no people at all. Not on the sidewalk, not on the street. It was just silent. I didn't even hear cars driving the busy stretch of East Colonial Drive just a few blocks away. That was the night things started to happen. It started with my precious dog. The sight of Sora retreating to the corner of the living room farthest from the front door, her whole body was trembling, burnt into my memory. I had to pick her up and carry her to the bedroom that night. That was also the night that the 11 p.m. voices stopped, but that's also the night when the really frightening things started up. What happened next convinced me that I was having a genuine paranormal experience. And it wasn't that scary noise in my house. Don't know what that was. Oh my God, where was I? I decided to start keeping a journal of my experiences. They started happening at all hours of the day and night. This is the order that the first occurrences happened. Saturday morning, November 10th, 2012, between 10:05 and 10:10 a.m. I was vacuuming my living room rug. The vacuum cleaner cuts off. Then I heard the voice of an elderly-sounding man, as if only a couple of feet away from me. They said, "What are you doing?" Then the vacuum cut back on. Ran out of the house calling Sora to follow me. I wouldn't go back into the house until my NA sponsor came over 3 hours later. Tuesday morning, November 13th, 2012, approximately 1:20 a.m. Awakened by the sound of something crashing onto the floor in the kitchen. Sounded like a stack of plates. I got up to investigate the cause and found that every light in the house was on except for my bedroom light. Wednesday morning, November 14th, 2012, approximately 1:30 a.m. I had recorded myself turning off all the lights throughout the house before going to bed. I was awakened again by what sounded like a stack of plates crashing to the floor. The lights in the living room and the kitchen were both on. I got up and turned them off. As I climbed into bed, both the kitchen and the living room lights came back on. I continued to document the strange occurrences, but would just write down the dates and times and then say, at least, last night. Unless there was a change, though, like the night that the lights in the living room turned on and off for about 10 times. But by this time, I had gotten over my trepidation of sharing these experiences with people I knew. I started to tell close friends about what I was experiencing, and much to my relief, the overwhelming response was loving and supportive. A friend of mine from recovery program suggested that I have the duplex blessed. They wound up introducing me to an ordained minister from a nearby Unitarian church. I gratefully accepted my friend's offer to appeal to the minister to perform the blessing. On Saturday, December 9th of 2012, 2 ministers and 3 of my friends from the program came over and prayed and performed a blessing. Then a sort of spiritual cleansing with sage. The ritual and prayer seemed to work. All unusual activity stopped. I had a great Christmas in my new digs and felt a tremendous sense of relief. Sora seemed to be returning to her normal, playful self. Really seemed that everything was going to be all right. Until the night of January 10th, 2013. I've gone over it again and again, trying to figure out what it was that caused the whole experience to start again. It was as if I was watching a movie, complete with the 11 p.m. phantom pedestrians. That night, starting at around 11:15 p.m., I called everybody who'd been part of the blessing and cleansing. They all in turn agreed to come back the next weekend. The next day I called the property management company and spoke to Mike, the property manager, and the person that had done the lease signing with me. I asked him how long the unit I'd rented had been vacant before I moved in. Why wasn't the other unit being leased? And if the previous tenants had ever said anything about strange things happening in the unit. He only answered my first question before saying that he had an important call and would get back to me. It was around this date that I started getting sick. Not like a cold or a stomachache sick, like seriously, painfully ill. It developed almost overnight. Ulcerative colitis. I have that too, even though I didn't have Crohn's disease. By the way, ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease are different only in the location of the gut that's being affected. Same autoimmune disease, for anybody interested. It was debilitating. It affected every aspect of my life. Then the infections came. This went on for weeks and caused me to have to take an extended medical leave of absence because I was put on IV antibiotics. I feel you. I was never one to get sick. I worked out daily, ate healthy, got plenty of rest, at least prior to moving into this duplex. And overall, I was very active, very healthy. Especially since I started my journey in recovery. My doctor was perplexed as to why my health had taken such a drastic turn. Then it happened. I was physically attacked. It was January 28th. I was pushed while stepping out of the tub. I fell to the floor. I've never been so scared. I started praying the Lord's Prayer and the 23rd Psalms intermittently. I was doing this over and over. Balled up in a fetal position, too. I was terrified and had reached my breaking point. Almost as if on cue, my dear friend Rico called me. Got to my cell phone. I was crying. The only thing I heard from Rico was, "Here's the deal. I'm coming to see you right now, and if you have plans, cancel them. This is urgent. I'll be there in 2 hours. I'll explain when I get there. And are you okay, by the way?" Rico lived in Tampa. I hadn't seen or spoken to him since the weekend that I moved into the duplex. Rico was the type who visited his psychic every week. He would frequently include comments like, "Well, Laura, his psychic, said I must do this," or "Laura told me not to do, insert activity here," or "Oh my God, she said this would happen." I adored Rico. I think that had it not been in a relationship when I first met him, I definitely would have pursued him. Whenever we were around each other, it was just an amazing time. I dressed quickly and grabbed Sora's leash. I drove to a nearby dog park and waited for Rico to call. I was not going back to that house alone. Rico called 2 hours later to tell me he'd arrived. He'd used my hidden spare key to get into my unit. When I got back to the house, I walked in through the back door and called to Rico, who responded, "Do not close the back door." The smell of sage filled my whole house. I walked into the hallway, and there was Rico and some woman that I'd never seen before. Rico was waving his hands over a smoke roll of sage. He walked up to me, stared me in the eyes. "Paul, this is Laura." Laura walked over and threw her arms around me, then leaned down and, looking at Sora, said, "Why, yes, girl, we are here to help." As if she was responding to a direct question from Sora. Rico went on to tell me that when he arrived at Laura's house that morning, the only thing she said was for him to go to his friend Paul, and that she was coming along. She told Rico that Paul was in danger, and they had to sage Paul's house, not just once, but a few times, and to get a priest to bless the house. Rico then told me, "Paul, I've never spoken your name to her before. She's always asking why I never give names, so that way her visions can be validated. When she said your name, I was already walking towards the door. What you are going through isn't a haunting, Paul. There is an evil here that will not stop inflicting harm until it's banished or destroyed. This is going to take so much more than I can do." Laura explained then, just as she finished speaking. I started feeling extremely nauseated. Sora ran out back from the door into the front backyard, or far end of the backyard. She started trembling. Then right in front of me, Rico and Laura, in broad daylight, 2 of the kitchen cabinets opened. The contents started falling out of the cabinets. I looked at both Rico and Laura. Both were terrified. Laura started praying, "Heavenly Father, send your angels. Please protect us." Then I heard that same disembodied voice the day that my vacuum cleaner turned off and on. This time, Rico and Laura heard it too. It said the same thing. "What are you doing?" Another cabinet door swung open and slammed shut. The voice spoke again, but it was different. You know how Hollywood always portrays the voice when someone's possessed? It kinda got it right. It was like that. It was the voice of evil malevolent, and it screamed, "What are you doing?" I stood there trembling, looking at the cabinets, weak and nauseated. I don't recall if it was Laura or Rico that grabbed my hand, and in all that candor until I started writing about the experience. Hadn't thought about that moment, only that I was pulled in the direction of the back door and out into the backyard, and that I was feeling more nauseated than I was just hyperventilating. I don't recall passing out either. I only recall waking up in the hospital. I woke up and immediately realized that I was in a hospital bed. I felt this is a big word. Sphygmomanometer. Sphygmometer cut off my right arm, and the IV needle inserted and taped to the left part of my hand. I tried to call out for Sora, but my throat was dry and nothing came out. My mom was sitting in a chair next to the hospital bed. She stood up and grabbed a call remote, then walked quickly to the hospital room door and called out, "He's waking up. Come quick, please." It's blurry, difficult to remember exactly what happened after that, other than nurses coming in and asking me if I knew where I was, and if I knew my name. But once I'd been assessed and was given a cup of ice water, the nurses left the room to find out that I could be cleared for dietary. My head started to clear. The reason I passed out and was now lying in a hospital bed, it was that the infection had gotten worse. I was dehydrated and malnourished. In the days just prior to the attack, I hadn't eaten or drank anything, or really administered the IV antibiotics. Oh yeah, I forgot to include the part where I had to have a PICC line inserted and then ripped out the first night that I was in the hospital. I had a prescription of IV antibiotics, the kind that are in a ball and push the fluid into the PICC line. I had to keep them refrigerated and was supposed to be self-administering 3 times a day. I digress. I'd been consumed by what was going on in my life, and it just started falling apart. I was circling the drain at a rate 10 times faster than when I'd been in active addiction. My mom took my hand and told me that she had already visited me twice and had picked up Sora and taken her home to my mom's house. Once Mom was sure that I was coherent, she squeezed my hand, pressed her other hand against my cheek. She stared into my eyes. I could see tears in hers. Then she told me that I was never to go back into that house. I remember feeling such a tremendous sense of relief and crying, no bawling. My mom hugged me and then sat with me until I fell asleep. A few days later, I was discharged from the hospital. Mom picked me up. I really wasn't paying attention to where we were until we turned onto the street where the duplex was. I thought I started to speak, but then as we pulled up to the duplex, I saw my 2 brothers in their pickup trucks, several people from my program, and a U-Haul. I am not exaggerating when I say that it took less than 30 minutes for everything I had in that house to be removed and loaded onto the trucks. We caravanned to the house I owned with my former partner, who was waiting at the house when we all pulled up. We picked up my Jeep and parked it at the garage. Tim, my ex, met me at the car door. I stepped out of the car and he hugged me. This doesn't mean that we're getting back together, but I do love you, and you gave everybody a real scare. This is where you belong, for now. I laughed, thinking to myself, you have no idea what a real scare is. Within a week, my health had started to return. The ulcerative colitis was gone. So were the infections. I forgot to mention that Sora had just been starting to lose her fur. Within 3 weeks, her fur had grown back. She was vibrant and healthy. I called the property management company and advised them that I had vacated the duplex, and I demanded my deposit back. I advised them that I had enough witnesses to attest to everything that happened to me. I was able to get the name and contact information of the people who had leased the unit before me, and they shared their experience with me. They had experienced the exact same things I had. They had also done a bit of research. The property had a dark past that spanned decades. 3 suicides, a home invasion that resulted in 2 murders in the unit that wasn't rented. I was able to find a newspaper article about the home invasion. The property management company mailed my deposit and refunded me 2 months' rent. What they did is not disclose the property's past. It's pretty unethical, and now in most states it's illegal. In the years since, I avoided going anywhere near that property. If I was driving, I would detour around that stretch of road. The most important thing for me personally is that through the entire months-long episode, I stayed clean. My spiritual condition was solid. The duplex was raised in 2019. And the next stories will be tomorrow. See you then. Going to try again. 3rd attempt. Anyone know what to call these? When I was about 10 or 12, my family was driving to visit my grandparents in another town. It's about 45 minutes, along the same roads that we always took. We'd traveled down country roads, mostly cornfields, the whole way. It's literally a left, then a right for nearly 30 minutes, then left to their home. Pretty much a straight shot, really. There's homes along the way, of course, and, well, this white house is kind of sad looking. A fence sort of falling down, paint peeling off, siding too. It's more grayish than white, really. The house is 2 stories. Square kind of thing. The lawn's not mowed on a regular basis. Rusty, crapped-out looking vehicle in the driveway. As we're driving by it, I'm compelled to look at this house, which I never really do. Usually I'm buried nose deep in a book. Every precious drive to my grandparents, maybe give it a glance as we pass, if that. Anyways, the moment I look at the house, I'm slammed with a totally different reality. Instead of being in the vehicle with my family, I'm now inside the house. I'm cowering, trying to hide underneath the kitchen table. Has no tablecloth. A man is storming into the room, hollering about something. I can only see his legs, but he's a big type of guy. I watch this girl's leg frantically dash up the stairs. The doorway to the stairs is facing the narrow end of the kitchen table. The table's too close for me to see all the way up the stairs. The kitchen seems tiny. I can only see perhaps halfway up the stairs. She's like maybe 13. She's slightly older than me. The me in the car passing the house. But maybe older by a few years than me. The me under the table inside the house's kitchen. The man clashes up the stairs in a fury. He's close on the girl's heels. A lot of screaming and yelling is going on, but I can't make out any of the words. I see the legs all disappear out of sight for a moment, and a split second of terror-inducing silence. This was followed by thudding of a body tumbling down the stairs. The man's thrown the girl down the stairs. She falls below the bottom half, entering my line of sight. She makes eye contact with me. Her 2 braids are dangling down the sides of her face, disheveled, messed up. Her eyes plead with me to help. Then suddenly, in a split instant, I'm back in my parents' vehicle. I have this sudden urge to shout, "Stop! The girl there's hurt!" As soon as this urge hits me, it's followed by a mental image of a gun. Note: need to mention, I didn't act on my urge to shout out for help. I was scared by what happened. The mental image of the gun and the fact that my own family wouldn't have believed me. I still feel guilty about not saying that she needed help, though. 2. It's around Halloween time. Fox Family is doing their annual countdown to Halloween shows and movies. We just switched from watching 2020 news, and I'm super looking forward to the Halloween witch-themed movie that's going to be on Fox Family. My mom's one of those people who always switches between two shows during commercial breaks in an attempt to watch two shows simultaneously. We briefly watched some segment of a commercial about Salem witch trials. It's like a documentary. I'm nearly 14 here, by the way. I'm sitting cross-legged on the floor directly in front of the TV. Suddenly, I'm no longer sitting in my parents' living room. I'm 18 years old with red hair, braided in bangs. I'm wearing a dress similar to what you would see in a period-clad reenactment of like the early 1700s. A crowd's formed around a platform, the one from where the witch is to be hung. I'm hit with an immensely heavy feeling of sadness, and yet I cannot allow the sadness to show if I don't wish to be in danger too. I push my way through the crowd, gently nudging gentlemen and elders out of my way with a polite demeanor, pushing perhaps a bit more roughly than I intended. Push them out of the way. They're roughly my age and heeding no mind to the children jostling the crowd. I managed to nudge my way toward the front, stopping about 2 rows people deep from the very front of the crowd. I position myself behind 2 other ladies, one with dirty blonde braids that are twisted into a bun, and another with black hair, slightly wavy. It's underneath some kind of a bonnet or some kind of head covering. In parentheses, not a hat. The left half of my body is aligned directly behind the blonde. My right is aligned behind the black-haired lady. The blonde is 19 and the other's 22 or 23. We all share the sadness at the misfortune of the witch, yet we all must uphold the image of rage, indignant righteousness, the pride in seeing justice served to this witch who has betrayed us and harmed our community, family, and friends. We know it's wrong, and the weight of our sadness is felt keenly among the 3 of us, yet we hold no power to stop this tragedy. Cannot acknowledge our pain. I gently squeeze the shoulder of the blonde and nudge the black-haired woman in the small of her back in an attempt to give comfort. We don't acknowledge one another, but we stand to witness our friend's memory, lest her death shall be in vain. I'm sitting on the floor in front of the TV, blinking my eyes and glance around at my family members to see if they've noticed I've been gone. But I guess I wasn't gone. I'm still there, even though I was gone for what felt like half an hour. Maybe only a minute or 2 has actually passed. I'm super confused. I feel like crying tears of immense sadness, anger, and pain. Nobody in my family realizes something is amiss. I sit in confusion throughout the entire movie. I go to the bathroom during the next commercial to stare at myself in the mirror, to reassure myself that I'm not actually a redhead and that I don't have bangs. 3. I'm vaguely flipping through channels, finally settling on the History Channel. I'm watching some black and white reenactment of like the Battle of Gettysburg or something. Suddenly, I'm a nameless, personless set of eyes watching a woman and 2 girls. Early teens. Each are hanging from a noose. Their feet are dangling lifeless beneath the hems of their dresses, swaying ever so gently, even though there's no breeze. Almost as if they've been dead only shortly, but not long enough for them to be entirely still. This one was very sudden. It's as if the second I'm there and then I wasn't. There was someone watching these poor souls dangling lifelessly from their nooses. But I'm there so briefly and then gone. Barely have time to register details of myself and relation. 4. My son's almost 1. It's the night before his first birthday. I felt uneasy ever since he was born, living in the house that I do with his dad and his grandparents. It shouldn't have made me uneasy. The house and the land are new constructions. I'm anticipating the celebration of his birthday, complete with a cake made in the likeness of his favorite Sesame Street character. Wonder which one. I've put him to sleep in his crib, which is wedged between the wall and our bed. If he were to climb out successfully, he's likely to tumble onto me. 2 sides are against the wall, one's against the bed, and the 4th side, the short width of the crib. It's the only one that allows a direct fall to the floor. I always sleep with my arm through the slats, the little fingers wrapped around one of mine. I do this so I know that if he's waking up or if he's crying. I wake the moment he lets go of my finger. In the middle of the night, I'm awoken with a groggy sense of confusion. Immediately, I peer into the crib to check on him. He's not clutching my finger. I see him standing at the foot of his crib, awake and reaching for me. I'm fully awake now, looking at my son. I'm thinking that he just wants to be held, like he does from time to time. I reach out to him, encouraging him to come toward me, and he does. But something's not quite right. My son doesn't move that fluidly, and I glance down at the other end of the crib. Terror is rising inside of me. My son is sleeping. At the moment I register this fact, the thing at the other end of the crib becomes full of fury, desperation, and jealousy. He tries to reach me before I grab my son. I snatch my son up, snarl at the thing. "You aren't my child. Get away." The instant I have my precious son safe in my arms, the thing vanishes. It's in that moment I realize that thing didn't have feet. Simply a bit of space. Empty space. It existed where the feet should have been. It isn't yet midnight. I sense the risk is not yet over. I flee the room because I need to get into direct moonlight for a bit of protection. Nuts. I have no idea why this thought pops into my head. I don't question it, so I bolt and wander through the house, searching for a window spot under direct moonlight. The window in the corner of the living room offers direct moonlight. I settle into the corner of the room, cradling my son in my arms. I was whispering a sort of chant and prayer that pops into my head. I say it 3 times. Make sure to stay within the moonbeams until early morning. As the sky lightens, I fall asleep, holding my child, certain that I've narrowly escaped some horrible thing happening. My son's grandparents are confused to find me the next morning. I'm sleeping in a sitting position with my son in the corner of the living room. The only thing I'm certain of is that the thing was both full of jealousy and desperation, almost like that it's had its chance with that night. It needed something from me before my son turned 1. Like once my son was officially 1, it was out of chances, and also I feel certain that it couldn't get what it wanted during daytime. Note, I no longer live in that house, and I have some disturbing stories from that neighborhood and his grandparents in that time since. I'm not wholly sure what the thing was, but it mimicked my child almost perfectly. With the exception of my child's movement. It looked exactly like my son, right down to the individual strands of hair and the clothing he was sleeping in. I fear what would have happened if I'd not been fully awake. Or maybe I hadn't been in the habit of waking the moment my child let go of my finger. Five. I've just bought and moved into my first home. Still getting to know the roads in my neighborhood. Still getting confused on exactly which street I am to turn on to navigate through the older subdivision I now call my home. It's not like the cookie-cutter newer ones that you see today. My son is now a toddler, and he's in the car seat in the back seat of my car. I'm driving, almost to the stop sign at which I turn left to go home. As I'm slowing down to a stop, reality shifts. I'm a Native American boy, 12 years old, wandering through a wooded area. It's not densely forested, but spread out. It's lightly wooded. The ground is soft and damp. I'm following a slightly muddied, slightly dried dirt trail. The trail is not often used, but used often enough that about 6 inches in width is barren of newly growing plant life. It's a sunny day. The light is flickering through the trees and leaves. I'm wandering in search of something. I need to find myself and who I am. And the nature's silence, which is entirely quiet, is comforting. I know I'll eventually find myself, but I'm taking comfort in this journey. A sense of calm seriousness permeates each step I take. I'm at once entirely familiar with this stretch of land. I know each branch, tree, rock, pebble, and stone, almost as much as I know each crease and fold in my skin, each bit of my body and its movements, each intimate thought in my head. And just like that, I'm back behind the steering wheel of my car, sitting at a stop sign, my toddler babbling away happily in the back seat. The only confusion and discomfort I feel with this one is not that I was somewhere else, but that there's a lingering of the trees around me where houses should be. The scenery is kind of exactly as what I, the boy, was seeing, with the exception of the stop sign being real, and everything inside my car is real. But the landscape outside isn't the neighborhood in which I live, but rather the one through which I, the boy, was wandering. It's almost like two different landscapes from two different times failed to separate completely. Yet I feel strongly that both places are the same, just that maybe they existed at two different times. It takes me a few moments before the landscape around me switches back to the neighborhood, houses, and cars that it actually is. Note, I strongly feel that I had, well, if I didn't have my son, and ties to my life now, at the time this reality shift to where I am this Native American boy would have lasted a little bit longer. My only fear was that as a boy, my son didn't exist because he doesn't exist at that time. I didn't know what was happening with me, my car, my son while I was, the boy. Confusing, I know. 6. After moving into my house, whenever I was using the bathroom or showering, I would close the bathroom door. Every time without fail, the door would gently swing open. That was while I was on the other toilet or the shower. At first, I just assumed that I failed to shut the door completely, or that my son, a toddler at the time, was opening it. When it started happening while I was the only one home or my child was asleep, I began to feel that something wasn't quite right. I never felt threatened, just annoyed. I started to get out of the shower to reclose the door only to have it swing open again. I checked that door and it was firmly shut. I would tug on the knob a few times before getting into the shower. Each time the door would gently swing open to my dismay. I knew the house had previously been owned by an older woman who had been moving into a nursing home. It had been vacant for some time when I bought it. Beyond that, I really didn't know much about who lived here prior to me. So I started asking neighbors, got bits and pieces of the home's history. I was informed that it was owned by a couple who built the house after their children had grown and moved on, and that the husband had passed prior to the wife, who was still alive when I bought the house. No child had ever lived in my home, till my son. And that it had originally been located a few streets over from where it currently sits. I'm the second owner of the home, as the couple who built it lived here, and I had purchased it from the wife, through my daughter in the POA. There was a bit of discrepancy over when exactly the husband had passed. I'd heard 10 years prior to my purchasing the house, to 2 to 3 years prior to the lady being moved to a nursing home. After thinking over why the bathroom door always opened, and why it never did, so if my boyfriend was home, it always opened when it was just me, or me and my son. It never opened on me if anybody else was in the house. I puzzled over this, couldn't figure it out. Finally mentioned this to my boyfriend. He jokingly said I must have having a lovesick ghost following me around, and laughed it off. But the more I thought about it, the more I wondered if it was indeed a ghost or a spirit. I never felt threatened or uncomfortable, I just didn't know what to make of it. So one day I'm showering while my boyfriend's out with the sun. The door gently swings open. I step out of the shower, go close it, and once I assure it's tightly shut, I climb back in. But curiosity gets a hold of me. I keep my head poking out from the shower, eyes trained on the door to see if it opens again. Then a few minutes, sure enough, the door gently swings open again. Exasperated and slightly annoyed, I say the following. Your wife isn't dead, she's still alive, but lives in a nursing home now. I just want to shower without the door opening, please. I bought this home and I live here now with my boyfriend and our child. Your wife lives in a nursing home now. And the door has never swung open since. Join us on Paranormal M, the channel that takes you beyond the ordinary. If you feel like it, hit that subscribe button, drop a comment, even better, and turn on notifications to explore the realms of the unexplained with our latest intriguing stories. We hope you're ready to question the reality that you know. 2 years of misery. In parentheses, long. Myself and my partner rented out our first house back in 2012. Nothing creepy or particularly off-putting about it. Just a standard terraced house on a street of an identical house in northern town of England. My partner and now wife was pregnant at the time, so we needed somewhere to bring up our first child. We chose this one as it was in the area that we were familiar with, and the rent was affordable. When we first moved in, everything was normal. Just a standard house. We set about getting furnishings and all the usual stuff. I used to take my wife to work early in the morning. I'd drop her off and come back home. The front door opened directly into the living room, and there was a sliding door from this room which led into the kitchen. This had a door going out the back to an enclosed yard. It was shared with nearby houses and the stairs leading upstairs. There was also a frosted glass window next to the sliding door, which was presumably once a serving hatch, but now it just served to let some natural light in as sun never got to the front of the house, and that was due to the narrow street and the surrounding houses. Within a few weeks of moving in, I developed a weird feeling, like something was watching me through the window. It wasn't overpowering, but it did get to the point whereby I'd actively avoid looking at it in the corner of my eye, as some part of me always worried I might see something on the other side looking back. I'd always been deeply skeptical of anything paranormal, so I always tried to ignore it or laugh it off. Maybe it was just me being stupid. That said, the feeling became stronger to the point that after dropping my wife at work, I'd come home and catch a few hours on the sofa in the living room as I didn't want to go into the kitchen and up the stairs to bed. The feeling was definitely strongest in the kitchen. Maybe on the stairs too. The only way I can describe it is it felt predatory. Like the constant nagging feeling that something was either watching you or right over your shoulder about to rush you, even though there's nothing there. Things seriously escalated after one particular evening. We were watching a Darren Brown TV show, whereby he was disproving the idea of paranormal and seances. Part of the show asked you to perform a Ouija board at home. The premise was that he would lead the responses, tell you what results you would get, thereby removing any idea of it being anything more than suggestion and parlor trick. My skeptical nature combined with my wife's belief in the paranormal meant that I was keen to go along with this. You know, to prove how her beliefs were silly. We started the Ouija board, went along with all the instructions, except we didn't get the results the show said we would. We got something far more sinister. When we asked the name of any spirit, rather than the scripted name we were supposed to get, we got the name Ernest. By this point, I'm laughing, thinking my wife is pranking me. Ernest is a stupid name to come up with. My wife isn't laughing, though. She says that we should stop. Thinking that it's all her, I go along with it. Do you like living here, Ernest? No. Why not, Ernest? What do you think of me? Rogue. Now it's worth mentioning that this confused me. My own experiences of the word rogue were like various classes in video games. Okay, what do you think of my wife? Whore. Wife is getting more upset, and by this point it's really quite distressing. We follow the rules and we say goodbye. The glass we were using as a planchette goes to goodbye. The board we were using was made of scraps of paper with letters and numbers that, with the usual yes, no, hello, goodbye on them. As my wife was so freaked out by this, I collected them together, put them in a glass bowl, and took them out in the yard and burned them, partly for her peace of mind, partly for my own. That night we had gone to bed, and around 20 or so minutes after we'd gotten into bed, we heard a loud bang that came from downstairs. I went downstairs to check everything, thinking something may have fallen over. Everything was still in place, so I went back to bed. As we lived in a terraced house, I told my wife it might be the neighbors banging a cupboard door and went to sleep. The next night we went to bed. Within the first half hour of being in bed, the exact same bang from downstairs. This happened every night, no matter what time we went to bed, whether it was 9 p.m. or 1 a.m. Within half an hour we heard the same bang, always at least once, sometimes twice. We tried to replicate it, and after trying everything, we discovered that a heavy cupboard door in the corner of the kitchen, when opened, then let go, made the same exact noise. I was pretty intrigued. I was keen to find out what this was, as we'd never had any signs of pests or vermin, and the cupboard was fixed to a wall about 6 feet off the ground. I asked my wife to just let me set up a camera in the kitchen recording, at least when we went to bed. She wouldn't let me, though. She said she either didn't want to know or didn't want to antagonize it if it was anything. Things really began to go downhill from here. We would find ourselves arguing over the smallest things, having full-blown shouting arguments for hours over nothing. Despite normally being a very chilled-out person, often accused of being too laid back, found myself constantly on edge in a combination of what I can only describe as anger and anxiety. This didn't happen overnight, and it was something that built up slowly with both of us, to the point I didn't notice it was happening until much later. There was no waking up to a different person moment, but a slow and subtle change. Despite never having had before, I begun suffering nightmares on a regular basis. I would have vivid dreams of family members dying in horrific ways, such as being burned alive. I would wake up screaming or in tears. My wife would have to spend an hour reassuring me that they weren't real and calming me down. Most disturbing was she said that she'd wake up and toss and turn due to being heavily pregnant. I'd be laid there with my eyes wide open, staring blankly. Kind of like I was asleep. But my eyes would be open, and when she told me to close them, I would, with no other reaction or comment. I have absolutely no recollection of ever doing this, and I've never done this at any point before since living in that place. The arguments continued and got worse. The regular bang at night continued, and the overall sense that something was following me, particularly in the kitchen and stairwell, became more and more overpowering. Despite my best efforts to convince myself I was being ridiculous and trying to force myself to walk slowly, I was clearing that flight of steps in 3 steps at a time. I was filled with adrenaline. My heart was pounding in my ears. There was a brief lull in activity in a month or so before our child was born. It was around Christmas. The arguments had abated, and we seemed to get back to ourselves. I thought we'd turned a corner. The nightly bang persisted, but we'd become so used to it that we just now look at each other and just kind of roll our eyes. My wife told me that the kitchen and living room window and the sense of being watched or followed was something that she was experiencing too. Then our little boy was born, and everything was okay for the first week or so, but the atmosphere soon began to change. The sense of anger and anxiety began to creep back in. We were starting to bicker. The atmosphere was made worse as our newborn baby would just cry constantly, every hour of the day when we were in the house. He'd sleep for 20-minute intervals, and the rest of the time would just be spent trying to nurse, wind, feed, distract, play, anything to try and soothe him. But nothing worked. We had him back and forth to hospitals and doctors so many times in the first few months. But inevitably, when we got there, he was calm and sleeping or gurgling happily. The doctors would look at us like we were crazy. I was beginning to think I was cracking myself. But when we got home, the crying would begin again. We would take it in turns to see if at night, but this wasn't helped by the fact that I was now apparently doing the weird sleeping with eyes open thing again. It culminated for me one night when I was laid in bed. I was waiting for the inevitable cry to start when I saw a shadow form in the corner nearest the window. It began to slowly move across the fitted wardrobes that we had in the room. I initially thought it was being created by the curtains against the headlights of a car. Maybe it was moving slowly down the road. But it wasn't moving right. The best comparison I can make is like that of ink being dropped into water. The room was dark to try to help our boy sleep, but this was darker than the rest of the room, like a very rich black. It seemed to have shapes like smoky tendrils coming off of it. I laid and watched as it inched along the cupboards and then watched it go around a corner and continue on a wall. I knew at this point it wasn't a shadow. Shadows would have jumped from the wardrobe to the wall, not creep around a corner that was facing the opposite direction to the window. I watched as it go out the door and onto the stairs. Now, if this was to happen now, I would have noped straight out of the room. But at the time, I remember being oddly mesmerized by it. It only started to feel any kind of fear after it left the room. I resolved not to tell my wife, as we'd already experienced enough weirdness and being on edge. The idea that I may have just seen a manifestation would have probably upset her even more. It was winter at this point, and the house was constantly cold. It wasn't helped by how dark it was due to the sunlight not being able to make its way in. No matter what we tried, we couldn't get the place to maintain a constant, comfortable temperature. One room may be hot, but the other next to it freezing, despite the heating being set the same way throughout the whole house. The rooms which experienced hot or cold varied from hour to hour. The temperature would spike in a room only to fall again to an uncomfortably cold space about half an hour. We had a room thermometer for our baby, and we were having to constantly move from room to room to try and find one that was relatively normal. Unfortunately, I found the one place in the house where the temperature remained the most stable. It was the stairs and the landing. So I'd find myself having to sit there fighting the rising anxiety to run because it was the one room where a child could either not be overheating or wrapped in blankets against the cold. Around this time, I remember a dream quite clearly. I was talking with a woman, no idea who she was. I was saying how dark and cold the house was. She asked me if I knew what that meant. I said no. I remember even now when she said that life needs light to grow. The only thing that can thrive in darkness is death. It may have been my overactive paranoia or subconscious, but I clearly remember waking up with those words still in my head. Now, when I hear a lot of these stories, I often wonder why people just didn't get out. There's usually excuses about not wanting to surrender their home and fighting for their house. Well, this wasn't our house. We were renting it. And all the combined problems and weirdness got too much. We decided that we had to move. We found a house a few miles away and gave our place just a notice. It was the night before we were due to move, and in the early hours of the morning, we heard a piercing siren. We had a carbon monoxide alarm. It was going off. We opened all the doors and windows and got outside. My wife and our boy went to my parents while I waited for the gas engineer. He arrived and immediately condemned the gas fire we had in the living room that started leaking carbon monoxide. It's difficult not to think that without that alarm, we could have all been dead. And the fact that it happened on the day that we were due to leave, I couldn't shake the idea that the two were linked or something either wanted us to leave or give us a parting gift. If you've gotten this far, then well done. I did say it was long, and I'd like to say that we moved and everything was better overnight. But it wasn't. The new house started out okay, but the nagging feeling of being followed around slowly crept back. Not as intense, but noticeably there. In this house, we all shared a bedroom, had a lot of stuff still packed in boxes and generally cluttered in a spare room. One of them was a bouncer for our baby. This was a Fisher-Price frog-type bouncer and had eyes on the front, which, when rolled would play a tune. Around 4 a.m. one morning, the frog tune starts going off. I immediately looked to the crib next to our bed, thinking our baby might have gone out somehow and started playing with it. But he was fast asleep. I did everything I could to get to the top off again, without spinning the eyes, knocking and hitting the floor around it. I tried to tell myself it was maybe the batteries, but this was the only time it ever happened, and we didn't have to change the batteries for the next 2 years or so that we had it. The feeling of being watched grew, only now was strongest from a conservatory on the back of the property. My wife and I had been through enough by this point. We were now openly discussing the weird feelings with each other. There were a set of double doors between the kitchen and the conservatory, and this one particular night my wife asked that I close them. I didn't ask why, but did so. About an hour or so later, I decided to go out back for a cigarette. As I opened the doors, the glass-paneled French doors of the conservatory were in front of me. It was dark outside, so all I could see in the doors was the reflection of the lit kitchen behind me. As I walked toward the doors, I see the reflection. Very clearly, it was a black silhouette of a person running behind me, almost like it had ran into the house through the exterior wall and straight through to under the stairs. My first thought was that it was somebody outside, but as I checked, no one was there. I stood there smoking and thinking. I realized it couldn't have been outside as the figure passed behind was pretty briefly obscured by my own reflection, so it had to have been in the room behind me. I quickly finished my cigarette and went back inside. I sat there mulling it over before telling my wife the next day, to which she said that she wanted the door shut as she hadn't felt comfortable about that room all day, more so than usual. We had a similar instance a month or so later which could have ended badly. Whilst driving and pulling onto the motorway, the interstate for our American friends. Thanks. The slip road my wife was just all of a sudden jumping on the brakes. When I asked what the hell she was doing, she said a dark figure had just run in front of the car. There was literally no one around as the slip road was in a wooded area away from any built-up spots or paths. I didn't see this myself as I was in the back of the car with our boy, but my mother-in-law was in the front as she said she saw it too, was equally spooked. Gradually since then, the feelings of anxiety and tension subsided, but we eventually moved again, mirroring our experience of leaving the last place though. On the day we were moving, we were taking our belongings down to a drive. That's where the van was. That's when a roof tile slid off and narrowly missed hitting me or my brother-in-law who's helping us. We moved to a house which, out of any, should have been the most haunted, having been built earlier than the others in the 1830s. This house, however, was the most tranquil, had no such weird atmospheres or happenings. All of this was around 6 to 8 years ago now. We often walk past the first house. We've seen it come up for rent many times since, but nobody seems to stay there long. The funny thing is, we both said a few times about how when we see it on the market, we both have a desire to go back. We've even talked about going for a fake viewing just to walk around the place. We never have, but even the idea that after everything we still feel an urge to go back is something which the rational part of my brain can't really explain. I'm so tempted to go back through all the old census records. I want to see if an Ernest ever lived in that house. But so far I've resisted the temptation to rake it all over for fear of setting something off again. That, and if finding out that someone did, well, I didn't really know if I'd like that answer. Haunted by Cloaked Shadow Figure. I've always had a bit of what I call a spooky meter. I don't really have any better word for it than that. There have been times I will walk into a room and get a very unsettling feeling, and generally I seem to visually perceive it differently. Things will generally appear darker and dimmer than they ought to, as if the light swallowed it. As a bit of an example of my spooky radar going off, even in an exterior environment, I'm from Australia, and a couple of years back traveled to Cairns for work and met up with some people who worked for the same organization in the branch far north in Queensland. One of these, whom I spent most time with, happened to be Aboriginal, and in our time off, she took me to a few touristy places. One of these went by a rock pool, and I instantly got a horrible feeling, despite the fact that it was a sunny day and the sunlight appeared dull, dim, and gray. Kind of like that scene from Lord of the Rings when Frodo and Sam are traversing the mountains at the start of the Two Towers. Indeed, I remember instinctively I turned to her and said, "This is a bad place." Her eyes lit up and she immediately began telling me that this was an area that had a lot of drownings, and that there's an old Aboriginal legend about a male and female from two separate tribes who fell in love, which was for reasons I'm not qualified to speak on, taboo. I'm probably going to butcher the story, so I do apologize. But in short, they were both punished and killed by that rock pool, and it's said that her energy remains there and holds anyone that comes there under the water. There's actually a super scary story about one case in which the local news took a photo of the spot after a man drowned there and published it in the newspaper. In the photo, the rocks form the shape of a man's face, which is super creepy. Tried to hunt down the photo, but I can't for the life of me find out. So you'll have to just take my word for it, or do your own research. As far as the drownings go, there is actually a scientific reason for this. At least, that I'm not familiar with, that you can search up if you like. However, Aboriginals have a rich storytelling history. I'm conscious not to misrepresent a rich and fascinating culture that doesn't get enough attention and love in Australia. This is just what I've been taught. I think there's actually some truth in a lot of these, and I know people on here like Wendigo stories. Some indigenous tribes have a version of the Bendigo, although I'm not familiar with it. In my childhood home, which was built by my parents, so not a case of someone died here and is haunting it. A fact my unbelieving father regularly tells me even to this day when my siblings and I repeat this story. We had a spare room, which always gave me the creeps toward the back of the house at the end of a long hallway. I should also mention, we lived on a farm fairly far from town, and on it, I've had a number of creepy experiences, but none like the ones I'm going to mention. I should also say, my father has lived in the house since the mid-20s along with a few housemates. Oh, since his mid-20s. One of which used to claim that the house was haunted. The only story my non-believing father told me that he couldn't explain was the stereo system, which was unplugged, beginning to blast music in the early hours of the morning. Firstly, when I was extremely young, too young perhaps to recall this, but it's been a core memory for me always. I was awoken in my room by something I thought to be my father. I don't remember seeing him or what he looked like, only that I was lifted from my cot and put on the floor. He had large feet, and our hallway had a wooden floor. I remember crawling after him and following the imprints from this bare foot that was made on the floor. That was until we go to the kitchen. "Let's have ice cream," he said to me. He lifted me to the freezer, which was pretty high, way too high for me to reach. I grabbed the ice cream and began to eat it. It was dark at the time, and when the sun began to rise, my dad came back downstairs. I remember him asking me what I was doing, taking the ice cream off me. I told him I was eating the ice cream, and he had taken me to get it. He had absolutely no idea what I was talking about. He said he absolutely did not wake up in the middle of the night to get me some ice cream. When I've brought it up with him now as a young adult, he seems to remember it and claims I must have climbed it. Well, I'll tell you, there's absolutely no way I could have climbed it. I was perhaps 4, maybe 5. I recall playing with my brother and 2 sisters at the end of the hallway opposite the room. We saw a black hooded figure that was blurry and smoky, if you like. Depiction attached at the end of the story. It ran past us at a ridiculous speed, went into the spare room, slamming the door behind it. We all screamed. We carried on, and then I guess forgot about it. Put it down to being young and overly imaginative. Despite of this, however, we never entered that room if we didn't have to, and would always close the door or turn the light on in there. We would only find the door open and the light off whenever we went back. Could have been our parents, but that all changed when I was 12. My brother, who was 2 years older than me, we shared a room for our whole childhood. When my brother transitioned to high school, my parents thought it best to have our own rooms as he was staying up later, and I'm sure puberty also played a role. Excuse me. I was moved into the spare room, which, as I'd gotten older, sort of gotten over my fear of it. It was a simple room, fairly small and square. My bed was situated in the bottom left corner of the room. A desk ran along the wall beside it toward the door, in which I mostly used for building Lego. The far left corner had a big-ass wooden wardrobe, which I never used. A window sat in the wall facing the door that never seemed to let enough light in, despite its size, and the entire right-hand side of the room was just a giant cupboard with sliding doors. My walls were also covered in posters, which is important to note. I spent anywhere between 2 weeks to a month in hell when I first moved into that room. From the get-go, my spooky radar went pretty haywire, and I didn't really like being in there. I will do my best to recount the incidences that I remember, although there aren't a whole lot. For reference, I spent every night of that initial month in there unable to sleep and battling all manner of strange occurrences. There are probably like 21 nights worth of scary incidences, most that I can't recall, and probably deliberately tried to forget. The first occurrences were fairly tame. So I used to have a pedestal fan running most nights. It created a pretty heavy white noise. Because of that, I can't really confirm whether what I heard was real or not. But initially, I could hear whispering throughout the night. It used to put me super on edge, especially since it was just faint enough that I couldn't discern if I was crazy or not. So already my sleep started getting pretty bad. Then things started to get worse. My floor was carpeted, and I would begin to hear that soft sort of crumpling sound you hear when somebody's walking on it. The footsteps were slow, and would always come toward me and would come from the wardrobe in the corner of the room. Strangely, most things would occur from the wardrobe in the corner. I remember I initially had a lamp in my room, which I would turn on as soon as I heard anything. But after way too short of a time, the bulb blew. The lamp never worked again, no matter how many bulbs we put into it. Later on, I transitioned to using my iPod for a light. And that was then when one of those torch apps, and this I always sort of kept at my side. It became necessary for me to sleep facing the door, as every time I did finally get to sleep, if I was facing the wall, I would get a horrific nightmare. Sometimes I would fall asleep facing the door, have a nightmare, wake up to find that I had rolled over in the night. I began to wake up periodically in the night to strange noises. Things would move around, even fall off shelves. This was actually trackable, and I began to truly confirm my strong suspicion that something was amiss. I'm not Christian, but I am open-minded, and despite my lack of belief that God plays a part in this story, strangely I began to wake at 3 a.m., which is known as the witching hour. I didn't know this until I consulted the resident spooky expert of my school. We're going to call that James for the sake of the story. He was just a kid who had seen way too many horror movies. James told me that my room was likely haunted and that I should try to record it through the night. Knowing this, I set my iPod up to charge overnight. I used a voice recorder app to record the sounds during it. I tried video first, but my phone would overheat and die too quickly. Probably wouldn't have had enough storage space either for an 8-hour recording anyway. Old technology wasn't as capable as it is now. But strangely, the recordings would always stop at random intervals as though somebody had pressed stop. I had a passcode, so that was impossible. So those amounted to nothing. Things got worse again. One day I felt as though my duvet was moving. I didn't think much of it because I used to really have it fall down the side of my bed because of its weight sometimes. This time it felt as though it were rising. Before I could really clock it, a hand touched my back. It wasn't freezing cold like the movies, nor did it burn me or anything like that. It just felt like a human hand placed itself on my back. I recoiled naturally, probably spent the rest of the night with the light on. From then on, I used to tuck my blanket underneath my body, which was basically a habit at this point, and I maintained it until I was like 18 thanks to that experience. Another time, my blanket felt like it was falling down the bed again, so I grabbed it, went to pull it back, only it didn't move. Initially, I thought it was stuck on something, but no matter how hard I pulled, it didn't move. That's when the blanket was pulled back. I remember my heart fucking raced. I essentially played tug of war with a fucking ghost for 30 seconds before it let up and I flew backward with the blanket having been pulled with all my strength and going back and forth prior to it. After that, I remember things getting borderline awful. I basically didn't ever sleep. I spoke to James about it and how things seemed to be getting worse, and how outright terrified I was now. He speculated that it may be feeding on my fear and growing stronger with each passing night. This notion obviously horrified me. I asked him what I could do. He actually suggested I pray, funnily enough. Told me a few things I could say that had worked in some horrors he'd seen. I don't remember the order of operations, but I do know is that one night things were especially bad. Whispering, objects moving around and falling, strange noises and footsteps. I couldn't take it anymore. So, I prayed. I prayed that I be given the strength and courage to face the thing. And I prayed that whatever's in my room go fuck off back to wherever it came from. I recall this next part perfectly, and will likely never forget it. I sat up in my bed and yelled, "In the name of God, I banish you from my room." I remember raising my fists as though I was prepared to fight it with my bare hands. I think my courage was fueled by the belief that God was on my side. From the corner of my room rushed the same hooded black figure I saw in my childhood. It was like a misty blur. It moved so quickly that it generated a wind that swept across the room as it ran. It blew off all my posters and knocking over my Lego on my desk, which smashed onto the floor. It rushed to the exit of my room and stopped in the doorway. I remember it turned and looked at me for only about half a second, but what gives me the chills was the speed that it moved. In in its time, I dare say it stared a lot longer than I perceived it. I remember I fell asleep after that in pure exhaustion. I slept like a fucking baby. When I woke up, I thought I'd imagined or dreamt the whole thing. But when I looked around in my room, the thing was fucking trashed. It was trashed so badly that I remember my dad came in and told me it looked like a hurricane had passed through it. He didn't believe me when I told him what happened. I think he believed that I believed it. But some people, I guess, just have never had an experience and therefore refuse to buy into whatever somebody else is telling in a story. That's fair enough, I suppose. Nothing happened after that. I never forgot about what occurred, and it even made me into a devout Christian for like 12 months. The only thing that occurred involving whatever the thing was came when I was about 15. We had what used to be a toy or playroom. They got converted into a gym room with a treadmill and a bench, and a computer in the kids' room. I was working out in it one day while my sister was playing on the computer. I remember she looked over my shoulder and screamed. She said she saw a black hooded figure behind me, that it was blurry and hazel like it was made of smoke. It was apparently watching me, and then it ran away when she screamed. That was the last I've ever seen it. It's funny though, because a lot of people apparently have seen the cloaked bastard during sleep paralysis. That's how I found the photo below. But I know I was awake when I saw it. And if you can't believe me, then believe my siblings. I've had some other spooky tales. One that shook me a little bit that's much shorter. That's probably the best example of my spooky radar in action. Anyway, here's the photo of the demon. I wish I could show you guys, because I want to see too. Second-hand furniture. This was about 1.5 years ago, and also when I had to move into an apartment with a friend. It was a small one-bedroom apartment, and it was technically a converted attic in a very old house. My roommate, R, spent most of her time in the apartment directly below where her boyfriend and my bandmate, D, lived. I would spend a lot of time upstairs in the attic alone. She was able to supply most of the furniture that we used, but my family is also very thrifty, and I buy anything secondhand if I can. One day when I was visiting my folks, my mom brought a black side table that she had found at a local thrift store. She was going to try to sell it because it was very old and had a real Bakelite handle. But it was like the perfect size for my apartment and was only $2, so she let me take it home with me. The day I took it home and cleaned it out, I could tell that something was off. I'm a pretty empathetic person. I can feel when things aren't right, even if I can't really explain why or how I know that. The table is about 3 feet tall and had a small drawer on the top, and from the drawer down to the bottom was a large sort of cabinet space. There was no door, so it was just kind of open. I remember looking into that space and feeling uneasy for some reason, like it was too dark for the amount of light that was in the room. Or maybe it was too big of a space for such a small table. I could not really put my finger on it, but I did clean it anyway, and I placed it between the futon in the living room and the door to the bedroom on its left. It wasn't long before the odd feeling began to be justified. One day I was walking out of the bedroom into the living room. Right after I crossed the threshold next to the table, I heard a growl. Let it be known, I am very aware of audio and visual matrixing. I immediately tried to recreate the noise by walking on the wood floor again in the same spot. I tried every spot in that space. None of it squeaked or made any sort of noise. In fact, for how old the house was, the floors were very solid. They were well, making hardly any noise at all. But I had heard a growl, and it was to my left in the space where the table stood. I brushed it off and continued as normal for a couple of weeks until one day when I was about to leave the apartment. I had turned on the light that illuminated the stairwell leading down to the front door, and that's when I realized I'd forgotten something. I went into the bedroom to grab it, and when I came back out, the light was off. I checked the switch immediately, but it was one of those, weird another switch at the bottom of the stairs kinds of things. So sometimes even when it's switched on, it might actually be off because the one at the bottom was technically switched off. I couldn't remember which way I had flipped it, decided it could have been wiring problems. I brushed it off again and went on as normal for a bit longer. Little things like that happened pretty consistently for a couple of months, but it was never enough to make me feel like anything substantial was actually happening. I just grew more and more uneasy. Could never really fully close a door. I slept with the bedroom door open, showered with the bathroom door open. I always felt watched, but I had no evidence to support it. One hot summer day, I was alone in the apartment, in the bedroom recording some music. I had the door closed because the window AC unit in the living room was pretty loud. I remember specifically closing the door because I didn't want to have to edit out white noise in the background. I recorded and jammed for about an hour. When I got up to have a pee break, I opened the bedroom door to silence. Walked over to the AC to see if it had been switched off. And mind you, it's not something that can be accidentally switched off. The knobs click into place. They have to be moved with several pounds of force. It was not an electrical issue. The knob had been turned. My memory backpedaled. Did I really close the door because of the AC or because of downstairs noise? The neighbors are kind of noisy. They tend to slam doors, so maybe that's why I closed mine. I did my business, went back in to record, closing the bedroom door again. Another hour or two passed, I started to pack things up. I opened the bedroom door to head to the kitchen, and guess what was turned back on? The AC unit. The knob had clicked over 2 spots, from off past low fan all the way down to low cool. I finally felt justified for being uneasy. Something actually happened that I couldn't explain no matter how hard I tried. But I didn't want to worry my friends or family. I decided not to say anything. But I did say some prayers and hoped that whatever was causing this would see itself out. Unfortunately, around this time, I got really sick with mono. I ended up taking about 2 months off of work, and R&D stayed downstairs pretty much 24/7 to keep away from my germs. My parents didn't really want to visit me or anything, but I went to their house a lot to have dinner. That way I could eat a meal and not just have ramen and pretzels every day. As I was being a potato day in and day out, no longer gone 9 hours a day at my desk job, I started to notice more strangeness happening. There was a smell. I'd be laying down watching TV and a whiff of something rotting would come out of nowhere. It would stay for a couple of seconds max. Then it would be gone. I sniffed the futon, I sniffed the floor, the bathroom, the bedroom, even stuck my face down in the kitchen trash. None of it smelled like that. I took the kitchen trash all the way outside, but when I came back in, that quick little waft of hot garbage continued. For weeks, it would just come and go at random. Eventually, I'd found it to be localized to my stairs. There was nothing to cause a smell in the stairwell because there was nothing in the stairwell. What was weird was that as soon as you opened the door and stepped onto the second floor hallway, the smell would be gone. It would be replaced by a smell of dog from Dee's puppy. The first floor smelled like old house and dryer sheets from the basement laundry. One day after I had mostly recovered from the virus, R came upstairs to hang out on the futon and watch YouTube for a while. I told her about some of the things I'd been hearing and seeing. And it turned out that she shared some of the same experiences. All of a sudden on the wall behind us, there was a loud knock. Did you hear that? Yeah, that was weird, but this is an old house, so it might have just been wood settling. It sounded like somebody banged on the wall. Yeah, it happens sometimes. I'm sure it's just because we're in the attic. Truthfully, I've never heard that noise before. I've lived in many old houses that settle like that. It was too close to us, too perfect of timing, and way too loud to be a coincidence. And I don't believe in coincidences anyway. One day I was in Dee's apartment chilling with his cat while R quickly went outside with the dog. I was sitting in the kitchen, which was directly underneath the living room and bathroom of my apartment upstairs. While I was sitting there, I heard slow and heavy footsteps upstairs go from one end of the room to the other. With me on the second floor, R outside, and Dee gone at work, there was no one left to be on the third floor. My apartment was empty. Later, I asked R if she ever heard me walk around up there. She said no. It was like no one lived there. It didn't surprise me because I'm light-footed and I'm a small girl, but it did scare me because I could only imagine how big somebody would have to be to make loud footsteps like that. At this point, I was still deep in post-viral fatigue. I had to quit my job altogether. I was getting ready to move out of the apartment and back home. That's when one day I got a series of Snapchat videos from R. Dee's cat was going nuts downstairs, jumping at the walls in the hallway. That was between the kitchen and the living room. He was meowing and looking up at the ceiling, following something invisible with his eyes into corners. He was even following with his eyes along upper parts of the walls. It went on for several minutes. This cat never meowed and wasn't very playful. He mostly just chilled and slept everywhere. And so R and I are a bit unnerved by the sudden change in behavior. I later realized that where he was freaking out in that hall was directly underneath where the black side table sat in the attic apartment. All of these things together had become too much for me. My parents helped me move out of my apartment as fast as possible. When I had finally told them everything that was happening, they insisted on helping me gather what I would need for the next couple of days. They would hire movers for the rest of it later. My mom finally opened up to me as we were packing. The reason they never came to visit me was because they get an uneasy feeling every time they came over. She had noticed the smell as well. I couldn't blame her. If I had followed my gut feeling at first, I wouldn't have stayed either. But it just crept up on me so slowly. It seemed to almost gaslight me whenever I questioned my surroundings. That day, we made a couple of trips between houses with a gap after lunch for rest. When we went back later in the afternoon, the door to my apartment was wide open. R had been in Dee's apartment all day, so I asked if she had gone in and maybe forgot to close the door. She said no. She saw that the door was open but figured we were still there. I specifically remember closing and locking the door. My mom does too. She watched me do it. She even described the specific way I stood to lock the door, off to the left with one foot on the stairs, which she wouldn't have known otherwise because she hardly ever visited. At this point, I no longer felt safe. As we were packing up the last day in the apartment, the smell came back. This time the trash was empty. It had been taken out yesterday. There wasn't even a bag in it. My mom and dad were both there, but neither of them could smell it. We got more bags of clothes and blankets, more music gear in my bookcase. As we began to leave, the sky opened up. I know it rains hard in Pennsylvania, but this was torrential. I had a lamp in one hand and my favorite bass guitar in the other with no case. My dad suggested that we wait a minute to let up. It started coming down in buckets. He ran the bookcase out the car anyway. Mom and I waited on the porch. What do we do? I don't know. I didn't know. As we waited, it turned into borderline hurricane levels of wind and rain. The huge trees across the street were bending dangerously. The wind whipped through leaves so hard, sending rain down so fiercely. We basically had to yell to be heard standing right next to each other. It started to rain sideways, covering us even under the shelter of the porch. The only way I can describe it is if it was coming from all directions. I could actually see it coming sideways from left, right, and center. The rain covered my glasses. The wind blew so hard that we were pushed back on our heels, almost falling over each other. I want to get out of here. I don't care anymore. As soon as everything was loaded into the car, the wind died down. By the time we got to my parents' house, it was sprinkling. Within an hour, the sun was out. The sky was a vivid, almost cloudless blue. It hadn't clicked with me yet that the side table might have been the clue to everything. So it came home with my parents and me. I remember sitting in the kitchen and telling my mom that I felt like it was staring at me. She said we'd get rid of it as soon as possible. Back to the thrift store it went. A day or two goes by, and my mom makes a trip to see her friend who owns a local antique shop. The woman who owns it has bought the little black end table with the bakelite handle and placed it in a vignette next to the desk, and that's topped with various small vintage pieces, mirrors, cards, terracotta pot with the crown, sort of just sitting inside. My mom warned her about the little table, explaining what had happened to us just previously. During this conversation, they both heard a loud clang. The crown that had been sitting in the pot was lying on the floor, 4 or 5 feet away from the table where it rested, as if it had been picked up and flung away. The little black end table was taken back to the thrift store for the final time. Alfred's Gift. It was the winter of 2000. I was in my hometown of Anchorage. On this evening, I was relaxing on the couch, planning on watching another rerun of Seinfeld before turning in for the night. It's worth mentioning that my girlfriend at the time happened to be an Alaskan native. She had recently put the kids to bed and was taking a shower. My girlfriend's sister was visiting our home. She was staying in the downstairs spare bedroom. She was in town due to having some medical checkups scheduled for the following week at the ANMC. We'd lived in a subdivision off Arctic Boulevard that bordered Chester Creek. This area is called Midtown. It's not too far from downtown Anchorage. I suppose the time was around 10 or 11 p.m. The moon was large and full that January night. I remember looking out the front room window, seeing the rooftops of the neighboring houses sharply silhouetted in the glow. My dog lazily snoozed on the floor next to the couch. Eventually, my eyes also started to get heavy. This was due to the background noise of the television. It was sort of mixing with the quiet white noise of the shower, had a calming effect. The baseboard heater quietly clicked and popped, wrapping me in a relaxing warmth. I soon dozed off. Suddenly I was awoken by a sharp, jolting burst of sound. My eyes immediately snapped open in shock. This tone ripped through the tranquility of the peaceful night with gravelly croaking. There was no mistaking that sound, especially during the winter months in Alaska. This was the sound of the raven. I was thinking, why the hell is a raven making a racket at this time of night? Barely had time to finish that thought when I heard the bedroom door fly open and then the sound of hurrying footsteps. I look up in time to see my girlfriend, quickly putting on a robe as she runs to each kid's bedroom, anxiously checking on them. I sat up on the couch, still dazed from my interrupted sleep, trying to get my head around what exactly I was seeing and hearing. And while the commotion. I glanced over to the TV and I saw static across the screen. The time on the DVD player displayed 3 a.m. and a green light. The dog was up and alert. Hackles stood tall down its back. Suddenly, the sister quickly comes up the stairs. She had a genuine look of wide-eyed concern and alarm deeply etched onto her face. Once my girlfriend made sure the kids were safe and asleep, she worriedly looked out each window. For what, I had no idea, until she stopped dead in her tracks at the window in front of me. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" The sister kept fearfully whispering to herself, slowly wringing her nightshirt in her hands, timidly shuffling across the floor toward the living room window next to her sister. Couldn't understand why both sisters and the dog were having such an intense reaction. The scene was surreal. I found myself in a confused daze as I sort of stood up and approached the window myself. There was the culprit, perched on a handrail on her deck. I've always known ravens to be large birds, yet this bird seemed utterly massive this close. The bird was so black that its feathers took on a deep purplish hue in the moonlight glow. Its large, round, inky black eyes assessed each of us individually, it intelligently eyeing us up and down as it sharply cut its head from side to side. It yet seemed to take greater interest in the sisters. This bird carried an intense, still, and heavy presence. It showed absolutely no fear of the humans that stood before it. It methodically stretched out its neck and opened its beak wide. A few seconds of silence passed until it made a sound I've never heard from a raven before or after this bizarre night. The mournful cry it made reminded me of the wail of a small infant. The raven slowly weaved its head in a low figure-8 pattern as it made this continuous cry. The moment that sound filled the night air, a cold chill pricked down my neck across my back. I was filled with a sense of loneliness I've never felt before. I quickly glanced over at the sisters. They were tightly clinging to each other, knuckles white with teary eyes, keenly locked on the bird's bizarre display. I immediately thought that I was witnessing something I was not meant to see. It was very much an interloper in a personal exchange. Once the bird finished this almost ritual-like behavior, it quietly eyed both the women for a few more moments before leaping off into the night. An item lay where the bird once perched on the railing. Curiosity getting the best of me, mixed with the desperate need to escape the strange and awkward atmosphere that overcame the room. I heaved open the half-frozen sliding door to enter the deck to retrieve the item, the weather outside being bitterly cold. I instantly regretted my decision as my body went into an immediate shiver. The skin on my face was tightening while my ears and nose burned painfully. The snow squeaked loudly beneath my bare feet as I gingerly approached the item. The mystery gift left behind soon became clear. A small bundle of needles from a spruce tree lay on the barren rail. Clearly the women were both shaken to their core that night. Quiet melancholy soon followed and lingered heavily on the sisters. Continuing through the following days after the bird's departure, the reason why was unknown to each of us, yet I had a strong gut feeling that it was not my place to talk about what we each saw. A few days passed. Once I got off work, the three of us decided to take the dog for a walk on the community trail not far from our subdivision. Heavy cloud cover filled the sky over Anchorage that evening. Large snowflakes slowly fell. The walk was mainly dark, except for the occasional light pole that sparsely dotted the trail, washing the path in a sort of fluorescent glow. The sounds of 6 p.m. city traffic droned in the background. We talked amongst ourselves and we heard a man's low, weak cry for help in the darkness ahead. He immediately stopped and listened. Listened, I believe they meant, not listed. The dog's ears snapped forward, head pointing slightly off the trail. A long whimper-like growl emitted from the animal's core, followed by a concerned huff. Once more, we heard a weak, agonized voice call out, pleading for God's intervention. The cry drifted through the snow-laden spruce trees that line the trail. I glanced down and noticed a footpath in the snow leading through the woodland in the direction of the cries. I hand the dog's leash to the sisters. I tell them to stay put. Both women sharply plead for me not to go as I continue into the murk to investigate. As I weave my way through the tiny trail, my feet bust through the upper crust of snow. I sink to thigh depth. I continue to slog my way forward. Before long, I came to a clearing in the trail. In the darkness, I can make out the silhouette of a lone tent. I call out as I approach the tent, only to be met with silence. When I'm closer, I notice a battered tarp draped over the tent shell haphazardly. An inch of snow lay on the tarp, and the cheap tent bows under the weight. The unzipped tent entrance gave the appearance of a gaping black mouth in the gloom. I strain to look inside and call out a sharp hello. Not a sound or any movement came from the tent. My concentration was suddenly broken. Irritated and worried calls from the sisters rang out demanding for me to come back. Before making my way back to the main trail, I investigated the campsite. Piles of trash littered the area in dark mounds. I made out some of what appeared to be scattered empty food containers. White trash bags ripped open full of miscellaneous used clothes. Broken children's toys lay beside empty beer and alcohol containers. Piles of empty aerosols labeled canned air peeked through the snow. Frozen clothing remained hanging from the hacked-up trees that surrounded the site. A deep, low sobbing drifted from behind me down the trail where I came. The woman again loudly shouted for my return with urgency. As quickly as possible, I made my way back to the sisters. They both pointed to the direction from where the cry came from. The focus was down the wide main trail that eventually opened into an empty city park named the Valley of the Moon. We called out as we cautiously searched the entire park. The only response was the muffled noise of a city in the winter. We made our way to a metal-roofed pavilion. Underneath the structure sat a few graffitied, weather-beaten wooden picnic tables. This area was the only spot on the park not covered in snow. We decided at this point that it would be best to call APD and inform them of everything. We did precisely that. APD arrived, performed a search, and found nothing. Being late, we now started for home. We were making our way through the playground, passing a tall, rocket-shaped jungle gym. That's when the sister gave a sharp, loud gasp. We glanced over to see, and she looked upwards. The city lights reflected a deep red hue on the heavy snow-laden clouds, revealing a dark black silhouette of a raven who sat silently perched. We all felt the familiar heaviness of its gaze. My stomach tightened as we continued forward, lowering our faces from the pelting snow while picking up our pace to walk home. 2 days later, the morning came for the sister to leave. We were getting ready to drop her off at the airport. That's when my home phone rang. My girlfriend answered the phone. I was loading the sister's bag into the truck when I heard loud shouting and screaming coming from the house. I soon found both women crying hysterically for their nephew. Alfred was a quiet boy who grew into an even quieter young man. He was raised in a village in southeast Alaska by his grandparents and aunties. Alfred became heavily addicted to alcohol, so much so his family sent him to Anchorage in hopes of treatment. Unfortunately, the treatment never took hold after many attempts. Eventually, he found himself homeless on the streets of Anchorage. He was ashamed of his situation, refused to return home, ignoring his family's pleas to return. He steadily continued to sink deeper into his addiction. Alfred became a living ghost in the urban landscape. He survived living hand-to-mouth by panhandling and stealing, being afraid to sleep at the local homeless shelters at night, Alfred preferred to sleep where he could. One cold night he closed his eyes and never opened them again. The Spinard Community Patrol found his frozen body early the following day. The police report stated Alfred's body was found in a fetal position. The man was lying on top of a picnic table underneath the pavilion at the Valley of the Moon Park. When found, it was also mentioned that his body was covered in spruce boughs in a desperate attempt to stay warm. Boughs. The night Alfred died was the very night we received our visit and gift from the mysterious raven. Unbeknownst to us, 3 days after Alfred's death, we heard the sad cries for help in the park, the same park where he died. I'd often wondered looking back if the raven kept silent watch over him. Maybe Alfred was able to catch a glimpse of its dark silhouette in the yellow moonlight, high up on its perch. Perhaps he also felt the heavy gaze upon him during his final moments. We'll never know. I like to tell myself the bird was there and Alfred found comfort in the gaze, knowing he wasn't alone. He would have a companion during his final walk through the dark wilderness and his eternal journey home. The sisters and their family never once referred to this mysterious bird as Raven. They called it by its original ancient name, the name given to it by their people in myths and legends centuries ago. The sacred name of the Yale. An unexpected experience. After retiring from service in 2009, I was in Iraq working as a contractor. My job entailed traveling all over the country, making sure specific things got done. Sounds like a lot, but it really wasn't. In the end of August of that year, I was detailed up in Mosul. I traveled and worked out the issue, and on my way back, I was directed to go through Balad to hitch a ride back to Baghdad. While waiting for the ride in the air terminal, there was a battalion of army support folks who was also traveling. Many of them were sick. They would cough and be hacking up a lung. I tried to stay as far away as I could from them. My travel continued without them, but I was to live to regret it. A week later, I came down with swine flu thanks to all the coughing and hacking pogs back at the airport terminal. I went to the doctor on post, and because I was retired military, I was seen. He said that I was to immediately go into quarantine. My barracks did not have individual bathrooms, so I was led to the truck by my buddy and driven the 5 miles to the other side of the base complex to Camp Liberty. I was sent down the road past the PX, on down to the right-hand side past the Y. If you've been there, you'll understand. And almost to the end of the road, 2 large campsites short. It was down by the rec yard where they all brought all the destroyed vehicles. Then way back to almost the eastern sidewall of the camp. I was 1 camp short of the wall. The camps were about 20 trailers long, all surrounded by concrete T-walls. You could drive between the rows. Then 10 of those rows wide make up a camp, with a large space to drive semi-trucks between the camps. My hut was on one end of the road. It connected to another living space through a shared bathroom. My buddy kicked me out of the truck. I walked between the T-walls up to the door and opened it. The dust on the floor didn't bother me at first. Everything is dusty in Iraq. My buddy followed me in and we looked at the dusty accommodations. I walked over and flipped the mattress over to the clean side and sat down. The room had a desk, a walk-in closet, and a shared bathroom. It also had an air conditioner, and when it was turned on, it pumped out very cool, sweet-smelling air. It was then that I noticed the calendar hanging on the wall. July 2007, 2 years before. My buddy told me he would go and pick up my poncho liner and laptop that was in my day pack. That way I could watch movies while I waited out my 7 days of quarantine. He also told me that he would bring me meals during the days I was staying. I thanked him, and he left. It was mid-afternoon. I was tired, so I laid down and tried to take a breath while resting. I was feeling sick as a dog. It was then in the quiet that I thought I heard someone talking outside. I couldn't catch the conversation, which bothered me some. And as I could not hear if they were speaking English or Farsi. The hut door was locked. I went down through the bathroom to see if the other hut door was locked, which it also was. I kept the lights off so nobody would know that I was there and come looking. When my buddy came back, I told him what happened. It was getting dark by then. He had brought my laptop, a poncho liner, and in an afterthought he included a nice Tonto knife I traveled with as I was not supposed to have a firearm for some reason. He left. I curled up in my poncho liner and was soon fast asleep. I woke later that night sleeping on my side facing the wall. It had grown quite dark in the room. Still facing the wall, I could hear voices speaking quite softly, but distinctly. "You ask him." "No, you ask him." At this point, I was wide awake and staring at the wall. Did I forget to lock the door? Who was in here with me? Something kicked the bed frame, and I thought somebody was trying to figure out why I was sleeping in their room. So I rolled over and I looked around. No one was in the room. I got up and checked the doors and under the bed, and you could say that I was somewhat shaken by the encounter so far. After everything was checked, including the closet, yeah, I'm a big scaredy cat, retired Green Beret. I turned on the closet light but closed the door almost. I was in the shadows in the room, and the room was just light so I could see. If someone was messing with me, I was not gonna take it. I was sick and feeling pretty crappy. This time I wrapped up the poncho liner facing the room. Things got quiet after a while, so I drifted off to sleep. I was again awoken about an hour later by those same voices asking the same thing. Only this time a voice stated clearly, "I'll ask him." It was at this time that I was laying on my back and something climbed up on the bed and sat on my feet like you would during a sit-up event. Needless to say, I was wide awake, and they had my full attention. With a sharp intake of breath, what or whomever was sitting on my feet jumped off. I sat up and there was no one in the room that I could see. The smell in the room, which was cool, dusty, turned into a sharp, burned smell. Thought it was coming from the air conditioner. Got up to check. While my back was turned, I heard the voice say, distinctly again, "Ask him." I told them in my best SGM voice, "Stand easy, and I'd be with them in a minute." I walked to the door, went outside leaving the door open. It was early morning, about 0400 hours. The sun was just starting to light up the sky. Sat down on the steps and waited for my buddy. At 0600 he showed up and looked at me strangely, asking why I was out on the steps as he handed me my breakfast. I told him we were leaving. He laughed and said, "No, you have 6 more days of quarantine. Go back inside and relax." I told him, "No, I'm good." He found me sitting in the shade of the tea wall for lunch, same for dinner. He was starting to wonder what was going on. I told him, "I'll tell you if you take me away from here." He just laughed as he drove away. That night the same things happened again, and more. The next day I was sitting on the steps. That's when 4 of the soldiers carried a private by the legs and arms into the room next to mine. They flung him onto the bed. They dropped a box of MREs and a 12-pack of water, and they were laughing and they said, "Later, loser." I stayed outside till around 2300 hours, then went in and prepped for the nightly activities. The following morning around 0500, I was out sitting on the steps. That's when the door to the other hut burst open and a very scared private ran out. He looked left and then right, breathing pretty hard like he had just run a marathon. I smiled at him and said, "How's it going?" He sat down and tried to light a cigarette. His hands were shaking so badly he couldn't light the match, gave up after a few seconds. I could tell he was pretty shook by something. He looked right at me and said, "Did you?" I said, "You met them too, I see." Calm down a little. I said, "I don't think they're going to do you any harm, but it is a little unsettling." He said, "Yeah, I'm leaving. They can't make me stay here." I laughed and said I have 4 more days, could use the company. His mind was made up, and when it got light, he went in and packed up all of his stuff and left. My buddy was true to his word, and each day he brought breakfast, lunch, and dinner like clockwork, each time finding me sitting on the steps or in the shade with the door open waiting. Finally, on the last day, he came by for lunch and said, "Time to leave. We can go get pizza." I had all my stuff packed, shut the door, then jumped in the truck. He then asked, "Now you going to tell me what's going on?" I told him, "Not till we're away from this place." We drove over to the billeting office to give the key back. We went inside and had to wait as a tall, muscular Black Army CW4 was chewing out one of his soldiers. He was not in a good mood. When he was done, I walked up and introduced myself as the guy staying in the quarantine hut. He asked if there were any problems as he reached for the key. I looked him in the eye, and as he grabbed the key I hung on, I basically just said, "Chief, you need to cut that key and the key to the other side of that hut in half and never issue to anyone ever again." He wasn't amused, asking if anything was wrong with the hut. I told him, "Chief, you go and spend 1 night in there and you'll understand why I'm telling you to cut those keys up." He got pissed. He took the keys. I left with my buddy looking at me like I'd lost my mind. At pizza an hour later, I told my buddy what had happened the whole week, leaving nothing out. He thought I was full of crap. A week later, I was walking through the PX at Camp Liberty, looking at all the pawed-over items. I was thinking if I could use another t-shirt with a slogan on it or a new 501 shirt with my buddy in tow. Down the aisle, I see this chief, and he's running at me. He grabs my arm and says he cut the key in half, and no one under any circumstance, anybody will ever stay in those huts ever again. This shocked and surprised my buddy especially. The chief said he was pissed at me when I turned in the key thinking I'd trashed the place and went over to check it out. It was getting dusk when he went, found the rooms neat and tidy, but also found them, and they wanted to talk with him. I later learned that the camp was handed over to the Iraqi army. I always wondered who got those rooms and just how that went for them. Photographs. This story took place in 1989 or 1990. My family recently moved to southern Indiana. We settled in a small town a few miles outside of Corydon called Central. For those of you that don't know, this area is out in the country. It was my freshman year in a new high school, yet I eventually met a couple of buddies who lived somewhat close to me. One morning in class, one of my friends mentioned this old farmer who lived not too far from his place outside of a little town called Mockport. This older farmer passed away some months back. There did not seem to be anybody around his property. An urban and country legend was that this old farmer had his own catfish pond on his property that he stocked. The fish in this little pond were reportedly huge due to him not letting anybody fish in his property, except him. That was all we needed to hear. Each of us loved fishing, We made plans to stay at my friend's place that weekend and go after these fish. The weekend arrived and the three of us found ourselves at the crack of dawn standing in front of an old shabby-looking farmhouse situated in the middle of an overgrown field. It was by no means a working farm. The house didn't appear vacant. There were no vehicles around. Behind the house was the legendary pond. We immediately set to work trying to catch these gigantic fish. The entire time we fished, the dark old house seemed to loom in the background. We quietly spoke amongst ourselves, wondering what happened to the old farmer. My friend said all he knew was one evening he saw an ambulance out in front of the house with its strobe lights flashing. A few days later, his grandmother told him the old fella had passed away that same night in the home. He was very elderly and lived by himself due to being a widower. As the hours passed without even a nibble, it became clear the only thing biting were the bugs that swarmed us. By that time, the sun was beating down on us, making us sweaty and quite miserable. Soon, boredom overtook us. We decided to give up on our dreams of catching monster catfish. We packed our stuff and started to head back to my friend's house. I was walking toward the road giving my friend hell, good-naturedly, about his fanciful tale of trophy catfish and mysterious geriatric farmers. That's when our other friend shouted out, "Hey guys, the front door of this place is open. Let's check it out." We both looked back at him and then dumbly looked at each other. Being the young idiots we indeed were, we nervously agreed to drop our fishing poles and decided to explore cautiously. What struck me as odd immediately upon entering the home was that it was still fully furnished and looked lived in. The decor was dated to the 50s through the 70s era, dusty and very cluttered. The power was shut off to the house. The only light that we had was whatever daylight made it through the filthy curtains inside the house. It was suffocatingly hot and stuffy. The house was filled with a stank of garbage, rot, mold, and nicotine. We'd hear a scurrying sound. We assumed it was either roaches or mice. We found overflowing trash cans and rotten food in the kitchen, sitting on the messy countertops, dirty dishes piled high in the overfull sink. There was a constant buzz that droned inside the house. This was due to the many flies trapped between the curtains and the windows. The atmosphere was very heavy and depressing, so much so that I felt a bit sick to my stomach. Once we made our way into the living room, we were met by a peculiar sight. The telephone was a typical old-style rotary phone mounted on the wall. It had an extremely long cord. No, that's not part of the story. Jeez. The receiver lay on the floor stretched out to the middle of the room, and it was dead. Next to the phone's receiver, medical debris lay haphazardly scattered across the pea-green shag carpet. Ripped open rectangle-shaped wrappers of various sizes, dirty gauze pads, small hard plastic orange caps stood out in the gloom due to being the cleanest items in the house. A dirty, torn old button-up shirt also lay in a heap next to the wadded-up blue latex gloves. We walked around the lower rooms. They were all pretty much the same. Dust, extreme clutter, memories, and pictures of someone's life. The house had 2 levels. We made our way up the old narrow wooden steps that creaked incredibly loud during our ascent. The temperature upstairs was almost unbearably hot. All of us were drenched in sweat. The already rank smell of the house was now made more pungent by our body odor. Being there were no windows in the stairwell, we were in complete darkness, fumbling and feeling our way through the stairs. We could barely see a dull glow of light shining through the closed curtains on the upper level ahead. We made our way to the top of the steps and noticed 3 rooms. We made our way into one of the rooms. The lighting was very dim, While slowly making my way towards the curtain to let some light in, I stepped on unknown items on the floor. They loudly crunched under my feet. I pulled open the curtains. The light immediately blinded us. As our eyes adjusted, we saw we were in a bedroom, a room that looked like it had not been slept in for many years. Dirty clothing was strung across the bed and across the floors in piles. The lone mattress was water-stained and full of holes. It was also had a sagging ceiling. The floor was full of mice droppings, plaster, and the exoskeletons of hundreds of insects. I vividly recall a single-framed black and white photo sitting on an old dusty nightstand of a young couple in an embrace. The man was in a military uniform with his hat jauntily placed on his head in a stoic expression. The woman had a feathery hat in her head, and her own smile was bright, holding a puppy between them. My buddy made his way to the next room. It was a small room and had a large closet that seemed to be used as storage. The walls had shelving that held many jars of various pickled fruits and vegetables, all covered in grime. The floor was packed with canning equipment, jars, pots, and containers, and tarnished utensils. We turned our attention to the last room and noticed the door to this room was closed. We opened the door and saw blackness. Our eyes were now adjusted to the light. We could only see a few feet into the room. I once again carefully made my way to the window and opened the curtains. When the light came in, we were surprised at what we saw. This room, yet dusty, was immaculate and organized. In the corner was a small bed neatly made with stuffed animals. A wooden toy box sat at the foot of the bed full of old children's toys. Tiny shoes and boots lined the wall next to the door. Under the window, a small wooden desk for a child and a swivel chair were on the wall. The name Lauren Crayon was written on the desk in a child's handwriting. On the chest of drawers there was a picture of a little boy in a Lone Ranger outfit standing next to a pony. I was suddenly overcome with the feeling that we really needed to leave now. I turned to say the same to my friends when a tremendously loud crack blasted through the silence. What was that? So much so that I thought it was a gunshot. Weird. We all literally jumped in fright. Both my friends immediately pointed to the wooden chair with looks of shock and fear on their faces. The time during this moment was in ultra slow motion. I remember my heart pounding in my chest so hard I felt the pressure throb in my ears. I glanced back just in time to see a small swivel chair quickly rotate with so much force that it sent the desk crashing into the wall. We froze and stared at each other with our mouths open in stupid disbelief. Suddenly, my friend bolted for the door. This move triggered a full-on flight response in my remaining two friends. The only thought I had in my mind at that second was that I would not be the last one in line. I would run up and over my friends if they got in the way. In fact, I'm pretty sure I rode one of them halfway down the stairs as he tripped in a sort of panic sprint for the front door. The funny thing afterwards in the days that followed, as we tried to convince each other we didn't see what we did. Instead, we accused each other of pulling off a trick, making the chair do that. It then morphed into teenage male bravado, making fun of the other's masculinity during our frantic dash for the door. Deep down, we knew that there was no trick. There's no faking the fear we saw in each other's eyes that day. That happened. To this day, I still can't explain how. I moved again about a year later, eventually lost contact with my two friends. Such is life. Yet before moving away, I learned that nobody claimed the estate once the old farmer passed away. From what I understand, the state took it over. The company eventually came out and sold and auctioned off the valuables and disposed of the rest. I'm not aware of what became of the property of the house. I know the state became owners of the 3 fishing poles and tackle box that day. We left them behind in our haste, and had no intentions of going back to get them. And I just gotta say, those two weird gunshot sounds while I was reading and before I even got to that part of the story actually happened. I don't know what it was, but it came through my speaker, I think. Why, when I read the stories, do weird things happen? Not even joking. We experienced something evil. On my mom's side of the family, most of the time we see them, we're alone. But sometimes we all see them when we're together. Family members that died many years ago come to visit on important family events. These apparitions are short, like a minute and a half. Most of the time, just a few seconds, but enough for us to be in silence and for all of us to be looking in the same direction. One of my uncles died, so he's the one who appears often at home. He's the only one who said something to me. Just once, but again, that's it, I just see them. Also, I didn't understand what he said. The brother of my grandfather was murdered. My great-grandfather was visited by him. Told him who killed him and who witnessed his death. That's how they resolved the case. That's the oldest encounter that I know. No idea if this thing is running on that side of my family for a longer time, though. All of these encounters are good in the sense that it makes us happy. It's like a continuous sense of protection. The only thing that used to make me afraid was sleep paralysis. But I believe that my eyes are open but my brain is still sleeping. Sleep paralysis is terrifying. And sometimes, just sometimes, that makes me wonder if there is something else. But I prefer not to think about that. Because it's dark. I don't know. I just don't want to know anything else. Mostly because a couple friends told about this. They started having them too. And I know that this is a coincidence, but I feel guilty anyways. The only person who said something to me once was my grandmother. I had an awful sleep paralysis during the afternoon. My door was open, I woke up to eat, and my grandmother told me that she walked near my room and saw a big black mass on top of me. She didn't ask if I was okay or anything. I didn't say anything either. We didn't talk about these things. There's so many stories I can tell about this. But anyways, I don't want darkness in my life. On my dad's side, the story is the complete opposite. My grandmother was something else. She had a dark, dark energy. I don't know how to describe it, but being with her was like running out of air. I just couldn't. I stopped talking to her, getting close to her even when we were living in the same house. She belonged to many cults, and we never asked anything. She only talked about this with me once, but it was one of those things that don't exist if you don't talk about it. Nobody messed with her. Nobody even asked. It wasn't a secret at all either. My dad told me things that he saw when he was younger. And for what I know, his uncle was involved. People would come to her house because she helped them with magic, like love unions and stuff like that. No idea. He saw weird things, but he also had my great-grandfather that was a good person. And he has some paranormal stories with him. Good ones. My father is like the typical businessman, so he looks all serious, and it's weird to listen to him a few times that he tells these stories. When I was younger, I felt that my grandmother didn't like me. My father always tried to make a bond within us, but with the years, it wasn't a secret that well, I guess you could just politely say she hated me. So my dad never really tried again. We all thought this happened because she wanted her first grandchild to be a boy. My dad and my stepmom then had my sister, and she ignored her completely. She didn't hate her, but when we used to eat together, she would serve her food and she would skip me. Actually, it was kind of ridiculous. She also hated my stepmother, but things got a little better when my brother was born. My grandmother would kill and have died for him. I think that my grandmother and I only fought once, so it wasn't like something building up on actual facts or events. Just life. That time she got furious. She started screaming at me because I hurt my brother. Well, rather, I hurried my brother to eat. His dish was getting cold. I just freezed in shock. That's while she screamed that I tried to stab her with the fork. Didn't even move. My stepmother was at the door and she saw the entire thing. So they knew that it was a lie, and I never forgave her. From then on, we ignored each other. I left the country. She died. I wasn't there. My dad called me to ask what we should write on her grave because nobody knew what to say. I sent him the most typical text that you write on somebody's gravestone when somebody dies. I have so many stories to tell, but when I watched Hereditary, I was in complete shock. It was exactly that. I made my family see the movie and nobody said a word. We all knew what the other one was thinking. Okay, the summary of a summary. Recently, we all got together for my bachelor party. My family, stepmother and sister, and my friends. My friends knew all the stories about my grandmother because I had my awareness of my family is not normal thing. That's when I met them and I started talking about all this. My family traveled to my wedding. We were all together for the first time in years. They stayed at my place. I don't remember why we talked about my grandmother during the bachelor party, but my sister started telling stories about her funeral that were so funny. I was crying, laughing. We all have a dark sense of humor, but we spent at least an hour laughing hard. They told things that I didn't know. I came back home still laughing. Couldn't finish my phrases when I tried to tell my husband about what happened. That night I went to bed and everything changed. I started feeling the most horrible sense of fear. I have never been completely terrified. I had to turn the light on and I started to hear voices in the room. I saw a light on the wall and I woke up to my husband because I was panicking. In that moment, 4 a.m, my dad knocked on the door. I went outside. He asked me very angrily, "What the fuck happened?" He took me to see his wife. She was very sick and pale, almost blue. And we almost didn't drink. She was having all the signs of a heart attack. She's a nurse, so she was able to verbalize all of her symptoms. She said that this should stop soon, so we trust her. But I made calls to check at the hospital, check her without insurance. She was fully awake, but her blood pressure was getting worse. My dad has one of those machines that you put on your arm, and in that moment I knew that waiting was going to be neglectful, so we decided to go to the hospital. My dad went to the bathroom and I went alone, and my stepmother looked at me and said, "What door did we open?" I just stared at her. We didn't say anything else. My dad came back angry at me, asking why I followed him to the bathroom and why I was talking to him through the door. He screamed, "What?" And my stepmother and I told him that I didn't follow him. My father said that he heard my voice saying his name over and over through the wall. All happened in less than 5 minutes. I just told him that it was my grandmother. He looked at me in silence. He didn't say anything. We didn't tell him anything else. We just left the house. My brother didn't know anything, but he was fully awake because for some reason he couldn't sleep that night. We went to the hospital and we waited until 2 or 3 p.m. This way only my sister had some sleep. When we came back, my stepmother said that at least my sister had a normal night. And in that moment, my dog, the nicest dog, jumped and bit my sister's face. From that night, my dog never stopped biting, and he constantly cries. No idea what to do with that. But me and my husband are constantly trying to make him safe. We pay attention to him all day. So we all went to sleep. I was going to get married the next day. When I woke up my cousin on the mom's side, called to tell me that she had a weird dream about my grandmother. She didn't know what happened after the bachelor party, by the way. She told me that she saw her all dressed in black. She was uncomfortable but not afraid because she saw her back. She was leaving. Then I told her what happened. She said that we should never talk about this ever again. Even now that I'm writing, I feel that I'm doing something wrong. When I think about this in my mind, I ask my grandmother for forgiveness because I wasn't good to her, because I wrote about her, because we laughed. I truly learned my lesson. My stepmother's doing better now. And now I can finish this whole thing just saying that my entire life I felt only love and care for those who died. And now I'm 35 years old and this happened. I don't want to believe that this is real. In the back of my mind, I feel that I knew the light, the love, and now I had a glimpse of something deeply, deeply wrong and terrifying. I've never experienced this level of fear, and it happens every time I think about this. Nobody in my mom's side is like religious, and nobody practices witchcraft or anything like that, or even rituals or anything. I did an altar with candles for my father-in-law, and something did happen, but it was nice. My husband just came and asked me why I'm acting so weird while writing. I told him. He said that I shouldn't post it, that I should talk about this with my psychologist because it gives me anxiety. I'm a PhD student, so my fuel is anxiety. Also, I made this account because I used the other one to write about work. I already talked to my psychologist. She understood it because she's also from Latin America. She said that her dad visited her when he died. I should accept this because it's our culture, our traditions, part of who we are. I agree, of course. Mongolian Archives, number 001. Who is Shaman and Story of Cursed Family? Mongolia has a long history with shamans. They used to be one of the most respected and beloved. That was in the Genghis Khan era. Even in some history books, it's proved that Genghis Khan had his shaman. But after his death, Mongolia slowly started following the Buddhist path, which meant shamans will be treated as demons, and they had to work under the shadows to serve people. In Buddhism and Catholicism, shamans are viewed as demonic souls using people for their own sake. It had been a case for some shamans, but not all of them. So in order to become a shaman, you have to get in contact with your lineage guardian soul, or ask another shaman to make the connection. Once you have done the connection ritual, there is no way back, which is hard. You'll make a bond with the guardian soul. There are two types of the shaman. Type number 1, white. Mostly concentrates on returning curses, boosting your energy level, driving away ghosts, finding lost things, future advice, and seeing the roots of problems a person is having. They have a very good behavior and like to talk with everyone. They won't break the mechanism of life through their power, and always refuse to do so. Somehow, when their guardian soul possesses the shaman, you'll feel warmth all around you, and most of your fears will fade away shortly. I had this experience. Type number 2, black. Concentrates on curses, awakening demonic presence, lineage curse, helping someone to get in contact with the dead. They're very harsh, and you'll almost feel the air becoming heavier. Never met one, but heard a few stories of them. Their equipment mostly consists of protection clothes with animal signs on them. Sometimes a drum which is used to call their guardian souls. They need a translator because guardian souls tend to speak an ancient Mongolian language which is hard to understand. Their guardian souls can drink liters of alcohol, and after the soul leaves the body, shaman is very normal and he won't even smell alcohol, which felt very strange to me. In some cases, they're just acting to be one of them and working for money or someone who's possessed by a powerful demon. There was a case of a young boy. He got contact with a guardian soul, but later it turns out he was possessed by a demonic presence. People came to him to ask about their future or private problems. He was making lots of cash. His family almost worshipped him like a god, but things were heading in the wrong direction. After a few months, his body started to get worse day by day. No hospital or doctor could find anything wrong, and his family started noticing it was suspicious, to say the least. They decided to visit another famous shaman. Just by looking at his son, the shaman said without a second doubt that demonic presence is already sitting on his left shoulder. Means demonic presence is already in full control over their son. He will most likely lose his soul to the demon. After a long and hard ritual, they managed to save him. But in order to save their son shaman, they had to trade 10 years of his life to the demonic soul. Just wanted to talk about this to show modern era made finding a real shaman very hard. The story of the cursed family. You can read from anywhere that some part of Mongolia is still living in pretty nomadic ways. The couple I'm going to talk to is one of them, who decided to move to the countryside. They bought a ger and moved to the old mining region, which is far from town. Husband would leave early for work and wife will stay home. For a few days, they were kind of living normally, nothing special. Until one night the wife is done doing chores. She had to pee. It was dark outside and windy. While she was peeing, all of a sudden wind stopped, became very silent outside. She wasn't thinking much, but it made her a little scared. She tried to quickly finish, but she heard a man's voice whispering something in a creepy voice. Can't figure out the words. Finally, she heard somebody saying, "All of you will die." She quickly stood up. She hit her head so hard she fainted. After a while, husband comes from work and found his wife lying on the ground. Seeing her pants were tangled, he thought she must be raped and quickly called the police. 2 days passed. Woman is still unconscious. Her mother came from the city, which was where his brother was. Police found no signs of rape and the doctors could not make a diagnosis. On the third night, her brother decides to stay with the sister and pass the whole night in the hospital by her bed. Seeing their sister in a very poor situation was hard. Her hair was disheveled, and for a moment, she looked like she got very older than she used to be. It was late night. Boy decided to sleep till morning. He turned the lights off and lay in the chair. Since he came from a far city driving a car, he was very tired and quickly fell asleep. The night he woke up to find that the room was very cold, but he sees something in the corner of his eye, a tall, humanly figure standing by her sister. He was scared and quickly turned the lights on to find nothing. Tomorrow morning, finally her sister woke up. But something's very off. His sister was trying to say something while shaking horribly and started screaming loudly. Doctors quickly come and made injections, put her to sleep. Days passed. The woman wasn't getting any better. Doctors recommended she might be going crazy. But the family decided to take the woman away. Before they left, one doctor comes to them and whispers to her mother, "Since the situation has gone this way, you should try seeing a monk or a shaman. That might help." They tried every possible monk and shaman they know, but no one made anything better. So her mother decided to leave the town, head deep into the woods. That's where they found a powerful shaman. While her mother is away on women's situation worsens. Now she's always naked and mumbling something that no one could understand. Finally, after a few days, mother came with the shaman. He quickly says after watching the woman, "We need to head to a place where this couple used to live as fast as possible. We can get there if we head out tonight. This woman is near death. The demon already has her soul. We need to take this brother." He's the same year with his sister. In Mongolia zodiac, the year that's 12 years named after an animal, and you can be the same year with someone 12 years older or younger than you. They collected everything needed for the ritual and quickly moved. The closer they got to their destination, the women were going wild and screaming, crying loudly. Finally, they start their ritual, and the shaman asks her brother and husband to hold on to the woman no matter what happens during this ritual. Don't let her leave. During the ritual, they can hear other voices screaming, and women were trying everything to get loose from them. When the shaman asks, "Your family has pedigree sheep. I'm going to give that sheep to you, and you wouldn't get the same sheep for 3 years." They accept without any hesitation. Lastly, the shaman comes to the woman and whips on her hind head that she faints. The shaman was very tired and angrily tells the husband, "You know about this place? Why did you do this? And do you want to talk? Or you want to talk?" The husband cries and says, "Last year, family with 2 kids used to live here. They found big gold that's enough to make them rich for a few years, but mine collapsed. Later, rescue team dug them out and found the youngest kid dead holding tightly to the gold. I didn't know this would happen. Turns out that the family never left the place where they lived. They were trying to take the life of his wife. Before leaving, shaman said, 'I gave them your pedigree sheep and 20 years of life, but I can't handle them so quickly. Move away from here.'" Story. So I'm 40 this month. I was 16 and 17 at the time when this happened. I don't know if you can crunch the math for the year roughly, so anyway. I went to this house a total of 3 times over the span of a year or a summer. But I prepared, as I mentioned, fasting, just tuning in and getting ready to go explore this house for the first time. She described to me a chair at the bottom of the stairs leading into the basement. They would move the chair anywhere away from that spot in the basement, leave for any short or long amount of time, and the chair would be back in that same spot. I'm like, okay. Anyway, this first day we went there, we went during a bright summer midday. But was myself and my guy friend, her and one of her girlfriends. So the 4 of us, anyway, we simply just concise. If you want greater detail, you can ask me, but yeah, I walk in through the front door. Just a doorless entrance from a wooden porch. The very moment I stepped in, I felt as somebody was there. When I go to a location, I try not to upset things if they're there and trapped. They could be an echo from an energetic imprint, or they may not know they're dead. But when I went in, nothing felt much upstairs. People shot near the kitchen and the living room, and the second visit is X-rated. Sorry, but it's how it happened. So this first day I concluded that the thing was in there, was down in the cobblestone basement, where said chair would be. And you know, tiny tattered yellow chair with metal legs, so I'm like, it's down here. And that chair was where the man shot himself in remorse after killing his wife and kids. The chair is magnetically pulled or blipped back into that spot. It smelled like heavy diesel fuel down there, too. I assumed it leaked from the tank that was there, or somebody used the petrol to clean up blood from the floors. I don't know. But if you can imagine, we have flashlights, but there's, well, lots of bright sunlight beams down through the basement windows. You could see that we were all very nervous, felt very apprehensive, fearing it. I was explaining that it keeps repeating over and over for us to leave. It doesn't want us here, but I needed to get in and see what was up. So to test our nerves to see, I smashed a few fluorescent bulbs. The fear didn't break. In fact, they got more scared and were like, "Shit, why did you do that?" I'm like, "Sorry." But this one back corner of the basement, like another little rectangle of area where the wooden stairs and storm doors were leading outside, girlfriend is right behind me. I walked closer to where I felt it coming from, but it was a torso-sized amorphous pitch-black mass. Like the warped wood of a door, the light beaming through, it absorbed fully aside from the outer parts of it, looking like moving black smoke stuff trying to hold itself together. It did not want to go out into the daylight. It wanted its hostages. It was giving off all feelings associated to negative, guilt, rage, fear, sadness, all that. But not speaking anything out that would be considered language, but I did not tempt it, because I stood in front of it. It wanted us to leave. I didn't want to force it out. It felt like a rabid, scared, demonic dog that if I got closer to it backed in this corner, would have lunged right into my chest. So we left. 2 days was more, just my girlfriend and I going there again to check it out. But we used to bang anywhere, so we thought, why not in this haunted house? It was not good. She was on the pill, so it was all systems go on busting a nut. Relevant to the story. I don't have kids, but we totally got naked on the living room sofa. Sorry I left out that fact. They tried to clean it up and resell the house, but, well, what was left, you could see that the last tenants had just grabbed their asses and noped out. So we're ass naked on the sofa, and it's just at sundown. So we went from last daylight to twilight, streetlights during this, but it got strange in that she had a demon in her, I think. So I bust my nut once. Usually it's that and we're done, high five, go about her day. But she's like monotone and sounding very unlike herself in that she was insisting I just keep fucking me. Okay. Keep fucking me. But like she was in a trance or not her usual self. It was kind of dark. So I just leaned in close to look at her in the eyes and be like, "Are you all right? Like, why are you so spaced?" I fucking shit you not, dude, when I looked into her eyes, they were fully dilated, glowing red pupils of what appeared to be more male. But I know not to give in, at least, to what it needs. My fear, anger, I just knew that we had to get the fuck dressed and the fuck out of there. I'm like, "Sarah, get your clothes on now. Don't ask questions, just get dressed." So she's still spacey and getting her stuff on, and I never really get dressed so fast in my life. I wasn't afraid or mad, I just knew what sequence of things I needed to do to get out of there. At least without it killing me through her or something else. And like, of course, you don't want to run away naked. So just as we get our shit on, she's still in that entranced state. So I grabbed this piece of drywall about 1 meter long, a good heavy chunk. I discuss it, and, well, I discuss and hucked it through a double-pane window. It was as if she was pushed from behind into me in my arms, like she slammed into me and gripped me with a fear hug. We just ran off. I asked her when we got more near the stores, "What do you remember?" She said that we just started and everything was normal and she felt normal. Then felt that thing near and she was in some dark dream or place or something. Then she remembers getting scared and angry that I broke the window. It felt like I had broken a window in her house. That was the second time we went there because unfinished business, it fucked with me. So I had to go back one last time for some reason. Nothing X-rated. In fact, it was uneventful up until we were walking out of the house. I thought when we walked past the basement stairs was going to flick my lights and pretended I was startled by a light anomaly. Now I'm arm's reach of her, walking behind her on her way out past the stairs going to the basement. Although when I flicked my lighter, I kind of started my words and said, "What was that?" But instantly I'm standing back in the middle of the house near the dining room. I just looked down to a blue tarp on the floor when 3 golf ball-sized, brightly glowing orbs spiral out from below and up out the ceiling. My legs just went boogie. I was out of there like a flash. In retrospect, I think some dark thing in the graveyard was there, some kind of unknown person who wasn't buried right. Perhaps that influenced the man to become so tuned out and angry to actually kill his wife and I think 2 children and then himself. So I think it's possible in going back that last time I somehow accidentally caused a distraction for the entity that was holding the family with it there in the house. The orbs were the family escaping. The house had since been torn down, but for years after when I would mention it to people, I could feel the shadow thing becoming aware of me and over in that area. Anyway, too much frickin' typing. Don't go verbatim on that one, but honestly, dude, a whole array of fucked up shit happened to me that day in regard to the paranormal. I didn't sign on to this life for barbecues and ball games. The regular life I came in was shit getting weird in 1984. Sister is actively haunting me. My sister Sherry and I were nearly 8 years apart. She was the eldest. Of course, that made me her constant tag-along. She was at the end of the boomer years. That made me Gen X, and completely opposite. Never mind that she was a winter and I was a summer baby. I'm twice divorced. She was in her 27th year of marriage. She wasn't a just stay for the kids woman. She was financially strapped to my parents. She was trapped all her adult life. My mother had kicked me out after the first divorce, and after that, Cher and I had a very business type of relationship. We always stayed in touch no matter the fuss. We lost our dad to a fatal car crash in 2012. Then we lost Cher to 4 different terminal cancers on December 16th of 2020. In her last moment, she said, "Why does my birthday have to be so far away? I would have been on the 29th. She was in unimaginable pain, but wanted one last Christmas and birthday with us. Their deaths took all barriers away between my mother and I. My mother was in the TB clinic. She was there at least 5 times in my life. Fortunately, my mother got the most powerful genes from her. So now it's my fight to stay close to her." In Irish families, seniority is everything. Now it's my turn to take the reins, as I'm the eldest child. It was several months after Cher's passing that she finally touched me. I was in the bathroom, of course. Leave it to my sister. Felt like someone was gently placing their hand on my left shoulder. I ignored it. We are a superstitious family, but sprinkled with a dash of skeptic. Then when I walked into my room, I felt like a pointed fingertip tapping on my left shoulder again. It felt like my roommate had snuck up behind me. I turned but saw no one. My anxiety was at an 11, but I said out loud, "Cher, if that's you, contact me any way you want. Just don't touch me, please." She hasn't since, but will not leave me be. Same with my niece, Ashley. She has her way of reaching out to pretty much each of us. Leave it to my sister. She's the type that would be waiting in line for heaven. Get to St. Peter, and then she would whisper, "I have some unfinished business. I'll be right back." Very soon after, the hearts would appear to my niece everywhere she went. In the clouds and the boulders and trees that she walked with Cher to many times. Then the numbers began. I blew it off several times until I couldn't move anymore. I was on workers' comp. I could care less what day it was, let alone what time it was. I began seeing 111 or 1111 on my clocks. It would be so often I stopped to listen to her. I would usually just acknowledge Cher and thank her for reaching out, that I'm looking after the family the best I could. I finally started delicately asking her daughter if it happens to her. She was in shock, of course, began sharing every moment that she could remember. Surprised yet not, she had been seeing 333 all the time. I remember her calling while we had been texting in Messenger. She felt so validated that she wasn't crazy. Cher and I have a love and hate relationship with Christmas after my niece and nephew were born. A piece of her did truly love it. I hadn't really since we moved so far our family to CT, but the first Christmas we spent at Mom's after she passed, it gave us more evidence than Ghost Adventures ever did. I'd called my niece to see when Mom wanted us there. She turned around and said, "You won't believe what I'm looking at." In a panic, I said, "Take a screenshot." The time on only the stove was 11:11 a.m. All the others were a minute later. Cher was a fantastic cook, and her kitchen was her world. We just said, "There she is saying Merry Christmas." Then as I was about to pull into my mom's apartment complex, my clock in the car was 1:11 p.m. Took a picture to show my niece later on. After dinner, we were all in Mom's kitchen cleaning up. My cousin, my niece, and I were honestly focused on getting the kitchen cleaned up for Mom. Then we had planned to open gifts. My cousin was facing the stove, and my niece and I were facing away from it. We had decided to talk to her about the things that Cher and I had been doing, what she's been doing to us, rather. My cousin began raising her eyebrow and interrupted us. She said, "Sorry, but you should turn around right now. Look at the stove." Of course. What time was it? It was 3:30 p.m. Yep. She hasn't stopped. It's been 4 years now, and I always know when my niece is thinking of calling me. That's when I should check on Mom. At least when something is very wrong. The time isn't all she can do. She was never tech-savvy in life. She is now, though. Anyone with a YouTube playlist will know this. It takes at least 3 steps to edit it in any way. I always watch a specific playlist of music videos before a therapy session, and whenever it was my therapy day. After a really taxing week soon after New Year's, I went to start my playlist. I named it Therapy License. The first song was one I had never added, even though it was a song that my idol sang. That was it. I always wanted to believe, but never had an experience until she passed. She continues to this day. It's been 4 years now. There was a huge ordeal between my mother and us, and how she should be buried. My niece heard her say multiple times before hospice came, she wanted her ashes spread at our beach where we grew up. Mother wanted a proper Irish burial near family, so she had a place, to visit her. We agreed, and circumstances caused a delay. My niece and I decided to let my mother have her way. She had a portion of the ashes and said we'd take her to our own hometown. Things have changed now. We'll be sort of just taking her home this summer, but we all feel Cher's not at rest and won't let go until then. I'm looking forward to giving her the peace she needs to move on. I'll miss her terribly. Something in me really believes she won't show up every now and then, and, anymore at all. Makes me feel like I'm going to be grieving her all over. Though no one in my life yet deserves to more. I really thought if I ever experienced anything paranormal, it'd make me feel like my soul is breaking. Yet a part of me is so selfish. Just wants to keep those little moments coming so I don't feel so alone. The biggest part of my heart can't wait to rent an Airbnb for June. Enough room for everyone who wants to watch us. We plan to buy a spray of Cher's favorite flowers. Take one last swim with her. Love you so much, my big sister. We'll be so happy that you can feel free to spend time with our family, as most of they are waiting for you. Peace be with you, Cher. See you when it's my time. Coal Mine Ghost Story. I just remembered this incident. When I was just starting at the Emery in the Consol coal mine, I was a red hat. Being one of those could not be left alone or put in the mine by himself. To get the coal out of the seam, they dug 5 tunnels into the coal seam and labeled them 1 through 5. Tunnels 1 and 2 brought in clean air from outside and across the quote-unquote face where they were using the continuous miner to cut the coal seam into little chunks. Picture a crab with a horizontal cylinder on the front with spikes that tore up the coal when it spun and rolled around. Tunnels 4 and 5 took the bad air from the face to back outside the mine. The middle tunnel, number 3, that was neutral air. It held the belt line that dumped the coal from the shuttle car onto the belt till, at least till it hit a corner where the coal was dumped onto another belt till. It was eventually dumped outside in a large pile. Between the tunnels, they cut cross-cut tunnels into each of the tunnels, then closed off the cross-cut surrounding Tunnel 3. That way the air would move down and around. Every 4th cross-cut had a small door in the stoppage wall so you could move laterally from the tunnel to tunnel as needed. One day I was told that one of the belt lines had shut down, and the other belt had filled the junction with coal that needed to be shoveled back onto the belt. I was told it was okay as I was just down the entryway tunnel from a working section. If anything happened, I was to walk up to the section or call on the mine phone located at the belt junctions. They had just spray-powdered limestone on the surface of the coal, roof, floor, and walls. Down in that section of the belt, especially. This was just to keep explosions down due to the cold dust. I rode into the mine with the section personnel and got off when they showed me. They showed me to dig the belt out. The coal was almost up to the roof when I got there. The belt line went uphill into the darkness. After several hours of shoveling, I noticed that someone was coming down that hill toward me. Looked like they were trying to be sneaky by holding their hand over the light in their hard hat. It was flickering while they walked. The other miners liked to play jokes on each other, especially the new guys. I thought it was one of those times. So I walked up the hill. I was across from a crosscut, and jumping the belt, walked into the crosscut, turned off my light, and stood next to the corner using my shovel as a bat, waiting for the guy to come get me. The person walked up to just short of the corner and looked around. It was then that I noticed that you could see my footsteps in the powdered limestone showing up as black steps where I walked. The person stepped back, walked back up the hill. I waited for a second and then jumped out, turning on my light to try to catch him. The footsteps coming down the hill could clearly be seen coming down the hill, stop, turn around, and go back up the hill in the next crosscut. The 2 sets of footprints were separated by several feet. I jumped across the belt and ran up the hill to catch the guy as the next crosscut was a blind stoppage wall, which meant there was no door. When I got to where I could see into the crosscut, the footprints went into it and up the wall with a heel print at the bottom of the wall. I stood there, was trying to figure out for some time what happened, then decided I should not be there myself. I walked down to the mine phone and called the section, saying that there was no water down there. Asked if I could come up and get some. They said, sure, come up and get some. I walked rather fast to the section break area and sat down. They had built a small kitchen break area to eat lunch in. One of the guys handed me a case of water bags and said to go back to work. I said no. The section boss was sitting there and was pretty insistent that I go back to the belt area and go back to work. I told him no. He called the shift boss. They said that I was to be fired and to keep me there. The guys from the section tried to persuade me to go back to work. I said no. The shift super was on his way. The section boss asked why I would not go back. I told him to go down and look at the situation over, and then decide if I needed to be down there by myself. He left, came back directly sitting next to me, drinking several bags of water before he could speak. About that time, the shift super came to the section and told me to get on the tractor. He was taking me out of the mine. The section boss told him to wait up, asked him to follow him down the belt line as I sat on the tractor. The guys in the section were again trying to get me to just go back down and go to work so I wouldn't have to be fired. But after about 15 minutes, both came back and asked me if I saw him. I said no, but he was just around the corner from me. I thought it was one of the guys from the section trying to play a joke on me. I told him what happened, and just as it happened, leaving nothing out, the whole section was there to hear it in silence. The super said the belt junction was shoveled out good enough and that I was to stay with the section and help out as needed. I wasn't in trouble, nor going to be fired. I reluctantly got off the tractor. The super turned to the rest of the section and said, "Be careful, Reese, he's out and about." This shocked the crew. I, being new, didn't know what they meant. After the super left the section, boss said to help tend cables of continuous miners so the miner wouldn't run over them for the rest of the shift. Pretty easy work. Once back outside after the shift, I had several visitors. The foreman of the whole mine came by to ask questions and to show him on the map where the incident occurred. Several old hands that walked the mine sampling the air at different locations, called the fire bosses. They also came by to chat. I still couldn't figure out what was going on. Finally, one of the fire bosses came up after everybody had left and pulled me aside, told me what was happening. I thought I was still in trouble. In the mid-40s, the mine was being operated by a small crew mining, mostly by hand. They had imported one of the first continuous miners in the state. For lunch, they would go out of the entrance portal and sit down and make a fire and eat. One windy day, the fire got out of hand, started the mine on fire. It took 2 weeks along with a company of National Guard soldiers helping to get the fire under control. The continuous miner was still in the mine. They were going to blow up the entry portal to seal the air from getting into the mine and extinguish the fire. Al Reese and another guy volunteered to go into the mine and hook chains to the equipment so they could pull it out of the mine and not lose thousands of dollars when they collapsed the tunnel. The two went into the mine, hooked up the chains. The folks at the portal pulled out the equipment to find other volunteers sitting on the miner dead. Oxygen that had burned off down in the mine, black damp gas. Al's body was never recovered. From time to time, he shows up mostly down by the old works. He wears leather logging boots instead of the steel-toe rubber boots issued at the miners at the time. He uses a carbide light on his hard hat that flickers instead of the battery-equipped one miners use nowadays. Otherworldly symbolism/messages. I am an addict. I've been an addict since I hit puberty, and I use substances to cope with the feelings that I experience. I've been diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder, which I think is schizophrenia, and I have an avoidant personality disorder. I avoid conflict, and I also have generalized anxiety disorder. I've struggled with the Christian faith for quite some time, 23 now, and I revoked it at 13. And I have re-experienced it many times trying to gain some comfort. I simply cannot believe in the tales that are told. It is not all worldly, and I believe it is fantasy. Ever since I denounced my faith for the last time, things have been ever so the same. Nothing has changed whether I pray or not. With all that said, I've had experiences with the otherworldly a few times. I bought a Ouija board. It was themed Stranger Things. I bought this at Target, began to use it at my mom's house in my room, a 4-bedroom house. I used it with candles and the crystals that I saw fitting. I met a spirit named Rurs, a female, claiming to be a Native American who died on the foundation of the house in the 1800s. She was kind and helpful. No malevolence there. There was also another male spirit, not as kind, who misled and pretended to be other entities from what I made of it. I banished him with the black obsidian, requested to only talk to Rurs from here on out. He didn't come back. I tore the Ouija board into 3 pieces and put it away for a long time. Flash forward to years later. We lived in an apartment, a shady one, before my firstborn was born. There was a closet that I saw a void, a distinct void of black and darkness, starry apparitions. The mist when the closet was open was a 1-bedroom apartment with no doors, simple studio claiming to be a 1-bedroom with no door to the bedroom. And this closet creeped me out. I felt negative and repulsive energy when I was in there, like the entities who resided there wanted to slowly kill me with agonizing pain, wanted me out immediately. We kept diapers and wipes in there from the baby shower until she was born. I also kept marijuana in there. We moved from this location in about 8 mows. Flash forward again in another place. It's like the utmost mysterious. This is the place that has circuitry problems and another slum, but it's what we call home. The numbers 3 and 6 are common occurrences here. In the beginning, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. A 2-bedroom duplex with 1 bathroom and a small kitchen. Things began happening one by one. My son, whom I believe has been tortured by spirits, is 1 year old. Every time I would pray or preach or read the Word of God, he would bellow out, crying in agony. One have since taken him to the ER twice and seen a specialist and is due for further testing, but throws his guts up after eating certain foods. But every time I would read the Word of God, his problems began, as if claws were piercing his abdomen, based on his screams of pain lasting for upwards of an hour at a time, and always happening in his sleep. I also used to have a habit of using drug IV. I stopped after my firstborn cold turkey and felt great about it, during our time in the home with the closet. But I returned to it years later out of desperation when nothing was filling the void anymore. The very first time I went to use a needle, the 3rd bathroom light flickered and went out. There are 3 lights in the bathroom, and every time I would get angry at my partner for not cleaning up and being irresponsible, not treating me like a lover, usually the 3rd light would flicker in the bathroom. This is after, while high as a kite one day, I took out the New Testament I had and began to open page by page what I felt God told me to say and scream. I shouted at the spirit scripture in my kid's room. The very next time I entered the room, I no longer felt that dark, observing, stalking energy, and the room simply appeared brighter. My kids have been sleeping less, and my son has not had another gastro attack in his sleep while sleeping in there. Commonly, it's at like 1 or 3 a.m. Now with the bathroom, I've left it there. If they want to reside in the bathroom, so be it. I don't have the faith to cleanse this home, and I have called 2 churches to come do a cleansing, but they just won't do it. I still feel a creepy, watchful presence every time I take a shit. They told me to work on myself, and I suppose they will not feed off of my hatred, so I did. I began exercising regularly, eating very right, and stopped taking my anger out on the ones I love. And simply put, the lights no longer flicker. They don't even go out. I've cast out IV and drugs from my life completely. Congrats. So, with all of that said, this morning, typing this at 8 a.m. on a Sunday, I heard a beeping that continued 6 times. I counted the beeps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 beeps. It was the oven at 7 a.m. The holy number. The oven has never done that before, and I believe it is a spirit in purgatory sentenced to hell, or a demon in hell crying out. 666. The mark. And the oven, the flames that will not be put out. Why else would they target the oven? The burning, the heat, the only thing they could allude to send a message when manipulating the electricity. Let it be known that the oven has not done this ever in the years that we've lived here. What does all this mean? I don't know. That's why I'm asking the most trusted site there is about this, and then letting the most trusted channel speak it. I don't believe in the teachings of Christianity, but I certainly believe in evil and helping entities alike. I went to check the oven and it hadn't been on reset, but nothing else on that electrical line or breaker's been touched. I no longer believe in coincidences. If it's too good to be true, it must be spiritual and you should immediately find out who's doing what. I've set up a demeanor, prayers, scripture, emotions, and willpower against anything that would hurt my children. I recommend everybody does some studying on crystals, energies, and entities so that way they have a lesser influence on your life. I've been in psychotic states in which I've done things that I would never do. I've attempted suicide 3 times in this place alone. Does that say anything about the energies that inhabit it? The previous residents had hundreds of roaches and was a serious druggie who had people in and out so bad that the next-door neighbor set up a camera. Needles were found everywhere. If anybody wants to share serious thoughts about this topic, please do so. I just want to congratulate you for turning your life around. The devil tried to take my soul. As a teenager, I was heavily into witchcraft. I was born from a family of witches, and it was in my bloodline as a teen. Again, I didn't know how serious my actions would become. I had 4 friends. They all had the same interests as me, and we have what you would call sort of our own little coven. We had done plenty of spells and seances prior to meeting a new guy at our internet cafe, which were very big when I was in high school. If you wanted to get on the internet, you had to sit in the cafe and order some coffee. You could be on there as long as you wanted to anyways, but back to the point. We meet this guy in the cafe and we're all starting to talk about our stories of supernatural occurrences. The guy, we're going to call him Jason, said, "Hey, you all should come to my house. It is haunted, and I guarantee you will be able to see ghosts there." I don't want to change the story, but since a child, I'd just basically been haunted by ghosts. One of the houses that were haunted that I used to go to all the time was my dad's best friend's house. I actually almost drowned in their pool once, but that's for another story. Anywho, we're walking down the block toward his home. No idea where it actually is. Then we got hit with it, and he says, "This is my house." I look over and realize it's my dad's best friend's house from when I was a child. I didn't even realize they'd sold the home. Really thought they still lived in it this day, but clearly here it was no longer occupied by the family. I chatted and I told all my friends and the owner how they used to be my uncle's house, but how I knew that it was haunted from experiences I had, well, I was still too naive really to understand how serious things really were. As we stepped into the house, memories flooded back to me, all the times running up and down the stairs in my rainbow bright pajamas. I was afraid to walk down the hallways alone, always afraid to be alone no matter what. But such a beautiful home. His mother was there, and she seemed okay with the fact that we were there and what we were going to do at the time. In fact, she even smoked a J with us. Not a good example of a parent, but hey, we were kids. we didn't care. Eventually, Jason decided to lead us upstairs to his room. And as we approach his room and walk toward the door, he opens it. I see swords hanging everywhere, all over the walls, and he has 2 big aquariums filled with snakes. He persists to tell us how he likes to do magic with the snakes as well. He pulls a large sword off the wall with a beautiful red ruby in the middle. I look at it, and I'm saying to myself, wow, that's a beautiful sword. I start to gain excitement, but at the same time, there's this feeling in the pit of my stomach telling me something's not right. I'm sure it was the fact I knew the house was haunted. So Jason grabbed a sword and he said, all right, we're going to the attic. As we made our way up to the attic, the first thing that I noticed was the large mirror centered in the attic. All of us could see a reflection as we walked in. He asked us to go to the further side of the attic, where there was nothing at. He told us all to lie down in a circle, and that he would lie in the middle with his sword, and that's how we would gain the magic. As he began to chant, I don't remember really what the words were that he was saying, but I remember all of us repeating them at one point. And as we were repeating the words, something told me to open my eyes. So I opened them. I noticed a large light above my head, purple and orange and green swirling all around me. I look over to my friends and I realize I can see all of their auras above them in this moment. And some of them green, some of them orange, and one in the middle for Jason was pitch black. I got a little scared at that point. I didn't know what to think. I'd never seen anything quite like that at that time, so I was very confused. My eyes were open. My concentration was lost, but everybody around him was still chanting. Finally, I heard a raspy demonic voice say very ominously,
Fallon, I need something from you.
My body shivers and I dare not ask what he needed from me. I knew what it was, but why? Why couldn't I just get up and leave? In that second, I just had to ask what he wanted. But my voice shivered and I said, What do you want? What do you want? A large amount of time seemed to pass, but it was only seconds. Then an ominous demonic grumbling voice said,
I want you to give me your soul.
In that moment, I completely freaked out. I jumped up, run for life. As I get downstairs, I realized none of my friends are behind me. Nobody else around, nobody else seemed to have heard or seen what had happened. It was like they were all in, like a type of hypnotic state. His mother asked me what was wrong. I began to explain something wasn't right with her son. She said, oh no, not again. You already know when you hear that song, you're already nervous again. I asked for the second time that night when I probably shouldn't have. What do you mean by this? She said the last time he got like a couple of weeks ago. He literally threw this dining room table at me. It was like a humongous wooden dining room table. Mind you, this kid was probably 5'4", maybe 189 pounds, soaking wet. There was no way he was throwing a wooden table at his mother. I started to get nervous, but I didn't want to go back upstairs to get my friends, but I was afraid for them. So I prayed. The only thing I knew how to do, so I just prayed. I prayed that they would be okay. I prayed that they would come down quickly, which seemed like forever. But in reality, it was 30 minutes that went by and they all came downstairs. They were laughing and talking as if nothing had happened. Not noticing that our new friend Jason's eyes were pitch black and he wasn't himself. He sat down on the bench by the stairs and stared into the floor, making a deep moaning sound. My friend asks where it's coming from. I say, horrified, his mouth. I said, it's time to go, guys. We gotta go. They all seemed to follow behind me, not really caring why I wanted to go. As we get outside, I start to tell them everything that happened and ask them, why didn't you guys stop? Did you not see what happened? They all looked at me crazy. What are you talking about? We didn't even know you left. I knew at that moment that they were in some evil hypnotic trance. Told them we could never hang out with this kid again or be around him. Something wasn't right, That was the first of many stories that sent me into a deep depression. I wound up trying to unalive myself at the age of 17. If it wasn't for me finding a faith in spirituality, I probably wouldn't be here today. But I fought evil, and I will continue to prevail against it. The shadowy figure. The current house I've been living in for the last 21 years used to have signs of paranormal presence that at least one of my family members encountered at least once, with me having the pleasure to encounter it one night too. So, backtracking to the first encounters, the residents of the house was my father and mother and grandmother and uncle and my 2 younger siblings and I. My youngest sibling was around 5, stayed in my grandma's room because she raised him while my mom worked. My uncle also stayed in that room too. My uncle used to hunt for sport, so his guns and ammo were always under his bed. I shared a room with my sister, but I slept on the floor, and she for the bed since she was the girl. Last was my parents' bedroom. It was always a talk during breakfast that supposedly my uncle had seen a shadowy presence in the house. I would always dismiss it as him trying to scare us since we were young and my grandma superstitious. I would listen to the stories and then get a chill, but would always dismiss them. One day my grandma joined us at the table for breakfast. Everyone was already eating. My grandma scolds my younger brother, something along the lines of why he never came out of the restroom last night after she walked him. He seems confused. So according to her, he had woken her up in the middle of the night and asked her to walk him to the restroom since he was scared. Half asleep, she got up and walked him and waited for him outside the door. But it seemed to be taking forever, so she walked back to her bed and went to sleep. My brother was confused because he said he never got up. My mother backed him up by saying that he had, slept in her bed last night and never got up once. There was a silence, and then everyone broke out in laughter, teasing my grandma that the ghost had gotten her to walk to the restroom. My grandma got flustered, red-faced in embarrassment, saying it wasn't funny. I laughed, but at the same time thought she couldn't have dreamt it, ever skeptical. The second encounter was my sister. One night while I was in deep sleep, I was woken up by her stepping over me so she can exit the room to the restroom. I quickly squinted my eyes and fell back asleep. Morning came. I was eating breakfast and she looked pissed. That wasn't funny. You must be so delighted thinking you were going to scare me. I was confused, and my mom asked her what had happened. According to her, she woke up to use the restroom, which I do remember. But after she used it, she was walking back to the room and saw me standing outside the room, waiting to lunge at her and scare her. She told me to stop, that it wasn't funny, and she looked away for a bit and didn't see me. She thought I quickly went back into the room to feign being asleep. I was so confused, I swore as much as I love scaring others for a good laugh that I didn't get up last night. I did confirm that I did see her walk out, but I never got up. She looked at me as if I was lying, and everybody teased her, saying it was the ghost. I asked her if she saw me. She said no, but it was like a shadow, and she assured that it was me. Now I was feeling kind of scared, not so skeptical anymore. A few months had passed. We all agreed as long as we don't bother the ghost, nothing would happen. Maybe it's friendly, like Casper or something. Now it was my turn. My uncle had left the house for a week to go hunting. I woke up in the middle of the night feeling thirsty, so I got up to go to the kitchen to get a glass of water. The way the furniture was arranged, it made the path from the living room to the kitchen a bit narrow, so only one person can pass it at a time. I bring this up because in front of me, like 10 feet away, there's a figure in my way. I just assume it to be my uncle, who's had a habit of getting a glass of water in the middle of the night. So as usual, we both kind of just, get by, and I turn and sidestep him to get past him. He does so likewise. I go to drink my glass of water and start making my way back to my room. My uncle once again is standing in the way, so I sidestep him. Then it hits me. My uncle isn't home, then who the heck is this? I stop for a moment, my fear just imagines a scary face from a horror movie. A face I don't want to see. This is the shadowy figure. I run to my room as if in chase sequence. I jump in bed under my covers, curled into a ball, my heart racing as if this was a threat that would actually stop it. I drift into sleep and wake up wishing it was a nightmare, but I knew it wasn't. I get up and go to my parents' room to tell them what I just experienced. They looked at me to see if I'm not joking for a moment, and I assure them I wasn't kidding, that I finally had an experience with this ghost or whatever it was. Years pass. I tell this story to my friends. One of them believes in the paranormal and he tells me about shadow people. That's possibly what I could have seen. Maybe it was a shadow person. I take some interest and do some research and conclude it might be because for everybody's encounters, we never saw a face, but just assumed it was one of our family members. I decide if that's what it is, well, what can we do? Just let it be. As the year goes, I make friends with someone who supposedly sees paranormal things and whatnot. I'm skeptical in his gift, but after experiences in my house, I believe such stuff could exist. One day on July 4th, I invite him over since he's going to be alone and I kind of felt bad. He takes the bus to my house and I invite him in. I seat him in the living room, ask him if he wants some barbecue, so I get him a plate from outside. As I come back, we go to my room so we can watch TV and video games. As he sits down, he tells me, "Hey, I don't want to scare you, but there's an old man sitting in your living room couch." My heart skips a beat. I've never told him about my house or what we experienced there. So him seeing a single entity freaks me out. He doesn't mean harm, he just stays in this house. I told him to stop. I explain why it's freaking me out in the encounters that we had. He nods and says, "Yeah, all those encounters must have been him." I don't know if he's messing with me, but I no longer want him in my house. I tell him sorry, but he needs to leave. I get up and he follows me. "I'm sorry, but I don't feel comfortable and you shouldn't have told me that." "Are you scared?" "Kinda, but I think it's better if you left for now." I open the gate and he walks out. I feel kinda bad, but my fear is greater. He texts me, "Don't be afraid or he'll know. Just be calm." I ignore him. I decide to stay outside for the remainder of the evening. I never talk to him again, not wanting to be part of that world. The encounters stopped since then, but I'm not sure if I ever bring them up to my family they would ever really remember. See ya. La Santa Muerte does not want to be ignored. It was around the year of 2011. My parents had moved back to the US and I hated my first rental house. So my then boyfriend and I decided to look for other places closer to the main city. A friend we had in common and also the reason that he and I even met, they told us that she had a house for rent and that we could rent it for very cheap. Now, despite all my past weird and inexplicable experiences, I was still very much a skeptic. Paranormal? Bah! We knew she and her family very much believed in and prayed to their saint La Santa Muerte. To not make this an even longer story than it already will be, I recommend looking her up on Google if you don't know who she is. Suffice it to say, she is often veneered by those wishing for money. I'm going to go ahead and say that they meant revered by those wishing for money and harm on their enemies. On to my story with her. A little description of the house as you walk in. The front door on the left is a living room. Straight ahead is a corridor that holds the kitchen, the back door to a closed and mostly roofed yard. If you stand at the front door and look down the corridor, you can see through a window at the end of the kitchen into a small laundry room that is attached. The main bedroom was upstairs, and a guest bedroom next to the corridor and below the upstairs bathroom. Now the scene is set. The heavy curtains were always drawn. No one was in that house, but we always felt watched. We lived there for around 2 months when things started to get very weird. My pets began acting odd. My parrot died, and within, basically hours, was into heavy decomp. My 10-year-old dog with cataracts and minor hip dysplasia acted like she could see, had no pain in her joints, but she wouldn't stand in the sunlight. And so, my first weird moment was getting home from work every day. I was feeling like I was going to find another pet dead. I got home feeling something was off and quietly walked to the back door to peek my head out. Molly, the old dog, was laying unmoving by the door. No breath, no anything. I watched her for a few minutes, and eventually, when I decided it was time to move her, as she was clearly dead, I made a noise, and I watched as her chest area instantly expanded. She began to breathe. A few days later, while I was at work, my boyfriend called me to tell me the dogs got into a fight. Junior had blood all over his neck from where Molly tore through him. He needed to go, so please hurry home. When I got there to check on them, sure enough, Junior had blood all over his neck, but without a single wound. Molly had no blood, but 2 deep punctures. One above the eye and one below her jaw. That night, my husband and I sat down to talk. Something was weird. We would see a white veil and a face watch us through the laundry room. Pieces and corners of tiled floor would go missing without a trace. In the guest bedroom, water would drip onto your shoulders or head, but none would ever reach the floor. I told him I was afraid to feed my own pets. We agreed that he would take care of them for a bit. Only a few days later, on my way back upstairs from kitchen, something strong tried to push me down them. I managed to get upstairs and told him what happened. Remember, even at this point, we were both still non-believers. A day later, as we're laying in bed, he asked me if I'd noticed the ledge in the backyard area. The ledge had a picture frame and candles. I informed him that there was a frame laid down and 2 candles also on their sides, but I hadn't thought much of it. He said the frame was standing at the center with both candles positioned on each side upright. I asked what was in the picture. His words were not even fully out of his mouth. La Santa Muerte. When the dirty clothes basket. When the dirty clothes basket. Which had a click on top and a heavy pair of wet jeans laid over it to dry, scared me into believing. The top lifted up a few feet into the air and flew sideways into the wall. I knew in that instant we needed to leave, now. So we prepared our things and went to stay with his sister. Turns out the reason our friends refused to visit was every time they walked in, they felt something really off about the place. Apparently, they hadn't wanted to tell us. The owner was very upset upon learning that we were leaving only 5 months into our contract. She said she had forgotten that portrait and the candles, and she felt ignored and abandoned. She only wanted us to leave her flowers and money as tribute. We noped right out of there. My ex went back to pack up, fell asleep on the bed, and was slapped awake by something there. After we moved, only a week after the dog's fight, suddenly Molly's wounds were scars. She was back to being her normal old, not good-sighted or mobility self, and I will never not believe in the paranormal again. In case anybody's curious about who La Santa Muerte is, here's a small little blurb. La Santa Muerte is typically depicted as a skeletal figure, often similar in appearance to the Grim Reaper, wearing a robe or a cloak. She's usually portrayed holding a scythe, which symbolizes her role as a bringer of death. Sometimes she may also be depicted holding other objects or symbols, such as scales representing justice, an hourglass symbolizing the passage of time, or a globe symbolizing her dominion over the world. She comes in various colors, each representing different aspects or intentions, such as white for purity and protection, red for love and passion, and black for empowerment and authority. And apparently the name translates to the Holy Death in English. La Santa Muerte originated in Mexico and is revered by some individuals, particularly in marginalized communities, as a powerful and protective figure. Devotees often seek her help for various matters, including love, health, and protection. However, it is important to note that La Santa Muerte is not recognized by the Catholic Church, and sometimes considered to be controversial by some. At least that's due to her association with the aspects of folk magic and the occult. This is a bit of a long story, but this happened about 20 years ago. After my divorce, I kept possession of the house until it sold. In order to make the mortgage, I took on a roommate. He and I became good friends, and when the house sold, we moved into an apartment together. The place we got was one of the 3 apartments in a house that had long ago been converted. The owner was renovating the inside, and ours was the only apartment that was ready to move into. We had the entire 2nd floor, in fact. It was a 3-bedroom with a kitchen, a bathroom, a dining room, and a living room. All of the rooms except the bathroom had doors that led to the hallway, and then to the room next to it. In theory, one could run a circle through the entire place. I did some research the way back in the day, but the house was apparently a brothel. Not really sure if this had anything to do with each other or the rooms being connected or not. Anyway, we were the only tenants for almost a year, and during that time, a lot of odd things happened. I took the bedroom on the rear side of the apartment, while my roommate, I'll call him Tim, he took the frontmost. That left the room between us vacant, though this is not important. I had 2 jobs, a day and a night job. I worked at a local bar and a club. Tim only had a day job, and most nights he would come hang out at the club with me. Things started off slowly. Tim had an annoying habit of pacing while he talked on the phone. He would walk down the hall through the kitchen into the dining room and into the living room and back down the hall, every damn time. One night, maybe a month after we moved in, I was awoken to the sound of his voice and footsteps. I looked at the clock and it was well after 1. This happened to be a night that I was not working. I kind of shrugged it off and went back to sleep. The next day when I saw Tim, I asked him who the hell he was talking to so late. He looked me in the eye and he told me to stop messing with him because he heard me talking and walking. A little more info on the house. It was a 2-story, and it clearly was, with a basement and the main door, and there's a security door. You entered into a shirt hall and ran next to the staircase leading to our apartment. Immediately on either side of the security door were the doors that opened to the 2 and the 1-bedroom apartments. For most of the first year, getting to the basement was a challenge at best. The landlord had pulled the appliances from the 2-bedroom apartment and put them in the short hallway. No one really needed to get to the basement anyway, and it was absolutely needed. We had to climb over the appliances. The entire house had those interconnected fire alarms too. So if the smoke alarm went off in the apartment 1, all of them went off in every apartment. One Saturday we were getting home from the club, and as we pulled into the driveway, we could hear the sound of the smoke alarms going off. We immediately ran up the stairs to our place to make sure there was no fire. Important side note is, except for the smoke alarms, neither of the 2 first-floor apartments had power. We did the whole waving at the alarms in every room to silence them to no avail. This clearly meant that one of the alarms in one of the apartments had been triggered. We scrambled over the mess on the lower hall and went down into the basement to find the breaker that controlled the alarms. As soon as I reached the bottom of the stairs, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I was covered in goosebumps. Tim asked me if I felt it too. When I asked what he meant, he said he was being watched. I agreed. Besides 3 furnaces, the basement was empty. No place for anybody to hide, though we did circle the items to be sure. We tripped the breaker and silenced the alarms. Turning the breaker back on did not result in the alarms going off again, which they would have done had there been an actual fire. The next day, a Sunday, which meant the landlord would not be over to work, we called him to tell him of the ordeal. He showed up and did a walk-through inspection, especially the alarms. No one could figure out why they were going off. He commended us for stopping them, gave us a key to each empty apartment, and left. Sunday night came, and we both went to the club again. Came home to the same thing. This time, instead of heading right to the basement, we entered the other apartments to try to silence the alarms. Nothing we did worked. So we returned to the basement. This went on every night that I worked at the club, until the apartments were filled. The night I had off, we went to bed. No alarms. It was like whatever it was that was triggering them was messing with us. Although, once the 2 downstairs apartments were filled, the alarms never went off again. There was a lot of other activity while we lived there. I still had my class ring at the time. It vanished from inside the small box I used to store that in my spare watch in. Just the ring. And 10 years later, after I moved out, the landlord called me to tell me the newest tenant had a need to get onto the attic, and my ring was sitting on the top of the box that they had put up there when they moved in a year ago. We often heard footsteps and conversations from our apartment, and from the empty ones below us. The creepiest thing that had ever happened occurred after he had moved out. I was living in the apartment alone. I was seeking a new roommate or a smaller apartment. I was awoken by the feeling of something tugging on my foot. I looked around the room, which was well lit because it was around 9 in the morning. I always slept in as later as I could on those days, at least when I didn't have to work my regular day job. I didn't see anything until I got to the corner of the room by the door that led to the hallway. It was inexplicably dark, almost as if something was not allowing the light from my curtainless window to find that space. I got out of bed and walked toward it, shivers of cold running up my spine. As I got closer, the darkness gave way to light, and I saw the corner was empty. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe I had been dreaming, then not awake enough to actually see the corner. I climbed back into bed, and as soon as I drifted back to sleep, something yanked on my foot. It yanked hard enough to actually move my entire body toward the foot of my bed. I sat up and looked at the corner, again shrouded by absolute darkness, and at this, I got out of bed and stayed out. I actually left for the day. I was that creeped out. Nebraska. This took place in the early 1970s in Nebraska. It was in a little bitty town called Dorchester, not too far outside of Lincoln. My mom, abandoned by her first husband, did her best to raise my 2 older brothers. My brothers were ages 4 and 7. Times were lean and hard for the little family. They had some help from my grandparents. Mom moved into a shabby old house located in town. The house had some history. It belonged to the railroad, serving as a boarding house for employees and passengers dating back to the 1880s. It fulfilled that role until it fell into disuse. It was eventually made into a rental property. Mom noticed strange happenings surrounding the family. Starting the day they moved in, Small rows of salt neatly poured on all the windowsills and across all doorways. The family's pet St. Bernard named Barney refused to enter the house. He stayed outside regardless of the weather or the time of the year. To make matters worse, both my brothers uncharacteristically started wetting their beds. One morning, my brother, age 4, played in the living room, yet he watched a specific section of the wall. Mom noticed he sometimes talked to a particular part of the wall. Mom was cleaning house at the time. She had one eye on him and the other on washing dishes. Figuring he was using his imagination, shrugging off his behavior. She soon started vacuuming the living room. My brother sat watching Sesame Street on the television. As she swept, she noticed my brother stand up and walk over to the wall that he had talked to earlier. He then put both hands on the wall, slowly moving them up and down. He continued talking to the area and then broke into tears. Mom shut off the vacuum and asked asked him what was wrong. She said my brother turned and faced her, his face flushed and wet. Through his tears, he sobbed. "Mommy, there's a sad man in the wall and he's crying and he wants out. He's there, Mommy, see him. Can you see him? Help him. Mommy, please help him." Mom quickly snatched up one brother and half dragged the other. She ran the 3 blocks, terrified, to my grandparents' house. My grandparents finally talked Mom into returning to the home a few days later. A feat that took much convincing, threatening, and reassuring. In the months after that event, a loud, crashing bang sound often emitted from the attic. Mom described the sound as an adult taking a bowling ball and slamming it on the ground as hard as possible. A rolling sound soon followed the loud impact. Every time the sound occurred, it was investigated. Nothing was ever found. This happened both day and night. My grandparents both experienced this on many occasions. When the sound would happen, my grandparents said both my brothers would scream and go into hysterics. Mom felt terrified and trapped. She was bound into a lease, borrowed heavily from my grandparents to make ends meet. She had nowhere to go with 2 small children, couldn't afford to leave. Months later, my dad came into the picture. He eventually moved into the house. It was a damn creepy house. He said this on many occasions. He hated living there the minute he moved in. Dad had returned from Vietnam a few years prior. He was a combat veteran. Whenever he was in that house, a feeling of being watched with ill intent plagued him. Many nights for him were filled with terrible nightmares about the war. He had never experienced this before moving into the home. Mom said she would often wake up to find him pacing restlessly in the darkness. Other nights she was awoken by the muffled screams of his tormented sleep. One Sunday evening, the family returned home from grocery shopping. Upon unlocking the front door and entering the home, they found 4 dead black birds in the center of the living room. The birds lined up in a parallel row with their wings spread as if in flight. They each lay on their breasts. Heads and beaks were pointing toward a specific area of the living room. Instantly, the atmosphere was pierced by my brother's sharp, shrill, screaming cries. My father stood in the entryway. His arms were full of groceries, his mouth gaped open in utter shock by the insanity before him. My mom immediately turned and crouched to console the boys and shield them from the scene. It happened as she kissed and embraced her boys. A loud bashing sound hammered from the attic above. The windows of the house vibrated from the concussion. Dust slowly drifted down through the last rays of sunlight. Mom said the utter silence that followed was incredibly unnerving. Then the slow, heavy rolling sound again filled the entire house. My dad set down the bags of groceries, made his way to the attic, cautiously approaching. Mom continued to hug my brothers. She happened to look past their shoulders onto the large front porch. She saw Barney there. The giant St. Bernard lay cowered with his tail tightly pulled under him. The dog was unwilling to make eye contact when she called out to him. Instead, the animal shook uncontrollably. She noticed a large wet spot beneath him. Dad came down from the attic a few minutes later. Nothing was ever found, as usual. This was the breaking point for my family. My dad decided to sell his vehicle and worked overtime when possible. He paid off the lease at the first opportunity. He moved them all out of the house, never looked back. My dad said that once they left that house, they never had any other experiences like it. His terrible nightmares stopped. I traveled to Nebraska with my dad in 2002. He showed me the old house, which was abandoned but still standing. Dad grimly joked, saying as we drove by, "Wonder if that crying man ever made it out of the wall." Haunted house in Encino, Los Angeles. Looking for answers. A few years back, I rented a house in Encino, California. It was a small house that was built in 1949 in the Encino Park area near Balboa Park. The original of the structure of the house was still there. They had converted the single-car garage into another room with a bathroom and a lofted area. I also want to add starting off, I've been told by mediums that I'm sensitive, and I've had some paranormal and ghostly encounters throughout my life. So if you do not believe in these things, please stop reading or listening. So anyways, right when me and my partner moved into the house, I got some weird feelings. I felt like we were being watched the entire time that we were unloading our van. I also had the constant feeling that I was being watched through the small house. There was hardly ever a moment when I was home alone and I felt like I was actually alone. But let me get to it. I mentioned the lofted area earlier because I'll say that I had the most prominent experience I've ever had in that area. The room with the loft was also my office, so I was constantly in there because I do work from home. I used the lofted area as storage. I had clothing up there as well as a bunch of other antiques. So in my office, there is a loft, and then I set up my desk with my back facing it. I would constantly feel like I was being watched, and on a few occasions I spotted a young girl hiding between items in storage and looking down on me. I have experienced apparitions in the past, but something about this spirit terrified me to my core. Something told me not to communicate with the spirit. I got a gut feeling that there was something off. The few times I saw the spirit or apparition, it appeared in two different forms. One time I saw the spirit, and it was a young blonde girl with long hair covering her face. I could make out some features of her face, but for the most part her face was covered by her hair. I could see her body, but it appeared to be crouching in between items to spy on me. Then the other time I saw the spirit, it appeared as a dirty child with dark hair wearing something that was similar to a sack. The apparition would only last for a few seconds and then completely disappear. I did my best to bless the area, and I even cleansed with some sort of vintage items that I'd acquired over the years. That was because I wasn't sure if it was actually a spirit that was attached to an article of clothing, maybe an antique that was in storage. I got the gut feeling that the apparition was actually attached to the property, but I wanted to cross my T's and dot my I's, just to be on the safe side. By the way, side note, me and my partner have now left that house, and I still have all my antiques and vintage clothing. I have not experienced the same things I've experienced at that house. As time went on, weird things happened. My computer would turn off and on, I would leave the room, and things that were on the desk would just disappear. Things like that. things that I feel like are normal during a haunting. The things that really weirded me out was the amount of times I got injured at the house. I hit my head dozens or so times, gave myself some really gnarly concussions. I was also physically pushed off 2 sets of stairs, and both times I injured my foot pretty badly. Same foot both times, too. Now, the first few times I was injured, I didn't think anything of it. Thought maybe I was just trying to adjust to a new space. My very first incident in that house occurred on the day I moved in. I was unpacking a box in the loft and felt compelled to stand up, thinking I had enough space between the ceiling and my head, which I didn't. I hit my head so hard I actually gave myself a mild concussion. Every time I hit my head, I would think that I had more space than I actually did and end up hitting my noggin. I was in various locations at the house, in the kitchen counter, the sink, the closet, just random areas that were associated with the house. Then with the incidents where I was pushed off the stairs. One occurred about a month after moving into the space. I vividly remember something hitting the back of my knee and just went down. The second time it happened, I felt like it was the same thing. The weird thing about the stairs is that it happened in 2 separate locations. One set of stairs leads into the house from the back, that was where I fell for the first time, and the second set of stairs leads into the room that was used as my office. So after all the injuries and sightings, I invited a friend over who I know is also a sensitive. I didn't tell him anything that was going on. I wanted to see if he could have an organic experience himself. He came with his partner, and after a tour of the house, his partner was insistent that we check out the storage area. That way they could look through all my antiques. I was hesitant at first, but eventually caved. As my friend's partner and I were looking through my antiques, my friend kept coming in and out of the office area and kept giving me weird looks. I would find him looking up at the storage space. They would give me a flabbergasted look and then leave the room. He did this maybe 2 more times before me and his partner finally came out of the room. As they were leaving, I pulled my friend aside and asked if he had experienced anything. He told me that he saw a small blonde girl that was hanging around and his partner. He said it looked like the young girl was trying to be a part of our conversation, like she was standing quietly behind or at one point even sitting next to me and his partner. The reason why I'm posting this, though, is because I'm very curious as to what or why something was haunting that area. I've done so much research, and the only thing I can come up with are 1, that the area was once home to Grabielino Tongva native people. Gave it a try. And 2, the house was also close to the former RKO Ranch studio sets where they filmed movies like Gone with the Wind and It's a Wonderful Life. I've done research to see if there were any deaths of young children on the RKO studio sets back in the day. I've yet to find anything. Something is following and targeting me. About 20 years ago, I lived in an apartment. I would hear knocking on the ceiling quite often. I asked the woman across the hall about it, and she replied, "Oh, that's just a spirit. It stopped once you moved in." A bit after the knocking started, odd things would happen around the apartment. Things would be moved, windows closed, lights turned off. Things that you would say that I just forgot that I'd really done. Well, one night I looked out of my bedroom. I saw the light from my computer on in the other room. Went in and the screensaver was off. When I went back to my bedroom, I laid down on the bed facing the other room to see if it happened again. It wasn't long before I felt something touch my backside. It was a forceful touch. From that time on, I would wake up with 4 scratches on each shoulder at least once a week. I switched bedrooms. The scratches stopped, but every time I was going to see my boyfriend, my keys would come up missing. I would find them in the oddest places. even though I knew that I wouldn't put them in the bathtub, the kitchen cupboards, or my dresser. I brushed it off like I'd just misplaced them myself. My boyfriend stayed over one night, and in the morning, he asked what I'd done to him the previous evening. He showed me his neck. He had 4 scratches on one side and 1 on the other. It was as if somebody grabbed his neck with one hand and scratched him. That was the last time that he came over, and I soon found out that he was not a good person. I moved out of the apartment into a home with 2 friends. I took the bungalow bedroom. I could hear somebody running in the attic every night. It stopped once I put a cross over the door. Other odd things did happen. One night we were going to my aunt's home. We were going to get my cousin's Ouija board. I distinctively saw someone in the basement when I was the last one to leave. My roommates also would hear somebody walking around to my bedroom when I wasn't home. A year later, I moved into my current home. My cousin moved in with me for a little bit. She would always say that she could hear someone walking up in my bedroom when nobody was home. Nothing much different than the happenings from my apartment happened, until I met my husband. That's when the traditional haunting things started. Doors closing, things falling, lights flickering, brand new light fixtures breaking. One night when my husband was away and I was working the night shift, I came home to find my back door wide open and the police pulling up. Somebody had used a crowbar to remove a window and rob my home. My neighbor saw them taking things from my home and called the police. Had he not called, I would have walked in on them. Almost exactly 1 year later, somebody broke into my home again and brutally murdered my husband. Again, I would have been home, but somebody stopped me from going home right then. There's been some small things that have occurred between the 2 events and many more since. A car was speeding down the road and driving erratically. It would have hit my home, but it hit a tree and changed its course. 2 dogs were hit by a speeding car in front of my home. The dog that I currently have was hit by a car. Someone attempted to steal my daughter's car, but the alarm went off well after they were in the car. I had a beautiful Doberman that died of cancer when she was only 2 years old. Those are just some of the out-of-the-ordinary events that have happened in the past 5 years. 1 or 2 of these events would be normal, but all of them to be the same home in a 5-year span? I'm convinced that whatever was in the apartment followed me. However, I don't think that it's malevolent. I think that it's protecting me like it did with my boyfriend. What I am convinced of is that there's something very evil in my home. I say this because I would hear a very odd sound from outside. My dog would hear it. One night my camera sent me a notification that it captured the sound. It sent chills up my spine that I told my children not to let any of the dogs out. I did investigate the area the next day. Couldn't find any signs of animals. Can't attach a video with sounds, but I was told by a medium that it sounds like a demon. This same medium told me the next time the light flickers, I should tell it that it's my home and it's not wanted. Shortly after this, my daughter and I were cooking dinner. The lights in the kitchen were flickering for about 20 seconds before going out. Figured they were just burnt out, but I laughed and said, "Can you not? This is my home and you don't pay me rent, so unless you start paying, you need to leave my stuff alone." I then walked into the dining room and the lights came right back on. I also have a sleep app that records while I sleep. Many, many times it says that I'm snoring, but it actually sounds like a death rattle on one occasion. I had woken up in the middle of the night and I heard it myself. One of the recordings actually has some other sounds at the very end that's overlapping the rattle. Another recording had me talking in my sleep saying something that's heavy. Then you can hear what sounds like footsteps walking away. Recently, my son moved out of the home. The put my dog's food, water, and crate and toys in the room. The past 2 days, my dog refuses to go in there. She used to go in there if he was in there, but now it's to the point that I literally have to take her food out of the room or she won't eat. That last story is a doozy. See ya. Nobody believes me, and I don't believe myself. I was about 14. There was a family that lived behind us in an adjacent street, but you could walk between our yards like you find in American neighborhoods. It was a late afternoon, maybe 6 p.m. There were a couple of girls that lived there close to my age that I didn't know too well. They saw me in my backyard and asked what I was up to. Mainly because they were kind of bored. We ended up hanging out and they invited me over to jump on a trampoline. We talked and jumped for an hour or so. While jumping, I noticed there was a basement storm door in the back of their house. I'd actually never seen one, so I was intrigued. Most basements here just have normal stairs from the main level. I really wanted to open it and see how the door worked. I inquired about it and the older girl said, "Yeah, we only go in there if there's a tornado. My mom says it's haunted." I had always been dismissive of haunting and ghosts. I wound up saying, "Oh, I don't really believe in ghosts." So the younger girl giggled and the older one was more serious. "Go down there if you aren't afraid then." Pretty much daring me to do it. Why does this sound so much like a movie? I accepted her dare. I went over to the storm door and unlatched it. I pulled up the heavy door, and to my surprise, both doors actually came up at the same time due to the levers and gears. It was actually quite cool to me, so I closed it and opened it again. It was half lit from the fairly small windows in the basement, and a little cluttered with old junk. Not very dirty and no spiderwebs, though. Seemed like a pretty normal basement. I went down the steps and the girls actually followed me halfway down. I reached the bottom and looked back at the girls. The younger girl pointed to me to keep going. I made my way close to the opposite corner of the basement, looked around. It almost seemed like somebody lived down there. Books were neatly placed and there was a little couch with an end table next to it. I looked over to a clearing behind the couch, an area that was dimly lit from a nearby window. I saw it. My whole body froze up for a moment. I felt a massive adrenaline rush that started to shake my hands and water my eyes. About 8 feet away, a green-tinged but mostly white, almost transparent cloud of mist in the rough shape of a man was half floating and half standing there, looking at me. I heard the girls run up the rest of the stairs without words. I was locked on this figure. It was locked onto me, frozen in fear, almost like we were both waiting for the other to make a move. I felt like it was watching me, but there were no eyes, no face. Just a head shape in the sort of mist. Nothing happened, but I stood there staring into the shape for at least 15 or 20 seconds. The shape very slowly rotated around like you would expect mist to, but kept the same shape and position. It looked like it started to stretch out an arm. I immediately turned and ran, very fast, even though it felt like I was running in sand. I didn't look back. I just ran all the way up the stairs and out. I stopped at the trampoline about 20 feet from the basement door. The girls were gone. I looked back at the door, still wide open, and decided I had to work the courage to go close it. I moved over slowly to the door and grabbed the corner, peeking over it into the basement. I didn't see anything, started to close it. About halfway through closing the door, it was ripped out of my hands and slammed shut. It was loud, and I heard the steel sound echo through the basement. It was jarring. It also hurt my fingertips, and it didn't do that before when I closed the door the first time. You actually have to push it down for it to close all the way, especially with how the mechanism keeps it from possibly falling onto your head. I stumbled back and caught myself from falling. The girls were nowhere in sight, so I just went home and sat in the living room with my parents, not saying anything. I never actually talked to those girls again. Every time they saw me, they would turn around and try to hide from me. They moved away after a couple of years. My guess is that they saw it too, and it affected them more than it did me. My parents still live over there. Sometimes when I visit, I think about it. You can see that storm door from the kitchen window. It gives me pause every time I see it. I don't know what it was. Probably never will. It didn't change my mind that much about ghosts. I simply can't explain what I saw. As far as what I saw, it's so hard to explain in words. It definitely is the shape of a man. Almost like if you used a projector to put a shape on a cloud of smoke. But it wasn't neat, it was very wispy and wasn't really like an image. Had a very aggressive presence. I felt like I was in danger. I felt the overwhelming sense of an imminent attack. Which is why I was full of adrenaline and almost ready to fight for my life. I had a rough upbringing. Had been in many fights as a kid, so I wasn't sensitive. The adrenaline was racking my body and I was absolutely sore that night. Kinda like I just had my ass kicked. I just knew that whatever it was, if it was real, it was not friendly, and I was going to fight if I had to, and run if I had the chance to escape. Ask Reddit. Have seen many unexplained things over the years, and especially felt them. But this one has never left my brain. When I was around 6 years old, I had my first paranormal experience. I have 4 siblings, but at this moment it was just me and my brother, who we'll call Aaron. Aaron had a girlfriend at the time who he'd been with for around 3 or 4 years. She was a major part of my childhood up until I was like 10 years old. We'll call her Star. So Aaron and Star were going to hang out and stayed over at her house. My mom was busy with other things involving my other 2 brothers. So she asked if they would take care of me for the night. I was a very quiet and well-behaved kid, so this wasn't a tough question. Plus, I adored Star, and spending time with her and my brother was one of my favorite things to do. So this way, Aaron and Star wind up agreeing. They're both around 18 or 19 at this point. We all set off to her house. Her house, found out later, was built on Native American ground. But we're talking like battleground. Her house was rather spacious with a biggish backyard too. I hated her backyard. Even when I was younger, like 3 to 4, I didn't like going back there. Felt very wrong. I wouldn't go any further than the garden lining the side of the house. She always would like, "Oh, it's okay. There's nothing back here." But I'd always refuse, and quite aggressively too. But her backyard was the least of my problems. When we got to her house, everything was great. We'd been sleeping in her living room, which has 3 separate couches in the shape of a box without a top. I was super stoked to have a cool sleepover with Star and Aaron, so it was super fun throughout the day. I played with her hamster, her keyboard, and her piano thing. I'd mess around with her old Barbies. So when night came, it was no problem to me, as I was pretty tuckered out. But we all crawled on our couches and just passed out. That's when the fun really started. I didn't normally have nightmares. As far as I can remember, I only remember one before this period of time. But this one shook me then. Gives me the chills now. It was one of those dreams where you kind of pop up in the middle of nothingness. Like that everywhere is white and there's no sense of direction. But directly in front of me was a woman, standing what seemed like 300 feet tall. She was wearing blue shorts, like the kind that elderly women wear. She had a white top, no shoes, and her face screamed hatred. She was much taller and bigger than me, let alone scared me. It got much worse, though, when she started screaming at me. It was incoherent words, but it was so loud it felt like it shook all of my insides. I remember curling into a ball, covering my ears with all my might, before feeling something warm trickling out of them. She made my ears bleed. I woke up after that. I was mortified. I was feeling every type of fear. But it intensified when I felt my ears because I could still hear them ringing. I felt a bit of blood. Not as much as in the dream, but enough to be noticeable. I was sobbing and crawled my way over to my brother, who gladly took me into his arms even whilst half asleep. He talked softly and rubbed my back until I fell asleep again. When I woke up the next morning, everybody was getting ready to have breakfast. All was normal. Aaron mentioned that he was worried about me. It was because of how he was, or rather how I was sobbing. I was begging to sleep next to him. So he hugged me and told me it was okay. Let me climb into a chair. I was all settled in my chair and I hear a eeeeee coming from right next to me. The chair had moved and there was this woman. She was standing there next to me, staring at me. She wasn't tall this time, but she was tall enough. I was petrified. I went instantly pale and felt sick. Star even asked me if I was all right. Nobody else noticed the chair, or even could see this person I was looking at. Star looked pretty concerned for me, so I remember being like, I need to pee, to get away from this lady. This is the part that continues to rot my brain. I remember walking to the bathroom extremely nauseous. I was so terrified, I was worried I was going to piss myself. I walk into the bathroom, which is a straight shot to the wall. The shower was a stand-up in the corner, and the toilet in the other. And there she was, contorted unnaturally against the wall. It was some fucking crooked shit, man. She was the length of the wall and more. The thing where you see it in horror movies, it's like where the entire wall upwards and even the ceiling just bent. She had these long-ass arms that touched the ground, and she just smiled at me. It was this wicked, horrific smile. To this day, Erin, Star, and her parents had never seen me act so hysterically. I burst into tears. I was screaming. I was crying. I even threw a few times just to sobs and just unrelenting fear. They had to call my mom to come get me. This is where my memory's fuzzy, which is odd. I remember my brother calling my mom and being like, Mom, you need to come get her. She won't stop crying. She's sick. She's hysterical. Something's wrong. And then everything is very fuzzy. I remember getting into my mother's car and her consoling me and helping me to stop cry. But that's it. Nothing between the time of the call until I got home. It was like everything stopped. Ask Reddit. I grew up in a house in a mid-sized town in Ohio, and it was built in 1901. It was a nice house in 1901, but in 1984, when my parents bought it, the neighborhood was mostly middle class. There was an old lady across the street who had lived there since the 30s, had all kinds of stories about the house. The scariest one was that there used to be an Episcopal priest that lived there. His daughter was crazy. Her words, turns out she was a diagnosed schizophrenic. They attempted to do an exorcism, but it didn't work, so they claim. She also claimed that nobody could live there too long because things happened End quote. She didn't believe in that kind of thing herself. She was sure it was all drug dealers from down the road. She had some racist things to say as well, which is funny because all the lowlifes on our street were white. When my family moved in, I was really young and didn't find it scary at all. It was a huge house, even for our family of 7, and it was pretty fun to explore. My sisters and brother, though they started to have a hard time being in certain parts of the house. My parents renovated the attic to be a den and a bedroom because the basement was a real basement. We needed more room. Every sibling wanted a chance to get to stay in that room. And finally, a room to yourself. Then every kid demanded to move back out after a few days. For background and context, my mom was logical to a fault. My dad was a serious man who worked in the military. They were both very religious Catholics. 5 kids. Duh. Didn't believe in supernatural, really. Everything changed after spending time in the attic. Everyone experienced this at some point while we lived there over 20 years. Steps creaking sequentially bottom to top. 14 steps made it hard to dismiss at random house settling noises. Floorboards creaking loudly enough to wake you up. And this could actually be legit the old house. Not everyone experienced this, but 2 sisters and my mom felt the bed upstairs get sat on. My cousin stayed to doghouse and sit. And we were on vacation. My parents called us to say that she was huddled at the front door holding our dog Nipper and couldn't stay another night. She said somebody didn't want her there. I was a really imaginative kid and really into ghosts and the supernatural. But strangely, I never got to experience any of the spooky things. I was glad to spend time in the house by myself, even if none of my friends would spend the night with me. Cut to one summer in between first and second year of college. My parents were in Hawaii. They had a good time. I got to stay at home for a week on my own. I first called all of my high school friends to see if they wanted to come over, but nobody was answering. Bitches. I went up to the attic and watched a movie and inevitably just wound up falling asleep with the TV on. I woke up suddenly to hear the steps creaking, like my dog was coming up the attic. I sleepily called him over, then realized that it couldn't be him. Nipper died last year. So I shot straight up, feeling more excited than scared. Did another round of calls to high school friends. Guys, it's finally happening to me. Come over. I'm really scared. LOL. Nothing. It was late, so I went to bed with a book and fell asleep with the book on my face and the light on. I woke up again to hear really loud pounding in the attic. It was so loud I didn't think it was anything spooky at all. I was positive we were being robbed. I reasoned that the burglars must have walked right by the room, checked to see that I was asleep with the light on and the book on my face, so I should pretty much stay right there like that. If I tried to get up and use a phone, cell phone was in another room, this was a flip phone, I might actually trap them upstairs. They had to come by my door to leave the house, so I stayed there, sweating and panicking. This was as I listened to what sounded like huge pieces of furniture getting moved around by some very strong and very impatient people. As the noises continued, I wondered why burglars were trying to be quiet. Or rather, weren't. The noises stopped suddenly. I held my breath for an hour, it felt like. Nothing happened and nothing moved. No more sounds. I was frozen in fear for who knows how much longer. And eventually I got up, turned off the light, and found my parents' cat. I kind of wound up forcing her in bed with me, and I somehow fell asleep again. I woke up around 4:30 or so in the morning to hear laughing and people stomping up the front door. My shitty high school friends had finally come around, thank God. Ran downstairs to open the door, but nobody was there. That night was the single most eventful night I ever had in the house. And it was so traumatizing for me that I had to stay with a friend for a few days. I came back to the house for holidays and visits, but never lived there again. I still loved the house and still do. It's where I grew up and where my dad would end up dying in just another few years. My mom had to sell it because it was too big to keep up by herself. Another big family bought it and we were terribly sad, but felt like, it was passing to good hands. A couple of months after she sold the house, the new owners called her and wanted to chat about some things. What's planted in the south garden? Will the pear tree bear fruit? Etc. Then she asked, has anything happened to you in that house? My children refused to stay in the attic for even 30 minutes. I almost died at 6, the first of many to come. So I was 6 years old when my parents first bought our first home. It was a beautiful home. They'd bought it in the suburbs. At that time, it was me and my 3 brothers, and my sister hadn't been born yet, so my mom and dad bought a beautiful 3-bedroom home. I was able to have my own room for the first time, and my brother shared a room since I was the only girl at that time. My mother bought me a beautiful pink canopy bed, made everything in my room pink for me. So I was super excited to have that at the time because up until that point we lived fairly poor. I always loved our house, but for some reason, even as a child, I never felt like it was real or like it was really my home. I don't know if it was my psyche trying to prepare myself for what would happen, or if it was something else. I don't have a lot of memories of that home, but the ones that I do have were all good up until the last memory. And that was a particular day that my mother, who's friends with the neighbor across the street who also had 3 daughters, would take turns babysitting. They would specifically take turns babysitting each other's children if they had things to do. So this particular day, my mom had to go to a grocery store down the street, so she asked her neighbor to watch us kids. As I got over to the neighbor's house, my mom had only been gone for maybe what seemed like 30 minutes, I think. I had to use the bathroom really bad, so I kept trying to get my neighbor's daughter out of the bathroom, but they weren't going anywhere anytime soon. At that time, a teenage girl, and probably not now, but does anybody else find this confusing? But definitely at that time, a teenage girl spent all of her time in the bathroom when she was at home doing her hair, or makeup, and talk on the phone, whatever else you can think of. But I could not get in the one bathroom that they did have. So I told myself I'll just run across the street and use my own bathroom during this time. Again, it was the 80s. Still, people didn't really lock their doors back then, so our doors were always open. And as I walked into the house, I decided to get myself a popsicle out of the freezer. I made my way to the bathroom adjacent to the kitchen. I took care of my business, washed my hands, and something stopped me. Something gave me this weird feeling that something wasn't right. But I was 6 years old, so what did I know? So I began to walk out of the house, and I got about halfway across the street, and I heard a huge, loud boom noise. I turned around, and the windows of my house were blown out. There was fire shooting from the windows. I was looking crazy, like, what? How's my house on fire? I was just in it, and I didn't smell anything. That's like smoke. I didn't feel anything different, and for me to have been in the house and the fire to have been that severe to blow out the windows was crazy. Even to my 6-year-old brain, but you would think that there would have been some type of sign that there was a fire in my home. I watched in horror as my home was engulfed in a blaze of flames. By the time I ran over or even thought about running over, rather than to tell my neighbor, she was already running across the street trying to grab me from getting hurt at that moment. My mom was actually walking up the hill with bags of groceries because at that time the store is right down the street from our house. That way she used to walk there, she used to get closer, all I could do was cry. We did not even have insurance on our home at that time because my parents couldn't afford it. And I don't think they thought that their brand new house would be in flames within a year of buying it. We end up finding out later that it was an electrical fire that happened and it started in the walls, which is why I may not have smelled it to this day. I've only been in one other fire and it was nothing like that, but to me it was definitely something paranormal about it, and how it happened. So I'm just glad that I'd stepped out of the house and I did. I would have been in that fire. And for those of you who feels like this isn't something that could be paranormal, I'm going to add in the other story about my second encounter with fire. The second time I got into a fire, I was actually living in a house at the time that actually I know for a fact was haunted. On this particular day, I'd been boiling some water on the stovetop. I had to run downstairs really quick. My house wasn't very big, so it wasn't like I was going far. I was downstairs no longer than 5 minutes, and as I headed up the stairs, I noticed smoke coming from the bottom basement doors. As I opened the doors up slowly, not knowing where the fire was, then I noticed smoke coming from the kitchen. Ran into the kitchen and literally half of my kitchen was engulfed in flames. To this day, I'm not really sure how the fire happened, nor was the fire department. I was boiling water on the stove and somehow it turned into a huge fire in my kitchen. That particular day, if it had not been for my boyfriend, literally putting the fire out with his bare hands and burning himself all over, we probably would have had our whole entire house burned down. But he was not about to let it happen, so we did get to put the fire out. But it was thousands of dollars worth of damage, and we had to clean it up and pay for it. And because I was renting at the time, the situation also seemed paranormal to me, because there was no way for that fire to have gotten that large that quickly. There was nothing around it that should have caught on fire, and it certainly make it that large of a flame, or have that much fire in a short period of time. And my pot that was on the stove was literally water. So I don't know. People can call that a coincidence, but I look deeper into things because of all the paranormal things that I've been through in my life. So that's the end of my story. I wish there was a warning on talk to text, because it's like the Olympics to read it. But I appreciate the story. Thanks. Why I will never play the Ouija board again. When I was growing up, my parents would occasionally tell me the story of the time they played the Ouija board. It was when they were dating before I was born. They had a crazy night with it where they answered all kinds of questions. There's one thing about my parents. They are not liars. So these stories only intrigued me to find out for myself. When I was 17, I was a senior in high school. I had my first serious boyfriend. We were both very curious to know if the Ouija board truly worked. So we bought one. My bedroom was in the basement. We set it up on my bed. It was close to midnight. We lit candles, turned the lights out, sat cross-legged on the bed on each side of the board. We were supposed to pick a question and focus on it, with our index fingers lightly touching the planchette. The question we decided to ask was, will anyone talk to us? We must have sat there focusing on that question for about 40 minutes, occasionally shaking our hand out from them getting tired of being held in that position. After about 40 minutes, the planchette started to vibrate underneath our fingers. Then it slowly moved, went to the word yes. We stopped for a moment and looked at each other like, is this real? Then we asked, are you a spirit? And it moved away from the word yes and back to it. At this point, I noticed that I could feel a strange electricity moving through my body. I didn't like it. Never felt it before or since. We decided to ask it, are you nice? And it very quickly moved to the word no. Now I'm riddled with terror. I exclaim that I can't play anymore and I go to pick the board up to put it back in the box. Except the board will not move, not even a sliver. It felt as though it was stuck there with cement. I remember yanking with my entire body at least 3 times before suddenly Felt as if something got off the board and I flew backwards with it in my hands. I slammed it into the box and closed it. My boyfriend's face was pale. He tells me, I have to go home. And I'm like, oh God, don't leave me here. But he leaves. Bastard. Here's where it gets even more scary. After I walked my boyfriend to the door, I went back down to my room. Only it didn't look like my room anymore. Don't get me wrong, nothing changed visually. It was still all my stuff, but I felt like I was in a parallel universe. I felt so far away from all that is comfort and good. I don't know how else to describe it. I'm not a religious person at all, but I was so beside myself with terror that I didn't know what to do except to grab the Bible. I slept with it in my arms with the lights on. Actually slept with the lights on for the next week. I didn't tell my parents what I'd done, because I didn't want to get in trouble for playing the Ouija in the house, or for my boyfriend staying over the way later than he was supposed to. We played it when everybody went to bed. My room continued to not look or feel like mine for a couple of weeks. Also, when I'd get up for school in the morning, I'd have to walk through a dark basement living room to get to the stairs because there was no light switch by my bedroom door for the living room, and my bedroom door was in the back corner of it. So when I would first open my bedroom door, the light in my room would cast out into the living room darkness. And for a split second, I would see a black cat run from the patch of light into the dark. I would shake it off as my eyes playing tricks on me. But after a couple of weeks, I was eating breakfast upstairs with my family. My 7-year-old sister exclaims out loud, I keep seeing a black cat in the basement. That confirmed that it was not a trick of my eyes. Also, about a month after playing the Ouija board, my dad says to me, I don't know why, but the basement and the stairs have really bad feelings. And it's bothered me because when I bought this house, one of the things I liked was that it had good energy. That's when I realized for sure, without a doubt, that all this stuff was not in my head. I had haunted my parents' house by playing that game. I learned after the fact that I was supposed to say goodbye before stopping the game. I think that had something to do with it. Another strange thing that happened. I always slept with my bedroom door locked. A few weeks after playing the game, I woke in the middle of the night to something jiggling my bedroom door handle violently. In the morning, I asked who was messing with me, but everybody acted like I was weird for asking. About 6 months after playing it, my stepmom was cleaning the house, found the Ouija board, threw it away. Things started to calm down a little bit after that, but it took years for that basement to feel okay again. And honestly, I never went back to feeling the way that it did before I played. Finally owned up to my dad and stepmom about what I'd done. I wasn't in huge trouble, but my dad was like, I knew the house felt different. Damn it! To this day, I feel bad for bringing that energy into the home. After that experience, I want absolutely nothing to do with Ouija boards, and they are not allowed in my home. I learned. Old house still gives me the chills. Around 2011, my older cousin bought a small 2-bedroom single house in a quiet neighborhood for retired folks. The house was very small with only 850 square feet of interior space. But it sat on a large plot of land. We could have easily fit 2 more houses like it, but it'd still be nice to have leftover space for yards and gardening. I was still a college student at the time. I lived with my cousin. When he bought the house, I moved in with him. There were the 2 of us living there. According to the real estate agent, the house had been abandoned for around 3 years. The previous owner basically left it unmaintained and moved to a different state. The house had 1 main floor and a small attic and an unfinished basement. The first time we walked in, the floorboard was already rotted out. We could see the basement through it. Everything was in horrible condition, and we'd have to do major restoration to make it livable again. The property also had a small storage shed in the back of the lot. My cousin got a great offer, so we took the deal without much hesitation. Weird things started to happen when we began our restoration work. One day we were working on the bathroom. My cousin told me he had to go Home Depot and get some stuff. So we left. I heard him open the front door, go outside, and close it. He turned on his car and actually drove away. I was taking apart the old boards that were nailed on the bathroom walls. My back was facing the bathroom door. 5 minutes after my cousin left, the bathroom door, which was open, started to slowly move to a closed position. I knew that because I could hear the creaky old door sound that it made. I turned around and saw the door continue to close on its own. Then it stopped as it touched the door frame, bounced back a little. Thought maybe it was just the wind. Then suddenly the door pulled itself shut tightly, as if there was somebody on the other side of the door pulling it. It happened right in front of my eyes. I was only 4 feet away from it after all. No wind could have done that. Plus, all the windows were closed around the house, so there couldn't possibly be any wind. You might think that maybe the AC caused it. Nope. This old house didn't have central AC. We had to put in a window AC unit afterwards. At this point, I thought my cousin was messing with me, so I called out to him. There was no response, and there was only silence. I opened the door, continued to call for him, telling him to stop joking around. My cousin was not there. I checked the parking lot. He was gone. I even got outside and did a perimeter check. No one was there. I still can't explain what happened. After the restoration was done, we moved in. My cousin sometimes went on business trips for weeks, and there would just be me in the house. The following happened whenever I was alone in the house. One night I was studying. I had headphones on. I heard sounds of somebody walking around in the basement. It was directly below my bedroom. It sounded like they had slippers on, and I could sort of hear the sounds of the slippers dragging on the concrete floor in each step. What's weird was that I couldn't pinpoint exactly which direction it was coming from. It's a strange sensation that the sounds were coming from the back of my own head, like right behind me. The only reason that made me think it's from the basement was because the basement was the only area in the house that had concrete. At least, concrete floors that, could make concrete slipper dragging sounds. I took out my headphones. The sounds of footsteps still went on. The volume of the sound stayed about the same, with or without headphones. Thought my cousin had come home early, so I called out to him. Got no reply. I took the flashlight and went to the basement to check it out. It was dark and quiet. No, my cousin had not come home, and no one else was there either. This happened like 3 or 4 more times than the first 2 months I lived in that house. After that, I didn't experience anything unusual anymore. My cousin never felt or seen anything weird, but he seemed interested in my stories. His girlfriend and now wife, who had been in the house every other week or so, also expressed her uneasy feelings during her stays. By 2016, during a thunderstorm, the thunder struck our storage unit in the backyard and burned everything inside it. Luckily, the house was untouched. I came home from work only to find a police officer waiting in the front. That was a quick front. He told me what had happened, and he said it's an act of God and our homeowner's insurance would compensate for the loss. In our Asian culture, people say that when thunder strikes somewhere, often it is to strike down a malevolent force or spirit. We quickly came to a realization that this thunder strike was more than just an accident. I got my own place and moved out a few months after the fire. My cousin bought another house with his wife a year after that. He still owns the creepy house, and it's been left unoccupied since 2017. He plans to tear down the old house and build a larger one to take advantage of the large plot of land. Me and my brother got caught in a time vortex. So I guess I'm going to do one more story before I go to sleep tonight. So to give you context to the story, I live in Wisconsin where the summers are nice, but the winters are brutal. When it snows here, it really snows. When it's cold here, it's really cold. This particular day, my brother had come into town. He works out of town and he frequently travels from state to state, so he's not home very often. So I picked my brother up from the airport and he was staying at the house for the weekend. Then I had to drive him to another town that next day. This way he'd be able to fly out from there and head to his next destination. After he had got to my house, it started to snow, but we weren't really worried about it. It snows all the time. Like I've said, I've driven in plenty of snowstorms, plenty of whiteouts. I'm used to driving in snow, so it's never been something that I feared to do. I honestly would rather not drive in the rain before the snow, like that's how used to it I am. So the roads do get very bad here, and they do get very slippery. We get black ice and all types of conditions that make it very difficult for people to drive in. Okay, so on to the story. So that Monday, my brother needed to get home, but it was snowing really, really bad, and I really didn't want to have to drive an hour away on the roads. And that particular drive was mostly straight roads where you didn't really get stops for miles and miles. It was later in the day, but I knew my brother needed to get back home, so I decided that I would take him. At first, things weren't so bad. My brother started driving first about 20 minutes into the drive. It started to get pretty bad, and I could tell that my brother was definitely getting nervous driving. I suggested that maybe we pull over at the next place so, I can. We'd switch drivers, and then I would drive the rest of the way. I really couldn't see much either, but one thing I noticed was a big sign, and on the left of the road it said, "Welcome to a particular town," which I can't really remember the name of, but it did say, "Here time is always on your side." I've tried looking up this town and finding it. I've tried driving that way again, which I've driven past at least 7 more times since then. I can never find the sign, however. This particular night I see the sign, and when I see it, I think to myself that's a really weird thing for a town to have as their motto, but okay. Then I thought about time is not on my side at this moment, clearly. But about 2 minutes after that is when we stopped on the side of the road because my brother really had to use the bathroom. And there wasn't bathrooms for miles. We needed to still switch drivers. So as we pulled over, I remember my brother hurrying up using the bathroom and jumping back in the car and saying, "Man, snow is looking really crazy right now, isn't it?" I said, "Yeah, it's looking kind of crazy." But we started driving as I was driving. There was no other vehicles out on the road. It was clear that people were not trying to be out at this time because of the weather. It was pretty much pitch black aside from the snow coming at us. On the reflection of our lights as I began to drive, the snow kind of changed, became different. It almost turned into like a vortex. That's why I said a vortex, because it looks like, we were in the middle of some type of snow cyclone. The snow was coming at us in like a swirling pattern, and it looked like we were almost driving through like a whole snow tunnel. But I didn't want to stop. I didn't want us to have to get stuck anywhere. And I was only supposed to be about 20 minutes away from my brother's destination. So as I got there, my brother asked me if I wanted to stay. I was like, "No, it's 7 o'clock. I really want to try to get back home as soon as possible." So I jumped back in my car, put on my GPS, and I noticed the time is 7 o'clock. I get to driving, and I'm not really paying attention to the time, obviously. Because I have to drive with the lowest speed limits at the time, I was probably going 25 and at highest the speed limit. I was probably going 50 to 75, so not really fast. So I obviously knew that I needed to add on about an extra hour of time travel-wise because of the speed that I was going. But when I got home, it was 10:30 at night. Couldn't account for what had happened to all this time. And I had somehow lost it. Like, how did I leave somewhere that was only an hour away at 5:45, drop my brother off by 7, and still somehow not come back home till 3.5 hours later? I wasn't even driving slower than I've had to do before, and that was on the very same drive. May have only ever added on an extra 30 minutes to my drive, but 3.5 hours just didn't make sense to me. Again, I tried to do all the research I could to see if I could find anything about people having a time motto for their town, or perhaps people caring about time specifically in their town. I could not find anything. And if any of you knows about a sign like that in Wisconsin, in a town like that, let me know. Because I was using my Google Maps GPS, and it's like I took a wrong turn and just figured out the way home. Checked my GPS, and there's no construction to where I had to take a different route or anything. So yeah, I'd call that paranormal, or at least unexplainable. Whichever you prefer, it happened. Flashlight on my bedroom ceiling. So this is an experience that inspired me to seek psychological help. I was around 19 and 20 years old. I was living with my parents. I was not in a happy place in my life, and my family is very unhappy and aggressive. So while other stressful things were going on in my life, they didn't help, and I fell into a pretty bad depression. It felt like these emotions weren't my own. I chalked it up to disassociation. So during this time, I was thinking a lot about the dead and ghosts, and about my own death. I have OCD, and my own death became an obsession. One night I had my television on, and I was trying to settle down for bed. I had been having pretty bad insomnia. Hyper and insomniac, depending on the moods, I guess. Well, I'd been trying every measure to help me sleep. TV usually has a hypnotic way of getting me to fall asleep, but this night didn't work. Every show on every channel was relating to ghosts, ghouls, zombies, graveyards, dying, and death. The last straw was when even the nanny was morbid as fuck, taking place in a funeral. I freaked out and turned off the TV. I was creeped out, so I surfed the net for a while until I finally started to feel myself fall asleep. It was 3:45 a.m. As I'm feeling myself sink into sleep, I suddenly wake up, alert and feeling like something is watching me. I see it in the corner of my eye on the ceiling. I turn my face slightly toward the ceiling above me, and I see this turquoise-ish orb. It was about the size of a cereal bowl, blinking. But the blinking was weird. It wasn't like a traffic light blinking, it was like as if an organism could blink. Like it were pulsating. If that makes any sense at all. Anyhow, I chalked it up to insomnia and I closed my eyes. About a minute later, I still felt the hair on the back of my neck standing straight up. I still felt as though I were being watched. I reckoned with my fear with my eyes closed. Okay, it's now been about 5 minutes since he saw that creepy thing. If you open your eyes and look, and it's still there, then fuck, I don't know, do something. So I do just that. I open my eyes and I turn to look, and it's there. And I get so freaked I get ballsy, and I turn to where I'm laying on my back and I stare hard at it to get a good glimpse. It looks kind of like a cell that has this creepy nucleus shape where the light's coming from, and then this wide yet thin halo of light around it. It always looked a lot like somebody was shining a flashlight at my ceiling, but I guess from the attic. It's as though my ceiling were paper thin. So basically it looked like somebody was shining a flashlight through a laundry sheet that was hanging, only that sheet was like the dimension that we live in. So as I'm staring hard at this thing, it starts dancing. Makes all these choreographed moves, figure eights. And to this day, it's the creepiest and weirdest thing I've ever witnessed. I fall into a trance for a couple of seconds as I stare at its dance. This is until I start to get sick to my stomach with anxiety, and I guess more or less, fuck this shit. I race for my nightstand lamp and turn it on because light kills all monsters, right? Right, guys? Anyhow, as I'm moving as fast as I can to turn on the light, the orb thing stops dancing and chases me to the light. I hope that I made it before the thing did. The next day, I'm freaking out and finally tell my mom what's happening. And as I'm telling her, my dog goes into my room. I decide to follow him. He's sitting on my bed, which he never did, and he's staring directly at the spot on my ceiling where that orb thing was. So my mom saged the fuck out of that room. For the next year, I start having heavier, sad feelings and thoughts that felt alien to me. Along with this, I'd have these recurring dreams that my body was dead, but my mind was still alive and intact. I'd be going through rigor mortis while my relatives ask me why I'm single, and I'd cut open my hand and no blood would come out. Instead, I'd just see graying, sallow, rotting flesh. Eventually, the death thoughts and rigor mortis dreams stopped, but the disassociation stayed with me for years. Following after that same day, I believe I suffered from Cotard's delusion, but I also sometimes wonder if that thing possessed me somehow. Anyhow, if any of you are familiar with or know what the fuck that thing is that I witnessed, please let me know. I've had a handful of other experiences with orbs afterwards, but before this night I never heard of or knew anything about them. Sorry, it's too long. Too long didn't read. I saw an orb on my ceiling and my dog investigated the place where the orb is the next day. And after that, I got Cotard's delusion. Also, I like to joke that orbs are the cherries of cigarettes that ghosts are smoking in the dark. I like that. I need some advice. I think my house is haunted, and I don't know what to do. Hey guys, I'm coming here for some advice. Mostly because I feel some sort of dreadful presence in my house, and specifically in my kitchen, and in the living room. They aren't separated. Sort of like the same room. I'm 20, and I live just with my mom. I don't really know where to start. But I've had multiple different physical things happen in my kitchen while I'm home. And let me also say I moved into this house not even a full 2 years ago, and I've never had previous encounters with anything paranormal. I guess I'll run down the list of encounters starting with the first one and leading up to the most recent. Instance 1. Maybe about 2 or 3 months after I moved in. My mom, whose bedroom is on the first floor, she said she woke up at about 3 a.m. to wind chimes making noise in her kitchen. She walked out there and actually saw them moving. My mom loves wind chimes, and before this she always had some inside. We took them down after this. Instance 2. This was the first event I actually saw with my own eyes. Last winter, maybe about November 2022, sitting with my ex-girlfriend on the couch watching TV in the living room. We had been there for maybe 35 or 45 minutes. That's when out of nowhere my lunchbox flies off the top of the refrigerator and lands on the floor about 5 feet in front of it. I paused the show and I was freaking out since the only people home at the time were me and her. So I picked it up and put it back on top of the fridge. My ex was already freaked out, so we both ran upstairs. Not sure if this is important or not, but afterwards I told my sister, who is well versed with pagan witchcraft practices, to read tarot cards regarding the situation. A few times she pulled cards with cats playing on them. She told me the spirit is likely a dead pet that wants somebody to play with. She also did some sort of sage ritual at this time as well. Instance 3. This happened 2 days ago. It was the second thing I actually saw with my own eyes. I have a home gym, and sometimes I'll work out after work. 2 days ago, I was home alone working out in the basement. When I finished, I walked upstairs to the kitchen to make my protein drink and eat some strawberries. Creepy feeling as always in that room, but I try to ignore it. So I was standing at the kitchen sink rinsing off strawberries and eating them. I looked up out the window, and that's behind the sink. It was completely dark in my backyard, and I couldn't see anything but the reflection of the room behind me. When I looked up, I saw what appeared to be a blurry black figure moving very quickly from one side of my living room behind me to the other. I couldn't make out any features because I only saw for about half a second. I don't even know if it really had any at all. And I mean fast, like the same speed of a human full sprinting from one side of my living room to the other. I turned around and there was absolutely nothing there. At this point, I'm freaking out and I start saying shit like, "Whatever you are not welcome here, and you need to leave. This is my house, I live here, and I don't want you here. You need to go." Then I walked upstairs and laid in my bed until my mom got home. Mostly because I don't get this eerie, creepy feeling when there's somebody else home. I showered and then I went to bed. Instance 4. After instance 3, I debated not saying anything to my mom because I don't want to freak her out since she sleeps on the first floor. Last night I decided I'd tell her though. She was understandably a little freaked out. And this morning my mom calls while I'm at work and tells me that she herself was withholding experiences from me because she also didn't want to freak me out. My mom runs a small business out of that part of the basement, and that's located directly underneath the kitchen and living room. She told me that she has at least a dozen times heard footsteps in the kitchen above her walking around, and she's usually sure that she's the only one home. Apparently, this is why she plays her music so loud when she's down there. And from my phone call with her this morning, I learned she got in contact with some people from her church, and soon she'll be having somebody who specializes in spirits come take a look. Instance 5. I'm not entirely sure if this was in my head or an actual encounter because I was tripping on shrooms. Not my first time, so I know how to function. About a month ago, I decided to trip in my house, and my current girlfriend and 2 other friends were there. For the majority of the trip, we stayed upstairs watching cool TV shows. The Midnight Gospel on Netflix, highly recommended. I had to go downstairs to piss, so I went down by myself. I swear that while I was coming down the stairs, I saw what looked to be a woman's face smiling in an unsettling way at me from the couch. I had some laundry on the couch, and I saw the face vividly in the laundry. This actually disturbed me, and I sprinted to the bathroom to piss, then sprinted back upstairs for the rest of the night. And then the narrator sprinted to go to bed. See ya. My house may be haunted. I'm a 21-year-old guy from West Virginia. I've lived in this state my whole entire life. And in 2013 or 14, I moved from my childhood home, and I currently reside about an hour or so away from where I grew up. I live with my mom and stepdad, and we live in this house, and not long after we moved in there's been some weird, odd things going on. I've never experienced anything paranormal related personally, at least before the move. I've always been a believer, and I've been very intrigued and interested in this kind of thing. Always wanted to experience it in some capacity. But whether it was real or not, I didn't really know until I experienced it myself. It took a few years before I would see or hear things going on in or around the house. But it was almost instant for what my parents. But then again, I was never home much as I was always with my grandparents. It first started out when my stepdad lived here with his ex-wife and his children. But one thing they would experience is the sound like a loud bang or knock in his bedroom, but nothing much other than that really came of it. That was until after me and my mother moved in, my mom would occasionally see shadows just start off. It made her feel uneasy, but at the same time didn't really think much of it. After a while, it got to the point where we start seeing an older lady and sometimes a little kid, maybe, there around the age of 4 or 6. Both wore ghostly white gowns, or maybe a dress. To my current knowledge as of writing this thread, I've not experienced or seen these entities, nor has my stepdad seen them, but I'd have to ask him just to make sure. Almost everything that's happened within the last 6 or 7 years or so has been seen or heard by my mom, as I mentioned before. I'm almost never home, and my dad is always working, so it's always her and our 3 cats just chilling doing whatever it is that they do. But about 5 to 6 years ago, I was home alone and I walked out of my room and it looked to have been possibly something standing in the front of my parents' bedroom door. But as soon as I locked eyes with it, it was gone in the blink of an eye. But truly, yeah, it terrified me. But I don't think I actually seen anything that night. I think it's my mind playing tricks with me because of the time I was still new to staying at home by myself. Not too long after we were gathered up in the bedroom watching a movie, at the corner of my eye I saw from under the door it looked like somebody walked past. I got up to check, and there was nobody in the house. Me and my mom and my dad were all in bedrooms, so I know for a fact nobody else was in the house. Not long after that, my parents came home late one night, and as they walked by the sliding glass door, they seen what looked to have been an older lady walk toward my bedroom. When I got in the house, there was nobody in or around my bedroom or any other room toward the area she walked to. From the time after that as well, my mom would hear someone or something calling her name. Now, this has only happened once, from what I can remember. Not long after that stuff died down for a while. But recently, stuff started to pop up again in the form of loud stomps and thuds. Those, mostly, if not always, happen in my room when I'm playing Xbox or blaring Spotify in my headset. And I just want to clarify that I listen to loud music like rock and metal. So any outside noises or people I would not know or hear unless somebody flicked the light on to get my attention or tapped me on my shoulder. During this time, when I'm listening to my music, I am the most vulnerable to getting jump scared, almost every time. I can't hear things in my own little world while I'm listening to a loud headset, so if someone taps me on the shoulder or turns on the light, it scares the living crap out of me. When I'm sitting there doing either listening to music or gaming, it sounds like somebody comes beside me and either stops as hard as they can or drops a cinder block beside me. That's how hard and how loud these thuds are. What strikes me as odd is it occasionally happens like maybe once or twice a week. Sometimes I can hear it over my loud music. Sometimes I can feel it. Sometimes even both at the same time, and it gets me every single time. It only happens when I'm doing those things or have a headset on, or if something is blocking my ears and I have no explanation of rarely any of it. Now, I have rarely, or if at all, been home since late December, and since then everything has been normal and quiet. That's quite the opposite to my current surroundings as the narrator. My neighbors are blasting karaoke. There is a child asking me for a skateboard. If you heard any of that, my apologies. See you later. Sweet dreams. The Adder Man. Full write-up. During the winter of 2009, there was a big snowstorm that hit my small Oklahoma town, If you know how the southern states deal with snow, you understand that this is a big deal. The snowstorm knocked out the power, and this was over a period of like a few days. This incident happened when the storm first hit. My brother, my girlfriend at the time, and a couple of friends and I had pretty much been snowed in. The power was hanging in there. I had made my daughter some chicken nuggets for dinner. She was sitting in her high chair and eating them. She had been eating for a few minutes, and that's when she stiffened in a silent scream and stared into a long hall that reached the length of my house. Instantly, the energy in the house had changed. There was almost a buzzing in the air. My friend, my brother, and I jumped up and put ourselves between the girls and whatever had scared my daughter like this. Deja vu. After she saw something, she trashed her chicken nuggets off the high chair, trying to get out, so my then girlfriend grabbed her. We could all feel something was looking at us. We assumed maybe somebody had walked through the back door at the end of the hall. We couldn't see anything. Then my daughter started to scream and cry at her man over and over. The friend that was there was a skeptic. He didn't believe in anything paranormal until this instant. The buzz in the air finally died down. We asked my daughter about what she saw. The best she could tell us through baby talk was that it looked like Daddy with long wet hair like Mommy. Obviously, it wasn't this clear, but I'm translating from toddler to little, so this was the start. A few days after my daughter started having nightmares about what she would call the blue eyes. The best we could gather was that there was a group of kids, and all of them could see, or rather, all they could see was their blue eyes. One night I woke up from a dead sleep. I saw someone standing behind my fan. They were kind of hunched over, looking between the blades. Then I suddenly heard my daughter start crying at the top of her lungs. The figure dusted away. I used the word dusted because it was like the person just came apart. Normally I would assume this was a lucid dream or something, but my daughter happened to cry in the middle of it. I jumped up to check on her, and as soon as she saw me, she said, "The blue-eyed made the baby on fire." This is word for word, minus the baby talk. At this point, I reached out to a family friend. She made me a bag to sew into my daughter's teddy bear, and I did. My daughter's nightmares stopped, and we didn't have any more related incidents. Myself and the girlfriend broke up a few years later. I moved to Texas, had some roommates, but only had visitation with my daughter. Nothing that happened ever really seemed as if it was related to the earlier incidents, so I pretty much forgot about it. In this house in Texas, I started having issues with sleep paralysis. I would occasionally wake up and see a big pair of chattering teeth in my closet. Wouldn't be able to move. But I would eventually doze back off. I said to someone in the comments that it never bothered my stepson or me speaking about it to my wife. She thinks she may have seen it. A few years after the sleep paralysis, my wife and my stepson came into my life. My stepson would often have nightmares, but one night he complained of being scared to sleep. This is normal because he's only 3. We asked him why, and he told us, "There's scary teeth in my closet." Not necessarily related, but worth mentioning. Years after that, Years after that, we now have a 3-year-old little girl. She's very smart and advanced pretty fast with her speech, so she was pretty much understandable, and that was just before her 2nd birthday. She always had issues with sleep. She started telling her things about a baby scaring her when she was sleeping. A little while later, she started talking to us about random things. She's riding her car seat one day and tells us that she saw me last night, but I was a spirit. She starts referring to the spirit as Spirit Daddy. Apparently, she follows Spirit Daddy around the house, and he and his friends with blue eyes go into each of her siblings' room and jump and play. They crawl on the walls and play in the bed, then go to the next room and do the same thing. Then they run and hide until the next time. So 2 of my children have described to me the same kind of spirit with long hair coming and interacting with them. The spirit daddy also apparently has friends that have blue eyes and are kids. For the record, this isn't like a family legend that we're talking about. After the first occurrence, there was a kind of hush order on the Adderman. We didn't want repeats or kids to have nightmares when they were older. The warnings. Due to the nature of my job, I will be changing the names of everybody involved and or affected by one of the most terrifying nights I've ever had. The things I'm about to share actually happened to me one night while at work. I am what's known as a personal care attendant, or a direct support worker. I work one-on-one with a disabled client. My client at the time was around 29 years old and in a freak accident 3 years prior. He was accidentally shot in the neck by a stray bullet when he was sitting outside on his grandpa's porch. This left him as a quadriplegic. I've worked for him for many years. He lived in my cousin's home with his 4 daughters. At that time, I worked from 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. while my cousin was at work. I do everything my client is unable to do, like housework to cooking to daily tasks he needs help with, as well as taking care of his 4 kids. After I put all the kids to bed and got Nate settled for the night, I went through the house and made sure all the lights were turned off and all the doors were locked. They had a security system as well, but for some reason I forgot to arm it. It was like 10 o'clock that night when I went to my cousin's bedroom to watch a movie on his laptop before going to sleep. About an hour into the movie, I headed to the kitchen for something to drink. It was dark, but I'm used to the layout and it didn't really bother me turning the lights on. And when I heard a sound coming from the front door, I immediately recognized it. It was the doorknob rattling. I've experienced a lot of paranormal activity over the years in this house, and I peeked out to see if anybody was at the door, and I saw no one. So I assumed it was just that. I checked all the doors and windows and made sure everyone was okay and went back to the bedroom to finish my movie. After about 10 minutes, my laptop started acting up. It froze. It was making a really high-pitched noise I'd never heard before. I restarted it, and it did it again. I shrugged it off and decided I was getting tired. Anyway, I thought about going to bed. I started to lie down when I heard footsteps in the hallway leading into the direction of the kids' room and the bedroom that I was in. So I got up and flipped the hall light on and peeked out the door into the hallway. No one. But I again walked through the house checking on everybody and making sure everything was locked up. I started feeling very, very anxious at this point, and I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep now. So I turned the TV on and the volume down so I didn't disturb anybody. And that's when I heard a very familiar voice say my name. It sounded exactly like my dad, except my dad passed away nearly 10 years prior to this. I sat up and looked around the room, and again, no one. Now I'm thinking I'm not going to sleep at all. The activity was kicking up more than usual, so I decided to use the voice recorder to figure out what was going on. I captured the voice of a young boy. My client's children, they're all girls, by the way. And after asking some questions, it sounded like he said, "Need to be careful." I tried to ask more questions, but I was so tired. Out of the corner in my eye, in a large picture frame, I saw something move. I also heard the movement and turned to look. I couldn't see anything in front of me, but I swear to God I could see my uncle, who had passed a few years prior as well. I saw his reflection in the glass of the picture frame. Then I heard him say, "You can't go to sleep." I'm a paranormal investigator, and not a lot freaks me out, but I'd never experienced this kind of activity before. It was close to 2 a.m. at this point, and almost 3 hours of constant unexplained activity. I decided I'd had enough and I walked over to the nightstand, grabbed the remote to arm the security system, pushed the button to arm it and thought, this is crazy. I need to just try to get some sleep. I had to be up in a few hours to get the girls ready for school. I stuck my knee on the bed, and at that exact moment somebody kicked in the back door to the house, which was located in the kitchen. The security system went off. It was extremely loud and lights were flashing all over the outside the house. I grabbed my phone, ran toward the open back door. I didn't see anyone, but I still dialed 911. One of my biggest fears is somebody breaking in. And as I was on the phone, I was checking to make sure everyone was all right and there wasn't anybody actually in the house. My cousin called because the security system company had called him because of the alarm being triggered. He had told them it was probably an accident. I told him, call him back. Somebody just kicked in your fucking back door and I'm not turning this alarm system off until the police get here. We never found out who tried to break in the house. But you cannot convince me that all the paranormal activity I experienced that night was not a warning about what was going to happen that night. It was truly as if they were purposely doing things to get my attention so I wouldn't forget to set that alarm by keeping me awake. I'm not really afraid of the paranormal, and it's just, I tend to worry about the living. And this is a perfect example of that. When the dead come knocking, don't answer. Growing up, I always knew I was a little different than most of my family. I could see what I should not be able to see, and I could hear what I should not be able to hear. I could look at a person and see their whole life and things that they've been through. I could sometimes see and hear people who weren't physically there. When I would tell my parents, they just wrote it off as I'd be watching too many horror movies or my mind was playing tricks on me. Nobody, and I mean absolutely no one, took me serious. My first real encounter of dealing with a spirit that was no longer here took place back in 2005 or 2006. I was a teenager in high school, 10th grade to be exact. It was about 3 a.m. in the morning. I was asleep on the living room couch. I awoke to this loud boom that sounded like it came from up the street. I remember sitting up on the couch, peeking through the blinds to see what happened. There was a car that crashed into this big gate. Apparently, it had been a high-speed chase. The driver jumped out of the car and took off running. This happened directly in front of my aunt's house. I hurried and picked up the phone to call my aunt to make sure she was okay, see what was going on. So me and her were talking, and all of a sudden I hear a knock at the door, so I'm like, Auntie Felicia, hold on. Something's knocking at the door. She goes, at this time of night? I respond back to her, yeah. So I got off the couch and I go to the door and I say, who is it? And in a very low, soft, childlike voice, they respond, Carolyn. I asked, Carolyn who? After that, they didn't say anything. Literally about only 3 to 5 seconds pass. I snatch the front door open, and there's no one there. I pause for a moment because in my mind, I'm like, well, what the hell? There's no way anybody could have left the porch that quickly. And even if they could, the way my porch was made, you would hear it creak or you could hear somebody coming up or down the steps. So I just head back to the phone and I tell my aunt what happened. Tell her I don't know who that was. The only Carolyn I know was the Carolyn my cousin J.D. was dating for years. Yes, Gecko. As a matter of fact, that was actually her voice. Told my aunt I don't know how she left the porch so quick. All of a sudden, after saying that, my auntie paused for a long time. Hello? Hello? Auntie Felicia, you there? She finally responded. Oh yeah, baby, I'm here, but I'm bothered. Why, Auntie? I said. She responded back and said, 'Cause baby, The Carolyn that came knocking at your door had been dead for 3 months." I immediately hung up on my auntie. I was so baffled because I didn't know this lady was dead, let alone why her spirit was knocking at my door. Over the next few weeks, things got more creepy and weird. Across the street from where I lived was a fenced-in area with lots of bushes that anybody could hide in, honestly. I was sitting on the porch about 3 weeks after the initial incident. It was about 8 p.m. I was just on the porch waiting to see if my boyfriend was there during the time. Maybe he was going to walk by. All of a sudden, I hear the wind blowing in one spot. Nowhere else, just this one spot. And then I heard footsteps running up the porch steps. I started screaming and ran in the house and locked the front door behind me. I ran past my mom into my room and shut my door. I was so afraid. I was in my room for a good 30 minutes. Still felt this uneasiness on me. So something told me to cut off all the lights in my room to where it was pitch black. I went to the window, looked out the window, damn near passed out. I saw this lady Carolyn speared across the street looking out the bushes, staring directly at my house. Something was so sinister about it all. She looked very demonic. Her hair was wild looking. Her eyes had a red glow to them. Her teeth were even different. What the hell is going on? I thought to myself. When I blinked my eyes, she was gone. I let out a sigh of relief. Finally managed to get myself together that night. As I proceeded to lay down, there was a knock at my window. Gosh, why did I get up to look away and I saw something? When I started to close the curtain, I saw her face directly at the window. She spoke and said, "Hey," in a demonic tone. Then I passed out. Can't recall anything else after that. All I know is I never want to see her face again. Greetings, believers and skeptics alike. Paranormal M is here to challenge your perception of reality. Don't forget to subscribe, drop a comment, I'll write back, and turn on notifications to keep up with our latest mind-altering tales. We hope you're prepared for a reality-bending experience. Unexplainable experience / spontaneous fires. 5 or 6 years ago, I had a really strange encounter as a teen that I've never been able to explain or make sense of. If anyone has any reasonable explanation for this story, please comment below. Background. This story takes place in Raleigh of North Carolina. There's a nature reserve area near my old neighborhood that I used to frequent with friends that became our unofficial hangout / smoke spot. The nature reserve is called Schenck Forest. The area is owned and managed by North Carolina State University, and it's also home to some veterinarian school for horses. It also operates as a teaching and research site for the university's forest management program. The land itself has an interesting history. Prior to it being utilized for university purposes, there was a prison farm on the land pre-1930s. When visiting the area, even prior to this experience, my friends and I always would joke about how the land had a strange energy and feel to it. In the parking area of the reserve, there is a small graveyard and an abandoned house, which certainly further contributes to the interesting vibes. However, I just never felt scared or uncomfortable in the space. Would often go to the area alone. Here's the actual story. One night I was about to meet up with my friend. We were going to meet at the nature reserve park. She was getting off work that night. I ended up beating her there. And while waiting for her, I parked my car off to the side of the road and turned it around to face the direction in which you would enter the park. Behind me was the graveyard. I could see the area decently well in my rear view and left side mirror. It is important to mention that my car was the only car there. and that there were no other humans in sight. The time was just past 7 o'clock in middle of October. The sun was almost completely set, and it was starting to get dark outside. After arriving to the park, I sat in the car for a few minutes on my phone, trying to kill time while waiting for my friend. After sitting there for a moment, something caught my eye in the side mirror of my car. In the graveyard area behind my vehicle, there was a small fire that had started on the ground. My immediate reaction was to get out of the car and to stomp out the flames. That is exactly what I did. I found it a bit odd that this fire had started seemingly out of nowhere, but presumed that somebody had tossed a cigarette out just before I arrived. The fire was in an area where there were dry leaves on the ground, so this was a plausible explanation at that time. After stomping out the small fire, I got back into my car and continued scrolling on my phone. It was almost completely dark outside at this point, and the sun had gone beneath the horizon. Again, something caught my eye in the side mirror of my car. The fire had seemingly reappeared instantaneously. I immediately presumed that I had failed to put out the first time, got out of my vehicle once again to try to put out those flames. Upon getting out of the car, I quickly realized that this fire was separate from the first one that I had put out. It had started approximately a foot behind where the charred spot in the leaves from the first fire were. After realizing that the ground had spontaneously caught fire not once, now 2 times, in a graveyard at night, I started to get a little creeped out and walked back to my car to leave. I didn't bother putting out the second fire. Just as I put the car into drive, I glanced back in my rear view to witness a third fire spontaneously start just behind the second fire, of which was still burning. This time I saw the fire begin with my very own eyes. I sped off, left that park, as this whole situation made me quite uncomfortable and confused. The next time that I returned to the area after this experience, the ground was still charred in 3 places in a perfectly vertical line. This occurrence was not a figment of my imagination or delusion, and I've never heard of or experienced anything like this in years after this. Ever since I had this experience, I've been trying to come up with a reasonable explanation for how this could happen. I've just been, entirely unable to do so. There were no other humans around, and with the sun being down, there's no plausible way that these fires could have just been brush fires started by direct sunlight. I'm not religious, and I do not actively practice spirituality, but I felt like these spontaneous fires were a sign that I was unwelcome there, or at least at that time. The entire experience has left me confused for years, and if anybody has a scientific explanation or theory to how this could happen, I would love to hear it. I thought I would share another story about my ghost encounters. About a week ago, I shared a story about a place I shared with a roommate. This is a story about an experience I had living alone. As I stated, after 10 years, I moved away from the apartment I shared with the roommate into a second-floor apartment. This, too, was once a larger home, but had been converted into 2 separate units. The first floor was still used as a house. The people that owned it had turned the second story into an apartment for their daughter. When she moved out to get married, they decided to rent it out. It had one entrance via a door that was 15 feet from their entrance. This door led to a flight of stairs. At the top of the stairs, the bathroom door was directly across, with the entrance to the bedroom to the right. Going left took you through the very small kitchen and then the living room. I especially liked the living room as it was huge, and 2 of the walls had half doors built into it. They were used as storage. I moved in and the first week or so was peaceful and uneventful. After about a week, I woke up one night to go to work. I worked overnights in a factory. I went into the living room to sit on my couch and chill before heading out and found all of the storage doors wide open. There were 6 in total. I closed them thinking maybe I'd been looking for something in them before going to bed and forgot. I don't know. While I had had experiences with the paranormal most of my life, I had never encountered an entity that would move objects. I went to work and came home. I immediately checked the doors and they were still closed. And as an explanation, the doors did not have nose. Maybe they meant knobs. They had a latch that you had to twist in order to open them. Kinda hard to explain. I made myself some dinner, watched a movie before heading off to shower. I have always, even when living alone, been the type that closes the bathroom door whenever I'm in it. I get undressed and start the shower and hear a knock at the main door. I throw on my pants, exit the bathroom, and head down the stairs to find no one at the door. I was thinking whomever it was must have left before I could answer. I went upstairs to shower. It is important to note that I was alone in the entire house. Both of the owners worked during the day. I returned to the bathroom, close the door, drop my pants, and hop in the shower. No sooner do I get soaked than there is yet again another knock on the bathroom door. And I'm not talking a nice soft rapping sound. Someone is pounding on the door. After I crawl back into my skin that I just jumped out of, I shout out a "what?" I thought maybe, just maybe, one of my landlords had come home and knocked downstairs, failing to answer. Maybe they'd gone to get their key and let themselves in. Well, no one answered my question. I just stood there frozen in place, unsure of what my next action should be. Hearing nothing more after a couple of minutes, I grab my bar of soap and start to wash. Bang, 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 bang on the door again, hard enough to jar it in place. I am fully freaked out right now. I quickly rinse off and jump from the shower. Throw open the door, fully naked but not caring because somebody was about to get their ass kicked. No one was there. I quickly check out the apartment, dripping water everywhere, but find it empty. I even check the closets, the storage doors, and under my bed. I run down the stairs and find my door locked. There are no other cars in the driveway. It was then that I got the familiar feeling of being watched. I sprint and look up the stairs, and I can feel it up there looking back at me. I run up the stairs, saying as calmly as I can that this is not welcome and that it needs to leave. I go back to the bathroom to finish my shower, and as soon as I close the door behind me, it gets pounded on again. I mean, the second my hand left, you know? I wanted nothing more than to finish my shower, so I opened the door, just got back in. The water had started to turn cold at this point, so I finished quickly. For the 3 years I lived there, I could not close the bathroom door to even pass without it being pounded on. The storage doors would open randomly, but the worst experience I had while living there was the time I headed to bed. It was around 2. I was walking toward my bedroom when the door slammed shut before I could get there. I slept on the couch that day. I tried, as I always do, to tell them that they were not welcome and to sage to salt, but I believed then, as I do now, that these places are not haunted. But it is me that attracts these entities. The talking and saying and salting never works for me. Panic in the woods, or something more sinister. This morning, I, a 33-year-old female, and my best friend, a 34-year-old female, took our children and dogs to the woods for some fresh air. We live in the UK, down south. It's a woods that we've both been to often. Right off the bat, there was an atmosphere in the air. Both dogs seemed on edge. My dog more so, often whimpering and barking, which is unlike her. My daughter 4 stayed glued to my side the entire walk while my friend's twins, which were both 7, ran ahead of us. There are 2 paths into the woods, a high path and a low path. Below the low path, there's a valley. As we walked along the low path, the twins decided to climb the steep slope to reach the top path. Something they've always done many times, by the way. My friend's dog wound up joining them. While at the top of the slope, the twins said that they heard some pigs. This isn't uncommon, as there are pigs that roam the woods often. Within seconds, the twins had gone, completely out of sight. This is not typical of her children. They are adventurous, but have never left our eyesight before. My friend frantically shouted for them, but we couldn't see or hear them at all. My friend in a panic attempted to climb the slope to no avail. Deep in the valley below us, we heard a dog screaming in pain. It sounded like a dog had got itself trapped in a snare of some sort. My friend stopped her attempt at climbing the hill and started shouting for her dog, who we both thought was the dog that was screaming. The screaming of the dog became more intense, so much so that my friend then attempted to climb down the hill onto the valley to help what we thought was her dog. In the corner of my eye, I saw some movement, and it was her dog walking toward us from the direction her twins were last seen. As soon as we saw her dog, the screaming in the valley stopped dead. A woman then appeared on the top of the slope and shouted to us that the twins were making their way back down the path toward the beginning of the woods. We shouted back, "Thank you," to the lady. My friend told me that she would run ahead to find the twins. We both looked up to where the lady was stood, and she was just gone. We both looked around to see where the lady may have gone, but couldn't see her. From the direction she was standing, only a moment ago, approximately 50 deer ran straight past us into the valley below into the direction of the screaming dog. My friend then ran ahead to find her twins, leaving me with her dog, and my 4-year-old. As I continued my walk toward the beginning of the woods, I heard rustling amongst the foliage in the valley next to me. I looked down and saw 5 deer running past me in the direction of the other large group of deer. I lifted my daughter so she could see the deer for herself. As I placed her on the floor, I heard a noise in the valley, but very close to me. It sounded like a person making an old phone ring, like that brrrr sound. I stop and I look into the trees, but I couldn't see anything. As I turned away to continue my walk, the same sound started again and stopped the moment I looked over. At this point, both dogs were behaving extremely nervously and continuously checking behind us. This was as I was trying to pull them forward. I can't explain why, but I just knew my daughter wasn't safe. Whatever was happening in those woods, whoever it was or whatever it was trying to separate us all. I ignored the sound and continued walking toward the start of the woods as quickly as I could, whilst dragging my daughter and the dog on their leads. As I walked around the corner, I saw my friend who had found her twins. The twins both looked very pale in the face and said that they were very scared. They had told us that they began to sing in the woods because they were, stood still, and they could hear twigs and leaves breaking all around them. They said that they came across a lady with a face that they recognized, but her face was really shiny. She told them to walk down the path. They said they recognized the woman from their school. And I do feel the need to add that both myself and my friend would recognize anyone from that school. Neither of us recognized that lady. They also said they could hear us shouting them, and they did shout back, but we couldn't hear them. We both heard all the sounds. We both saw the lady. We both had the immense feeling that we were all being separated, but neither of us can explain what happened or why it happened. We've been Googling it, and the only suggestion is something called panic in the woods. But we both experienced the same thing. I have shared some experiences from my past, now for something more recent. As I've gone through life, I've moved a few times. Each time it takes time for the hauntings and visits and encounters, whatever you want to call them, to resume. About 4 years ago, I moved to another state. I've been employed for the last 20-ish years as a plant manager, the guy in charge of manufacturing company. A new company opened within a few weeks of me moving, and I got to the position there of running the place. The building was already there, and the new company just bought the property. This meant that I was responsible for hiring the staff and setting up the plant to produce. The first month we were there, it just was me and another guy. We were mostly doing cleaning as the former owners had left quite a mess behind. I was never the kind of boss to sit on my ass while my employees did everything, so I decided to make the plant into sections, so each of us worked independently on a given section at a time. I've always felt as though I attracted these entities, but this building must have had some history too. It started out simply enough. I would be working and I would hear my name being called. When I would go check with one employee, he would always deny calling to me. As the boss, I always arrived before anyone else. This was true even in the beginning. I would get to work and all the lights would be on, though I knew I had turned them all off the night before. The fridge door would be standing open and neither of us was using it yet. Tools and cleaning supplies would move from where they were left. Still nothing grand by any means. It was not until about a year after we were up and running that the experiences became more extreme. There would be days when I was on my office and just working mornings, and I would hear muffled conversations through the wall. For context, my office wall was shared with the entryway where the employees would come in daily. That's when I would go out to see who had arrived. So there was really never anybody out there, and the only lot had my car. Shortly after this started, I was out on production floor talking to my crew. I always make it a point to socialize with them individually so they know that I'm invested in them as a person, which I truly am. My only woman employee, I'll simply call her Jay, she ran the last machine in line and she was always the last person I got to. When I approached her, she looked nervous, which was quite unlike her. I asked her what was up. Jay explained to me that she was sensitive to spirits, and since she had started, she had heard voices calling her name. That morning, though, she had seen a man standing behind her machine, watching her with a look of malice on his face. When she went around the machine, the man had vanished. Another part of my job was watching the security footage every night. The owner was paranoid about theft, and beside my office and the restrooms, there was not a spot inside or out of the property that was not watched 24/7. The cameras had night vision and motion detectors, so the review screen would alert me to times I should really pay attention to. At first, there would be indications of movement where I could not see anything. I chalked this up to a mouse or something moving in the camera's view, but too small to make out. That all changed about a month later. We only ran one shift. Everyone, including me, left at 3:30 daily, and as I said, a month give or take a few days after the empty footage, I noticed every day that there was a timestamp from one camera at exactly 3:45. When I would review the footage, it was always the same. From seemingly out of nowhere, orbs would appear, hundreds and hundreds of them. They would fly almost like a flock of birds, one way, then the other in front of the camera. When they changed direction, it was in unison, again like a flock of birds. It always lasted from 30 to 50 minutes before they would vanish. We didn't have forced air for heat, so I knew it was not just dust being blown around, and as I said, it was only one camera which happened to be mounted to the wall outside of my office. I showed the footage to Jay one morning. She agreed that this was not a natural event. It still goes on to this day, as do the voices. I've seen people that were not there as well, but whenever I go look at the footage, they're never there. Don't mess with the Ouija board. It was the year 2010, and for some reason my friends were always talking about using a Ouija board, and if one of us finds one, grab it. At the time, the mall closed, and we had like a Spencer's. I saw a Ouija board for sale. I bought it and invited my friend to come over. We were both skeptical. I trusted her, so we went to my dorm room and I decided to play. So we set it up on a makeshift table in the middle of the room and started off. Ouija, Ouija, are you there? The board pointed to yes on the board. I look at my friend. Did you do that? She looks at me. No, why would I? Expletive. Do you think? Are you expletive with me, grumpy? I looked at her and said, no. So we go back to ask. Are you from the sun or from the moon? The pointer points to moon, and it just feels nasty in there. But again, me being skeptical, I thought my friend was messing with me and continued on. What's your name? It didn't answer. So I ask it what it wants. And then it moved violently and quickly. Spells out my friend's name. I look at her and she's trembling and scared shitless. Yells for me to stop. I tell her I'm not doing shit. She must be. Both of us are panicking. I ask it one last question. How? K-I-L-L-Y-O-U. My name was spelled. Then the room and shit falls off the wall. I thought I ended and said goodbye, but my friend wouldn't touch it. Never got an answer back. The next day I drove as fast as I could to return that board. Nope, not doing it. Usually Spencer's has a no return, but clearly shaken up, the manager approved it and I left. Paranormal Activity 2 came out this year, and I decided to go see it with a group of my friends. After I take everybody home and head back home, I'm heading to my dorm room and my vehicle stalls on a railroad crossing. Yep, no reason, just stalls. At this point, I'd gotten it and there's no mechanical issues. It just won't start. Finally, I get it to restart and Highway to Hell blasts through the radio. And out of nowhere, a train is coming. Fuck, no, move. My seatbelt's stuck. My vehicle won't move and there's nowhere my vehicle finally moved. I can control the radio again. Rather than go back to my dorm room alone, I drive to my mom and dad's house and stay there until morning. I wish that was the end of it, but it isn't. 2011. I end up having to move back with my parents due to some financial struggles. I was trying to help raise my nephew, so I help out a bit too. From 2011 to 2014, I would experience episodes of a cross in a bedroom being turned upside down. I would have intense suicidal thoughts. One night, a friend of mine decided to come over. We would have stayed at my place, except the cross kept turning around. Thought it was my sister and her friends messing with me until I saw the cross move all by itself. At this point, I knew I needed to get as far as I could from this place, and fast. 2014. Until now, I haven't had any encounters. I don't know what it was, I knew that it scared me to death. And I'll never forget the fear. I also try to avoid railroad tracks. To this day, my parents and friends say I'm crazy. But I experienced what I experienced. I'll never touch another Ouija board. Yeah, I have my own stories as well. They are too much. And sorry if you guys can hear the fan going, but I am sweating like crazy. It's like 110 degrees. And I had too much coffee. Moving on. I checked the town's abandoned school. can't explain what happened. So I'm employed as a policeman. I work the night shift in a tiny little town. The population here barely breaks 1,000. Needless to say, I know the town well enough to be able to tell when something is off. Near the center of town, there's an old school that was there before they built the new elementary and high schools. The building is listed as a historical site. The building can't be demolished, but due to asbestos, renovations would cost the town too much to be worth the work. The school sits within feet of the public library, and behind sits the town's fairground. It isn't an official fairground, but every year that they just sort of had a bull riding and small child shows that they put on in the summer. With all of those details out of the way, I will explain what happened. I noticed the backlight to the library on. It's not normal since it wasn't all night, and it isn't a motion light. So I parked in the north side of the old school grounds. I walked through a fence. I had to pass the school to get to the library. I would stop every few feet and listen because the gravel was so loud. When I stopped the second or third time, I thought I heard a squeal in the school like a door, and at first I didn't think anything of it, since I figured it was just me hearing things. The town just replaced all the windows in this building, so I thought I would, really wouldn't be able to hear inside. When I investigated the light, I just found all the doors locked. I was walking back around to my car. As I walked by the school again, I heard a noise in the building again. I stopped and listened and shone my light, noticing that a basement window was broken out. So when I walked up to the window, I looked down and didn't see anything. I kept walking and heard the squeal again. Reminded me of those damn bathroom doors in schools where the hinges are always squealing really loud and echoed. When I came around the corner, I saw 2 cats roughhousing in the dirt. They stopped to watch me, and then both of them turned and looked at the door. Couldn't see myself because it was around the corner. One hissed. They both bolted away from the school, which put me on edge. I know this school is absolutely not in use, nor are there any plans to use this school anytime soon. Also, the local kids and homeless don't come here ever. It's a landmark the city as a whole really admires. Hasn't ever been an issue with breaking and entering for a long time. So when I came around the corner, I saw the door and I walked up to it to see what the cats had run from. I looked for other animals, but didn't make sense because they looked up as if someone was standing in the window of the door. Not like they would if it were a raccoon or a dog that ran off without me seeing. When I looked in the window with my light, I could see a gigantic Raggedy Andy painted on the wall. I assumed this was the kindergarten section or something. I then stepped back from the door, getting ready to leave. I heard whistling. It wasn't really loud, but it was loud enough to make me stop. That little voice in the back of my head was talking now. It was telling me I was just hearing things. But the dude that likes the dump of fear of the unknown told me to go back to the door. I hate that guy. So I went back and listened again. I know it was whistling and not the squeak of an animal or an object from inside. It got louder when I came to the door again. It had a tune, but I don't really know how to describe it. So now, thinking someone's in the school, I went around and checked all the doors, including the second floor door that I had to climb the rusty metal stairs. It was more like a death trap. When I couldn't find a way into the school, I checked it all over again when I left, and I couldn't figure out what it was. The whistling had stopped. I even hung it outside for a few minutes just without the light on, watching, just seeing if there'd be something inside. They would eventually need to use the light to get around or back out. There was nothing after 20 or so minutes. So I got in my car, circled the block, and parked down the way with my lights off to watch for somebody to come out at some point. No one did, and there haven't been any lights inside. The Memory Ghost. This is a really weird story about this ghost. but it started when I was 12 and ends around 3 months ago. When I was a kid, I would always hang at my best friend's house. His dad was a retired basketball player, so his house was massive. When I turned 12, my friend's mom and sister moved into this big house that was newly built across from this gated community that I used to live in. I don't live there anymore. Anyway, about 2 months after the house was newly built, I came over to visit. We played Mario Kart and Smash, and my mom and me just kind of stayed over longer than we thought. We had to leave now, but I wanted to explore the house a bit more. It's no secret that I was tired. I went into this closet and heard a slight laughing. Could have come from another room, but I remember my friend's cousin wasn't staying over. That's when I saw this girl around my age at the time swinging on a swing set. They were almost hovering above me. It was as if she was a fragment of reality, completely intangible, naturally. It was as if I was peering into a window of time. I never told my mom about it because I brushed it off as something that was just whatever, but I kept thinking about it. The girl was white or Hispanic, I think. She wore this dress straight out of Little House on the Prairie. At least it had those vibes. Nothing crazy happened again for at least a year and a half. I'd gone over to that house multiple times by then, but eventually when I was 14, I saw her. It looked as though she was being dressed in fancy clothes and makeup by an older sister or something. Then I remembered she looked similar to the ghost I saw back then. But the thing that was really interesting was it was as if the ghost's memory or presence aged with me. That's when I started to think if I did see a ghost, then ghosts can be fragments of memories from long past as well as wandering souls. 2 years after that, I saw her again, looking noticeably older. She looked to be running off to see a boy or a crush or whatever. One thing these situations had in common was all these events were at night and when I was completely alone in a room. At that point, I thought this couldn't be just a coincidence. When I turned 18, I entered a really stressful period of my life. I was getting ready for college and I emancipated myself from my dad. But my mom was going through breast cancer and I had to play damage control for some of my fucked up family members. I could feel myself breaking down and I didn't have a place to stay at that time. And that brings us back to that house again. I slept in this guest room nobody really got to sleep in. I could barely get any sleep. The fear of what could happen to my mom kept me awake. Then one night I didn't know how long I was awake and I was really groggy. The ghost appeared, hovering over me while I was still in bed, refusing to make a move. It was practically a stare down. I was unnerved but not happy to see her. She was older, my age again. When I woke up, and I have no idea when I went to sleep, I felt weighted down. My clothes looked like it was as if I had a wet dream, which I hadn't had in a long time. I forgot about the ghost when I entered college. My mom beat cancer and I got myself a film degree. I was ready for the next stage of my life. My friend's family even left that house. It was a few months ago that I told my mom this story after we were driving back from storage. She rolled her eyes at the wet dream part. Can't really blame her. But for every other part of the story, she was unusually stone-faced. She asked me what she looked like and I told her. My mom responded by saying my friend's mom and sister heard about the land or the house being haunted by some girl wearing a dress by people who knew about it. When they moved there, they were warned, but they laughed it off. However, for some reason, nobody who lived in that house got to see her, yet I did every 2 years. That made me rethink a lot of things. The only reason I didn't see her again was because I was in college. Angel numbers. I became pregnant with my son in 2006. I was 17 and 18 when he was born. I was due on October 20th. I kept waking up or seeing the clock at around 10:23. Drove me nuts for the longest time. I went into labor on October 20th, but had an emergency C-section at the 1 a.m., so that makes it 10/23/2006. My son was born. Some years later, I wanted to visit my grandpa's grave, and don't remember the time of year or what prompted me to go. But we did go. I found his headstone after a bit of searching. I had seen that he had died on October 23rd of 2000, 6 years before my son was born. Since then, whenever I see 1023, I took it as a hello or a sign from him. I've seen it from time to time over the years, but never thought too much of it. Fast forward to late 2017, and I had a doom and overwhelming feeling that something bad was going to happen. It was late in October. Started seeing 1023 all over. Son was injured. Figured it was that. And the number was now a warning as I was seeing it too often and in different patterns. 2103, 1230, etc. But it wasn't. That feeling hung around. Totaled my 5-month-old car on November 30th of 2017. Figured it was that. It wasn't. I had this feeling for the next month or so, and still seeing this number everywhere, until my mom told me she had cancer. That feeling and the number went away, at least until mid-April, and the number popped up again. Everywhere and on everything. I knew something bad was about to happen. Mid-May, my mom was placed on hospice, went into liver failure. I ended up taking care of her, and her last months of her life just days before she passed. Life went quiet until the following January of 2019. Started around 1023 here and there, but seeing a new number too. 426, and that's my birthday. I knew this now meant something else, but it wasn't good. I've made the connection at this point that my birthday's numbers are how my family members connect to me or say hello or warn me that something bad is about to occur. 426 was a warning from my mom. May came around and my Aunt Mickey, my mom's sister, was diagnosed with breast cancer. And that was weeks later. My other aunt, well, her sister-in-law, she was also diagnosed with breast cancer. My Aunt Mickey had radiation and still here, but must have an oxygen box on her as treatment warped her lungs real bad. 426 died down again until November of 2019. 426 picked back up. My uncle now had bladder cancer, Aunt Mickey's husband, and number 426 kept up, but it went crazy and showed up as 264 or 4206, etc. And in February of 2020, my uncle died from bladder cancer. He went from 0 signs in October to his body being filled by the time he passed. I was flabbergasted, but 426 slowed down again, at least for a while. That was until the summer of 2020. Picked back up again, when my brother disclosed he was sick and sent me pictures of him passing blood or coughing it up. But he refuses to get treatment. He says, when it's time, it's my time. That was the last bad notice with my numbers. Until this past spring and summer, I kept seeing 426 again. It was driving me mad by this point. Like, what the hell could it be? Who's sick? Who's about to die? Couldn't put my thumb on it for months. Until this past October when I finally got pregnant after 6 long-ass years. My due date, you ask? 6/24, a variation of 426. I need help from you guys, and I believe this is all true. And I've spent the entire day searching for answers to this problem. Let's help him out. So, some of these things have only just come up recently. one of them being consistent nightmares and manipulation of objects. So first off, roughly 11 p.m. almost every night, something quickly runs along the deck outside approaching my window. And only if even a single light is on, it hits the window very hard 3 times. One time when all the lights were off and the blinds were closed, it was on my phone. I heard the footsteps quickly approaching, so I turned my phone off and hid it. Surely enough, when the footsteps got to the window, they went away as quickly as they came. Another time I did the opposite for the sake of testing. Sat in the corner of my room as far away from the window as possible with all the lights off, blinds down, and only my phone at the lowest brightness. When the footsteps got to my window, it bashed on it 3 times, then ran away. That part has been persisting for 2 months at this point. On to the next part. Most recently, I'm talking like last night, things escalated a little more. Of course, there were the footsteps as well, which I can handle without freaking out at this point. But when I went to sleep after that, I had a nightmare for the first time in many years. I have a fear of clowns, but that's pretty much gone at this point. However, it came back as of last night. So basically, in this nightmare I was in an asylum, and it was completely abandoned and run down with red emergency lights that ran along the hallways. Sort of bathed it in a blood-red tint. As I walked the hallways, I heard a faint sound of jingling bells echo through the hallways. This only made me panic a little more. I quickened my pace until I turned a corner to see a small figure standing at the end of the hallway with a jester hat on its head, bells on each tip. I then quickly sprint in the opposite direction and cut off numerous times by this small figure. I then decide to hide in one of the cells in hopes that it loses its attention. Then I hear the jingling of the bells and the light but slow footsteps approaching the metal door for the cell I'm hiding in. Me being me, I accidentally swear under my breath from being nervous. The footsteps and jingling stop for a second. Then I hear strong pounding on the door. It finally gives way after the 3rd impact, revealing a small clown doll. It then lunges at me, but I smack it to the side and land in some sort of contraption like a paper shredder. I watch as it gets completely decimated, and I continue to search for an exit. As I do, I feel an object in my pocket. It's the clown's head. No matter how many times I throw it away, it always comes back. I then wake up from the nightmare. Everything seems normal until my parents say that they're going on a tour of the asylum. I think nothing of it and think that it would be kind of cool. However, as I get to the parking lot of the place, the memories of the previous nightmare come flooding back. I look around for the small clown, but it's nowhere to be seen. As my family and I traverse the halls, they all disappear one by one when I'm not looking. That's when each family member just gets dimmer and dimmer. The place gets more run down until it looks exactly like my previous nightmare. Everything then proceeds exactly as it had in the nightmare until I'm left hiding in the same cell. But I look for the paper shredder thing that's next to me. It's not there. I then properly wake up this time. I check my phone for the time and it's about 3 a.m. Then as I put my phone down, I hear my door suddenly open only enough so that there's a tiny gap. I quickly rush to get up and close it. Needless to say, the LED lights in my room were coming on after that. With that done, I went back to sleep. This time, no nightmares and no dreams. The Mimic, the Imitator. What was with us? I worked at a boarding facility for dogs and cats. From day one, stuff was off. The first thing I noticed was, hearing a voice right behind me. When I turned around, seeing no one there, understandably enough, with 20, 70 dogs barking all around me for their lunch or playtime or potty breaks. I kept discarding these things until one day from the top of a low kennel, a partially filled water container like the ones you use to water plants with, and we use it to fill bowls, it flew at me. No way a dog could have hit it and sent it somehow flying horizontally at me. It missed me by like an inch or so. I felt the breeze of it flying past me as I walked by. It hit the kennel across from where it was located hard. I knew something was up then, but still hadn't paid much mind. Shortly after, I noticed the metal doggy door that led from each kennel into an outside run, and it would start swinging when I entered the kennel to clean. Or for anything, really. I would look at the doggy doors, and okay, both other sides, no motion from them. But if I stepped out of the kennel, the door would stop swinging. Well, nothing new for me to experience weird shit, so what is one more story to add to the list, right? One day a coworker got mad at me and called me. She said she saw me through the window and asked why I didn't go back and talk with her for a bit. I answered with the fact that I wasn't, nor had I been anywhere near work that day. She thought I was kidding, went to the front desk to ask, and was told that no one, in fact, had been through at all for the past couple of hours. This happened 3 times with different coworkers where they would see from the other room or the yard and ask why I stopped to talk. And these were all days I wasn't at work. This eventually progressed. I was moving up to being like the bather, you could say, for our location. So a lot of dog baths and loud dryers going for the pups. I kept seeing every time I was bathing a dog, and my manager and then friend and also the person whose voice I heard the most when no one was near me standing by my side. She would stand there, waiting for me to turn around and turn off the dryer so I could hear her. And once I did and turned toward her, no one would be there. She would be busy with clients or not even in the building. At this point, some of us girls had already been discussing the weird shit going on. One friend and I said, just roughly at the same time, "Oh, the mimic. Oh, the imitator." We looked at each other and smiled nervously. We'd never talked in depth about this stuff because, come on, how many people would even take us seriously? Turns out 2 other girls had heard or seen me or the manager more than once when we weren't there, or it simply wasn't us. 2 more things stuck in my memory about this place. 1, we had a storm which leads to power flickering on and off. And this would be from the reception to the back kennel area where most of the activity would seem to happen. It was visible through a large window so clients could see where their fur babies would be kept. But as the lights flickered, 3 of us stood at the reception past our shift in case we had an emergency. 2 of us were facing that window. Both of us at the same time saw a fast, non-identifiable shadow thing rush past the window even at the higher top of the kennel doors. Which, by the way, are 6 feet tall. We saw this twice during the light flickers. The second thing that stuck was this. We had radios. We just often forgot to use them or even turn them on. One of my coworkers was just outside with the daycare dogs. Dogs there just to play for the day. And that's when her radio clicked. A voice. She didn't recognize it. It said, "Spot's mom is here for pickup," and then cut out. She went to answer only to realize her radio wasn't on. She got that dog ready and took him to the front where the receptionist said she didn't call for him. She didn't have any radios on either. We still don't know what it was and really what we experienced. But we do know it was out of the ordinary. Middle school ghost. He's super freaked out, so I decided to tell you all. My brother goes to the same middle school I did when I was his age. I remember a casual conversation with my health teacher, who was also the gym teacher. They were telling us about a kid playing basketball. We were in a brand new middle school, and the old middle school was about 30 feet from the new one. He had been the gym teacher at the old middle school, and I forget what year, but the kid whose name I can't even remember, They had heart problems. They were playing basketball in the gym during gym class. Then the kid collapsed. Our teacher ran over and 911 was called. It was too late. By the time my teacher got to him, he was dead. Then everyone in the gym, which was about 50 to 100 people, had to watch as the paramedics took away the body, bawling their eyes out. The memory still haunts him. When the new school was built, they put a framed photo of him in the trophy case with a rose. Anyway, they still use the old middle school as the rec center because it has a pool. Anyway, my brother's friend had lacrosse practice the day before and forgot his bag. He was scared to go to the gym alone. So he brought his brother. Or my brother. So they went into the gym and the only person that was there was a kid playing basketball. When they opened the door, the kid turned to them and disappeared. They ran back into the school screaming bloody murder. When they told a teacher, they ended up in the principal's office with the principal and my old health teacher. When they told him what the kid looked like, my old teacher crumpled. They had described what he looked like down to a t-shirt. The principal gave them detention for sneaking into the rec center. But some kid was using the bathroom and heard the commotion and told everybody. By the time school let out, everyone knew. And some teachers let class out early so kids wouldn't have to see them cry. So that leads up to now. Mom doesn't believe him. Neither does our dad or the principal. But I do. And so does my old teacher. Can someone give me tips on what to do about a child spirit? I know I banished that ghost girl in my backyard, but I met this kid once when I was little. I just feel kind of broken on what to do. Please, give me some advice. My grandmother's mirror encounter. Hello. I've been recently delving into paranormal experiences in and out of my family, mostly to comfort my crippling thanatophobia, and asked for some good stories from my mom. They gave me a story regarding her mother. First, let's find out what thanatophobia is. Regardless of how I pronounced it, it seems that thanatophobia is the fear or anxiety surrounding the fear of death. I digress back to the story. Grandma and my great-uncle, who I'll be calling V and R respectively, moved to Canada when they were around 7 and 8, around 1962. They were German and were still getting used to the language. Now my great-uncle R is a strict and firm atheist who doesn't believe in ghosts, God, or the afterlife. But this story shakes him to this day and he refuses to talk about it. V and R were around 10 and 9 when this happened. They were getting ready for bed. But Grandma V was too scared to go downstairs and brush her teeth. She felt like the air was heavy, so R accompanied her, and they went to the bathroom. They were then met with a young girl around 5 years old looking at Grandma, and described to me as having a long brown hair and a onesie covered in red and blue and yellow splotches. The girl disappeared so soon as she arrived. V and R looked at each other and were able to perfectly describe the same description of the girl to one another. Where they promptly screamed. Then they ran to bed. And to this day, Grandma hasn't told a soul what happened that night other than my mom and my late aunt, who then told it to me. My first ever encounter with ghosts at 14. As the title says, my lifelong encounters with ghosts started when I was 14. A bit of backstory. I lived at the end of a dead-end street. Directly across the road from my house was an old man that lived with his sister. They had inherited the house from their parents. Beside their house was just a cornfield, and beside it was a large field. My friends in the closest store were on the other side of that field. He was a nice old man and allowed us to cross through his lawn to get to the field instead of having to walk all the way up the road and then backtrack down the main road. It is also important to this story to point out that there is a patch of trees between the two different fields. It wasn't very big, maybe 15 feet thick, but it did run the entire length of both fields, and we would have to walk through it when taking the shortcut. It is also important to point out that there was a large, dilapidated barn on the edge of the property line. It belonged to whoever owned the cornfield. I ended up getting a job at the little store that I mentioned earlier. I went in every night from 7 until 9. I stocked the coolers and sorted out the bottle returns by vendor. Even in the summer, I would walk home in the dark. I had never had a good feeling when I would walk past the barn. I always felt as if something was watching me and my skin would crawl. But the shortcut saved me 20 minutes walking, so I always used it. One night while I was walking to work in the winter, got to the patch of trees. It was dark as dark could be, the nearest streetlight well over a football field's length away. The only light was from the full moon. The area where I crossed was swampy, and there was always standing water. Being winter, the water was frozen over and to my left. I was about halfway through the patch of woods when my skin began to crawl in earnest. I heard a sharp crack from the ice to my left. Anyone that's ever walked over ice that was not solid enough to support their weight knows the sound of a foot breaking through it. That was the sound that I heard. I froze mid-step, worried that there was some sort of animal there. I slowly turned to look at the source of the sound and saw this black figure looking at me from around 20 feet away. Even typing this so many years removed from the experience, it gives me goosebumps. I knew instantly that this was neither a wild animal nor a living person. I could make out the trees behind it, but it was not really see-through, but kind of transparent. It's difficult to articulate exactly. It also lacked any real form. Its head was shaped like a person, but it had no arms or legs that I could see. As I stood there glued in place, started to move toward me. This was all it took to break me from my spot. To say that I ran fast would be an understatement. The snow was about 8 inches deep in the field, and I'm pretty sure that I could have set an Olympic record. I got to the main road and crossed it to the store. I stood outside for some time before catching my breath. The entire 2 hours I worked, I kept getting chills and my eyes would water. At 9, when the store closed, I was to head home. I stood by the edge of the road to gather my courage. Finally, I crossed the road and entered the field. As I got closer to the patch of trees, the hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I knew I was no longer alone. I broke into a sprint again, feeling like I was running for my life. If there was something waiting for me, I never saw it. For the next few weeks, every time I would take the shortcut at night, I would get the same sensation. Eventually, I caved and started to take the long way. This spirit, ghost, demon, whatever it was, stayed with me until I graduated high school and moved. I went on an exchange trip to France, and I was out hiking in the Alps and I saw it there. My host's family's son also saw it, so I knew I was not imagining it. In parentheses, real. Scariest inception-like nightmare I've ever had. My family is of a French religion that believes in the after death and in contacting them. My grandfather and my father say that they can see or hear things. I myself have been a skeptic for a long time, but strange things have been happening for some time that make me question my beliefs. First thing, my ex-girlfriend and I were in the living room watching a movie at dawn. That's when suddenly I see a shadow figure out of the corner of my eye going down the stairs that lead to my living room where we were. I, doubting the veracity of what I'd seen, decide to don't care. Soon after, my ex asks me, "Did you see that?" I answer, "Yeah." Summarizing the progress, we both saw the figure. We were afraid and went up to the room. Second thing, dreaming with the dead. I've had a few dreams with deceased people that I knew were talking to me. My father says it's my way of getting in touch with them. But as I said, I'm quite skeptical. Third thing, sleep paralysis. I have had sleep paralysis my whole life, but the last few of them have been dark. Example. Me and a cousin broke into an abandoned factory, and on the same day I had sleep paralysis where I could hear voices saying, "We shouldn't have gone there." My cousin also on the same night heard footsteps and knocks on the door of the isolated house where he lives in. I've had other bad experiences with sleep paralysis, which according to my father are caused by an obsessive spirit, and it tries to torment me, but none as horrible as the one I'm about to tell you. This happened today. I went to bed around 1 a.m. I woke up around 4 p.m., a.m., and I was hungry. I go down to the kitchen, drink some yogurt, and I eat a cookie. I go up again to my room. I lie down and fall asleep, but not quiet. I stay awake half asleep with the fucking sleep paralysis. In front of me, next to my bed, I see a figure's head moving frantically, like we see in horror movies. Serious shit. I wake up, or at least I think I wake up. I sit on the bed, but something's wrong. I feel a strange presence in the room, and I run to the bedroom door, but I don't really get there. I wake up again. This time, seeing a black arch on my bedroom ceiling. Inside the nightmare, I try to leave my room and go to my father's room. My parents sleep in separate rooms. When I get there, I open the door, and he's asleep. I try to wake him up, but he doesn't. I wake up again, suspecting that I'm still in a dream, but I'm totally confused. I get up from the bed and walk over to my bedroom door. Halfway there, I feel a presence behind me. I look back, and it is me, except with a demonic smile on my face. I wake up again. I run to my mom's room scared to death. She's sleeping but wakes up. I tell her that I was having nightmares. I asked to sleep next to her. I'm an adult man, so imagine the fear I was about, asked to sleep next to her. I lie down, she starts laughing viciously. I get chills, but I'm not an easy guy to scare. I look at my mother and she has the same smile as me in my previous dream, laughing as if enjoying my suffering. I get angry and I ask that if he's tormenting me. I grab the thing, that's both my mom and a thing, by the neck with anger and I choke her. I wake up again, this time to have another paralysis, within the ordinary this time. Then I really wake up, glad to really be awake this time. Just beyond the property line. It all started in August of 2018. It was a humid night with dark storm clouds that had been there for days, but no rain. This was and still is a normal occurrence around where I used to live. I was in 8th grade, and the school year had just started. I'm putting clothes away in my dresser, which is by my bedroom window, and I look outside. My room looks out onto the backyard, and there's a line where the grass ends and a swampy wetland starts. Between that line was a field. The field was full of tall grass and what I think was called millet. The field ends with a stream that cuts the field off from the rest of the public property. Anyway, I looked out my window, and there was a girl standing in the field, about 5'4", brown bushy hair and dark eyes. The girl was dressed in rags and had no shoes on. I opened my window to call out to her, but before I did, she did the hand sign that I had my eye on you. The two fingers that you point at your eyes and then to the person you're motioning at. I did a double take, and she disappeared. I called out to my mom, who's in the kitchen. I asked her if there was any news about someone escaping the local mental hospital. The mental hospital was extremely old and was notorious for treating people horribly. Most of the buildings were rotten, and the ones that left held the criminally insane. My mom asked why I told her about the girl in the backyard. She thought I was joking because the kitchen also had a window that looked out to that backyard, and she hadn't seen anything last time she looked. So now my mom thought I was just joking. Later that night, I told my brothers what I saw. They thought I was messing with them too. They don't believe in ghosts at all. They trust science over superstition, which is perfectly reasonable. But unlike my brothers, I've accepted that science can't explain everything, no matter how hard they might try. A couple of days later, I was walking up to the bus stop on what the kids on my street called a Navy skies. It's where it's bright as a sunny day, but you can't see the sun, because there's sort of a navy blue storm cloud as far as your eye can see, to the point where it blends with the horizon. When these things happen, it means that storm clouds have been building up for days with no rain. The day these clouds appear, it will start raining in the next 6 hours, heavy. So I'm walking out of the side door of the garage, which faces the field, and surprise, surprise, she's there. Again, I yelp. My twin brother comes out of the garage and asks me what's wrong. I told him about the ghost girl being there again. Cleans his glasses. Says he doesn't see anything. We shrug it off and walk up the hill to the bus stop to see the girl who lives down the street, who I'll call Jay. We say our good mornings and acknowledge the weather. I then tell her about the ghost girl. Jay then freaks out. Jay comes from a super religious family to the point where they never let her read Harry Potter. She then whispers to me, "My family almost didn't move here because they heard that the swamp that the neighborhood was built on was haunted." A couple of hours after school ended, she came down to my house and gave me a copy of the Bible, a cross, and a necklace. And get this, a jar of freshly made holy water. I gave her back the Bible, we already owned several, and the necklace, but I kept the holy water around for safekeeping. To this day, I still have that jar of holy water, but I keep it as a memento. And besides, after a few more visits from this ghost girl, I got fed up and used sigil magic and folk magic to get rid of the ghost from the field. It probably worked, because I never saw it again after that. I was talking to my mom around Thanksgiving and told her about the ghost girl. She told me that she once saw a girl who matched the description of the ghost walking around the neighborhood once. When she tried to ask who the girl was, she vanished into thin air. Scared the crap out of her. We all saw them both. When I was 13 years old, my dad was getting married to my stepmom. Her side of the family owned a fishing cabin in the mountains in the very northern part of the Washington state. It was her grandfather's. It stayed in the family. This cabin was in the middle of nowhere, I'm not kidding. The nearest town was tiny, like it populated less than 100. You have to drive up into the mountains on a dirt road for about 45 minutes to an hour to get to the cabin. It sat just above a small lake. Very beautiful and secluded. No other cabins around. Nothing. Just the one. I'd never been able to place, I've never been to a place like it before or since. So I'm 13. My soon-to-be stepbrother is 10. My soon-to-be stepsister is 5. And my stepmom was pregnant with my half-sister. My dad and stepmom decided they wanted to have a very small wedding at the cabin. So we drove up to it the day before the cemetery. Everybody else who was attending would be arriving the next day, the day of the wedding. Except for my stepmom's youngest brother and his girlfriend. We'll call them James and Vicky. They were also arriving the same day as us. We had planned to light fireworks and celebrate the night before. So another thing about this cabin, there's no television, no radio, no phones. Only electricity and water. This also took place in the late 90s when most people had pagers, if anything. Definitely not cell phones. So we're at the cabin and decide to take the small rowboat out to fish for our dinner. It's dusk at this time. I remember I kept looking back up at the cabin to see if James and Vicky had arrived, because they were in their early 20s and young and fun, and all of us kids were really excited for them to get there. So my family and I are sitting in the boat. I turn my head to look at the cabin again. This time I see a woman standing on the patio facing us. She's wearing a long white gown. It looks to be made of lace. It goes up and over her neck like an old-fashioned dress. Her hair is up, she's waving at us. The only thing I can't make out are the features of her face. There's a man standing next to her, but he's turning to walk around the side of the cabin. He had like a cowboy hat on and a Sherpa-lined leather coat. I got so excited, I said, "Look, James and Vicky are here." My whole family looked up at the cabin and exclaimed, "They're here!" My dad rowed us in fast. He ran up the short hill to the patio where they had just been standing. Nobody was there. No car in the drive next to ours, and no note, no sign that anybody had been there. It was really weird. We all felt strange. My parents distracted us somehow, and soon we forgot because of the excitement of the wedding. The next day, guests are arriving, including James and Vicky. What they had said was, "Sorry we didn't make it last night. We broke down on the way and didn't have the ability to call you because there's no phones here." It was no big deal. We were just glad that they made it. Fast forward to 6 months after the wedding. It's Christmas dinner. James is over. Suddenly the experience dawns on me for the first time since it happened. All I said was, "Hey Mom, remember that time we were at the cabin and we thought we saw James and Vicky, but it wasn't them?" James immediately interrupts me and says very seriously, "One time Vicky and I were at the cabin fishing. It was around sunset. I looked up at the patio to see a woman standing in a white dress waving at us. Everybody at the table got very quiet. Then he mentioned the man in the cowboy hat, seeing him walking around the cabin for a time or two. He and my mom got emotional and deducted that the man and woman must be their grandpa and his first wife. They were dancing under the moonlight. So about 9 or 10 months ago, my friend and I meet up for drinks and food. It's a crisp autumn evening and there's a beautiful full moon out. We decide to go for a walk to compromise our very satisfied full bellies. My friend finds a park on Google Maps that's strangely close to us. It's strange because we've lived in this area and we've never seen this park before. Anyhow, we start to head over to it. As we're heading there, she starts telling me spooky stories about shrooming with a mutual friend and basically how while they were shrooming, they turned streetlights on and off with their minds at will. She swears that this happens. Then I discuss strange times when that's happened to me. But as we talk about this, a sort of, wouldn't it be weird if that happened now? Question pops up in our conversation. Then the streetlights actually start blinking on and off. This was just like we had discussed. And we willed it. And the night got eerily quiet. We reached the park, which is really just a big soccer field dipped into the earth in the middle of a neighborhood. The moon is gigantic, large, and more impressive than I've ever seen. I almost get giddy about it and strongly suggest that we sit in the middle of the field. At the center, I bask in the brilliant platinum light, but I feel strange, as though I smoked a couple of bowls of some good weed. But because I've been on medication, I've been very sober for almost a year. I recall describing it to my friend as though I felt like a little tiny organism in a giant petri dish. I look around and the quaint field is suddenly huge. It's like the size of a football field. I begin to panic. I feel like something is terribly wrong. My panicking is visible to my friend. She asks what's wrong. I say the field seems like it grew to an incredible size, and the moon on top of it is making me feel like I'm tripping on something. She responds, "Oh, I thought you were freaking out about those hooded figures over there." I look to the south, where the field starts to end and bend back up towards the neighborhood. There were newly planted trees, and these trees had shadows, and some other strange objects that at first I thought were teenagers goofing around. But then they also became the trees. I couldn't decipher what they were, and we sat for a while trying to figure it out. Eventually, it became clear that they looked like hooded figures, and they were definitely moving, running side by side. At first, I thought they were teens playing soccer or something, but they were hooded, and their movement seemed more choreographed. And even weirder, it looked like they were blinking from one spot to another, or perhaps glitching back and forth. We watched in kind of a trance. We walk out of the field towards the north side, and still loving the moon hanging out at the edge. For a while, we just relax, but still feel watched and look back into the field. This time, the hooded figures aren't on the southern edge of the field, they're actually in the field. They followed us. My friend, who's very composed and calm as a person, says, "I feel like they're gonna eat us," which was her way of saying, "We need to get the fuck out of here." So we booked it. A couple of weeks later, we returned to the park in the daytime to A, make sure the park exists, and B, see if maybe there really were trees and there were 4 rows of them instead of a crowd of shadow creeps. We get there and there's only one row of very small piney trees at the very top edge of the field. The nauseating terror we felt creeped back into us, and we again book it out of there. Ask Reddit. This happened at 5:15 a.m. Sunday, July 16th of 2019 with my wife and me. We believe it's a woman's spirit we came into contact with. Whenever I say see, it's non-physically. I look over at my wife and she's crying. I offer her a hug and she accepts, but she says she isn't sad. After the hug, we both felt the room drop about 15 degrees over 5 seconds, originating from the doorway and sweeping across us. At this point, we realize it's a spirit. We plead for the spirit to come back another time, light incense and a white candle of protection, have it near the doorway. We then proceed to sage just the bedroom and say that we're not saging the rest of the house to prove that we want help. Just not right now. Had some drinks, but not anything drunk. My wife and I talk about imaging that we were feeling and receiving. She could feel overwhelming blue, a pressure in her head too, and the word Willamette. My wife doesn't know Portland water features. I see rippling water. My wife can only see a silhouette of a woman. I got the whole picture of her still burned into my head today. We both keep looking at the doorway, and I mention how I can feel her pacing from just outside the doorway all the way to the edge of the bed right next to the candle. Because she could make it past the candle and the sage, we understood she didn't mean us harm. We went into the front room and used the Ouija board. We asked her if she was here. The planchette moved to yes. I have to admit before this I've always been a little skeptical. So I nudged the planchette to see if it was my wife. Just gave my soft push so my wife wasn't moving too. wife also admits to testing it if it was me after everything. Then we asked her, "What's your name?" The planchette stopped between the G and H center board. Then we asked if she wanted to communicate. She said no. We said goodbye and went to the bedroom. We understood she wasn't there for her. So we were reassessing in the bedroom what we were seeing and feeling. We both could see a middle school boy. At this point, my wife is able to see the woman more than just a silhouette. I think my wife needed the spirit to see that she was safe. This boy put off a social punk exterior but a loving interior. We couldn't see the father in the picture at all, so we understood that she was worried for her son. While my wife and I were talking, I could feel a cold, comforting hand on my back. Since this boy's life was about to be uprooted to nothing he really knows, she didn't want the punk exterior to win over the loving interior. At this point, we have a lull in the conversation and both are processing. I start to blubber-face cry where tears and everything are happening. I hardly ever cry as I'm slightly self-emotionally disconnected. Sadness is the hardest for me to show. Think emotionally strong pillar in the relationship. My wife holds my hand and starts speaking to the spirit, saying how her son will be just fine and how he has way more love in him than punk, and that it will always shine through. While my wife is speaking, I no longer am crying. I say in a fully normal tone of voice, "She's gone." We couldn't feel her energy anymore at all. We believed that she moved on. I looked at the clock and it was rounding 6 a.m. We believed from everything that this spirit attached to me when I crossed the Willamette over the Selwood Bridge. After crossing the bridge, I noticed I was getting testy in response to things, but wasn't necessarily upset by them. I'm an oblivious person, so I think it took my wife, even lived in a haunted house, pointing it out for me to connect to the spirit. I thought I'd share what I believe to be my first ghost encounter. During October, cliché I know, of 2023, I was hanging out with a friend. I began asking her some questions tied to the paranormal. The subject has always piqued my interest, and I knew that she had actually had some experiences. So my questions mainly pertained to those, as well as a bit on how she believed the paranormal world worked. As I'm aware, viewpoints can vary wildly depending on things such as religion and personal experience. She was more than willing to answer, too, and I eventually asked something, that had been on my mind for quite some time. You see, one paranormal experience she had was when she and one of her other friends had used a homemade Ouija board, which she claimed had actually worked. So, with my interest in the subject of the paranormal being that of, is it all actually real? I'd asked her if we could do something similar. She agreed, and after gathering the materials, we went out into the American Midwest countryside that we called home. And by about sunset, we arrived at our first location. We had set it up in a truck's bed. I was quite literally trembling with anticipation and fear and a bit cold. We tried 3 times, but nothing happened. However, she did mention catching the eye, or the reflection of what she claimed was a skinwalker. We also saw the reflection. However, it was too far for myself to confirm what it was because, of course it was. We were planning to see a movie afterwards, so we left to see that, with the drive there consisting of her sharing more of her paranormal experiences and also quite a bit of talk of skinwalkers. After the movie, we went to a completely different area. This is where the meat and potatoes of this post really happened. We had done the same setup, and I should mention that before we started, I pulled out my camera's flashlight because we were worried whatever we first saw had followed us. I kept it out so we could see what we were doing in the homemade Ouija board. We did the thing, And this time I can't remember if it was the first or second try, but that's irrelevant, because it worked. We had asked the spirit basic questions. Their name is the only one I remember asking, though. As we continued, my fear and dread continued to climb. I began looking around the area with my flashlight, believing to have felt the presence of a human nearby. And I still swear up and down that I heard breathing nearby that wasn't coming from either of us. My friend eventually told me to stop. I could be pointing it at the spirit, and if that I was, doing so could anger it. We eventually said goodbye and left. As she drove me back home, we talked about what happened, and also some extra details about ghost encounters and ghosts in general. With all of that being said, one standout detail I remember her mentioning is that if we saw what would almost look like a dark wall of shadow, where there shouldn't be at least, that was probably a ghost, and to look away from it. She also recommended I stay out of dark areas for a few days, of which I vehemently did. In the end, I'm personally still a bit on the fence about whether or not ghosts and other paranormal beings do really exist. However, after some time to sit on this story and getting the opinions of others, I've come to the conclusion that if they do, their intentions for staying on Earth probably aren't good. However, I'm sure you all won't be surprised to hear that I still have a morbid curiosity about it all. One that, if anything, has probably only grown since that encounter. If I'm being honest, despite my parents' warnings, of whom I told all about this, but if that friend were to invite me to do this again, I probably wouldn't say no. In fact, I again might be the one to ask. Ask Reddit. This happens on a hybrid old people residence, in part mental hospital with a large morgue. Large morgue, as in at least 100 old abandoned metal coffins on the same wall. We went there to play airsoft midday in summer. This is in Seville in Spain. I went with 2 former Spanish Legion. That's the elite unit of the Spanish Army and Spain's Rapid Reaction Force. They're crazy as fuck. They would go fight a lion barehanded just for fun. So in total we are 5, 1 of the Legion in each team. Me being my first time considered pretty much useless. Place is huge. It's a square shape with buildings being on the side of the square, with the middle being a big patio for old people to hang out. In the middle of this big patio/garden, now completely brown and dry, there is always a rocking chair moving slowly, as if someone was sitting there. No one dares go into that patio. Even these 2 guys are afraid of that after playing there a lot of times. Not to say go near the morgue at all. So we play, rest, keep playing, rest and enjoy the surroundings. And when we realize it's midnight, we keep playing anyway. The building, one of the corners go into a second floor with just a small tower. Without stairs, they're broken. The only way to go up is climbing or a stair in the patio where no one ever wanted to go with the stupid chair moving. I had no idea of anything and was full of adrenaline trying to kill those 2 bastards that had been dominating the whole game. So I decided to go up through the stairs outside, just trying not to look at that chair. Once up, I start sniping these guys now that we're the 3 versus 2 Legionnaires. I get one and the other sees me, so he goes inside to try to climb, shouting, "You better did not go through that patio, you motherfucker. You better did not go through there. Check the chair, I'm going up." I'm so confused of what he's saying. I just go to check the patio and I see the chair's not moving anymore. I'm so confused, I just ignore it. Think he's just messing with me. So I hear a scream. Shooting as this guy is making so much noise after climbing from inside the building, I see him through the window. He looks at me, shoots something inside the small tower, jumps through the window, runs to me, grabs me, and pushes me to the border of the building. He jumps and tries to push me. I I go down slowly while he keeps trying to rush me. Shouts to the other guys, but it seems the Second Legion guy's taking everything and packing the car scared. All we normal people that has never been there are just kind of paralyzed out of the confusion, while both of them are rushing in the car and they start it and run out of there as we're being pursued by the devil itself. Once back in town, they say that last time they played at night, they noticed the chair not moving anymore, and after going into the patio anyway. They were just playing themselves for fun with all the military equipment. One of them was hiding in the morgue while the other was looking for him when he ventured into the patio itself. Right after that, the guy in the morgue heard some noises, thought it was his friend. He waited there hiding. Then the noise started changing place from front to its back to the metal coffins. He starts to freak out and he sees an old lady in a white dress that looks as if she's been dead for a while. Chase them slowly out of the building while they just left the car there and run for 15 minutes with all the equipment. That was, at least until they reached town. It seems they've been there a few more times, just checking what the hell happened. And next time they realized it was the chair in the patio, and somehow the patio was forbidden. When the guy climbed up for me, he met her in the tower while climbing, panicked, and just tried to get out of there. My grandmother. My mother got pregnant with me in high school and gave birth to me a week after she turned 18. Her mother ended up adopting me along with her husband and my mom's stepdad. My biological mother's mom, my grandmother, passed away from ovarian cancer when I was 3 years old. Despite everyone's best efforts to keep the fact that she was dying a secret from me, I knew. One of my aunt's favorite stories to tell people is how I came to her at 3. I told her I knew Mommy, which was the grandmother, and that she was dying. That was because her angel came to me and told me that she was dying. I've always been very sensitive to things like this. After my grandmother passed away, my biological mom's stepdad raised me. He had moved back in with his mother so she could help him with me. I became very close to this grandma. More often than not, she was my main caretaker. As a little girl, I always loved being in her room. It was pink and gold. She had so much vintage Avon makeup I just loved to get into, even though I knew it would piss her off beyond belief. But I was a little shit as a kid, so when I would get into trouble for getting into her things, I would always tell her when she died I was going to take her bedroom. I obviously had no discipline at this point in life, but I digress. The summer I finished the 3rd grade, my biological parents decided they wanted me back. And what was supposed to be a visit with them in Arizona turned into me leaving my home city of St. Louis, moving to Arizona and not seeing my family in St. Louis until I returned again when I was 19. My dad and his new wife lived in my grandmother's old home as they moved in after she passed. I had flown in from Tucson, and they brought me home after picking me up at the airport. They told me to put my things in my old room. As I went to open the door to my room, I realized the door was locked and asked my dad if he had a key. My dad reminded me that the door did not have a lock. He came to try to help me open it, and he couldn't get it open either. He ended up having to cram a butter knife in the door jamb to wedge it open. This was a 2-bedroom house, the only other bedroom being the one that used to be my grandma's room. I didn't think anything of it until my dad said, "Guess Grandma doesn't want you to have your room back." That night I was a little unsettled and couldn't sleep, so I called my boyfriend and we stayed up late on the phone. My room hadn't changed since I was 8, but I had a very off feeling in there and it freaked me out enough that I was too afraid to get out of bed and even use the bathroom. I felt slightly better when I heard some dishes clinking in the sink on the floor, thinking maybe my dad had probably woken up to raid the fridge. So I went out to the hallway with my boyfriend on the phone still, and that was just to keep me company. It was pitch black. That's when I realized no one was awake. I decided since I had made it that far, I may as well pee while I was feeling brave. I then stepped out onto the backyard to smoke a cigarette, came back and got into bed. I decided to keep my boyfriend on the phone while I fell asleep so I didn't feel alone. And that's when I heard something slam against the back of the house. It was so loud it rattled the windows in my bedroom. I thought for sure it would wake my parents up, but they continued to snore from the next room. My boyfriend heard it over the phone, so I knew it wasn't just my imagination. Needless to say, I didn't fall asleep until I saw daylight drifting in through my curtains. When I finally pulled myself out of bed the next day, my dad was making me coffee and my mom was at the stove cooking. She asked me if I'd been looking for something last night. I assumed that she meant that she heard the noise and asked if she heard that loud bang on the house too. She shook her head and looked confused and then said, "No, I was just asking because he left all the cabinets open." By the way, I hadn't even touched the cabinets. What matters far more than the claim is the evidence for the claim. And when I say research, I don't just mean hanging out in an abandoned building trying to talk to ghosts using a Ouija board. Not to say that there's no value in doing that, but anecdotal experience is trumped by empirical data. And so I spent as much time as possible reading research papers and contacting scientists who were doing the work. Contrary to popular opinion, there are scientists that are studying this phenomenon, and there are actually a lot of data out there too, although there's no consensus on the nature of the phenomenon itself. One of the people I spoke with just this past week is Dr. Jim Segala. They'd been working with Dr. Colm Kelleher and Dr. Kit Green to study the so-called experiencers. People who have a history of experience with anomalous or paranormal phenomenon. Some of those names will be familiar to people who are versed in the subject of UFOs and the government's complicated history with that subject. Dr. Segala's team deployed custom-built devices. These devices were meant to collect environmental measurements, ranging from temperature and humidity to acceleration and gravitational readings, even gamma radiation. That last one is particularly interesting because there are very few things in the natural environment that produce ionizing radiation, and really nothing that should be producing the kind of spikes that we were measuring across multiple devices. The kind of experiences that subjects were reporting include poltergeist phenomenon, shadow beings, orbs, and even cryptids. Things that are routinely dismissed on the subreddit as fantasy or hallucination. But these subjects weren't crazy. Some of these people have high standing in the intelligence and military communities, and some who hold active security clearances. And these clearances require frequent psychological assessments. More importantly, these events correlated with anomalous readings on the devices. It indicated that there was genuine physical phenomenon occurring, although much of that phenomenon has proved to be extremely difficult to document. The theories on why it's been so hard to capture range from consciousness-based explanations to interdimensional non-human intelligence. Intelligence which may have the ability to operate outside of time, and even to read our thoughts. These things are currently being discussed in classified briefings with members of Congress. I'll be surprised if you had telepathic interdimensional werewolves on your 2024 bingo card. But here we are. Allow me to make a quote from Marcello Truzzi, one of the founders of the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry, the leading organization for professional skeptics. In science, the burden of proof falls upon the claimant, and the more extraordinary a claim, the heavier is the burden of proof demanded. The true skeptic takes an agnostic position, one that says the claim is not proved rather than disproved. He asserts that the claimant has not borne the burden of proof, and that science must continue to build its cognitive map of reality without incorporating the extraordinary claim as a new fact. Since the true skeptic does not assert a claim, he has no burden to prove anything. He just goes on using the established theories of conventional science. But if a critic asserts that there is evidence for disproof, that he has a negative hypothesis, saying, for instance, that a seeming psi result was actually due to an artifact, he is making a claim and therefore also has to bear a burden of proof. Did my old pet cat visit me? I, a 28-year-old female, live alone with one cat, a 10-year-old male. He's very close with me. He comes to the door to greet anybody like a dog would, and he's a good listener. Come, no, get down, stuff like that. He messes with spiders and stink bugs indoors and watches and hunts birds through the window, but couldn't care less about squirrels. Not even neighborhood dogs. Not sure if he's ever encountered a mouse. The only times he's gone outside the litter box is when I've been out of the house for too long or at my boyfriend's place 4 nights in a row, for example. Or perhaps the very rare occasion the door to his litter box area is closed accidentally. When those times did occur, he peed on my bed without fail. I learned to honor his bond with me by being home consistently, closing my bedroom door when I'm not home. We'd been problem-free for over a year. He can't frickin' live without running water. Despite the cat fountain, he's always up on the bathroom sink asking for a drink. My first ever pet, Cad, almost made it to 18. She passed 1 year ago, which is 2/6/23. She was also a huge fan of running water, and in her more youthful years would see us on the way to the bathroom and race us to the sink or tub to wait patiently for us to turn it on for her. Last night, which is this morning, the 7th technically, I got up to pee at 6 a.m. My cat heard me and came in from the living room. With the bathroom door open, I can see the front door of my apartment. From the toilet and tub to the left, vanity to my right, my cat sat on the floor between me and the bathroom door. I saw a flit of something about my head height. It was in my right periphery, which would be roughly the right side of the vanity above the sink bowl. I do take sedative medication at night, so I second-guessed myself at first. Maybe it was just a messy bun frizz over my ear that I saw. But my cat saw what I saw and was immediately alert. He stood up, jumped on the sink, jumped down, trotted over to the front door, sniffed the crack of the doormat, trotted back, and veered into my bedroom out of sight. I checked my door, closets, and windows. There was nothing funny going on. Went back in my room and my cat had peed on my bed and was pawing, just covering it up. I don't want to anthropomorphize, but I've never seen him act like that. And it did feel like pretty good kitty guard behavior. Checked the entry point, marked my bed to keep whatever was away from me and my human spot. I heard nothing and I smelled nothing. I didn't get any sensory feelings like the room's cold all of a sudden or hair standing up that I've heard about. All I felt was unease because I know that he saw it too. He was visibly on edge for a little under 5 minutes. Other thoughts went through my mind. Bird? Bat? But there was nothing flying around or trying to get out after that moment. No birds, no bugs. I didn't think it would make sense for it to be a mouse, at least at head's height in the bathroom. Flying mouse. Stink bug makes more sense in that respect, but I can't imagine him acting that way from a bug sighting. My only other explanation currently is that my beloved old cat visited me on the 1-year anniversary of her death to get a sink drink. The devastating part is I flushed and walked the path my live cat took, and the thought it could have been my past kitty didn't dawn on me until I remade the bed and settled back down. So if it was her, I didn't turn the faucet on for her. What exactly did I see? Shadow people? Ghosts? I've been trying to figure out what exactly it was that happened. And I saw something. I've tried to Google this numerous times, and the only thing that comes close to explaining the encounter is what they call shadow people. This is 100% facts. I really need to know what the fuck happened. It wasn't only me who witnessed it. I was with two of my friends, and when it happened, we all looked at each other simultaneously, as if confirming as if we all witnessed and saw the same thing. Okay, so here's the story. It was January 2012. The house I was living in burned down out of nowhere. The boiler just exploded. This is a whole other story in and of itself. I don't want to sidetrack and get off topic, but yeah, my family was living in the hotel because they had the insurance. My dog had just given birth the day before, and thank God all the puppies survived, but yeah, I would go to my house every day to make sure it was clean and they had food. I was with two of my friends and we were all just talking, standing next to each other. That's when all of a sudden, and this wasn't like it's in the movies where you see ghosts and it's like a human form, this was more like a gas/smoke type of black darkness. It came from one side of the room to the other in less than a blink of an eye. I'm talking about so fast it was like a black cloud of smoke, and it was like a very, very dark black. I don't know how, I just don't know how to explain it, but it wasn't like a humanoid figure. That's why I don't want to say it was a ghost. But it was definitely something that was not normal. There wasn't any smoke, nor was there anything like fire that would cause this to happen. It just happened out of nowhere and went from one side of the room to the other. When it happened, we all looked at each other and we were all just stunned and speechless. And to this day, my two friends don't even like to bring it up. They like to get freaked out. This is why I tried to give the short version of the story. But anyways, you remember in the beginning of the story how I said the house caught fire and whatever. Well, basically, I'm going to tell you the whole story. My parents got divorced, right? I'm not one to believe this in Spanish. It's called brujeria. English, they call it voodoo or witchcraft. But I know myself that's part of the family that they used to dabble in that. And right after they get divorced, everything went down here. Especially for like my mom's side of the family. Well, my side of the family, basically. Like, first of all, of my dog, and first thing that happened was like my dog got sick out of nowhere. Like from one day to the next. What's it called? He just stopped eating. I would have to open his mouth and stuff bread down his throat so he would eat. He wouldn't want to eat at all, to the point where I just put them down. Then my dad got sick. Ended up losing about 50 pounds in 3 weeks. Nobody knew what was wrong with him. Turns out he had an autoimmune disease. And yeah, a bunch of weird stuff started happening, and then out of nowhere the house caught on fire. Like the boiler exploded. Yeah, like I'm convinced that there was a curse. Whatever, I don't like to really bore that up because it makes it sound like Hollywood story. 2 likes in a row, brutal. Whatever, but yeah, you know what I'm saying, especially the thing with the black shadow things, whatever you want to call it. If anyone has any similar experiences like this or knows what this is, please let me know. And this is something serious. Please, if you don't have anything nice to say, please don't say that at all, 'cause I'm really trying to find out what happened. Curious knockings. Back in 2019, I'd moved into a new house with my family in my room in the basement. Me being a teenager, I wasn't complaining being down there. I was just watching YouTube and enjoying the privacy. Well, one day I'm laying in bed watching YouTube when my dog Daisy jumps up, ears like a Doberman, teeth out, hair up, staring at the door, growling and barking. 10 seconds later, she abruptly stops, whimpers, and runs to me. From outside my door, I hear 3 knocks, followed by a low guttural growling from the other side of the door. It sounded like a wild animal, and to this day I still can't take a guess at what kind of animal. I've heard wolves, bears, dogs, lions growl. It wasn't like any of them. Originally, I thought it was my sister who loves to play pranks on me, so I get up not thinking anything of it. I swing the door open so I could catch her in the act, but she wasn't there. Now I just think, oh, she's probably hiding somewhere down here. I'll find and scare her back. Checked everywhere. My bathroom, the main basement area, her playroom, even the storage room. Nothing. I knew she hadn't gone upstairs because her stairs are super creaky. She's a heavy walker. There's no way I would have heard her. But still not super suspicious, I put it off and go back to the room and continue what I was doing. About 2 minutes later, I hear the same 3 knocks. My dog, now in my bed, is up again, growling with her tail between her legs. At this point, I'm frustrated and swing the door open and nothing again. I walk upstairs, I go outside, and proceed to yell at my sister for trying to play pranks on me. My mom and dad looked at me super confused. My sister swears she never went inside. My parents back her up with a concerned and very serious face. Now I'm generally nervous. My parents are serious people, and I always know when they're joking, and they weren't. I slept upstairs that night. My dog hates it in my room now. She won't sleep unless she's on the bed and waits by the door and cries to get out at night. She's fine in any other room. I got over it eventually, but I still have occurrences every now and then. When home from school, we go inside the garage, and then use the house key to let ourselves in. Well, when I got home that night and tried to let myself in, the key wasn't there. I had to call my sister 5 times to let me in. I got mad at them for losing it, and they swore that it was there when they got home. They get home an hour before me. I tell my parents about it, and they both search for it for like half an hour, checking the whole garage top to bottom. Didn't find it. Fast forward a day, and my sister said that the key was right back where it belonged in its usual spot. My parents threatened all of us for trying to play pranks on them, and when none of us confessed, even after being threatened to be grounded, they got seriously anxious. Just yesterday, my mom heard somebody walking up the steps and woke up to someone in a white sweatshirt just about my height walking around. My second dog, Stella, jumped up, and she's old, so she normally takes her time getting up, runs to my mom's side. The thing just walked up the stairs and into the kitchen. She thought it was me, so she didn't panic or anything, but not 5 minutes later I walked up the stairs for a drink and she got really confused. She asked me if I'd come upstairs already. I answered no, and she got super scared. Because I wasn't wearing a white sweatshirt, I was wearing blue. No one else was home. Haunted elevator ride. The summer I turned 14, I spent a lot of time hanging out at my cousin's. She's a 27-year-old female. I was helping her take care of her kids. One evening we had to take her daughter to the ER. So cousin, some relative from her mother's side, we'll call friend, but I didn't really know well, a 15-year-old female, and I took her. The hospital had a basement, a ground floor, and then 3 on the back side where the ER was. You went on the ground in the back, but the first in the front of the building because it was on a slope. So because it was after hours, we entered in the back, which I had never done before. Now I have no sense of direction when I'm in a building, especially a hospital, even to this day, let alone going in a different way than I'm familiar with. While waiting, friend and I decided to find a vending machine, which was on another floor. I can't remember which. We took the elevator but couldn't find the machine. Nobody was around and we didn't want to get lost, so we got back on the elevator. We got confused at what floor we were on and ended up going to every floor but the basement. I knew the morgue was there, but nothing looked right. We ended up on the 3rd floor, but when I stepped out, the hall was dark and I knew I was definitely in the wrong place. Jumped back in the elevator, decided to go to the ground floor. Must have been it after all, even though it didn't look right. When I went back into the elevator and hit the button, the door closes. Then suddenly it opens again, but nobody's there. But then it shuts and temp drops. I look at my friend who's standing in front of the controls. There's this blurry shape between us about chest height. Friend is frozen in place, not saying a word. Elevator gets to the ground and I jump out. Friend is still standing there. I reach in and pull her out and she snaps to. I ask what that was. She says, "What?" I stay in the elevator and she has no idea what I'm talking about. So I don't say a word about it to anybody because, I don't want them to think I've gone crazy. Fast forward a few weeks. I'm at lunch with cousin and her mom. We're talking about the hospital visit, but I keep the elevator ride to myself. Her mom starts talking about how she used to work the night shift at the front desk way back in the day. She says a little boy who was, dead, used to ride the elevator down from the 3rd floor. It would stand at the end of the hall, stare at her for a bit. She'd say hi and you'd eventually get back in the elevator and go back to the 3rd floor. She goes on to tell a little history of how the 3rd floor was in the TB ward way back when that was rampant. People would leave their family members there until they passed, and then they were cremated on site. She believed he was one of the kids who had been left there. It was then that I went ahead and told her what had happened to me and my friend. She was convinced it was the same boy. The hospital was later shut down and another was built, but before it was, I did a job shadow the next year in high school with the social worker at the hospital. While with him, we took the stairs. He said he never took the elevators. The doctors would tell you because the stairs are healthier, but that's not the real reason. I was very much thankful to take the stairs, but I asked him the reason, but he wouldn't say. Went back one other time to visit a friend, but took the stairs then too. Sorry to make you crap your pants. So I was 11, at least when this happened. I was staying at my father's house and he lived in a shared community home. They gave him the attic. It was a great size and had a jacuzzi in the bathroom. Nice. Now, this is in Malden, Massachusetts. This house is very old, and I mean very old. Everything creaks when you step on it. The windows have fancy old locks in the attic. It was the only room in the entire house with such locks. My parents had just divorced recently. My dad moved here to have his own place temporarily, till he could afford a place of his own that wasn't shared. And he did end up getting his own house. He normally went to work early around 9 a.m. I was left in there by myself. I really wasn't scared of doing so. Now, my father had been interested in witchcraft. He considered himself a white witch. I was fine with it as long as he was happy. Before he left for work, we went into a closed closet and shut the door. I heard him cast his spells or whatever, I don't fucking know. But it was like in a mumble. He brought a miniaturized pan with a candle inside of it with him. Thought nothing of it until he left for work. Strange things started happening the minute he left. Bathroom door randomly closed. Now I know what you're thinking. Old house equals drafts that may close it. No, sir. This door had a doorstop underneath it, and I know it did prior to it closing because I had just put it there. Since he had already left, and he was there to move it, but I don't know. But I was like, whatever. Slid it back under the door. But the minute I did so, I heard a creak over by the dining room table. Now, this attic isn't that spacious, but it's a great distance between the table and the bathroom. Still, I thought nothing of it. I carried on as usual, playing Xbox 360 for a few hours. He gets home late, around 11, and now it's about 7 o'clock-ish. It just got dark very quickly. Had the light of the TV and ceiling light to keep me sane. But oh fuck, the power goes out on the whole block. I look outside, not a street lamp on at all. Now it's pitch black outside, and the only light is the moonlight. I'm fucking scared shitless. Then the bathroom door closes again. No draft. I put the door stop under it and it still closes. But this time it didn't sound soft. It was a light slam, as if somebody had pushed it shut. And I swear to God, it felt as though not one or two, but 3 people were standing near me. Goosebumps hit. I swear I could hear a light whisper coming from the closet. I'm almost to the point of crying when the power cuts back on and all the doors in the room swing open with force. In the corner of the room, a tall, shadowy figure with a somewhat church-looking hat stood. Tears fill my eyes. The fucking thing turns around to reveal a Moses parting the Red Sea-wide smile. But that's the thing. No other features beside a smile. That's all I could remember before I fainted. My father came home and cussed me out for having all the lights on. I was still just so confused. I never stepped foot in that house again. Luckily, I was leaving the next day. The building in the WHO. In 1999, I started working as a designer at 8500 Holloway Drive. It's now an empty lot, but it used to have 2 buildings, formerly homes in the 20s. At some point, I was told that it was a brothel. In the 60s, it was owned by psychologists who allegedly held LSD parties with the hippies and rockers that hung out at Barney's Beanery down the street. Supposedly, Jimi Hendrix crashed there. The 2 buildings were connected by a bridge that my bosses and former building owners built. The main building had a basement-type area where the design team worked. The main floor had been renovated to accommodate a conference room and boss's office and a teeny room for the assistant, and an office space that was rented to a PR agency. The quote-unquote basement had a back door that opened to the backyard space with an even lower area that an artist rented for a studio and a giant old avocado tree. The second building's lower area was rented to a photographer. The main level floor functioned as photo studios, kitchens, and another computer room. The second building was avoided by everyone. No one liked being in it. It was uncomfortable. It felt anxious, and it was always cold. But the area where I was, the design dungeon, as we jokingly called it, is where I experienced several things I still can't explain. Everyone joked that it was haunted because of its weird past. Things like that were found in storage, like specimen jars of things. That didn't help. I laughed along with the rest. I didn't think much of it until one night I stayed late. I was using the production table to cut and glue a present for my boyfriend. It got late as I was distracted and lost track of time. Started hearing footsteps upstairs. I wonder who came back. As I checked the clock, it was 9 p.m. I started cleaning up my things, but then the footsteps started getting louder. It was right above my head. Then I heard the telltale sound of my boss's chair creaking and rolling across the wood floor. So I yelled up the stairs, "Hello?" The noise stopped. I went back to my task, thinking I was being silly and imagining things. The footsteps started walking around. I ran up the stairs and yelled out, "Who's there? This isn't funny." I looked into the dark offices and stood still. waiting for someone or something to move. I'm losing it. I went downstairs to finish cleaning up. The footsteps started running back and forth to the front door and over to my head repeatedly. I left everything where it was. I raced up the stairs and out the door, setting the alarm as fast as possible. Then I waited for a couple of minutes in the parking spots for someone to come out, but no one came. The parking spots were empty except for me. I brushed it off for weeks. I was tired or something. Then one day everybody goes outside for a break. I needed to finish something and stayed at my computer. The next thing I know, a woman's voice whispered into my left ear in a throaty, seductive tone. "I'll be right back." I spun around so fast to see nothing behind me. Jumped out of my chair, I ran outside and saw my coworkers. "You okay? You're pale." The buildings are gone now, so I hope whatever was there moved on too. Old man in the corner of my room. I have 2 younger brothers. I'm the oldest. All 3 of us have had this room at different points growing up, and it's currently my room now. When I was young, my mom said that I would talk about the old man in the room. Said that he would just stand in the corner. She said I was never scared of him, but that I was never really bothered by it. I would always describe him as standing in the same corner of my room, and he would always smile at me. I grew out of it fairly quickly. I would only mention him on and off for about a year. This is a fairly common thing and can be explained away pretty easily, if it weren't for the fact that my 2 brothers had that room after me and would also describe the exact same thing. They'd even point to the same corner when talking about him. They weren't scared of it either. My youngest brother was the only one of us that never met my granddad. He would tell my parents things like, "Granddad read me a story last night," and "Granddad came to see me last night," but still pointed to that same place. I only found out about this a couple of years ago, and it was already my room again by that time. Both my brothers had stopped mentioning it a while ago by then. My parents obviously never mentioned it to us as kids, so we all talked about it without having any clue we'd all experienced it. We never mentioned it to each other, and none of us can remember anything as we were all pretty young. I don't really experience anything strange in the room now. My bed is currently in the corner of the room. We all said that we saw him. The only strange thing I've experienced since is breathing noise right by my ear when I'm trying to sleep. But I don't feel scared by it. I'm also pretty sure it's just something normal like the air moving around the room. I know that there are much creepier and interesting stories on here, but I just thought it was a little weird and might be worth posting. I don't actually believe my room or house is haunted by an old man, but it's a strange coincidence that we've all mentioned the same thing at different points. I'm certain that I didn't incept the idea into either of my brothers' heads. I'd already grown out of it by the time my first brother was born and completely forgot about it. Edit. There are also 2 other things that's happened in my room that can be viewed as weird. One was this touch-activated lamp that I had in my room. I would have it at my desk. It would just randomly increase and decrease brightness. The light on the bottom would turn on by itself all the time, which is pretty hard to turn on because you have to hold your finger on it and press pretty hard. It got to the point where it was annoying me, so I just decided to get rid of it because I thought it was faulty. Before I did, though, I decided to test it by bringing it downstairs in the living room, leaving it switched on all day and seeing if the brightness or anything changed. Throughout the entire day, it didn't change once while I was downstairs. It can't be a faulty wire in the room because it's chargeable. It would do it whilst plugged in or not in the room. I also made sure it was fully charged before taking it downstairs. I tried it both plugged in and not. I don't have it in my room anymore because it's kind of creepy. but mostly annoying when it just starts doing whatever it wants. The second came from my mom. When I brought this up to her, she said that none of our 3 cats would ever go into that room. It was the only one that they avoided. The animals don't seem to mind coming into the room now, though. My work. I guess it's about time I mentioned that my workplace is haunted. I've been a bartender here for about 8 years. I don't want to say where because it's actually quite famous. At least, well, to the whole world. But nobody really knows that it's haunted except for the employees and previous employees. Most of us have an experience or two, although we do have 1 or 2 employees who have worked there for decades, said they've never experienced anything. But more employees have experiences than haven't. I've been tapped on the shoulder, tugged on the shirt, and felt hands on my back when no one's around. And I'm always alone in my space. Other employees have mentioned experiencing these things as well. Some have seen ghosts there. I honestly couldn't guess how many ghosts we have. A few, maybe. The building has 3 floors. The 3rd floor is definitely the scariest. Most employees will attest to that too. In fact, we have a barback in his 60s who has to clean up the 3rd floor at the end of the night. He hates it so bad. He's had so many things happen to him up there. But he speaks mostly Spanish, and my Spanish is very amateur at best, so he's only conveyed a few stories to me. He also doesn't like to talk about it. He points at his arm and then rubs it, insinuating goosebumps, and shakes his head no. No. My boss saw an old man in the mirror upstairs on that same floor. She was washing her hands in the bathroom with the door open, and that's when she looked up in the mirror. She could see the hallway reflected in it behind her. She said an old man peeked out of one of the doorways and looked at her. She hauled ass downstairs, sent security up to look around. No one was there. Apparently, before I worked there, they had a security guard who was a really big dude. Really intimidating energy. One night he was supposed to be watching the 2nd floor while waiting to close up. He was up there by himself. I guess it came down to my boss in tears, saying that he could never work on any floor except the 1st floor again. Otherwise, he'd have to quit. I mostly work on the 1st floor myself, and that's where most of my instances have happened. The most notable one was catching in my peripherals a very short person in a white shirt walking super fast past the bar and into the kitchen. The movements kind of struck me as strange compared to how our other barbacks moved. So I stepped out of the bar and checked the kitchen. Nobody was there. My main barback, I'll call him Carlos, told me about the ghost before I ever experienced it. So we've talked about the ghost a lot. Phantasma, we say, Spanish for ghost. After I saw this figure go into the kitchen and found the kitchen empty, I went over to Carlos, who was sweeping part of the dance floor. All I said to him was, "I think I just saw the phantasma." And he replies, "White t-shirt, this tall?" gesturing a very short height with his hand. It immediately gave me goosebumps. "Yes," I said. He replied with something like, "Yes, I saw him walk into the kitchen earlier. I went back there to tell him he couldn't be there, but nobody was there." The barback claims to experience a lot in the kitchen. My childhood home was haunted. While nothing ever really happened in this house, we always sensed weird presences. I was also ages 5 to 9 or something like that during that time. But I never had a wild imagination. I really don't know what brought up these memories. They just suddenly came back to me and I had the urge to confirm with my uncle, since I know now that he's just as sensitive, if not even more sensitive to the paranormal than me. Me, my mom, and my aunt and uncle, we all used to live in this really crappy, run-down apartment building. To give you an idea, the roof was damn near caving in from mold. It was infested with bugs, too. The landlord did nothing. Anyway, on to the paranormal. Both me and my uncle concur that we always felt this weight on our shoulders the entire time we were in the apartment. And it worsened when we went into the bathroom. And it would be completely gone if we went outside. The bathroom was the worst part of that place. You know that feeling when someone's watching you all the time? Well, in that room specifically, it was from the vent. It felt like red eyes, gave me serial killer vibes, but there was nothing in there. I remember being so scared to go in there, and for a long time after moving out, I was just scared of bathrooms. I know it sounds stupid, but it's true. Whatever was there truly terrified me. My uncle said he felt maybe 6 different entities in that house. I used to see exactly 6 shadowy figures at night, darker than the room around them. They wouldn't move, but they were humanoid, and I know what I saw. I'd never told that detail to anyone, though. I'd never even spoken about the things I felt in that house. I had buried the memories. And like I said at the beginning, I really don't know what made them resurface. There was one more thing that absolutely freaked me out. One time I was in my aunt and uncle's room crying. I don't remember why. I stopped for a minute. The room was completely silent. All of a sudden I hear a comforting hush. I was a child, and a voice coming out of nowhere like that completely terrified me. I bolted from the room and never liked staying in there very long after that. Later in life, me and my uncle casually started talking about ghosts. He mentioned before that his grandmother helped him tap into the paranormal, and now he's extremely sensitive to it. His side of the family are 100% believers. When these memories resurfaced, I had to confirm with him to find out if it was really my imagination, or if there really was something there. I'm positive. We were comparing notes with my uncle. Sort of confirmed it. He gave his experience first. It matched mine pretty much to a T. I almost want to go back there and see if all this still holds true. And partly to see if the building has collapsed yet. I may in the future, but I don't think I will anytime soon. My Grandpa's House, Part 2. My cousin, I'll call him Jeff, is about 5 years older than me. I was living up north in Washington at the time. He lived down here in Los Angeles near Grandpa. He was probably about 19 or 20 years old when this happened. So anyway, my grandpa and his wife, my real grandma, died before I was born. She also knew that the house was haunted, by the way. We decided that they wanted to sell the house, move to Puget Sound. I was really bummed about it. We had a lot of great memories in that house. Even though it was haunted, it had a great vibe, except for when the hauntings were happening. So my grandpa and his wife were up north in Washington. They were handling the final paperwork to purchase their house. They asked my cousin Jeff to stay down here and house sit the haunted house for them. He totally agreed. He was 20 years old, and it was a great chance for him to have a whole house to himself and get away from his mom and sisters. So he says like the first week. Perhaps they meant stays. I'm going with that. So he stays like the first week and a half, and everything's fine. Then one night, he's sitting in the room and then the family refers to as the ghost room. He stays in there because it's where most of the freakiest stuff happens. The ghost room is also the computer room. When you're sitting at the computer, your back is facing the doorway that opens into the upstairs hall. He said that he'd been listening to KROQ earlier, but at this point he had the radio off. It was pretty late at night and quiet. Suddenly he heard a voice behind him from the hall that he had said sounded neither male nor female, and it said in a very weird and quirky inflection, "Croak." Okay. He froze in fear, like we've all grown up hearing all the freaky-ass shit about this house and experiencing some ourselves. So he's immediately shitting bricks. He said it sounded like the house came alive, like he could hear cupboards closing and people moving things around downstairs in the kitchen in the family area, even though he was completely alone. He said it went on for hours, so he went to the room next to the computer room and curled up on the bed in the corner with the door open a crack. This way he could see out into the hallway. He said he started to nod off after a while. Then something made him jerk awake just in time to catch a ponytail of gray hair and an elbow with a green shirt on walking past the bedroom in the hallway. He basically called my dad crying because he knew my dad would understand what he was going through and wouldn't think that he was crazy. But instead of my dad calming him down, he just started telling him all of his stories that happened to him, which just led to my cousin becoming absolutely inconsolably terrified. He called my grandpa, told him he didn't want to watch the house anymore. My grandpa was pissed, called my dad and yelled at him for telling. My dad was like, "Dude, I wanted him to know that I lived through it and I'm fine. Other people have experienced it and it's been okay. He's a 20-year-old man, for fuck's sake." Anyways, love that particular story, especially when I get to the look on my cousin's face when he retells it. Ask Reddit. Ghosts have always gravitated toward me. I used to live in an apartment that was redone. It was redone because of a fire and somebody had died because of it. I had no clue that the apartment I lived in had this death. I happened to choose the room where the woman passed. The whole time I'd lived there, I'd get shaken awake at 7:30 every weekday morning. I'd look and see no one and then go back to sleep and immediately get shaken again. I'd look and again, I'd see no one. Then I would try to sleep. Then I would get shaken even harder. I'd get up and go to the couch. At 8 a.m., I'd get shaken again. Go back to bed, go back to sleep. I worked nights as a dishwasher, so 7:30 and 8 was way too early for me. When my girlfriend moved in with me, that's when I realized it was a woman who died in the room, at least when that fire happened. Mostly because after my girlfriend moved in, I'd still get shaken awake every weekday morning at 7:30 and 8, but my girlfriend wouldn't. Women get changed together all the time, so having my girlfriend in the room was fine to this ghost, but not to me. And 30 minutes is just enough time for a woman to get ready for work after her shower. We figured she liked us because we'd start to hear a disembodied laugh every now and then. Not a bad laugh, a genuine, "that's funny" laugh. Spooked everyone who heard it at first, but we got used to it after a while. Then one day my girlfriend invited my ex-girlfriend over. No biggie. They were friends. My ex and I agreed after a troubled relationship that we're better friends. That female ghost hated my ex. The room would get cold whenever my ex came by, and she'd heard angered growls. Just my ex, by the way. One night when they were getting ready to head out to the bar, my ex took a shower at the apartment because it was better than hers. She comes out of the bathroom white as a ghost and scared. "Didn't you hear me yell?" she asked us. "Thought you guys were fucking with the light in the bathroom." It kept going on and off, and I could hear the switch. Then the water goes ice cold, and I could see the outline of a hand going past the shower head. No, not a word came from the bathroom. I guess the ghost doesn't like you. "You didn't say anything about a ghost here," my ex said sternly. "How can you live like this?" "Oh, well, she loves us. We make her laugh," I said. "Really? All I hear are growls when I'm here." "Explains why it gets cold when you come by," my girlfriend said. "Thought you had no heat. Heat bills paid. It only happens when you're here." I said, "Fine, I won't come anymore." "She clearly hates me," my ex said. She never went back to the apartment. After that, it went back to normal. Every weekday, I'd get shaken awake at 7:30 to 8. The disembodied laugh came back. Then a year later, we moved out. I'm fairly certain the ghost came with us because my roommate who lived with us said it was too quiet, and the apartment door stopped opening and closing on its own at 8 on weekdays. I had no clue about the door to the hall until he said that. Ask Reddit. Back in the house I used to live in as a kid, a lot of paranormal stuff used to happen. This was around 2005 to 2009, so it wasn't too far back. Anyway, when we first moved in, for like the first few weeks everything was normal. But one night my parents were arguing, forgot why, and, well, some pans ended up falling near the sink, making a pretty loud noise. And after that night, every night around 12, you would hear the same sound of falling pans around the sink. Soon after that started happening at random times of the night, you would hear the chairs being pulled. Now, when we first moved in, I was 4 or 5. And when we moved out, I was 9. So I came to get used to these sounds and started telling myself, "Oh, it's just the pans falling again. Mom must have set them in a weird way in the sink." But I never really had an explanation for the chairs. On multiple occasions, I would stay up late watching TV and get scared. Sometimes I would get brave enough to stand in the dark where the chairs were, hoping to see what was causing them to move. But just like there were no pans falling for the sound to be heard, no chairs moved, and I would still hear the sounds. There was this one instance that me and my siblings were always ending up talking about because it caused us to get into trouble. This was on some random school day, and our dad had called us on home phone just to tell us to clean around the house because it was getting messy. So we did what we normally did to tidy up the place. One of the things we did was gather all the socks and put them in a laundry basket in my sister's room. All 3 of us did this, and that was the last thing we ended up doing. When we were done, we hung around the living room watching TV until our dad got home 30 minutes later. And after talking to us, asking if we had done what he had told us to do, he went through the house, checking our rooms and the other rooms to see if we really did what he had told us. So one thing about my dad is, well, he has a really bad anger issue. He was verbally abusive to my sisters, and me, throughout most of our childhoods too. And on some occasions he would hit my older sister and me with a belt. Sometimes we would lie to him. That way we wouldn't get in trouble. So this was probably a good reason why he checked our rooms. And when we got to my sister's room, he lost it in anger. Mostly because there were socks all over the room, like on the bed, all over the floor. We swore to him that we had picked them up, put them in a basket, but my dad still got angry at us, due to the fact that there were socks everywhere, calling us incompetent, telling us we were useless, that we were in fact pieces of shit. That was just one of the many things that happened in that house. I heard my name being whispered by my sister even though she was asleep. My sister always used to say that she could see a skull when we would stare at the curtains in her room. I couldn't see anything even though I was right over there next to her. Every single friend or cousin of mine that would stay over said that we had a ghost, but I would always pretty much just deny it. Maybe for my own sanity by saying, "Ghosts aren't real, stupid." Moved into house near desecrated Indian gravesite. So we recently completed building a house on some land in northeastern Oklahoma. We've owned it for a few years. While we had met our people who live on the neighboring property, we never really got into the history of the area itself. But now that we've moved in, we've had many more opportunities to talk. And one of them told me, well, something that really got my attention. He told me that he and his family had lived within about a 5-mile radius of our property for 3 generations. This guy's in his 70s himself. He's seen many things happen in the area. He told us that he inherited the land that he currently lives on in the 60s. At the time, it was empty land. At that time, he planned to build a home on it, but the property was covered in honey locust trees. If you aren't familiar with these trees, do a Google image search. They are nasty, thorny trees. Well, he needed to clear them out first. He hired a bulldozer operator to clear out and pile the trees for burning. My neighbor had long known of 2 headstones on property marking the burial site of 2 Native American girls who died in 1909 and 1912. This wasn't a widely known gravesite. The only clues that it was there at all. There were 2 sandstone headstones that were in rough shape. They'd been completely overgrown by the time my neighbor got to the property. But my neighbor made sure the bulldozer operator knew exactly where the headstones were, told him to avoid the area. But when my neighbor went back out to burn the trees, he noticed that the overgrown gravesite had been completely cleared out, and the headstones were nowhere to be found. My neighbor searched for months for the headstones, but with no luck. To make sure that no one else interfered with the gravesite, and to show respect to those who are buried, my neighbors built a rock garden in the general area that they knew the graves to be in. So back to today. Ever since we moved into our house, we've had many strange experiences. When we were first moving in, we found a dead coyote in the water heater closet in the garage. We're constantly hearing strange noises throughout the house, like hearing someone coughing in an empty room or hearing footsteps in an empty attic. But the most disturbing thing is the strange noises we'll occasionally hear in the woods at night. The closest thing I can equate the sound to is a woman wailing mixed with some sort of animal whimpering. We've searched the area the sound came from, haven't even found anything. I'm a big outdoorsman, and I'm familiar with most of the animal noises in the area. Never heard anything like it. We had 2 dogs when we moved in. They were both very healthy. Shortly after moving in, they both went downhill fast. One died about 2 months after moving in. We were told it was likely an aneurysm that killed him, and the other one is in pretty rough shape today. Does anyone know what's going on? Our house is about 250 yards away from this gravesite, so that's my first instinct about what's going on. Faceless head looking at us. I live with my girlfriend and our 3 kids. Our house is 2 floors. The second is the rooms, and the first floor is the living room, bathroom, kitchen, and a small hall that's behind our living room. Now, what's happening is, I'm a firefighter, That means I work at shifts, and I have to work at night. When I'm at home, everything is calm. One day or two, we hear strong noises like beating on something, bags falling out of nowhere. It's rare, but happens in the first floor. Me and my girlfriend feel a very strong and negative sense from the bathroom. Not only the bathroom, but also the hallway. I mostly close the bathroom door, and for me, works a bit to get more at S. Okay, sometimes I feel that someone is watching my back. At night, when everyone's asleep, the feeling's so strong that I turn off the TV and go upstairs. Now, the worst part, most of the activity happens at night and when I'm at work. My girlfriend and my kids feel really scared to go to the bathroom or the one floor that they say they feel watched and a sense of dread. Me and my girlfriend don't talk about this stuff with the kids around, so it's strange that they see the same things. My girlfriend says that sometimes when she turns around, she sees in the hallway or in the dark a small head, something small and pure black and faceless. It's always watching her, she says. She even says that she saw a reflection of that when the TV's turned off out of nowhere. My older kid also has this saying that he says he sees a black head in the corners watching him. And Hal never heard us talking about and one night the three of them woke up at night having a nightmare. At the same time, the three of them screamed like hell. That was after they woke up, because they said they saw a big shadow in the middle of the room. Me and my girlfriend woke up with the screams, turned on the lights and saw nothing. They managed to sleep with our presence. The middle one is scared so much that he pees in the bed instead of going to the bathroom at night or to use. Last night I was at work and now arriving at home. My girlfriend said that she was in our bed with her older kid talking. And apparently out of nowhere, my girlfriend said that she saw a small shadow jump to the bed of the older kid. Our older kid saw it too and said to her, "See, I told you there was a shadow watching us." That's when she had straight chills and also told me during the night downstairs they could hear strong knocking. At 3 a.m., our younger kid screamed in panic. She said that saw a blackless, faceless head and some hands in the corner of the stairs that leads downstairs. At 7 a.m., she screamed again, saying that the black, shadowy head was now top of her, watching what the face was a she. My girlfriend said that the head is really common, but it's also watching them, and once spotted, it goes away. Sorry about that. That writing is crazy, but I trust that they are not. Next. Her name was Catherine. So when I was a kid, I lived in a small town in Minnesota. Now I live in an even smaller town, but compared to most others, it was still pretty small. I was quite young when this started. I'd say about 7 or 8 years old. I was sitting in my bedroom on one gorgeous afternoon, about 85 degrees outside and a cool breeze coming in through the window. My parents were at the dinner table outside my doorway chatting. We had just finished dinner about a half an hour ago, and they tended to linger around to have a conversation. I was playing with my toy cars when I just kind of felt like someone was there. I whispered a small, "Hello." I was surprised to hear something respond. It was a girl about my age. We talked for almost the whole afternoon, and at about 4 p.m. I went to talk to my dad. He listened and was pretending to be intrigued, but blew it off as an imaginary friend. Her name was Catherine. She was hurt, but didn't know why. Fast forward to when I'm about 9 years old. It's mid-autumn and my family's raking leaves. To our surprise, the neighbors from across the street call us over to talk. they asked us for some of the leaves. They needed some to cover their flowers over for the winter. We agreed. My dad stayed and talked with them. He mentioned my imaginary friend. He was in for a surprise. These neighbors were older. They had lost their daughter 11 years ago, who was hit on the road in front of their house by a motorcycle with no known driver. Her name was Catherine. She never knew what hit her. We were shocked to hear this. And there was some resemblance that was pretty scary. The stories matched, and every day since then has been eerie. Afterward, things started happening, and our life fell in a downward spiral. My parents had their midlife crisis. Our house was investigated. A couple of crews who both said it had a very strong presence, and that seemed pretty innocent. I was diagnosed with depression. My parents had gotten abusive to each other and divorced. I moved with my mom. We had just happened to have purchased 3 porcelain angels as decorations. Things started calming down and we started to financially recover. As for my dad, life was far from improving. It was my dad's weekend with my little sister. This was 3 weeks later. He was starting to get closer to an old friend of his. She had gotten him 3 porcelain angels. He had let them sit in boxes. He continued to fall farther and farther into debt and getting hit with harsh luck. Until the next time we visited him, too. We arrived at my dad's house. I saw the angels were still in their boxes on the diner table. I suggested that he open them and set the porcelain angels up somewhere as a decoration. He did, and as he was doing it, the air seemed so still. It felt like the whole world came to a halt to watch. They were up and sitting on a decorative hutch. After that, everything improved for him as well. I'm almost 17 years old, and that still affects me daily. I communicate with Catherine, and she's still not completely at rest. My parents' haunted house. It all started when my parents redid their living room. They turned the entire side of the wall into mirrors from top to bottom. It was the late 80s, early 90s. People would walk into the mirrors thinking the room was just that big because it looked, well, had all these mirrors. I always felt like it was a portal to another side. As soon as it was done, it always gave me the creeps being in that room. I experienced everything, and this gives me chills just to write this stuff. But here we go. Hearing my name being called when I was alone, my foot being grabbed to wake up to nobody there, blanket being pulled off, always 3 scratch line marks on my body, doorbell going off, nobody there, house alarm going off for no reason, my dad knocking on my room door at 1 a.m. or even later. It asked if it was me downstairs making noises. It wasn't. TVs would go on or off, footsteps, sounds like silverware dropping in the kitchen, and of course, going down to the kitchen and nothing being on the floor or the counter. Others could be in the house with me and experience stuff like my name being called clearly, sounding like my mom. They would be like your mom's calling you, and of course, say what, and she would just not call you, and your friend would be baffled. So this one night upstairs in my room alone, nobody's home. My bedroom door is open. You can see the top of the staircase leading up to the 2nd floor where I was at. Loud footsteps start from the mirror room downstairs. You can feel them so heavy. They walk all the way to the beginning of the staircase, which is a good amount of steps because the mirror room was a little ways from the start of the steps. Of course, has my attention. I'm frozen in fear. I can hear a ringing sound in my ears. Everything was so still. They started coming up the steps. 1 step, then another, then another. I'm convinced somebody either broke into my house and I'm about to see them, or it's something else that's crazy because after the 6th or 7th step in that house, you would have been able to see somebody coming up. Of course, I don't see anyone, just hearing the steps until it gets to the top step, then silence. Staring at my door, cold sweat, goosebumps all over, hair standing up, and then all of a sudden what I think looks like a younger version of my deceased grandfather just walks by. It's a younger, good-looking version of him, not the older, sick version he was before he passed. He's wearing an outfit that's straight out of like 1960s New York City. Top hat matching suit. You hear maybe 2 or 3 more steps in the other room and then silence. I sat there for a couple of minutes making sure all sounds were gone. Caught my breath because it felt like I didn't breathe for minutes. Just so frozen. I got up, checked the next room, of course, and it was empty. Kinda just went back to doing what I was doing before, which was watching TV. That's how things were. Crazy shit would go down, have an experience, and just move on. After I moved out of that place, I haven't had any of those experiences again, and I'll never forget all the stuff. I can remember it like it happened yesterday. I think the house has been torn down and rebuilt into a mini mansion type place by the new people that live there. My 2 friends and I possibly saw a ghost train. So this was about 6 years ago, January, I believe. I was with 2 lifelong friends. We decided to go do something before we all shipped off to the military. I was going to be the first to ship out a few months after this. We started off hanging out at one friend's grandma's house. We eventually got bored and drove down to this river kind of back in the mountains. So the way this is set up, we had the road up the hill, then a small patch of woods to walk through, probably 20 meters of woods. Then it opened up to a railroad track. Below the railroad track, down a steep gravel hill, was a riverbank. It was dark. We parked the car on the road and walked down the river, crossing the road. We didn't really have a plan. We just built a small fire on the riverbank and sat around repeating inside jokes and laughing about dumb stuff we did when we were younger. We couldn't have been there longer than 15 minutes when we heard a man yelling. Though we couldn't make out any words, the yelling sounded like he was yelling in a defensive manner. We looked around and couldn't see anything. We heard it again and decided to stomp out the fire and sit there quietly and listen. After a few minutes go by, we decided to leave. We made our way up to the steep. So steep we basically had to crawl up it. So steep gravel hill to the railroad tracks. We got to the top where we were about to cross the tracks, but we heard the sound of an engine getting closer. We decided to get on our bellies and kind of wait the train out. We didn't want to get caught on the railroad property because it's a no trespass area. Anyways, we seen lights coming and even seen smoke coming from the engine. Weird since they didn't use steam engines anymore. We thought nothing of it and kept waiting. We waited for maybe 30 seconds to a minute when we heard the same noise from earlier. We looked around again and seen nothing. When we turned back, the train was no longer headed toward us. It was just gone. We seen that it was clear. We just crossed the tracks, went back up the hill through the woods and just slept in the car. We ended up leaving in the morning and never really thought much of it. Then the next evening, we finally brought up how weird it was that a whole entire train just disappeared. We questioned why we didn't just leave. Fast forward to it 2 to 3 years later. I was in the military at this point. I was back home in West Virginia for leave. I went to a bookstore with my dad and brother and I went to the horror section. I seen a subsection with local books. I picked up one that was called something along the lines of West Virginia Legends. I don't know the exact title, so pretend it's that. I flipped past a few pages and landed on one section. It was called Ghost Trains in West Virginia. I immediately closed the book and sat it down. Weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. We still talk about it to this day, too. And I really don't know why we thought nothing of it until the next day. It was extremely weird. Also note that the way this particular track was set up, the way it ran was parallel to the river, and the road going around the mountain. There was no fork in the tracks, and it couldn't have turned anywhere due to being right in between a road, a mountain, and a river. An abrupt end and an abrupt departure. See ya. The Mimic. So I'm 20 years old and getting married to my fiancée in October. I know the house across the street from us is haunted, and we maybe stirred the spirits up doing a little spooky ghost investigation. But me and my best friend have both seen something dark. I'm a Christian, and I do believe in the paranormal. One day when my fiancé was at work, I heard what sounded like my soon-to-be brother-in-law's voice from the living room. It sounded like him saying my name and asking if I was downstairs. Me and my fiancé live in a basement apartment, by the way. And that really wasn't abnormal because he would come sit down and ask me questions. So I answered with, yeah. What it is just, well, no response. But I did hear what sounded like the screen door closing, so I thought maybe he left. I got up to investigate. There was nobody there. I called my soon-to-be mother-in-law and she asked him if he can come downstairs, and the scary thing is, he said he hadn't been down there at all. I know what I heard, and it sounded exactly like him. It's not the scariest part, though. Yet another day, my fiancé was in the restroom and I saw him go in there and heard the door close as I'm on the couch. Not even a few minutes later, out of the corner of my eye, I see what looks exactly like him. Except tall and, well, he had gray sleep shorts on and a shirt standing outside of the bathroom, which admittedly I thought was weird because I hadn't heard the door close. So I look up, but he's not there. A few minutes later, he comes out from the bathroom. My best friend was over and it was time to go to sleep, so I was just praying when I thought I heard her whisper my name. Thusly, I stopped praying. I asked her what she wanted, but she swears to me she never said a word. One day she's in the shower and the water's running, but I wasn't paying much attention. I wasn't even able to hear the water running or stop, and out of the corner of my eye I see what looks like her curly hair in her tie-dye shorts, and in one of her shirts. And again, I know for a fact she's in the shower. So I look up to say something to her, and she's not there. A few minutes later, out she just comes from the bathroom again. Another day, I'm sitting at the table eating. My fiancé goes to the restroom, and I hear the door close. I just keep eating. I kid you not, I thought he was still behind me because it felt like someone was standing behind me looking over my shoulder. But when I turned to give him a kiss, there's nobody there. So I shrug and go back to being on my phone, when yet again, I swear I saw what looked like him in this black shirt and wool pants. He walked toward our bunny cage, but when I look up, there's nobody there. Another time my best friend was over. She comes screaming out of the bathroom telling me to hurry and go upstairs. Once we get up there, she tells me she got out of the bathroom and saw what looked like a 7 or 8 foot tall black shadow that ducked. Whatever this thing is, it mimics my loved ones, and I don't like it. I was in bed and I saw the same shadow she was talking about next to the bed. Covered my head and hid. Don't blame me. I don't know what this thing is, but whatever it isn't good. Taunting sing-song demon. I'm 22 and male. I used to have sleep paralysis almost every night, and as vivid as some of those times were, the demon, its voice and garbled language. The thing that freaked me out the most is that I never had sleep paralysis on a night that my dog slept in my room. Not once. I spent lockdown alone, and one night I had sleep paralysis. It was the first time in a long time. I woke to being paralyzed in my room on the 2nd floor. I looked around my room as far as my eyes would allow. Everything was normal. My lava lamp I left on was rising and falling. A breeze was blowing through the open window, causing the blind to gently knock against the frame. I sleep with my bedroom door open, a habit I picked up when I lived on a boat for a few years. I just got used to very little privacy. Just feels more normal to me. Having the door open, I hear everything in the flat. I always wake if there's a sound out of the ordinary, another sailing thing. After a few seconds, I hear the door rattling downstairs on the ground floor. The door into my house. My first thought is that somebody's breaking in and I'm fucking paralyzed at the moment. Start to freak out, more so than the normal being on edge because of the sleep paralysis. That's when I hear the door swing open forcefully and then slowly fall back onto the latch. It is then pushed and clicked back into being shut. My heart drops out of my ass at this point, but it doesn't get any better from here. An adult male voice that's mockingly high-pitched like a grown man pretending to be a young child. It's like in a sort of nursery sing-song melody. It jeers us up the stairs, clearly and loudly. You weren't scared before I got here, but can't move now I'm near. You're a sticky stuck with fear and glue, now hear me come to find you. I tried. Immediately after it finished taunting me, I began to run up the stairs. It sounded like 2 steps at a time and was heavy and fast. I heard each loud thud, the floorboards creak with pressure and bounce back when released. I heard it make it to the landing and run around to the second set of stairs. Thud, creak, release. Thud, creak, release. Thud, creak, release. Just when it should have made it to my doorway, I could move. I shot up and out of my bed with my heart racing, ready for whatever my fate was to be. Nothing came through. I had a good search around the flat, locked the door to my flat. It wasn't previously locked as the door to the street, and I basically trust my neighbor not to kill me in my sleep. Basically, I went back to sleep. Basically. I tried to stay awake, but I was extremely tired and kept drifting off. The rhyme was honestly terrifying and very new, but since I used to have sleep paralysis regularly, I started writing a lot of poetry. So I explain away the song that way. Still creeps me the hell out, though. Not my most visual sleep paralysis by any stretch, but the most terrifying and the most audibly vivid by far. Two Roses from Beyond. I lost my very brilliant, witty, overachieving son to opioids almost 5 years ago. He was extremely intelligent, high IQ, a gifted student who graduated college in 3 years flat. He was self-sufficient with a great job, but a very dark, terrible secret. He became addicted to Oxycontin pills in college and managed to hide it for 4 years. His name was Andrew. He was an atheist. He didn't smoke and rarely drank. I found out about his addiction just 5 weeks before his death. I was able to get him to treatment, but he would only stay there 11 days, and I was with him in his apartment in the last 6 days of his life. On November 10th, 2014, he gave me 2 red roses. Because he deserved these, Mom. Then I dropped him off at a AA meeting. He didn't go to the meeting. He was found 45 minutes later unresponsive in a PetSmart bathroom with a needle in his arm. Since his death, I cannot remember exactly when it started, but I've had roses come into my life time and time again in many different forms. I moved to Portland, the Rose City. I adopted a cat. She was already named Rosie. I decided to start photographing 2 roses which appear frequently. I swear if anybody could figure out how to reach beyond the other world, it would be my brilliant son. They appear randomly and also on important dates, such as his birthday, my birthday, and Mother's Day. For example, On his birthday in 2016, I was at a thrift store the night before feeling sad like a loser, really. I'd lost my beautiful son to drugs. I frequently beat myself up over this. As I was leaving, I saw 2 red roses in a glass display case. It stopped me in my tracks, and I looked at it. I saw a little note. "Pull my pin close to you," it said. It was a music box. As it wound up and pulled the pin, it played "Close to You" by the Carpenters. The lyrics are as follows. "On the day that you were born, the angels got together and decided to create a dream come true." Song about a birthday. Of course I bought it. I planted a red rose bush for Andrew when I moved to Portland in 2015. It struggled and really never produced much. Last year in 2018, I noticed it had 2 buds. This bush produced 2 perfect red roses, side by side, that bloomed from Mother's Day to my birthday of May 26th. It had no other flowers that year. So odd. My other roses had dozens of blooms. I have countless other signs. Sometimes roses, sometimes other unexplained events that leave me wondering. I'd like to post the pictures here, but maybe I have to do this in a second post. At any rate, this is my story. My sweet Andrew, forever 24. Forever loved and forever missed so very much. Personal experience after my parents' passing. I grew up incredibly close with my parents. From childhood, the teen years, to adulthood, they were always there for me. My fiancé and I have been together almost 15 years now. We have a 12-year-old son and a 6-year-old daughter. Despite having our own home and raising our own family, the kids and I would still go to my parents every single weekend for Saturday night sleepovers. These mostly consisted of ice cream, movies, and just being with one another. They were the best. I loved being with them, and I loved that her children wanted to be with them. My parents were together for 35 loving, wonderful years. They had a relationship that I admired and I wanted to emulate. My dad was a jack of all trades who could do it all, or at least try to do it all. And this will tie into the story later. He was hilarious. He was kind, silly, and always happy, full of life. My mom was an angel on earth. She oftentimes was too kind and just full of love, sweet and generous to a fault at times. They were my best friends. I lost my dad in November of 2022 and unfortunately lost my mother 4 months later. Without going into too much detail, my life became a whirlwind of depression and sadness. I'm still trying to piece my life back together, but some days it's just impossible. Now that there's a bit of backstory, allow me to get into the story itself. Several years ago, one of the fuses at my parents' home blew. My dad, being the jack-of-all-trades type of fella he was, he figured he could fix it no problem. In doing so, he ended up somehow blowing more fuses, which cut off lights to the upstairs portion of the home. Lamps could be plugged in, but no lights that were wired into the ceiling would turn on. Now, my parents were simple folk. They didn't need much of anything to be happy, so lights that wouldn't turn on, not a big deal to them. It stayed like that for years, actually. My mother was buried on a Monday. I remember the day like it just happened. After the service, my fiancé and I had some friends and family over afterwards to eat. We would hang out and just be there for one another. People started kind of filing out around 10 that evening. The next day I received a message. It was a photo from my parents' neighbor who was at our home the prior night. The photo depicted my parents' home lit up that Monday night, and I thought, maybe my fiancé and I had gone in to gather some of my belongings and forgot to turn the lights off. Nothing too out of the ordinary, at least until I noticed the upper portion of my parents' home. The windows lit up as clear as day, despite there being absolutely no electrical to the upstairs of their home for years. I immediately asked my fiancé if maybe it had been turned on. He stated that the last people in the home were the paramedics who turned everything off as protocol and locked up. I got chased by a satanic cult when I was a teenager. I got chased by a satanic cult once when I was a teenager running around at 2 a.m. with my friend. But that was near population. I've run across ritual locations where wherever they've summoned wanted an offering from me, way out in the Sierras. Due to requests for clarification, tad bit of background. I grew up on a hill, only a good 300-foot tall one. To the east of the Silicon Valley, by the way. You could see the valley looking west and a large lake looking east, with no roads or anything all the way to Highway 5. A rich dude purchased the land for a golf course and a country club. This was about a quarter-mile from my home. It was one of the kinds with a tennis court, golfing, several pools, and a hot tub. 5 yurt round-type buildings with different functions, weightlifting, aerobics, party spot, etc. Then there was maybe a 10K foot building down a bit further past the last swimming pool. Weddings, events, whatever. We at a certain point began calling it Motel Hell. This was when I was around 5. We went there a lot. At some point the developer decided to abandon it. Pools turned green, then dried up. We were in our early teenage years at this point, running about toilet papering neighbors running around in the middle of the night as we were invincible. We would shoot flare guns at cops, doing things that would get you thrown in jail as terrorists these days. Sad that things have changed. I agree. We had seen the ritual drawings and such in various locations around the place, learned about some of them from the library. When we would go into a 10K foot party location, there would be large drawings on the floor and walls. We would all notice that even if it was 100 degrees outside, it would be cold almost to seeing your breath. We knew people were there at night. Our bus stop was in the parking lot. We would spend mornings breaking the many hundreds of bottles left sitting around by older teenagers at night. My friend's house, which was just over from the driving range, he moved in, could see invisible writing on his walls at certain times of the day. Invisible ink creating a ritual space for magic and not good stuff. He had some difficult times. I witnessed much weird shit. Anyway, we were out running around at about 2 a.m. one Friday. We could see lights in the club. Decided to sneak up and around through the golf course from the back. There were more bushes and trees there. We crept up, got into earshot and sight, saw them performing rituals. After a few minutes observing them, one suddenly turned in his robes and pointed out into the dark toward us. Not sure what he said, they all sprinted out into the dark toward us. Not like they could catch us, but they tried for a good hour. The other one was a witch's dealio. I ran across fishing in the High Sierras near Camp High Sierra in the Boy Scout camp. The Scrubby Man. When I was a young child, 6 or 7 years old, I lived in military housing in Portsmouth, England. The housing we lived in was a 3-bedroom one with, 3-bedroom one. And it was a small room for my little sister and my parents' bedroom next door, which was relatively small, but slightly bigger than at the end of the hallway at me and my brother's room. Me and my brother had separate beds in the room at the end of the hallway. The room was fairly big enough for 2 beds with a TV, so we can play on our video game consoles and whatnot. Back then it was a PS1, which was cool. With all that in mind, here's where the story starts. So each bedroom has a wardrobe built into the wall, 2 doors and a room big enough to fit a chest of drawers with stuff hung up above it if need be. Me and my brother had a too much coffee. Me and my brother had a drawer inside our wardrobe to share. We always left the doors open in case we wanted to quickly grab clothes, and as a sort of a Brucey bonus, the doors couldn't shut properly anyways. One morning around 5 a.m. maybe, possibly, I woke up and felt eerily cold. Whispers in my right ear. My bed was opposite me in my brother's wardrobe, and it was telling me to look to my right. And as I slowly creep my head around to look, there appears to be a man dressed in blue overalls with a cloth hanging out of his back pocket on all 4s on top of our chest of drawers, scrubbing. Sounds crazy, but he was scrubbing the top of the drawer, and every now and then he would glance over toward me, and then carry out the same motion. This would be on repeat, and I remember it so vividly. I tried to whisper to my brother to look, but he was completely asleep. I had to lie there in horror at this random bloke scrubbing my drawers. It never went away until eventually the sunlight broke through the window, and my brother eventually woke up. I looked toward my brother's bed, and as I did, in the corner of my eye, the scrubby man just evaporated. It was only recently, after decades of telling my family about him and my mom actually confirming seeing him in my wardrobe when putting me and my brother to bed. But due to our financial situation and the fact that he hadn't attacked any of us and seemed harmless, she took no note of it, pretended to not know what I was talking about when I mentioned to her the scrubby man. Even to this day, it sends chills down my spine, but also makes me and my wife chuckle when we joke about it. We live in military accommodation ourselves. And guess what we have in our son's room? A built-into-the-wall wardrobe. Yikes. I 100% promise you, this one wasn't a joke story that I have many more stories from that house. It was infested with so many spirits. My auntie, who's a medium, always refused to stay longer than an hour when invited down from up north, as she said it was way too much to handle. Quite mental, really. Wonder what energy she could have gotten. Man in White, my sleep paralysis nightmare, and my brother's bizarre encounter. When I moved into an old apartment with my brother and a friend from school, in one of the first weeks there, I had a terrifying episode of sleep paralysis. It's not something that happens often to me, maybe a few times before, but this particular incident was by far the scariest. Picture this. My room had a queen-sized bed right in the middle. To the right, there was a huge built-in wardrobe covering the entire wall. The door that led to the hallway, too. To the left, there was a window that I usually left open at night because I enjoy waking up to the morning sun. I mention all of this to set the scene. During this episode, I was sleeping on my side. I was facing the open window. The night was clear and the moonlight streamed in. The moment I opened my eyes, I felt this overwhelming sense of being trapped. And there it was, right in front of me, hovering and looking down. A man, tall and completely dressed in white, complete with a wide-brimmed hat that caught my attention. I couldn't see his face. It was obscured in shadows. He wore a white dress jacket, shirt, gloves, and that distinctive hat. Initially, he didn't move or say anything, just floating there, staring at the floor in my room, too. Then suddenly he started rapidly listing animated movies. It might sound bizarre, but it freaked me out. Couldn't wake up and I was seeing him clearly in my room. The Little Mermaid, Snow White, Mulan, The Little Mermaid, Snow White, Mulan, repeating without a pause. That was until he sharply turned his head and locked eyes with me. That's when I screamed with all my might to wake up my brother. I actually managed to move and I turned on the light, heart racing and almost in tears. I hesitated to tell my brother or roommate initially. I was kind of feeling embarrassed, and I didn't want to scare them. However, 2 days later while chatting after dinner, I spilled the beans. My brother's reaction left us both completely spooked. Fast forward to 6 months ago, during the summer. That's when my brother had a bizarre encounter. We live in an area with lots of trees, minimal nighttime activity, and dim lighting. As he was driving home calmly, about 30 seconds from our house, he saw a man at the stop sign, tall and dressed entirely in white with a broad-brimmed hat. It seemed odd, like he'd come from a costume party. What freaked him out was that as he approached the stop sign, the man raised his hand, signaling him to stop. Despite being in a car, my brother felt a chill and intense fear, accelerating and parking at home while nervously looking back, afraid the man might follow him. He kept this to himself, thinking it might be a crazy person or his imagination. It wasn't until I described the man that he revealed seeing him months earlier in our town. Searched online, but it seems like no one else has encountered him. We both saw the same thing at different times. This just happened. I don't know what to do. So for some context, my best friend and roommate and I are spiritual people. We believe in the paranormal, but we really haven't come into contact with it much. She has some, but a story for another time. Tonight, I had an idea. Let's use the pendulum while sensory deprived. And the others will see if we converse with the person's spirit guide. If you don't know, pendulum movements are dictated entirely by our subconscious. You have a sheet in front of you where one way, left and right for example, means yes. The other way, up and down, means no. If you asked pendulum if 2 + 2 = 4, it would always say yes, because you know that to be a fact. Whatever your subconscious believes to be true will be what the pendulum says. But I had the bright idea that if the person with the pendulum couldn't hear the questions or see what they meant, their spirit guide or guardian angel or what have you could use them as a medium to communicate. On to the experience. When I was asking the questions, everything went smoothly. I talked to her dead grandpa and he wished her well. Then she got to me. I put on my headphones and was blindfolded. Almost immediately got extremely paranoid. I saw an image in my head and it was one of the open doorway right behind me. There was a figure there. The figure had one leg in the doorway and the other 3 were behind the threshold. It looked almost like a panther, but the face was terrifying. I shook it off as me being paranoid and anxious. I have been very paranoid lately and thought it was just me being dramatic. My roommate asked question after question and the pendulum just didn't do much. Barely moved at all, in fact. The whole time she was talking, I was falling into a sort of trance-like state. Everything faded away and I could barely feel the pendulum in my hand anymore. Then I got an instinctive feeling. The word no just popped into my head. Nothing else, just a hard no. I got a headache. Felt like something was here that wasn't supposed to be here. I remarked where I was at the song. It was blaring in my headphones, so I couldn't hear my roommate during this. We took an audio recording so the other could hear what had happened. The question she had asked was, "Are you a good entity?" This was when I said no in my head. The pendulum gave a very weak no as well. She asked directly if it was a bad entity. The pendulum gave a weak yes. She quickly ended the session and we shared notes and realized something bad was way too close to us for comfort. She went around and saged the house, saying our Father prayers as she did. When she got to her bathroom door, she closed her eyes and she said the prayer. As soon as she did, she saw an image in her mind of the black entity crawling out of the vent above her head. It was looking at her with glowing yellow eyes, like she was prey. She got full-body chills, teared up, and told me when I told her that it was the same thing that I had seen. House on Cassia Street. When I was a young boy, it was a treat to go to Grandpa's house. It was a nice 2-story house, around 1,600 square feet all told. It was surrounded by large willow trees. Upstairs, Grandpa had an office with a locked solid core hardwood door. You were not allowed into it, unless by personal invitation, which was rare, if ever. He liked to go to the desert and poke around. He'd usually do this in caves. That's where he acquired a lot of interesting items. Arrowheads, beads, pottery shards, along with a bobcat named Tuffy, which you could pet it. If it was his idea anyway. As he got older, he came to live with my folks in another town. My cousin and her 17-year-old son went to live in the house. There were many break-ins happening at that time. Things went fine until some months later my grandfather died. 2 weeks after the funeral at about 0200 a.m., my cousin's son was sleeping upstairs in the bedroom outside the office. That's when someone walked up the stairs, waking him up. Grabbed a baseball bat, was about to start after them when he saw that it was my grandfather in a large pool of light. Grandpa looked at him and went through the door and into the office. The boy jumped up and ran down the stairs to his mom's room, waking her up and telling her what had happened. They just both went up and peeked under the door. They could see Grandpa walking around inside the office, could hear the desk chair being pulled out from the desk, doors inside the office opening up and closing. As it got light outside, things began to slow down, and then all movement stopped as it got lighter. The door was locked, so they couldn't go in. Called my mom to tell her what had happened. My cousin and her son were pretty rattled by this event. Mom, Dad, and Grandma went over to check it out, see if anything was amiss. When they got there, the door was still locked on the office. Grandma used her key and went in to look around. Nothing was missing, but the chair and all the doors had been moved. Things on the desk were shuffled around. Grandma closed and locked the door, saying it was all okay. That would have been the end of it. But Grandpa came back several times to his office. The family grew accustomed to his visits. Then one night the boy was woken up by an Indian girl in a fully beaded buckskin dress staring down at him at the side of his bed. He turned his head and looked back, and she was gone. From time to time, other people visited him in the night. A woman in a long coat holding a small dog. This went on for some months. Then one night something else came to visit and the boy packed his things and left, saying he was never setting foot in that house ever again. When questioned, no one could get him to comment on what it was. The house was emptied of all of its possessions, sold several months later when Grandma died. I often wonder if things settled down after it was sold. A homeless man told me he knew about my mother's illness. At the beginning of my freshman year in high school, my mom was diagnosed with late-stage ovarian cancer. It was a huge blow for my family, and especially for me since my dad wasn't around for most of my childhood. She was the only parent I had. Okay, with some context provided, I can get to the actual story I wanted to share. It happened about 3 months after my mom was diagnosed. My school was organizing a bunch of Catholic retreats for upcoming Christmas. The retreats would mainly consist of meeting with missionaries. They would tell about their journeys and people from our school attending Mass together. My relationship with God and faith was mostly on and off for the majority of my life. I come from a devoted Christian family, but I lean more to the agnostic view of the world. I didn't really care for the retreats, but I signed up for them anyway in order to not upset my mom. She was already an emotional wreck. On the first day I attended, I decided that I would go to missionary meeting, but I would skip the Mass to the rest of the people in my group. After leaving the school and heading down the road to the nearest bus stop, I saw a homeless man asking people for money. I have severe social anxiety, and I hate dealing with this type of situation, so deep down I prayed that somebody would give him money and the guy won't bother me. But unfortunately, nobody gave him anything, and he walked up to me. He looked fairly normal. He had a long gray beard and was wearing a puffy black coat. A rosary was wrapped around his right hand. He introduced himself as Marius. I'm Polish and it's a pretty common name here. He told me that he was recently released from prison and he needs a bit of money. I'm not the type of guy who thinks that every homeless person wants to use the money given to them for alcohol or drugs, or judges them based on their appearance. So I started to look for some change in my wallet. While I was searching for money, Marius expressed his deep gratitude and also repeated the story about being released from jail. And out of the blue, he said that he can see ghosts. I didn't pay that much attention to it, thinking that he was probably just mentally ill. After giving him the money, he thanked me for it. He extended his hand for a handshake. I shook his hand, and then instantaneously he put his other hand on mine and said something to the extent of, "I know your mother, she's very sick. Go to the church and pray. God will surely help you." After hearing that, I was completely dumbfounded. I didn't go to the church, but went straight to the bus stop. After that happening, I saw him maybe twice, and every time I did, I had the intense feeling that he was looking straight at me. I was riding on a tram and I caught a glimpse of him on the other side of the street. After those events, I've never seen him again, though, out of the 2.5 years of high school. I've never told this story to anybody, not even my mom, and I hate myself for it. It's because she passed away more than 15 months ago in hospice. Maybe if she knew about it, she would have accepted her death much easier. Don't beat yourself up. I got lost in the woods. So when I was like 7 or 8, we used to live in Webster, Wisconsin. We lived in a house a little bit wider and longer than a trailer house. No upstairs, just the base floor and a basement. It was a beautiful house with a big area that was just woods. One day my cousin was supposed to be watching my 2 sisters and I. Said that we could all go play outside so long as we stayed in his sight. But within 5 minutes, he ran into the woods and told us to keep up. Of course, we listened to him. We ran after him. He disappeared. We couldn't see the house or even the tree line where the woods stopped. We were lost. We started freaking out and crying, and then about half an hour later, a really tall Native American chief came up behind us. They asked us what was wrong, and why we were crying, and if we were okay or if we're lost. I told him how we were chasing my cousin and how we lost him. We didn't know how to get back home. He smiles and said, "Don't worry, sweetheart. I'll make sure you get home safe and sound. Just come to my village and rest for a little bit. Eat some lunch, play with the children. And when you're ready, you can explain to me where you live." I said, "Okay." So we go back to his village. It's a small one in the middle of the woods in a clearing, but it had at least 60 people and we ate a stew or something. And, well, made me draw on the dirt on, like, the road and where our house was, and he smiled. I said, I know, or rather, he said, I know exactly where you live. If you want to play for a little bit, that's okay. But I want to get you home before dark. There's a lot of dangers in these woods, like bears, coyotes, and bobcats. Not good for children to be out. So he took us home. He didn't leave the edge of the woods. My mom just was coming out crying, asking where we were, saying she was about to call the cops. We were apparently missing for about 4 or 5 hours. She asked us why we left the house without Scotty, my cousin. I said, he was with us and he ran into the woods and left us behind. We tried to call for him, but he was gone. Then he came outside and said he had never left the house. He thought we were in our rooms. So I told my mom what happened. She said, we'll just figure it out tomorrow. The next day we went and followed her footprints and found the village, or what used to be a village. There was almost nothing there, and there used to be a gorgeous place, and now it was just ash. It had all been burned down. The grass, which had been shorter the day before, now stood taller than me. It looked like it was burned down and left vacant for hundreds of years. We called out for them, no response. We found the chief's headdress and a doll made of deer hide and some other kind of cloth as we're about to head back. And then I found a huge eagle feather. It was the size of my arm. It was the most amazing paranormal experience I've ever had. Ask Reddit. I lost my grandfather several years ago. He was the first of my grandparents to die, and the rest sort of fell like dominoes behind him. I was out of town when he passed. He'd been in the hospital a while, although he was stable, so it was very unexpected. My father called me early in the morning and he told me, "Come home, Papa's gone." I drove home a complete mess, wiped tears away, and stood strong for my dad. I helped with the arrangements and supported everyone as best as I could. Not long after, my grandmother's Alzheimer's got much worse. She followed him into death. The night before she died, she looked at the ceiling and smiled so big, saying, "Jesus, in my grandfather's name, they're here for me." She passed quietly with family present, and then the rest of us were called in to mourn and assemble as a family. All of that passed without incident. A couple of years later, my maternal great-grandmother, a true diamond, fell, broke her hip. She was closing in on 100, and ultimately made up her mind to just let go. We understood and took turns sitting with her until it was the time. The last time I saw her, she told me that she was ready to go, imparted her last words on me. I leaned into her with a hug and asked her for a favor. "When you get home, will you tell Papa I'm sorry I wasn't there?" She just smiled and nodded and winked at me. We cried a little and I went home. She passed that night at about 3 in the morning. Fast forward to a little over a year or so. The email I sent my parents telling them about this was dated 2/19/2012. There's a local convention here that normally has ghost hunters panels and things like that. This year, a former TAPS team member and some other ghost hunter types held a campfire stories sort of panel, with people contributing their own stories, much like this thread and this channel. I sat there listening, and it was all pretty neat. The panel was uneventful. It ended, and I lingered around for a while. I was chatting with one of them, who gave me a copy of their book. As people milled about leaving, and a heavyset guy who had been sitting on the panel earlier came up to me and said, "I need to tell you something. I was going to leave, but I can't until I tell you this. Hope it doesn't freak you out." So I told him to go ahead, and he looked at me and said, "There's an older gentleman behind you, tall and thin. White button-down shirt, khaki slacks, glasses. A little bit of stubble, but very strong jaw. He's been with you since you came in here. He wants me to tell you it's okay. He is very insistent and really wanted me to tell you. He wanted you to know that it was okay. I pulled a photo of him and my grandmother, at a younger age, but still very much themselves. I pulled this out of my wallet and I asked him if that's who he saw. He went white, looked over my shoulder and back to the photo, and said, "Yes." I lived in a haunted house. I actually have a lot of ghost experiences, but for now I'll talk about the year I lived in a haunted house. I was 12. My family had just moved us to a place called Kennewick, Washington. We were renting a one-story house from an older couple. My cousins, who I was super close with, helped us move in. They stayed the night with us our first couple of nights. Weird stuff started the very first night. For one, the guest room had a really weird vibe that nobody cared for, so they decided to sleep in the living room. I recall hearing knocking in the walls, disturbing me from sleeping well. We all asked each other who was doing it in the morning, parents included, but none of us took responsibility. Another thing that would happen every night while I was sleeping, my closet doors would open. No matter which house I've lived in, I've needed the closet closed to sleep. I got so scared waking up to see my closet doors completely open that I once tied a chain around the handles to keep the doors closed. I awoke in the middle of the night to the sound of a chain hitting the ground. I watched my closet doors open completely right before my eyes. So frozen in fear I couldn't move. I could barely breathe. But I somehow fell back asleep that way. After that, I accepted that those doors would remain open. Also, every morning that I woke up for school and walked down the hallway, it would feel like somebody rushed out of the guest room and followed me down the hall on my heels. I would sit down on a chair in the living room, feel whatever it was go past me and into our kitchen. I eventually got used to it, as weird as it sounds. But when you live in a haunted house, you have no choice but to get used to what's happening to you. One night I had a girlfriend sleep over. We had a great time eating pizza and staying up late watching movies. It was about 2 a.m. when we finally turned off all the lights and settled down on the floor of the living room. The curtains to the sliding glass door we were next to were open, and it was a bright moon that night. I could easily see into my backyard and the details of it without issue. Just as it got quiet, I randomly said out loud, "Oh, by the way, this house is haunted." She says, "What?" And just then, 3 incredibly loud knocks hit the back window. We both looked outside and there was absolutely nothing. No wind at all, even. She burst into tears, and I had to calm her down by letting her know that nothing else would probably happen that night. And if I can live there and be okay, she'll be just fine. I'm honestly surprised she didn't demand to be taken home. I always enjoyed the ghost's timing on that one. Some other things happened at that house, like stuff getting knocked off of shelves, feeling genuinely uncomfortable to be there alone even during the day. We lived there less than 2 years, and I'm glad. Strange targeted attacks. I live in a house that was built over 125 years ago. We've been renovating this slowly, but pretty steadily for several years. Upon moving in, we tore down some walls and took up carpet, etc. And within a month, I was outside in my car calling my husband because I heard somebody walking on our staircase. They were calling my name. I'd grabbed my infant phone, snagged the keys and a knife in the kitchen, and I was out the door. We've heard organ music, which the previous owner used to play in church. We've heard heavy booted footsteps on our attic steps. More walking on the staircase. All of the kids have seen shadows and have heard someone walking at night while everyone is asleep. I get it. Houses have history. The previous family was here for 6 decades. That's fine. As long as it isn't malicious, then it's whatever. Until this week we had -40 temps. Took down plaster, laid to add insulation. While doing so, we took down part of a wall to reinforce her daughter's room. It had extra support beams. Since then, something is pissed. Here's a breakdown of the past 7 days. All 3 kids at different times of the day, different days and entirely independently of one another, have told us that they saw a shadow that they thought was their dad. All 3 saw it in the same general area next to the wall that we took down. Again, not too bad, but kinda However, I'm not having literal spontaneous scratches and bites showing up on my arms. Or I guess I am. I took fleece pajamas upstairs, and on my way down I felt a burning on the inside of my arm. 2 sets of 3 scratches, all roughly 2 to 3 inches long and perfectly symmetrical. They were developing. Today I came back upstairs after just turning on the dryer. I had a sharp stinging on my outer wrist, and what looks like a possible bite is there. Thought it may be, me biting my wrist in my sleep. I had another on my other wrist 3 days ago, and this looks identical. I have eggshells, cinnamon, sage, and salt for my doorways. I have infused sage spray that I've been using liberally. What else can I do? Does it sound like a normal haunting? Like I said, sounds and shadows are fine, but hurting someone is too far. The previous owners were extremely devout Catholics. We are absolutely not religious. My husband's an atheist. I'm more of a spiritual/pagan-oriented person. We both come from very religious families, though. Any thoughts or ideas would be greatly appreciated. And I greatly appreciate all of you listening or sleeping. See ya. My husband's encounter in hospital when he almost died. My husband had a history of his heart rate dropping into the low 40s. This morning it started happening again. He collapsed. He fell 3 feet off some steps. Once he got up, he woke me and said that I needed to call 911. He said something was different this time. By the time the paramedics got to him, his heart rate was down to 20. He was surrounded by a team of nurses and doctors trying everything to bring his heart rate up. This was when things got weird. They started to shock his heart to get it into a normal rhythm. Each shock, he said, was extremely painful. During these shocks, my husband looks up in the room full of doctors and nurses. He sees an older lady. She's in normal clothing, no badge on, and she's approaching him. This is happening during all the chaos of multiple medical staff trying to save his life. The older woman reaches him, grabs his hand, whispers into his ear. She tells him not to worry and everything will be okay. As she's speaking to him, an incredible warmth filled his body. Any fear that he had went away, and now he was calm. The woman then walks away. The shocks stop, and the doctors determine he needs an emergency pacemaker installed. He has the surgery within an hour. Surgery goes well. Then things get weirder. The ICU recovering. He shares this story with me. It's about a lady in the ER, and while sharing this story with me, he's very emotional and crying. I asked the nurse if there had been anyone in the ER that could have approached him like the old lady in street clothes did. She said, "No way." Okay, this is definitely getting weirder. For context, my husband is 43 years old, pretty much an atheist who really doesn't believe in ghosts or angels. Well, except for the time my dad passed away. There's a darker, more frightening story I may share another time. After a few days, he's released from the hospital. He goes home and I post this amazing story on Facebook. A couple of days pass, and our take on reality is shook to our core. I'm sleeping on this third day home. That's when I hear him screaming and crying. Oh my God, it's her. It's her, oh my God. I run to the room that he's in and he's bawling. I ask what's wrong and he shows me a picture on his phone. It's an obituary. It featured a picture of an old lady. It's her. He cries. The obituary was a text to him from a close friend of ours. She had seen my post about his ER experience. She had decided to do a search of deaths in the hospital the morning my husband was in the ER. In doing so, she came across an obituary. The lady I was looking at had died around the same time he was in the ER at the same hospital. What the fuck? Working nights in an old prison. So I work in a prison in the UK. I always like to work nights because you do 7 days on and 7 days off. Whilst on nights, I get locked onto a wing with no keys. We have a sealed pouch with a cell key inside for emergencies, if someone is hanging and I need to get in there and cut him down. I'm in charge of looking after 200 plus prisoners. After a busy few hours, the landing's answering call bell, doing my checks on people who are essentially on suicide watch. The wing starts to settle down and through the night I do multiple patrols. During these patrols, I've witnessed so many bizarre things. Here are just a small portion of the things that have happened to me while on nights. 1. One night, on one of the 3's landing, I was doing my checks. I heard a loud bang coming from the 1's landing outside the servery. When I went to investigate, there was a broom on the floor. When I reviewed the CCTV footage, you can clearly see the broom slowly being lifted away from the wall it was resting on, then quickly getting thrown to the ground. We have the footage burned off. Most of the people at work have seen it. We usually show it to new staff before they do their first night shift to freak them out. 2. One night we had someone overdose. He was located in cell 237. I was working the week after all this happened. The cell was locked off for police investigation. It was completely empty. At about 3:30 a.m. in the morning, the cell bell for 237 was pressed. At first, I didn't even know that this cell belonged to the guy that had died the previous week. But as soon as I looked into the empty cell, I realized and just froze. It takes a lot to freak me out, but I didn't walk back to that part of the landing until roll count. 3. These are some of the more minor but still equally as creepy things that happened. It was just this last week that prompted me to share this. While walking to the 3's landing, one of the showers on the 2's turned on by itself. The only way to turn it on is to press a button on the wall inside the shower. I went to investigate and the showers were locked and the lights inside turned off. This was about 2:30 a.m. Approximately 30 minutes later, I was walking down the 2's landing and an office door slammed shut. I checked the landings for open windows. They were all shut. Again, every time I hear a noise, I always investigate and love anything creepy, but this sent shivers down my spine. I've got so many more bizarre things that have happened to me. I've heard some really creepy stories from colleagues, too. I could share them in the future. Also, I apologize for grammar mistakes. No worries. I didn't expect this to blow up as much as it has. My Grandpa's House, Part 1. To begin, let me explain that my grandfather had the house built in Northridge, California in 1969. The land was previously orange groves, so it's never made sense to my family how the house ended up haunted. unless there are unknown burials in the land. The main stories I would hear growing up from my dad and uncle were things like being tugged awake in the night on the shoulder or ankle, but nobody's there. Also, the upstairs was open, so you could see the hallway and the doorways while sitting downstairs in the living room. There was a railing along the hallway upstairs, which is why you could see, and the television was backed up against the bottom of the staircase. So sitting on the couch watching TV, you could see most of the upstairs in your peripherals. It was very common to see somebody very quickly walk out of one of the rooms and into another. Even the family dog would react to these happenings. Everybody who lived in the house accepted that it was haunted, except for my grandfather. Apparently, he called it all nonsense. After that, he was a man of science and logic. Which is why it's funny that he's the only person in the family to have seen the full-body apparition. It was a rumor in our family for many years, but my uncle had overheard him telling his wife, our grandma, that he came home late from work to find an old man with long gray hair standing in the entryway. None of us had ever had the guts to ask him, because he always shut down things like that. Well, the last time I saw him, I felt like asking. So I did. I said, "Hey, Grandpa, there's a rumor in the family that one night you came home from work and saw a man in the house." He straightened up and his eyes widened. Very indignantly, he said, "I did. I got home around midnight and I unlocked the door, and standing right inside was an old man with long gray hair staring at me. I had no choice but to assume my eyes were playing tricks on me. So I went back outside and waited a minute, came back in." To me, that absolutely proves that he knew it was a ghost. There's no way he would walk into his house in the middle of the night and see a man in there, knowing his family are asleep and vulnerable, and then step back outside and close the door to see if it goes away. I have so many more stories about this house, hence the reason I felt the need to label it Part 1. I live only 5 miles from it, and I drive by it sometimes for nostalgic purposes. I have a lot of beautiful childhood memories in that home, and I know for a fact there's no way the current owners aren't experiencing all the crazy that that house has to offer. Sometimes I wonder if I should knock on the door and ask them. I'm really that curious. Man in the apartment. I had my son when I was in high school. After he was born, I moved in with my then boyfriend and now husband, and his mom and brother. They lived in this old rundown apartment on the north side of our tiny town. The layout had our room with the bathroom immediately to the right, and we could see my brother-in-law's room parallel to ours down a short hallway. My son stayed in our room, which was having a full-size bed in it. I was still in school, so it was easier for him to sleep with us. That way I wouldn't have to get up for feedings and could still make it to school the next day. It was a tight fit. My brother-in-law spent a lot of time away, so when he was gone, we crashed in his room because he had a king-sized bed. But every time we would go down the hall toward his room, my son would scream. He would keep me up most of the night, waking more than usual when I tried to sleep in there. I assumed it was the change in room, but we also had a cat that roamed the entire house, except he wouldn't go down that hall. I finally just stopped trying and stayed in our tiny bed. My son also didn't like to be in the bathroom, even for his baths. Now, my husband and his mom worked in a town an hour's drive away. They would leave at 4 a.m. to get to work on time. One morning, something wakes me up. I look at the doorway of our room at the hall toward my boyfriend's room, brother-in-law's room. They're not home, and to see somebody standing in the hall. I think it must be my husband. Then I look at the clock and see it's 5. So my son and I are the only ones home. I sit up and he turns toward me, Half of his face looks like it had been burned. He turns away and walks toward the bathroom and dissipates. I shrugged, laid down, went back to sleep. This wasn't my first rodeo with weird ghost stuff. See, haunted elevator ride. I needed to sleep for school. We stayed there for a year while I finished high school. Husband graduated the year before. And then we went to college and never saw the man again. But son hated the hall. The back room, too. Even the bathroom. Even when we came back to visit over the next few years. And in case you're wondering, we'll be married 22 years this year, and my son is 23 now. But there were other times over the years that I knew he was seeing or talking to someone I couldn't see. We both even have an identical reoccurring dream about us having an accident that's never happened yet. He even got his own ghost encounter when he went off to college. My husband and our daughter, 17, never have weird stuff happen to them. A story I never told for no particular reason, but it is what I believe to be the beginning of my experiences with the paranormal. Before my mom married my stepdad, she worked full-time, so I, 6 years old then, stayed with family or friends of the family while she was working. I remembered I was supposed to stay with this older couple who was friends of my great-aunt. They were nice, but something about the property around their house made me feel off. It was still really early since my mom had to be at work at 7. We got there just before daybreak. Fog was thick, making everything naturally feel eerie. The odd man was still sleeping, but the little old lady greeted us nicely. I felt safe and happy around her. She was a very sweet lady. Once my mom left, I asked the lady if I could go play outside, saying yes. I put my jacket on, and she stayed inside while I went to explore their yard. The house was a decent distance from the road, so the driveway was long and it was lined with cherry bloom trees. I loved the way the little flowers would fall around like the tree, kind of like confetti. It was early spring, so they were in bloom. I remember being in the middle of the row of trees while the wind picked up, blowing all the petals around. There were so many it was almost as if they created a wall lining the edge of the tree line. Something caught my eye between the flowers falling just on the other side of the wall of blooms. I shook it off as my eyes playing tricks on me because of the haze of flower petals. The only way I know how to describe it, it's as if a white flare from a polarized picture was blurred. It was quick as a flash, though. I didn't think anything of it until I kept seeing it skirt right around behind the trees. I didn't feel fear, but a sad kind of happiness laced with curiosity. The blur came in a few shapes and sizes, so I couldn't make out if it was a child or an adult, and didn't give off either energy. I just felt it wasn't trying to harm me. Yet, I stood in the driveway almost playing with it as it seemed to want to just sort of stay out of my direct vision. It wasn't until I was squinting, immersed in trying to figure out and wrap my mind around what I was seeing, that's when I felt a sharp tap on my shoulder. I still feel it as I write this. I hear the words, "You need to run." It drained the blood away from my entire body for what felt like an eternity. I bolted to the house and watched the blooms fall the rest of my day from the kitchen until my mom came to pick me up. I don't feel safe anymore and I'm getting desperate. I would generally consider myself a skeptic. I don't really believe in this kind of stuff, usually, but I've been having some strange experiences. I don't have anything else to turn to, so I hope this might get some answers. or at the very least rule out some options. Okay, so where do I even begin with this? It started a few months ago. My house is small and only has 3 tiny bedrooms. The majority of the time I've lived here, there were 5 people. I shared a room with my sister up until October of 2023 when my brother moved out and she took his old room. A while after that is when I started to notice odd things. At first it was generally paranoia. In my room, and usually only in my room for at least an hour before I go to sleep, I get this really paranoid feeling. It could be a feeling of being watched or being hyper-aware of noise, but I would be really anxious. Then things picked up a bit. I started to feel something hovering over my ear. Never really seeing anything but feeling it deeply. That tickle when someone whispers, you know? Kind of like that. It's just hovering over my ear. This only happens to my right ear. It just so happens that when I lay to my left side, I face a mirror as it's close to my closet door. Apparently that's bad luck, I hear. Anyways, it goes on from here. One night as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard a man clearly whisper, "Stay awake," in my right ear, which scared the shit out of me for obvious reasons. I felt that same hovering and watched feeling. Lately, I've noticed things moving across my vision, shadows in the corners of my eyes and little white blurs across my vision. This only really happens in my bedroom and not much else. I've noticed something worse when I'm asleep. I often sleep with my hand under my pillow. Sometimes my hand peeks out from under the pillow and then it happens. Something is grabbing my hand. It starts at my index finger and pulls slightly on it as if I'm trying to be discreet. Then it works its way to my pinky. Then it goes back to the index finger, only this time it makes small circular motions with it, pressing it on my pillow lightly. It does this with each one until it reaches my pinky. Then after that it shakes my headboard. I've also noticed my mattress shake slightly while I sleep, which is definitely not normal. As far as I can recall, this is all the detail I have as of now. I'm worried I have a ghost of some kind. I'm also worried because my mental illness runs in my family. My grandpa had schizophrenia. So Reddit, I ask you, do I have a ghost or should I be evaluated instead? And if I do have a ghost, what can I do about it? What do you guys think? Hospice Home Haunts, Part 1. A few years ago, I was a CNA. That's a certified nursing assistant. I worked at a nursing home and I had a few encounters there, but nothing prepared me for everything that would happen when I started working at the hospice home. It essentially is where people go to die. People that are sick and don't have a lot of time. The facility was amazing. Worked quick on getting people in. I can make another post about everything I did at the hospice home if anybody's interested. The point is, a lot, and I mean a lot of people passed away in the building. And a lot when I was working, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. I always opened the window in the residents' room after somebody passed away. My way of freeing the spirit so they wouldn't be trapped. No one else, unfortunately, did this. On to the main point of this post. We have 2 wings of the building, and each wing has a huge linen closet. Tons of sheets, blankets, comforters, towels, washcloths, gowns, you name it. When you open the door, both walls are lined with racks filled with linen. You can walk down into the room a couple of 100 feet and turn to the right, and it's a little area where extra stuff is stored. Things for bed baths and hygiene things for the residents. You are completely hidden when you're in the area on the right. A resident woke up around midnight. They wanted to get cleaned up, so I was going to give them a bath. I went into the linen closet and headed to the area on the right. I was grabbing soap, toothbrushes, toothpaste, a little basin, and other things. I heard the linen closet door open and close. We have one CNA and one RN on each wing during the night shift. I figured it was the nurse or the CNA for the other side. Sometimes we grab each other if we need help. I then heard a female voice. "Hello? I'm just grabbing stuff for a bath. Do you need help?" I answered, figuring it was the nurse. "I'm so cold. I can bring you a blanket. Maybe I'll throw it in the dryer again like last week." And I laugh. I turn around and head back and walk down the main area of the linen closet, and no one's there. I didn't hear the door open again, so no one left. There's no place to hide. I then feel someone grab my shoulder. I scream and drop everything as I turn around so quickly, and of course nobody's in there. I ran out of there so fast. I tried to tell the nurse, but it wasn't making any sense until I calmed down. She stuck by my side the rest of the night. I didn't go back into the linen closet that night. When they had grabbed me, I felt like it touched my bare skin, and it was so cold. The Shadow on the Corner. I was home for the summer from college. It was around 2:30 in the morning when I was arriving at my house. I had been out at my friend's house catching up and playing video games. No drinking or drugging occurred because that might explain what I saw. So I live at a T intersection. There's no parking on my street. I didn't want to block in my mom because I was a lazy college student and wanted to sleep until noon. So I parked on the intersecting street as I had done many times before. It was dark just as you would expect 2:30 in the morning to be. The hot, thick air had settled for a brief period. It parked me down on the white Buick LeSabre in front of nosy Linda's house. Shut the door as quietly as I could to not disturb the silence of my neighborhood. Being a quiet neighbor is one of the most considerate things you can be. I put my keys in my pocket as I exited the car, even though I would need them to unlock the door 30 feet away from my present location. Again, I had not had a drop or a drink or a bowl to smoke when I saw this. Only cigarettes and water for the evening. I strolled to my front door anticipating a long sleep. I had taquitos for my breakfast, or what you'd call lunch. That's when I spied it out of the corner of my eye, a black shadowy mass standing on the corner. Took a few more steps as the cold shudder filled my body cavity. Then I chuckled to myself. "What the hell are you afraid of? Nothing's there." "Just turn around," I said in my head. A smirk on my face, I turned around and saw it clear and freshly cleaned window pane. The figure standing, or hovering if you like, was about 6 feet tall. There were no legs or arms, but more of a suggestion that it had once had appendages. Its color was dark black, as if it were standing into an endless swirling pool of a black hole. The only other color this being emitted was a gray face. It looked more like the static of an old tube television on the wrong channel. It didn't so much see me as it knew me. It could see everything I had done and everything I would do. I stared at it for what was mere seconds, but it seemed like a day. Then I regained what little faculty I had left and sprinted the final few feet to my door. The keys shook in my hand as I struggled to open both doors. As soon as I got inside, I looked out the peephole, hoping to glimpse that being again. But I could see nothing. Ran to my basement lair and covered my head with my old stinky comforter and shivered myself to sleep. The next morning I saw nothing. Told no one until I tell you friends today. A couple of years later I inherited my childhood home after my mom passed away. It's been a decade and I still haven't seen the black shadow standing on the corner. I still look for it on most nights. Curses are real and don't get enough credit. My father used to work as a carpenter. My parents are divorced now. But back when I was a wee little thing, he was renovating an old house in San Francisco. It was an old Victorian house that had seen fire, flood, and homicide. but for whatever reason it was otherwise going to be foreclosed, despite its historical salts. My father found an old key underneath the floorboards of this house, which has now lost time on account that the storage unit that my parents had was put up for auction when they couldn't pay for it anymore. My father came home from work after demolishing some tile that was being replaced with this key, and ever since this happened, I've had a reoccurring dream. The dream takes place in an old, dusty room with shaded windows and the smell of tobacco. Mind you, I've never been inside this old house or even seen it. But in this dream, I'm walking through the front door only to be nose to nose with a bug-eyed, mummified corpse. It seems to have bloated, dried, and be battered with dust and black water 3 times over. When we lock eyes, the corpse shrieks a blood-curdling sound through its gaping black mouth, shooting decaying material into my eyes. Then I wake up. My father stopped all the work on this house after the second day, because after having been in every single room to check for squatters before beginning his work, he was shrieked at. He left his wet saw, his tools, and the replacement tile there, never to return. As a result of his working tools being gone forever, my mother and I continued to stay in the hotel renovated into an apartment complex by the Bay Area where their marriage rotted as the corpse presumably did in that house. A few years passed, and though my parents' relationship was plagued with my father's infidelity and my mother's substance abuse, my brother came. At age 14, he was diagnosed with schizophrenia and claims without me telling him about my dream that the corpse lingers in his bedroom. It shrieks at him, and it finds humor in doing so. He since left to live across the country with my father, and the corpse followed him. My reoccurring dream of this corpse ceased to grace my sleep. Peace is restored in my mother and new stepfather's home, but at what cost? I worry for my brother each day that goes by. Perhaps this being of rot is not a hallucination, but a curse that has attached itself to him. My father deserves it, but not my brother. I have a horrific continuing dream. Who has an explanation for that? I don't remember the last times I've had it, but just yesterday I've had this dream again. It started in the past dreams that there was something happening to me and my friend. We were trying to hide in a house that I've never seen before. It has 3 floors. The first time I had this dream, me and my friend stayed together on the ground floor. That was mostly because we felt like someone or even multiple people were trying to get into the house and do something bad to us. We tried to lock the door, but the handle was so weird that if we just got it locked, it already was too much and it would open again. To explain, the door handle doesn't look like a normal one. It's more like a lid, and if you close it too much, it's open again. If you have to get that perfect spot for it to actually be closed. It's really weird, and all the doors in that house are like that. So my friend and I closed the doors and windows on all the floors and came back to the ground floor to hide. We just met again, and suddenly a man was coming from the top floor toward us. Probably because, as I mentioned, the weird door was not perfectly closed. Every time I have this dream, a man comes and finds us. I feel like I get a panic attack, and then my dream stops. This time I had this dream again, but with the boyfriend of my mom. We were already in the house, and again we knew that someone tried to come in, and they wanted to harm us. I remembered from my last dream that somebody came inside from the door of the 3rd floor. So I went up and tried to close the door while my mom's boyfriend stayed on the ground floor to watch. They tried to close the door there. I've tried multiple times to close the door, but every time it opened again and I was freaking out. I've decided to stay on that floor and just hope I can keep the door shut. As soon as I see a person trying to get in there, and this door was like a big window so you could see through it. Suddenly I hear a voice behind me. I was thinking it was my mom's boyfriend, but it was an old, tiny guy that was reaching his hand out to me, like he's trying to tell me with his gesture that we can't keep the door shut again. I wind up having to go with him. We were suddenly outside the house where a lot of people, including my mom's boyfriend, were already standing in a row. All their heads were to the ground. I was advised from the old guy to stand with them. Then my dream ended again. I'm really traumatized and scared of getting those dreams again. It's horrific being in that house, knowing someone's going to come in and get us. The worst part is that every time I have this dream, my whole day is affected negatively. Mostly because I can't get it out of my mind. The thing in my house. So I live in a pretty old house. It's about 80 years old. The house beside me is actually the oldest house in my town. I believe it's over 200 years old, or at least close to it. I barely have any encounters in my house. But I do know something dwells inside. Whether it's a spirit or what, I don't know. My first experience with it was when I was about 16. I remember being in my room watching TV. Then I was called to eat supper, so I got up, went in the kitchen, fixed my food, and walked back into my room. But as soon as I opened the door to my room and took a few steps, I hit what felt like a wall, spilled my food everywhere, knocked me back a little. I was horrified to see that I literally ran into nothing. I could see, but there was something definitely there, just maybe it was invisible. I stood there dazed and terrified. I couldn't move because I was too scared to. But I eventually stuck my hand out to see if it was still there. There was nothing. So I cleaned everything up, went back to get more food, stuck my hand out in case it happened again. But it was fine, so I sat down and ate. Nothing happened again for a while. I never told anybody because it was so stupid nobody would believe me. I do. My second encounter didn't happen for years and years later, but it was while I was sleeping. I was laying in bed trying to go to sleep when I heard what sounded like scratches coming from within my mattress. It didn't bother me, but it did confuse me because I thought it could be maybe a mouse. I just wasn't sure how it got in my mattress. Then I began to hear it in the walls, which again didn't faze me, just thought it was a mouse. But as I was laying there, I felt a tug. It was above my head. I sleep with the blanket over my head. It just feels more comfortable to me. It still didn't faze me. I thought it was just from maybe a blowing of the fan, but then the next tug literally took the blanket off my head. I got jumped out of my bed fast. I turned my fucking light on. Thought it was a mouse still. I was pulling the blanket with like its teeth or something. I looked everywhere, but I couldn't find anything, and the scratching stopped as well. So I laid my head back down and fell asleep. Nothing ever happened again. I'm not sure what it is or what it wants, but I believe it likes to mess with me every once in a blue moon. And honestly, that's completely fine with me, as long as it never gets worse. My best friend and I, whenever we waited in a checkout line together, we would glitch the registers consistently. As an electronics wizard, here's 2 for the price of 1. Prologue. Me, Bud Carl, takes his car to Ray, the mechanic. Need a ride back. I wait outside as Ray's busy with a customer and carb talk. My state is as follows. A few days before I ended up with 100 or more chiggers up one leg. Itchy madness. That, and I haven't eaten and I'm getting cranky. Keeping my civilized silence on, inside it still details twixt Ray and the customer. Carl is leaning on the wall beside the customer, and he and Ray are behind counter. I'm in front of counter, on a stool, my foot on the front panel of the counter, applying stuff to my bites. Can't recall feeling particularly sour or anything, mainly waiting. Suddenly, a sharp bang. It explodes from behind the counter. Instantly, I recognized the sound as an electronic component explosion. I thought a capacitor. 'Twas a button cell battery and a pen light. It was on the other side of the panel from my foot. So everyone is naturally caught off guard with a silent, "What was that?" except me. Instantly, I stand up and I say, "Ray, I probably owe you a bit of money or something. I'm really sorry. I'll just remove myself from the building." And with that, I left. As you can tell, this is somewhat normal. Here's the hilarious part. The customer evaporated. Apparently, that experience was too much for the poor guy, and he hightailed it out of there. Hilarious. The shopping part. See, the thing is, Carl and I used to be roommates and go shopping together. Finally, the 5th time, when the entire store took a power dip, their battery backup failed. Everybody had to wait like 13 minutes for the server to restart. This was in the middle of us checking out our groceries. Every single time the two of us waited in line together, something would screw up. Mostly minor, but annoying. So this time while waiting, we decided that this was getting ridiculous. One of us needed to go to the car, or at least go to a different line at a different time. That seems to take care of the problem. Now, living apart, we tested it a few years ago. Yup, had to enter the card manually. Shwee. Ask Reddit. I lived in a house that was 100 years old. Several things happened. One night while my wife and then girlfriend were asleep, a large decorative hookah flew across the house. It launched like 8 feet. Nobody in the room, cat was on the bed, and the cat jumped up from sleeping on me when it crashed. Zero explanation. One day my wife was in the kitchen doing dishes. I hear a woman's voice say something, but it was unclear. I said, "What was that, honey?" Her response was, "I heard it too." Nobody lived there with us, and it was an open floor plan. It was whispered between her and I. One night I'm up on the computer, not super late. Suddenly, kitchen cabinets all start slamming in a weird order, slamming repeatedly. Finally spoke to whatever it was, and I asked it to stop. We wanted to all live together. Something like that. And when I said that, there was a pause. Then one large cabinet opened wide, slowly, and started to slam. But right before it slammed shut, it stopped and gently closed. There were other incidents, too, that were smaller that I didn't include. All within the first month. But nothing crazy after that incident with the slamming where I said we wanted to live together. Nothing at all. Until we were moving out. My son was born and we had just bought a new house. All the activity seemed long ago, really, but 2 years had passed and a marriage and a baby. All activity happened in the first month or so, and it seemed like a distant dream. Then when we were moving things and lights turned off on me and things would happen. Once I was leaning in a closet to grab things and I felt like I was pushed in. The closet door slammed shut. Sliding door, so no big deal. But I'm the closet, But I'm the closet. Bold statement. My cell phone started malfunctioning and I couldn't even turn on the flashlight. My brother came with me to grab one last heavy item. The whole house was cleared. As we're leaving, he looks back in. There was a baby toy I didn't recognize just sitting in the middle of the floor that we had just walked across. I swear it wasn't there and just seconds before. My brother said, "I'll grab it." My response, "No, don't touch it." He knew the stories, and he looked at me and suddenly said, "Good call." And we left, never went back. It's so strange writing these stories down now, because this was 10 years ago. The night my granddad died, a shared experience. So for context, my granddad was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer back in 2008. He passed away not long after. The same year at the time I was 16 years old, but didn't really comprehend how sick my granddad was, nor did I realize that he was never really coming out of the hospital. My family had downplayed the severity of his illness. For added context, I was extremely close with my grandparents, and my granddad in particular. He was my best friend, my father figure and mentor. Sorry to my cousins, but I was also his favorite grandchild, confirmed by my nan. So the night my granddad passed away, I had an incredibly vivid dream that I was in this hospital room with him. He was saying his goodbyes to me, let me know how proud he was and that everything would be okay and to take care of my nan. And I too got to say my goodbyes to him. I woke up in the middle of the night feeling completely calm and at peace, and I had accepted my grandfather's passing. Within what seemed to be minutes of walking home, the phone rang. My parents received a phone call from the hospital saying that my granddad had passed away. I popped my head out of my bedroom. I asked my mom if he'd passed away while they were getting ready, and she said yeah. I went straight back to bed, again feeling calm and at peace. The following morning, once my parents returned from the hospital, with my nan too, I told my mom about my dream. She went pale in the face and told me to repeat what I'd told her to my nan. My nan had more or less had the exact same dream during the night again. She was in his hospital room. He was saying his goodbyes to her, and he was reassuring her that everything would be okay. And she got to say her goodbyes, and she too woke up at peace knowing what had happened before receiving the call. Never confirmed the times of our dreams, but believed them to have happened around the same time, given the phone calls. To this day, I don't know what to make of it. I wouldn't have given it as much thought if my nan hadn't had the same dream. But yeah, the odds of the two people having the same dream relating to the same person in the same setting and context that same night kind of blows my mind. Brought me so much comfort during that dark time and still does to this day. I genuinely believe I was a witness to something beyond our realm. I think about it often, and have no logical explanation for my nan and I sharing this experience. I would tend to agree with you. Two scary tales. Thoughts? When I was around 8, my cousins and I were playing outside. Now, mind you, the house that we were at was my younger cousin's house. She lived in the middle of nowhere. The nearest neighbors were 30 minutes away. Anyways, we were playing in a bouncy house. I heard a few children laugh, but I didn't say anything because I thought I was overhearing things. My cousins then asked me to turn off the bouncy house because they thought it would be fun once it was off. I don't know, man, we were bored. So I did. That's when they started to scream at me to turn it on. Mind you, I had barely turned it off. I asked what was wrong, and they told me that they heard children screaming at them to stop. They looked scared and shooken up, so we went inside. Before going inside the house, we felt as if we were being watched. Second story. I was around 15 and my friend were throwing a sleepover for her birthday. She had 2 very protective dogs. This will be important. We went over and had fun. That's when she told us that her house was haunted, and that they play this game where they'll play hide and seek in the dark. It was about 15 of us in her house. We started to tell all each other weird things that would happen. They even showed us pictures. I didn't believe her, or at least I didn't want to believe her. Once it was 3 a.m., we're all sitting down in the living room by her door. She had 2 living rooms. We were just eating snacks when the lights turned off. We had a flashlight with us because we were going to start telling scary stories. We heard someone running in the second floor. We saw a shadowy figure come down the stairs. We all froze, but ignore it. The next morning we were hanging out. She went upstairs to grab a few more blankets when suddenly the atmosphere felt weird. My other friend and I look at each other, and I swear to y'all, nobody else was moving except us. My friend who went upstairs fell down the staircase. We were the only ones to react. The dogs didn't get up, and the rest of the group had their eyes on the TV. After a moment, our friends asked us why the host was on the floor, and why we looked so panicked. We told them that she fell. I had enough and went home. Once I went home, I went straight to bed, and before going to bed, I heard something running around outside of my room. I heard knocking on the floor of my room sides. Shadow delayed. Hey. So I just remembered this because I watched a YouTube video that reminded me after about 7 years. I was talking with my boyfriend's sister. We were just sitting on her bed. I can't remember what I was talking about, but my arms were kind of waving around as I was talking. She was just fiddling with something. She was just listening and looking at me tell her whatever it was I was telling her. My arms were casting a shadow on the wall on the other side of the room. But then I dropped my arms, and the shadow dropped a half second after my arms did. We both stopped and looked. After a couple of seconds, I said, "Did you see that?" She said, "Yeah, that delay. Yep, I saw that." So I tested my arms and their shadow. That wasn't even my shadow. The shadow my arms were casting were very light, much farther away, almost into the other room. This house was insanely old and creepy. To get into the farthest room, you had to go through the first one, and that was an only access. But it had a, regular closed closet-shaped closet, so I don't think that was supposed to be an office, but who knows. Anyway, I started kind of freaking out. I was so spooked. She said to just ignore it and finish whatever I was talking about. I tried, but ultimately I couldn't shake the intense fear from that experience. I left 5 minutes after it happened. I still can't understand. How could she not have been scared? And I'm not even easily scared, but that was crazy. I felt very intensely like something was watching me through the door after that. Thought it was very odd how specific that feeling was, specifically through the door. What a weird first reaction. Well, about a door that was unrelated to the whole thing, you know what I mean? I don't know, it scared the shit out of me. The same girl had given me a kind of oracle reading with a regular playing card. It was incredibly detailed and accurate on what actually did unfold in life afterwards. This girl was scary without trying to be, elegant, somewhat old-fashioned, graceful, beautiful, and cool, and something was very different about her. Scary. I'm not sure what to make of the whole situation, but I feel like she was accustomed to whatever that was, and I definitely was not. I broke up with her boyfriend soon after. Well, actually, he just cheated a lot and didn't really come around as much, so I think I'm the one who got broken up with, to be honest. Something strange is happening in my house. Me and my family couldn't sleep last night because something happened to all of us. So basically, I was sleeping in my room as usual, and suddenly I was woke up by my mom's voice. She was breathing so hard, and I ran into her room and my dad was also there. And then my mom was scared and crying. She said that something was strangling her. She was not able to move her body and scream, and after that she asked me to bring a glass of water. I went to the kitchen, took a glass filled with water, and when I returned I saw my mother's body and head was shaking strangely. My father asked her what's going on and what's holding her. So let me tell you that my mother's spirit is weak, so it's easy for other spirits to enter inside her body. Then my father asked, "Who are you?" She didn't say anything for a long time, and then she said that I'm her mom or sister. So on the 11th of January 2024, my mother's sister died. It was not a natural death. She died because of wrong medical treatment. She was in the ICU. Okay, so my father asked her, "Was that you who strangled her?" She replied, "It was Ramba." Ramba was my mom's sister who died in her childhood because of some health issue. Then my father said, "Why would she do that?" She replied, "Because I want to stay here and she's not letting me stay here. She's forcing me to come with her, but I don't want to go." Then my father told her to leave her body. After some time, she left my mother's body. Okay, this happened at 1:45 a.m., and after this we came back to sleep, and when I was sleeping I had a dream that something was sitting on my chest and staring at me. It was a dream, but it seems real. I was scared to look at it, but I wasn't able to move my body and scream then. Somehow I was able to scream and then ran into my parents' room and my hand and legs were shaking in fear. After that I woke up and my hands were still shaking. Suddenly I heard my dad scream. I ran into my parents' room, so my dad was scared. He said that he had a bad dream and he also wasn't able to move his body. Whatever he saw in his dream was trying to hurt him, and this happened at 4 a.m. So this is all that happened, and guys, I don't think that my mother's sister Ramba is doing this. I saw blue sparkling lights. A close family friend and coworker had recently died of cancer. I'd been heartbroken, often crying while I cooked dinner because I, of course, had to put his obituary up on my fridge to remind me. Well, one night around that time, I had just finished putting our plates on the dinner table and the coffee table in the living room and then back into the kitchen to grab the salt and pepper. About halfway into the kitchen, I realized all these blue sparkling lights were around me. They were everywhere, and they were beautiful. There had to be thousands of them. They were sort of swimming and falling all over me. I sort of twirled in place in awe of it. After getting over how cool it was, I started to think if it was probably an eye thing, like standing up too fast. So I closed my eyes. I saw nothing. When I reopened them, all the lights were still there. I actually got a little nervous thinking that this was like a trick of the eye situation, but it was lasting entirely too long. I stood there watching and contemplated the possibility that I was having a stroke, until they all started leaving. They left in a kind of a pretty way, like fading one by one until a few were only left. Eventually they were all gone, and I was just left dumbstruck. I did some research the next day at work and found that it might actually be a sign of retinal detachment. Although I didn't find my exact experience in the symptoms, I did, well, they say that you can see flashing lights. I wore glasses, so I eventually made it to an eye exam and I asked them about it. The doctor said my eyes were fine. Sometimes weird things happen, but they didn't seem concerned about it. That was around 3 years ago. I recently moved, so I'm no longer in that house and haven't experienced anything like it since. No shadowy figures with top hats either. Until this morning, My husband was taking a shower while I was brushing my hair in front of the sink when the little sparkling lights started popping up and floating around me. There was nobody nearby. There weren't as near many of these things as last time either, but it was still beautiful. As quickly as they appeared, they began fading away, though, one by one until there was only one left. I thought about reaching out to touch it, but by the time I started lifting my arm, it was gone. It felt like something was saying hi. Something paranormal, or possibly neurological, I don't know. But it was an experience. An experience that has stuck with me for years. When I and my best friend were in Boy Scouts, we'd go camping twice a year. Like many Canadians, our group headed up north for this biannual wilderness sabbatical. This campsite was incredibly rural. It was on an Algonquin indigenous land, and it was surrounded by a dense forest. Whenever night fell, I'd always just get creeped out. It was so dark and silent. On the final day of one of the camping trips, we decided to light up a campfire. We wanted to make some s'mores. My friend and a few other older scouts and I were instructed to head into the woods and collect things to fuel our fire. Things like dry tree bark, dead leaves and whatnot. I was gonna say dried. Once we had collected an ample amount of things off the ground, we got distracted and started dicking around. We were running about and throwing pine cones at each other. I managed to duck behind this massive boulder. I was going to wait out the ensuing tomfoolery. After a few minutes of silence, I assumed the coast was clear. I could return to the campfire. Right after I got up, I heard rustling on the opposite side of the boulder I was hiding behind. Mind you, this boulder was huge, and it was already somewhat late. I couldn't tell who or what was on the other side. I heard a raspy imitation of a friend's voice whisper the words, "I see you." Immediately, I thought it was my friend tricking me so he could pelt me with pine cones and other debris. I exclaimed, "I'm not stupid, I know it's you." There was no response. Suddenly, I hear my friend calling my name. I turn and look up to see his silhouette near the campfire, and he yelled, "Who are you talking to?" In that moment, I realized everybody had left the woods and had returned to the campsite. I was alone. My stomach sank. I bolted back to safety. To this day, I have no idea who or what was speaking to me, and who or what was lurking on the other side of that boulder. I've told this story and nobody believes me. Recently, me and that same friend were on a Discord call. I was sharing my screen and we were having a nostalgia trip on Google Maps. We were revisiting our elementary school and various other places. I decided to look up our campground, only to find out it's been indefinitely closed. I wonder if my experience and the campground's sudden closure are correlated. Who knows? Calming orb of light. Possible possession. So Stephen, being the exemplary father he was, sarcastic, never watched my younger sister because to him watching her was like babysitting and too time-consuming. I always watched my younger siblings. My mother worked a graveyard shift. That way she could always be there in the morning for us when we needed her. That being said, my younger sister always was with me, even when I went to bed. When I was about 11, I'd have to sleep with my younger sister, who was 6 months at the time. We would sleep on the couch in my parents' room. Mostly because Stephen couldn't be bothered at night while he was sleeping. One night I woke up out of nowhere. It was like I was wide awake. The couch was in front of the bathroom, and I saw the ball of light fly by the bathroom and stop directly in front of the couch. There was no reflection of it, and there were no other lights in the room but this one. This is the time where I knew I could feel energies, but I couldn't distinguish whether they were good or bad. So immediately I start flipping out because why is there just a random orb of light 3 feet above my head? No one else awake? I close my eyes and I start praying this thing goes away. I was thinking to myself, someone please wake up. Someone please help me. Someone turn on the TV. That's when I hear a female. It's in my voice. It says as clear as day. It's okay. I'm not here to hurt you. You're okay. At this point, I've quite literally shit my pants. I'm about to cry in fear, but I can't move or talk. Then Stephen out of nowhere sits up and says, "Quit talking." Mind you, his eyes were completely closed during this entire transaction. He gets out of bed and walks towards the TV almost stumbling as if he had very little control over his body. He turns it on, gets back into bed. When we woke up the next day, I asked him about the night before. He apologized for disturbing me. He didn't remember even waking up. Saw my ex-father-in-law a few weeks after he died. My ex-father-in-law was an untypical person. His entire life he believed that he had the gift. He would do tarot readings for a living, believed he could predict future events even. He once told my mother-in-law that she couldn't go to Birmingham. Apparently he thought it was going to blow up, and I never liked him, not his beliefs, but he was cruel. And he was also pretty incredibly stupid. He said the Holocaust didn't happen. So he was a part of my life unwillingly, you could say. He never liked me either. But then he got sick, got an ulcer on the back of his neck that was going into his brain. He refused medical treatment as he said it was the government doing it to stop him from publishing a book. His wife believed him about everything. Months later, he got so sick, we as a family said that he had to go to the hospital. He did, and then came back a few weeks later, had a huge stroke and died in what was their little living room. It's like a typical room used as a living room, and that was his occult room. When he died, his wife called my partner, her son, and we ran straight over. He was being worked on, but clearly dead. About 2 months after this, my mother-in-law, my partner, her son, and her other son were going out for the day. The mother-in-law, who I was very close to, asked me if I could make the living room that he died in into an office for her. My ex-father-in-law was very specific in his life about the house. Wouldn't allow change or getting rid of anything. He was very, very anti-it. So I'm by myself moving crap, dragging a desk. Then I see him. He's in the garden looking through the window. Not at me. He doesn't acknowledge me at all. He puts his head through the window and he looks back and forth at the space and then disappears. He was wearing the exact outfit he did, like a striped top and light cargo trousers. He looked exactly like him, but almost slightly see-through. It didn't scare me at all. He called his wife to tell her what happened. She was overcome with emotions and felt guilty that she had changed the room around. No one ever saw his ghost again, though. I was sad that out of all the people I've known and truly loved, well, I get to see this idiot who I disliked while he was alive. Creepy possessed toys. Remember the times there were Furbies? Remember how it often was claimed that they were haunted or possessed? If you remember Furby, you may remember the super cute robot dog, Poochie. It had a cute little bone you could put up to its nose, and it would have these little lights that changed to hearts and stuff as it barked out some cute little song tune. My experience was with this Poochie. Now I'm 30 and I got that pooch as a kid, around the time the first Harry Potter book was released, if I'm pretty sure. Can't remember the year, but it was a long time ago. I loved that thing, until it started randomly activating and barking its tune. Always at 10 p.m. Eventually, I got annoyed at the glitch and took the batteries out. Wouldn't you know it, a few days later I wake to its barking. No batteries. And yes, I checked to make sure Mom hadn't put them back in. Every fucking night. So I got annoyed. Threw it into the bottom of my toy box and covered it with a lot of plushies. Helped muffle the noise. Then one day, Poochie's back on the shelf I'd kept it on. This became a cycle. I assumed the maid was one, just kept putting it back on, but... What? One day in anger, it would react when I decided I wanted to play with it. I got so mad I threw it as hard as I could onto the floor. Broke an ear and a leg, but suddenly it worked again. My next frustration with Poochie came pretty short after, where I tossed him out of the second-story bedroom window. This time his head had kind of popped. I took the batteries out, proceeded to put it back on my shelf. Did it creep me out by then? Yes. Did I still love it? Enough to not want to throw it away. Back into the toy box it went, and this time I asked the maid to not move anything in the box. And yet I would still wake up to its barking. I tried popping the head all the way off one night in frustration. It was still batteryless and the head hanging on by cables or wires. So I finally decided to throw it out. For months it just kept appearing on my shelf every few days. Trow out and repeat. I think they mean throw. Don't know if Furbies are haunted, but there was definitely something weird about that dang robotic dog. What do I make of this? Am I being followed or attached? For better context here, I've always been fairly interested in the paranormal and the afterlife. It always has intrigued me, up until this year. This year's been really rough on me. Haven't been able to settle something about an incident a few months ago. My little brother passed away on March 7th of this year. I had to travel down to my mother's house to go to his funeral. A best friend to me, but we were just separated by a lengthy drive. The night I spent over at my mother's house, I couldn't get to sleep. I was mentally exhausted from seeing my brother in the state that he was in. I was completely numb in those days. I couldn't stop thinking about him. But as I laid there on the couch, an L-shaped couch where I laid facing the wall and my grandmother laid on the other half facing a table, I drifted off to sleep for just a moment to suddenly wake up wide-eyed from a nightmare. Feeling nothing but scared to see a dark figure standing over my grandmother's body with very distinct eyes. They almost looked like glasses. After I'd woken up from that night with little to no sleep, I had the urge to say something to my mother and stepfather. They are very heavily Christian. I wanted to further my insight on this, so little to my knowledge my stepfather said he felt a very dark presence entering the night. After my grandmother and me toss our goodbyes, since we had worked the same week, we get home to ponder on it, not really coming to a conclusion. It felt like there was a lot more to what it was that I saw, but everybody had said that it was just fine, so I played it off that way. The following month in May, my grandmother's health declined steadily, but she didn't want to be taken to a doctor. Originally, she was just going on a trip with my mother, but it never came. I walked into a room to find her lifeless, and I immediately had thought back to the night of what I had seen. I partially blamed myself since two very important people in my life vanished this year, and I just would like some peace of mind about it. I don't know just how much power the other side can affect things, All I know is this year's been filled with scratching, knocking, and whispers to me. Nothing but lucid nightmares and heartache. I'm just envisioning this all in my head, or not. The biggest reason I became a paranormal investigator. Back in October of 2004, I lost a cousin that I was close to due to an accidental overdose. His brother Mick and I are even closer, because we're close to the same age and pretty much were raised in the same house as brother and sister. One day in February of 2005, Mick called me. He sounded very upset about a phone call that he'd received. So I told him to come to my house so I could figure out what he was talking about. When he got out of his car, he was white as a sheet and shaking. This is what he told me when he was able to calm down. He said he was driving when his phone rang. It was one of his parents calling from their house. Since he was driving, he let the call go to voicemail and pulled over a call back, not bothering to listen to the voicemail in the process. He said his dad answered the phone and both his parents denied even calling him in the first place. This was in spite of Mick's caller ID clearly indicating somebody in the house had called him when the voicemail was recorded. After hanging up with his parents, Mick decided to see what the voicemail had to say. After he listened to it, that's when he had called me in a panic. He refused to tell me anything about the voicemail. Instead, he queued it up and shoved the phone up to my ear so I could hear it for myself. I will never forget that voicemail. I felt the color drain from my face, and I felt like I was going to pass out. I distinctly heard my cousin, who had been dead for nearly 4 months at this point. They said, "It's me, I'm here, and I need your help." My cousin also had a very unusual cadence, and a sound, too, to his speech. It was unmistakably him leaving a voicemail from his parents' home phone number where he accidentally overdosed and lost his life. Unfortunately, 11 years later, there was a house fire that destroyed everything in the house. And this includes the voicemail that we had pulled off Mick's phone and saved on a computer. That voicemail changed my life drastically. My cousin and I dove into researching the paranormal ever since. I really wish I still had that voicemail recording. I know there are skeptics who aren't going to believe my experience, but I wanted to share why I became an investigator in the first place. Why did any of you get into the paranormal? I'd love to hear your experiences as well. And the narrator would like to bump that sentiment. Hospice Home Haunts and the Book. Per my last story, I used to work at a hospice home. I was a CNA and worked the night shift, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. For the most part, I did love my job, but there were a lot of encounters and unexplainable things. I didn't love that part. Funny thing was, once I left my shift the next morning, the scary things that would happen would be pushed back to the back of my mind. I was never afraid to go to work till something else would happen. It was a normal night and I was just charting at my computer. That's when I heard a loud smack like something falling. I was the only one on that wing as the nurse went to go heat up her lunch. I walked to where I thought the noise came from. I stopped in the middle of the hall. I heard it again and I jumped so high. I looked into the closet room and it was vacant. It was a room of a resident who had passed the night before. I wasn't working the night before and the family didn't have room in their car to take everything. So they left a lot of stuff in the room. They'd be back in a couple of days to get the rest. There was a bookshelf in the far corner as the resident was an avid book lover. They had a ton. In front of the bookshelf, there were 2 books on the ground. My first thought was that they must have been on the edge. Well, it must have been logical. I picked them up and pushed them into a line of books so they wouldn't fall again. I turned to leave and I hear 2 loud smacks. I turned, and the same two books were lying on the ground again. I could almost feel the cold on my shoulder again. I took a deep breath and put the book back. I was almost to the door. I glanced back and saw a very light shadow standing in the front of the bookcase. I didn't see the books move, but I sure heard them when they hit the ground. I went running out of that room. The nurse was back when I arrived at the area where we sit and chart. I told her what happened. She kind of chuckled and went to go pick up the books. She wasn't gone 10 seconds and her face was white when she came back. She didn't even make it into the room. In the corner, she saw a figure standing in the corner of the room. She closed the door and came back quickly. It was daylight before we grew a backbone to open the door and everything looked normal. I picked up the books while the nurse stood guard. The room was empty that night when I came back. Interdimensional entities. So I grew up in a UK town that's always had a rep as a bit woo-woo hippie-ish. Many years ago, I went to my GP about foot pain. She recommended a local podiatrist. I lived around the corner from a foot clinic. I'd walked past this single street-fronted shop door that led down to a basement for years. Anyways, I made an appointment, went to see the lady who was recommended. I went in, did a foot bath, was asked to sit myself on a therapy table. After discounting my query as to whether I might be flat-footed, she then began what would become a reflexology session. This began by waving crystals over me. Growing up where I didn't think too much of anything, to be honest. I was just mildly amused. She began massaging my foot and clicking her body in ways that reflected my own tics, without possibly being able to know about them in a short period that we had met. Neither of us mentioned this, despite some of the joint clicks that she was manifesting being actually quite loud. We discussed very little. However, I think as we were finishing up, she said something like, "Your pelvis is possessed by entities from another dimension." I was 19 at the time, and none of this was in my vocabulary or on my radar. I think I thanked her politely. She gave me some flower oils for my aura and I left. Or I should say I danced out of there. I felt amazing. So it got a bit stranger. Not too long after that, I was walking home passing the foot clinic. That's when I saw this lady climbing into an ambulance. I forgot to mention she was pregnant, and I assumed it was something to do with that. Sometime later, this foot clinic, which had sat there for years, was closed. Can't remember too many details, but I'm sure for the reflexology alone, I went looking for this lady again. I could find no details concerning the previous clinic, nor could I find her on any national professional register. It's just like after years of just being there, I go for a treatment, and then pop, the whole setup just disappeared. It's as if it never was there. Of course, it was all legit. My GP recommended her by name. Just felt very odd. You should ask your GP again. My dead uncle communicated to me through an app. This past Saturday on January 5th, my great-uncle passed away unexpectedly in his home. We will call him Uncle Will. Myself and about 20 members of my family met up at Uncle Will's high-rise apartment. It wasn't far from where I lived. We stood outside his apartment door while the police and people from the morgue cleaned the scene and prepared to remove his body. Immediately after they leave, half of us enter the apartment. My relatives start the process of removing contents from the fridge, disposing of cigarette butts and empty bottles. I'm just aimlessly walking around the apartment, which is a one-bed, one-bath. That's when suddenly I get this urge to download this. I get the urge to stutter. I get the urge to download a ghost radar app. I've always been into paranormal and was anxious to see if my uncle's spirit would come through it. I didn't think anything of it when it opened the app because the first two words that populated were children and community. But as I walked into his bedroom, the app flashes enter. And as I'm turning toward the bathroom, it said almost. Then all of a sudden I get this feeling to want to search the linen closet. I see normal bath products in there, and there's a box that appears out of place. It looks like it has important documents in it. I look down and there's a money order. The app then says, exact. I'm holding the money order in my hand. And in walks my aunt who shouts, "Oh my God, she found the money order." She looks at me and says, "How did you know where it was?" I told her I had this gut feeling and the app sort of led me to it. I had no idea that they were looking for it. Turns out the money order for his last rent payment. Would like to think that it was Uncle Will communicating with me through the app one last time. 2 days later, his younger brother's Uncle Jay, who had been battling cancer for less than a year, passed away. I also learned that after Uncle Will visited my Uncle Jay in the hospital, just a week before his passing, he was crying profusely and saying he would rather leave than watch his younger brother die. This has been a very difficult time for my family, still in disbelief that we lost 2 loved ones in such a short amount of time. My condolences. Wanting to figure out what happened to me this night. Hello. When I was roughly 16, my friends and I decided to walk to the store at 1 or 2 in the morning. Woo-oo. There were train tracks by my house. We decided to walk by them. This way we wouldn't get caught for curfew by the police. It was about a 2-mile walk. All we had were the lights from our phones. And on this particular stretch of the tracks, on the left side, there was a hill and a river beyond that. And on the right, there was a cliff with no access to the road or anything. We heard a noise coming from the hill toward the river. Then we obviously turned our flashlight towards it, and we saw an at least 7 or 8 foot tall thing with its head of deer and huge antlers and body with a pinkish, almost human-like skin. I made eye contact with the creature. It sprinted down the hill, and then we just all ran away. This is the first experience that we had on this walk. For my second experience, we are approaching the end of the train tracks, and then we hop on a bike path that is much easier to walk, especially in the pitch black. As we are walking, it's almost like everything became as bright as is on a full moon, and in the distance I see 3 dogs that look like wolves in a pack. However, they looked a little too small to be wolves and a little too big to be coyotes. For context, I live in Pennsylvania. We've not had wolves here for quite some time. And this isn't a place that there are not generally coyotes either. We climb up onto a hill and lay down so we're not seen by them, and then disappear into the direction of the river is. The bike path is running parallel with the train tracks, to clarify. The second these animals pass, we see an orb or a flashlight that's not at all changing the direction it's facing, moving down the bike path. That concludes my second experience. For my third and final experience during this walk, albeit not as exciting, but I figured it'd be worth mentioning, we took an entirely different way home from the store, mostly because we were terrified of going back the other way. Nothing eventful had happened until we were maybe 3 quarters of the way home. And for that entire final period of time, we heard what sounded like death screams of a cat, or the sound of a cat being brutally tortured. They came back to visit me one last time. A few years ago, I was going through a really rough patch and an unexpected job loss. One random day as I'm walking out of the grocery store with my then 10-year-old daughter, I get this sudden urge to look to my left. I'm startled because I can see my grandma, who passed over 20 years ago, staring back at me. She had on a long white lace dress. Her hair was curled and she looked to be about mid-40s. I kept my gaze for like 10 seconds as she slowly walked away and I screamed, "My God, I can't believe that's her." My daughter, who had only seen pictures of her, exclaimed, "Yeah, that was your grandma." I get chills to this day thinking about it. I thought back to what she was wearing and it looked to be a dress not from modern times, similar to what she wore at my parents' wedding in the 80s. Another story is more recent. On this past Mother's Day, I went to visit my biological dad's mom at her gravesite. As I'm talking aloud to her, I smell this waft of perfume around me. I look around the cemetery because I'm sure someone must have walked by. No one else was around. She loved perfume, so I immediately knew it was her. A few weeks go by and I get a visitation from this grandma, and in my dream, I was walking into a church and several other people walk past me before she walks toward me. When I saw her, she looked so beautiful, like she was literally glowing. She had on a long dress with flowers on it. Her hair was down and curly. I can recall every single detail of what she was wearing down to the shoes. She looked to be in her early 30s. She had a big smile. I hugged her and told her I missed her. She said, "I love you and miss you too." I noticed she was walking without her cane too. She hugged me so tight, and in that moment I felt so peaceful, like a feeling of divine love, serenity, and bliss. She then whispered in my ear, "Peace, be still." That was the end of the dream. I woke up crying and shaking because I was shocked that she had actually showed herself to me. When she died, I pleaded for her to come and visit me and send me signs. I think she gave me that message because I had been going through anxiety and depression. Now, whenever I feel down, I think of the two guardian angels I have watching over me. Strange happenings after the death of a friend. About 11 years ago, a close friend of mine passed away. He was in a horrible head-on collision on the highway after he missed his pills. He blacked out behind the wheel. The first inclination that something was wrong happened in the form of a gut feeling I often get when something horrible like that happens. I get the sense that something is terribly wrong somewhere. I never know why at the time that I feel it. It throws my day off until I hear the news. In this case, the news came to me the following day. However, when I felt it was the night that it happened. Bad feelings aside, I went to visit with one of the usual gang, to console with everybody over the news that our friend had passed. I learned that his old roommate had received duplicate texts from him that day. That was hours after his death. Each read exactly, "I'm on my way home now." This hit me particularly hard at the time. It still haunts me a bit. One final strange thing about this whole arc of events took place about a year or so later. The last place my friend had been before his death was Toronto. He had been visiting a friend there. He was on his way home when the accident took place. Around a year later, I found myself in that city for school. I was walking home one day after roaming around the Eaton Center. I was passing through Dundas Square. This area is normally very busy during the day. This was no exception. I passed by someone as I was walking down the side street, which cut through the university grounds. I caught a glimpse of his face in passing. At first I thought, damn, he looked really familiar. Then it hit me just who it reminded me of. I double-took, glanced at him as he walked away, and it struck me that this person was the spitting image of my friend. It could have been coincidence, of course, but that really rattled me. And of course, I wasn't going to approach a random person and try to converse with them about, something like this out of the blue. The moment stuck with me, though. It was as if I had witnessed his ghost or doppelganger. I think my roommate is haunted. My boyfriend and I have lived in our current apartment for about a year. We have one other roommate. We all get along decently well for the most part. However, right after moving in, we began to have strange experiences that always seemed to revolve around a roommate. Revolve. I'm talking about full-on, full-figure black shadow people, weird nightmares. All of us having the same or similar nightmares in the same night. Everything. It started with seeing head and shoulder silhouettes peeking into our room from the hallway, or from places in his room when he walked by. My boyfriend at one point ended up seeing the full face of a man with a beard. He stood approximately 6 feet tall, looking in at us, again from the hallway. My roommate came in to me on a separate occasion to tell me that he had seen the same man, without knowing what my boyfriend had told me. The strangest part is whatever it is won't cross the threshold to our bedroom, only his. It only mimics his voice. There have been multiple times now my boyfriend and I have been together in the kitchen. We'll hear our roommate talking, laughing, even coughing, and we know he's not there every time. Each time it's happened, I've poked my head into the hallway and found his room with the door open, pitch black inside. I do things to keep our space as safe as possible. I've heard coughing on more than one occasion from his room when I'm home alone, and like lighting incense or sage. I've burned incense and sage when he is home as well, but on more than one instance he's burst into my room asking if I'm burning sage. That's before I've even gotten it to light. So realistically, before he should be able to smell it. He's told us before he used to hang out with people who used Ouija boards, and he openly mocked and made fun of the entities that were being contacted. There have been several nights where my boyfriend and I both have nightmares about getting our throats cut. We'll talk about it just to each other. Then my roommate would come in to me later and tell me about a weird nightmare where he cut his friends and families in his own throat. That one left me with a sinking feeling in my stomach. Anyway, so getting to what finally prompted me to post this somewhere. My boyfriend saw a shadow person last night. He was standing outside a roommate's door in the infamous... My ghost story from when I was a kid living in a haunted house. When I was 12, my family and I lived in a tiny house on the corner of South 11th Street in Copperas Cove, Texas. Things were normal most of the time, but we started having weird experiences. My mom would get this strong smell of flowers and things would go missing or be moved. One night when I was up late watching Nick at Night, my television, this was probably in 2000 or earlier 2001, I saw a figure in my doorway. It was propped up by my elbow and my feet were pointed at my door. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move. I looked at my doorway. It was a black mist, but I could clearly make out a head and shoulders. Kind of just faded into nothing for the rest of the body. It was turned with its side to me and was walking toward my bathroom door, and that door was perpendicular to my bedroom door. They touched and made like a square shape. It stopped walking and turned to me. I could see its shoulders square, and it looked like something was standing facing me. We sat there both looking at one another for what seemed like forever before it turned back to my bathroom door and walked into the bathroom. When I got up to investigate, nothing was there. I wasn't scared. It had a very good energy and felt almost as if it was there to protect me. A few months after this happened, my father got on post hunting, and we moved to Fort Hood. Its name has recently changed, but it was Fort Hood at the time. After living there for a few months, weird things started happening in my room. The lights would flicker, my TV would turn on and off randomly, sometimes spending minutes just turning off and on. One night I was sitting on the edge of my bed watching TV, and I had just finished eating. I placed my plate and fork on top of the TV and was just minding my own business when the fork flew off the plate at my face, landed beside me on my bed. Needless to say, I was absolutely freaked out. I'd been expressing all the weird things to my best friend. She told me I needed to tell whatever was there to get out. But I felt weird about that until one day it was fucking with my TV. I stood in the middle of my room and no one was home but me, and I screamed, "Get the fuck out of my room, leave me the fuck alone," over and over again. Short paranormal experiences that I've had. 1. In 2008, my grandfather passed away. He had a shed about 50 feet away from the house, and we'd spend time in there. It had been about 3 months after he passed, and my cousin, she was 3, she pointed over to the shed and said, "Paw Paw." But it wasn't like a, "Is he over there?" He normally is. It was like a, "Oh, there he is." And I said his name, and Paw Paw's not there. But she insisted that he was standing in the doorway. Number 2. Not mine, but my sister's. She was 4, so I wasn't born yet. Her great-grandfather had just died. They were very close. She went to sleep the next morning and told her mom, "Granddaddy came through the window last night to visit me." My mom was so freaked out that all she said was, "You tell Granddaddy that we come through doors in this house." My sister never saw him again after that. When I was 2 to 3, my 16-year-old neighbor who I loved got killed in a car accident. I saw her multiple times when I was outside. I even told my dad, "Put me down, I want them to hold me." Obviously, she wasn't there though. 4. When I was younger, we were very poor, so at one point, me, my mom, sister, aunt, and uncle, 2 cousins, and grandma, and grandpa, we all lived in a house together. The man that lived there before had died inside. He couldn't take care of himself, so someone was supposed to check in on him every single day. One day, people just stopped coming. He died sitting at the counter from starvation. It was because he literally just forgot to eat. Very sad. But every single person had paranormal experiences at that house. We didn't own a radio TV, but my mom heard music when she was alone. Once I had a nightmare, so I went to go to my mom's room, but when I got to the hallway, I could hear slippers shuffling around the floor in the hall. Yet, no one was there beside me. My aunt had an experience, I don't remember what, but she got so terrified that when she went to the neighbor's house to wait until somebody else came home, she couldn't handle it. Ask Reddit. It's a little long, but hang with me. My dad was cleaning out our camper. He was getting ready for a trip when somebody came driving down the road looking at our house. The lady asked my dad if he lives in the house, to which he replied yes. She goes on to say that she's in town from out of state for a class reunion and wanted to see if this house in particular was still here. The lady goes on to ask my dad if he knows what happened. Confused, he said no. She explains. There was a family that lived in the house in the late 60s that was a classmate of hers. There was a mom, a dad, and a daughter. The dad worked overnight at a local refinery. While he was at work, the mom had a mental breakdown. She took the family shotgun and killed their daughter. Overtaken with grief, the mom killed herself. The dad came home after work to find it all for himself. Shocked, my dad went to the local library to see if he could find some truth. He wanted to make sure that enough of it was all true. It was. The mom had a history of mental issues, but was very active in church and local clubs. The daughter was graduating the following year. The dad died a few weeks later of natural causes. My parents kept this from me until recently, since they thought it would scare my sister and I, which is fair. My dad was renovating an old storage room in our house one day. He was the only one home as my sister and I were at school and my mom worked. He was taking an old cork board down off the wall. That's when he said it felt like someone was right behind him, watching him. As he took the board down, he heard something hit the ground. It was the dog tags of a dad whose family died in the house. Yep, that's the one. Well, my dad thinks it was the man, and that he wanted him to find the tags spooks me out. This happened in my now bedroom. We have more stories of the house, as well as hearing about such horrid deaths that have happened. Near-death experiences and the paranormal. My NDE occurred when I OD'd after about a decade of being a functional addict. I had a job, I paid my bills, I dated girls, but from the outside looking in, nobody had a clue that I was horribly addicted to opiates. I justified it in my own head because I do, after a 17-year football career, have some very real and very painful ailments, along with some pretty severe depression. I didn't really realize it was largely because of my addiction. That was how I got hooked in the first place. It's a long story that I'd rather not concentrate on in this post. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer privately. My paranormal experiences did not start with my NDE. I grew up having weird experiences that I would never, as a rational, science-minded person, allow myself to conclude that something sincerely paranormal had occurred. It was after my NDE that these experiences became so much more intense that I now know these things are real, and they're actually happening to me. I have witnessed orbs, UFOs, shadow people, only way I can describe them, and objects moving on their own. I have experienced psychics that have told me things that have shook me to my core. I've been pulled out of my bed multiple times and even put back into bed on one occasion. Then after this occurred, I experienced complete memory loss for about 2 weeks till it happened again. This isn't everything. I could go on, but I'm sure to get to the point. If you have any questions, feel free and I'll do my best to answer all of them. I expect people to be highly skeptical of these claims, and I don't blame you. I wouldn't believe me either. I've questioned my own sanity on more than one occasion. But luckily, unlike most experiencers, I usually have had someone with me or around me when these things have happened. And that at least confirms my experiences did actually happen. I've come here to try to talk about this, because I expect this to be a safe place to discuss this topic. Please be respectful with questions to anyone that shares, and to people sharing. Please don't get upset or defensive when people ask questions or are skeptical. Join us on Paranormal M, the channel that unravels the mysteries of the supernatural. Hit subscribe and turn on notifications to stay informed about our latest hair-raising stories. We hope you're ready for a journey into the uncharted. Ask Reddit. I'm a super chill person. I'm an art teacher, and I'm a rock garden enthusiast. I love paranormal stuff, but I don't go looking for it or anything like that. I work with kids, so I'm pretty substance-free and of sound mind. The man who killed his 2 dogs and himself in my house are still here. The dogs, too. A German Shepherd and a Malamute. Here's some backstory. I got the house cheap because of its history of a very gory previous owner's suicide. He'd also attempted to murder somebody during his mental breakdown, but I do not know the details. He was a nice person that had no mental health support and decided to kill his beloved dogs and then himself. I thought how horrible, but man, I needed a place to live as soon as possible. So I braced myself against superstition or the creeps. The weirdness started immediately. Pounding and moaning like the house is being hit by a bulldozer. Neighbors can hear it from outside sometimes. Huge dogs howling from somewhere inside the house. Bedroom doors open and closing. Footsteps through the kitchen hallway every night at 4 a.m. It's nerve-wracking, but also sad. More than once I've awoken thinking my house is being broken into. Then I started seeing the dogs. They were walking across my bedroom carpet, standing at the foot of my bed, staring at me. Usually would startle the heck out of me because I don't have a GSD or a Malamute. I have a Sheltie with an overbite that can only make noises. My own dog, Kelly Barkson, went crazy at the ghost dogs. Nice name. And I ran over to the house making sure it was really spirits. Kelly now sleeps under the covers with me. We see their fluffy tails and watch them disappear into the closet. I don't think he's a bad spirit, and the dogs are certainly innocent. Often things go missing and I'll ask him and the dogs to help, and the missing things reappear in totally odd locations. Like my lipstick showing up in the freezer, or my headphones under my dresser, places I'd never leave anything. Ask Reddit. We live in an approximately 150-year-old farmhouse. It has a cemetery across the road that hasn't been in burial since 1870. Apparently, the records office burned down. They lost the exact plot locations and just opened up another cemetery 300 feet west of us. About a week after moving in, my wife and I were eating dinner. My phone, which hadn't been touched in quite a while, was sitting on the kitchen counter. It says in Siri's voice, "You are in my realm," and nothing more. We both heard it clear as day, and there was no history of the phone saying it. Then my cat was absolutely relentless in getting me out of bed in the middle of the night. At first, I shrugged it off, but then I got thinking maybe something was on fire or something. She led me downstairs and nothing. Went outside to see if there was anyone out there. It was the deadest silence I've ever heard in my life. I noped out of that and came back inside. Well, when I went to go back upstairs, I stood in something cold and wet. I bent down to see what it was, and my feet were totally dry. It was just a very strange cold spot. When I stood up, the feeling of a hand on my shoulder was unmistakable. The cat was just starting at me instantly. Staring. TV remotes go missing constantly. I think we've lost about 6 now. I've had every single piece of furniture out in the TV room, and as I renovated the whole thing and never even found one. About a year and a half after moving in, I bumped into a former coworker at a flea market who knew where I lived, but hadn't been told about any of the quote-unquote occurrences. She said, "Go introduce yourself to those people over there. They lived in your house in the 80s. So I did, and the first thing they asked was, "How is the ghost doing?" They said it had a fondness for messing with the TV and would open doors, sometimes at very useful times, like when carrying a bundle of firewood. And one more addition to the story. A good friend of mine who I met after moving here and again never mentioned any of this stuff to, they were standing in my driveway and just randomly said, "Dude, there's some strong spirit activity in here. Wow." I saw myself jump off my balcony. So this happened to me when I lived with a flatmate and worked nights. This one night I came back home around 2:30 a.m., and since my flatmate worked as ground staff and her shifts rotated every week, she was supposed to be home around 6:30 a.m. that morning. I had a private balcony, and because it was winter, I kept it closed or my room would be freezing. I lived in a place that can get 2 or 1 degrees during winter, but that's it. So there was never quote-unquote heating systems in the house, but we did have room heaters. It was odd that it was open since I remembered closing it before leaving for work, but I chalked it up to my flatmate, perhaps. I closed the open door to the balcony, turned off the light outside, and got into my usual routine of taking a bath and changing for bed. It was about 3 a.m. by then, and when I hit the pillow, I fell asleep immediately. Now, this was out of the ordinary for me, since it always takes me a good hour to fall asleep once in bed. I didn't remember falling asleep either. I woke up about an hour later as I was really cold. I saw the door to the balcony was open again, and the lights were back on. I remembered closing it and turning the lights off very clearly. From my bed, I had a diagonal view to the balcony, so I can see anybody who may be standing there. Just as I was about to get out of bed, I saw something move out of the shadows where I couldn't see into the light. It was me, and I climbed onto the steel railings. And once on top, I or she turned her neck to look back directly at me. Smiled a little too wide for human beings. She had too many teeth. Then she jumped off the balcony down into the fog. I was frozen. Not that I couldn't move, but more like I was in shell shock. I got up from bed shakily after a couple of minutes, freaked out of my mind. I just closed the door and turned off the lights outside again. Didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I still don't understand what I saw to this day, but it always inspires a chill down my back when I think back on it. I haven't seen her again since. Spooky. Can good spirits attach themselves to objects? I've had an experience with I don't want to say, but a bad spirit. But maybe a spirit that tried to grab me when I was about 3. It was not a happy spirit, I'll say that. And it was attached to and under my bed. My aunt, who had that bed after we did, has confirmed that she's witnessed this spirit too. I've also bought a vintage briefcase that felt like bad juju years ago, and I had to get rid of that. Bad spirits attaching themselves to objects I've heard of plenty. But there is a painting I've found out in public, just out in the neighborhood in the heart of D.C. circa 2015. I brought it home. And in the 3 different apartments I've had in D.C., I always felt there was something in the bathroom, which is where I kept this painting always. However, whatever it was felt friendly. Note, when I did sense that something was in my bathroom with me, I told it that it was welcome to stay, so long as it never hurt or scared me. I've witnessed a few things that support the idea that there was something there. In my home, each of my homes in D.C., and in the bathroom. Now I live in Savannah, but I keep this painting in my bathroom still. I don't feel a presence as strongly, but I've never felt there was anything bad living in either of my homes here. Last night I had a panic attack after seeing a photo of what looked like a bad spirit or demonic entity. I called a friend to help me down. The safest place I could find to sit and talk myself down was on the toilet. And that was with the lid closed and my pants on, in case you're wondering. My friend asked, especially out of curiosity, if quote-unquote Hector, the name of the painting, it's a cross between John Lennon and Hector Lavoe, if he was in my house. He was actually right behind me on the back of the toilet. My friend smiled. He said he believes there's something there, but that it's good, maybe even protective. And I'm kind of prone to believe this too. But has this ever been heard of? Did anyone ever play this game? I was a 90s kid, so before cell phones and exploring the dangers of the World Wide Web, during sleepovers we would play scary games to freak each other out. I remember being invited to a friend's birthday sleepover one night when I was in 3rd grade. Me and a group of other girls from our class sat in our living room in a circle with 2 girls in the middle. One girl would sit with her legs crossed, hands over her tightly shut eyes. The other girl would sit behind her repeating a story. The rule was that the room had to be mostly dark, and it had to be late at night if this was going to quote-unquote work. As the storyteller told a story about you being lost in the woods and coming into contact with a man, and from what I remember, it was a priest in the story. They would trace out the directions you took trying to find your way out of the forest. We lived in a heavily Catholic St. Louis area where there was very dense areas of foliage, so it was pretty real to us. At the end of the story, the priest turns out to be a pretty bad dude and he stabs you in the back. You were supposed to be able to then lift the back of the victim's shirt to see scar marks from where you had been stabbed. This night, I was the storyteller. One of the sweetest girls in our class was the victim. I remember going through the whole story and drawing out all the directions on her back. It was a nail-biter, and still am to this day. So I know it wasn't me that did this to her, but as soon as I finished, we lifted the back of her shirt. At first, we didn't see anything. Then another girl yelled, "Oh my God, look at her shoulder." Starting at her left shoulder blade and slowly appearing diagonally down her back was a long red line like a scratch. And then another across the bottom of her back and one down the middle. I cannot explain how this happened, just that we all saw it. We all freaked out. And one girl was so afraid she called her mom to come back to her and she left in near hysterics. We never spoke about what happened that night again. As far as I know, the victim, Emma, wasn't affected any further. The next morning when we checked her back again, the marks were gone. But it's something that I've never forgotten, and I think about it from time to time. House I grew up in was haunted. 1. I was in middle school. Can't remember the exact year when this happened. Around 3 a.m. in the morning, my whole family was woken up to every single smoke detector in the house going off. We all ran around the house trying to find the fire, but there was none. There was no sign of smoke anywhere. My dad regularly changes the batteries, so that couldn't have been it. We had a technician come the next day to see what happened, but even he couldn't find anything wrong with the smoke detectors. We never found out why they went off that day. 2. I was a freshman in high school when this happened. My mom and I were sitting in the family room watching TV when we heard a loud sound from upstairs. Her and I were the only 2 people in the house when this happened. It sounded like somebody jumped off the bed. The sound came from my room and onto the floor. My mom ran upstairs and I followed her. We found nothing upstairs and my mom calmly just walked back downstairs like nothing happened. She wasn't even fazed. When I asked her if she remembered this happening a few years later, she said she didn't remember it, thought I was just making up a story. 3. This happened dozens of times from when I was in elementary school until I was a teenager. I had a cheap office chair in my room I would sit on. I had a desk with a laptop. Every now and then, the chair would start violently shaking for 2 or 3 seconds. I would jump up and all the hairs in my body would stand straight up. It felt like my heart would stop. I would look around the room and see nothing around and be utterly confused. This also happened dozens of times from when I was younger until I was like a teenager. Sometimes when I was home alone and sitting on the couch, I would hear loud footsteps rushing down the steps. I would jump up and run to the steps, and nothing would be there. 5. Whenever I hung out in the basement at nighttime, it felt like I was being watched. When I started hanging out with my friends in the basement when I was in high school, all my friends would report the same thing. We had an above-ground basement, and you could see the woods behind our house through the windows. Me and my friends would sometimes see shadows near the tree line, and we always felt like we were being watched. Visited an abandoned manor and heard voices. Some years back, I were to go on a camping trip to the woods with a friend and my partner. Since I like to take photos, my friend suggested we visited a big abandoned manor that he knew of in the area. We were to set up camp there. The place is very desolate, with only one small residential house in sight. It was situated maybe a kilometer from the manor, only visible due to a flat landscape. Due to all the broken glass inside the manor, our friend was walking around outside with his dog, while me and my boyfriend explored the inside. We walked up some stairs and entered a room, and that's where I got an eerie feeling. And for some reason, I kind of felt it had something to do with children. I just told my partner I didn't like how that room made me feel. I would go downstairs again. He continued to explore the upstairs further, and then came to join me downstairs. And that's when we heard it, like a gust of echoes passing right past us. Children's laughter. Me being the only person in the company with a tendency for superstition, I asked my partner, "Did you also hear that?" He said, "That was children." We shouted to our friend if there was anybody but him outside, and he answered that there was a car driving around the courtyard, and for some reason this made us discard what we heard as children outside, although it felt like it passed us. Fast forward to later that night. We're laying in the woods ready to sleep. I suddenly realized something. I poked my partner and I said, "We talked to those people in the car. There were no children with them. It was a young woman practicing for a driver's license with her teacher in a place with no traffic. There was no one else in sight." My partner, who's not superstitious, said about this place, "I'll never go back there unless it's burnt down." The latter being a joke, of course. Ironically, the place burned down, even the same part of the building where we had that experience. Presumed arson. I have tried to find other stories from the same place, but without luck, at least for specific stories. But I have seen plenty of people mentioning it as an extremely unpleasant and haunted location. The ghost that copied my mother. While there is a pandemic, my mom still went to work, and in that time I stayed at home. One day my mom went to her work as always. I was playing computer games. I got a glass of water and I was in the living room. I finished my water and then I went to the kitchen to refill the water. But the thing started here. When I stand up, I heard snoring sounds from the bedroom. I was a little scared, but I think the sound came from my Xbox or PC. I controlled them, and they were silent. I went to the bedroom slowly. It was obvious that the sounds were coming from the bedroom. And when I looked to the bed, I saw a figure under the blanket. It was as if she had covered herself with a blanket and hid. For a second, I thinked if I was crazy, or maybe some schizophrenic things. I ran to the kitchen, I grabbed a knife, and I went to the bedroom. I came next to the bed, but when I pulled the blanket, nothing came out. But after I pulled the blanket, the sound stopped. I waited for my mom like 6 hours. I never told her this story, and to this year I experienced a more terrifying event. My mom went to meet a friend. I was home alone again. I bought some chips and cola. I played video games, I watched Netflix. Everything was fine. But I fell asleep on the couch at 9 p.m. 10 p.m., I heard some noises and woke up. I was still lying on the couch, but I wasn't sleeping. I looked at the time and it was 10 p.m. Then I heard sounds from the door to outside. I heard the sound of our door opening. I thinked that my mom came home, so I pretended to sleep. I heard her footsteps. Then she came next to me and said, "Oh, you silly, why didn't you cover yourself with a blanket?" Then she covered me with the blanket. Then she walked away from me and went to her room. I heard the footsteps again. Then I stand up and went to her room. There was no one in the room. I've never been this scared in my life. I went to my room and I fell asleep in there. At morning, I asked my mom, "When did you come home?" She said 11:30 p.m. Ask Reddit. I dreamed about a girl from Poland my whole life. Not the whole time, but every now and then. This was ever since I was a kid. She would tell me that we were engaged to be married one day, and that she passed away, and we never did. Apparently, I married somebody else in that last time. Last time? What the fuck? At first, when I was younger, we were playing, and she was happy because she missed me. Once again, what the fuck? When I started to grow up, she got more and more erratic in the way that she behaved. When my real-life girlfriend passed away at 17, I dreamed of her instead of the Polish girl. And this might have given her the final straw. Because one night she was in my dream again, and she was very upset. She told me that I replaced her again, and this had hurt her. She also said that it wasn't her fault that she passed away when she did, and that I shouldn't blame her or be angry with her after all this time. Then she stopped appearing for some years. Then she apparently forgave me. Last time she returned was after my wife and I became parents, asked me why I was still mad at her. I told her I wasn't ever mad at her, and if I was the last time, I apologize. But I was alive and she wasn't, so there's no way for us to be together at the moment. She said that she understood and that, well, they would wait. She also told me that this wasn't the first time that we got together. And before that we were married, but I was the wife then, which was terrifying to hear. She stopped coming to my dreams after that. But she appeared in my wife's dreams, wished her good luck. My wife, who knows everything, thanked her and asked her to watch over us and keep us safe. She promised that she'll do that. Still cannot explain this, but I believe that either our karmic connection was too strong to be broken by death, or she was my spirit wife. Question remains, why wasn't she back with me? She refused to answer when I asked. Either way, she never tried to hurt me or anybody I know or love. She even warned me about things and people a few times. I think I had a spirit attached to me. Remembered something from years ago. Thought I would share and also get other people's thoughts. Back when I was a freshman in college, probably around January 2018, I would have the same dream every night for 3 months. Some nights I wouldn't have the dream, but I would still wake up the next day or in the middle of the night with the same feeling. The dream would go like this. I would wake up in my dream, lucid almost, but would be staring at myself. I wasn't in bed. In fact, I was in a completely gray world. No walls or floors to, indicate a sense of where I was at. But it did feel empty despite me laying in the middle covered in whatever blanket I was sleeping in that night. There would be a slow zoom at my figure, and suddenly it would shift to where I was now in my body with my eyes wide open. I would feel a presence behind me. I was laying down next to my own sleeping body as black hair creeped over my eyes that was not my own. I had short brown curly hair at the time. As the hair covered my vision, I felt something or someone go close to my ear and whisper, "Turn around and I'll kill you." As she said kill you, and yes, it was a creepy female voice, I would wake up and be staring at my wall. I would also feel like the presence was still behind me, and every time I turned around, there was nothing. Nothing but the weight behind me seemed to lift off the bed as if, like, me turning around maybe scared it off. I never was afraid of this woman, and I always felt as if she was kind of protective of me. At the time, I was also going through a very mentally abusive relationship, so this may have been a trigger, but the dream would always go to the exact same way. And funnily enough, after I broke up with this asshole a couple of months later, I stopped having this dream. And I've not really seen anything or felt her at all since then, but I always felt like I knew what she looked like. Long black hair, long white dress, and a bent neck, like the bent neck lady from the stories. This was also before the Haunting of Hill House show, so I couldn't really have had any influence from that. Is there such a thing as a voyeur spirit? So the whole time I lived in my apartment, whenever I would take a shower, I swear I feel like someone's in the house, even though I heard the bathroom door open. I got so paranoid I would cautiously look out, make sure extra locks were on the door, and check the closet. Never saw anything. Now, it is important to note that I dealt with something supernatural when I was a kid. It's a long story, so I won't post it unless requested. But because of past experiences, I jumped to the idea of spirits more quickly than most. However, one night after some company came and left, it was like the presence I felt was stronger, like I was sure I heard someone in the bathroom. I had a suspicion something may be attached to one of our guests, who had decided to stay at our place, and I could be wrong, though. I sleep undressed because I rest better. But the next night, not only did I sense it again, but I kept looking at the crack through the bathroom door. It was like I saw something looking at me, but knew I didn't see something. Like I could hear it breathing. I don't know, scared me so bad I tried to cover my head, go to sleep, and ignore it. But the presence I sensed felt more pronounced. I got up and got my husband, who fell asleep in the living room playing video games. Told him I'm scared and he had to come to bed. He did, and I had no other troubles, thank God. However, whenever I'm alone, he works during the days and I'm disabled, I felt not alone. Many times I'd felt like somebody had tapped on my foot or sat in bed. I finally turned to my dad. We did what our pastor from a while back had taught us. Open all the doors and windows that we could. Put oil over every entranceway and entryway, and around all the sides and bottoms. Pray and cast out the spirit. Haven't felt it since, but I keep thinking back to the feelings that I have felt. I felt evil and good spirits before, and this felt neutral, which was weird. Wanted to post it here since y'all might, not think I'm crazy by saying all this. Not at Paranormal M. What the hell happened last night? Any ideas? I have a short story to share that happened last night. Let me start by saying that I am a pagan. I practice pagan beliefs. I salt my house at least once a month. I find it ironic that in a month that I don't salt my house, this actually happens. My husband's in the Marine Corps, and we're currently in the process of moving. We've been sleeping in the living room as we're getting our bedrooms packed up for a PCS move. Anyway, we have a small dog, very small, no more than 25 pounds. Last night she would not stop scratching, barking, and growling at the sliding door. Please note that we live beside the woods. I grew up in the South, so legends of Southwest are very prominent, and people really do believe in them. Anyways, we've never been in the woods beside our home since we bought it almost 2 years ago. We've always gotten bad feelings from the woods. The way our living rooms are set up is an open concept, so you can see inside the kitchen. We have a large sectional couch that covers the living room. Last night I was behind the couch cleaning up and decided to look in the kitchen at the sliding door because the dog would not stop barking and growling. There was a dark figure with purple glowing eyes. I would say like a dark shadow. The eyes were glowing purple. It looked like the silhouette of a man, but I got the most dreadfully evil feeling from it. Please note that I have had positive encounters with spirits. I'm a clairvoyant myself and professionally read tarot. My grandpa passed away probably about 4 years ago, and I've seen a spirit before. I got nothing but pure love and joy from that. This was the complete opposite. I decided to think rationally for a second, and then I started to think, maybe it was a deer. There's no way there's a deer in our yard. It's 100% gated off in the back. There's no way for someone to get in or get out without us knowing. We have alarms and sensors around the whole property. Anyway, I had my husband go around to salt the house, and as soon as he got done salting, it stopped. Dog stopped barking. I didn't see anything else. Any idea what this could have been? Encounter with a stranger who seemed to know who I am. I had a peculiar experience about 7 years ago. I've frequently gone back to it thinking about, well, never been able to figure out what exactly it was that happened. So I was about 16 or 17 years old at the time. I'd been on my lunch break from college, and I was walking through the town center, making my way back for my next class. There's a big church in the middle of the town where I had to walk through. There are often people standing near the church offering people leaflets and preaching and striking up conversations about religion, that sort of thing. Which, by the way, didn't bother me as long as they're respectful to those who don't want to stop and talk. Anyway, as I was walking past that church, I was stopped by somebody who they had some leaflets. Didn't think much of it at first. She just seemed like your average middle-aged religious lady, and the things she said to me initially weren't out of the ordinary. She was just asking me if I had a belief in God, and if I attend church, that sort of thing. I politely explained that while I'd love to chat if I had the time, I was actually on my way back to college, so I didn't really have any time, in fact. This is where it got kind of strange. She put her hand on my arm and sort of gripped. Not in a way that felt aggressive, but quite firm is the best way I can describe it. She then looked me in the eyes in a quite intense manner, addressed me by name and said, "I know you're hurting. I can see it in your eyes." I was taken aback that she knew my name because, 1, I'd never met or interacted with her before. 2, I didn't tell her my name. And 3, I was alone, so there was nobody around that could have heard anybody saying my name. And lastly, I wasn't wearing my college ID badge or anything else that would have been able, to identify me. I tried to make out that I was completely fine and that I didn't know what she meant. But the truth is that I do struggle quite badly with mental health problems, and I was really low at the time. Although I thought I'd been making a decent effort at hiding that and pretending to be happy. She didn't really say much other else, but she did tell me to take care of myself, and off I went to go about my business. I felt my great-grandmother pass away. I'm from Brazil, which is a traditionally Catholic country, but with significant influence from African religions. But I'm not a particularly religious person, nor do I tend to believe in the supernatural. But my great-grandmother was an adept of spiritism and a sort of religious leader within my community until recently. She was too old to practice now, and time had taken some of her wisdom away. I was lucky enough to have her around for the entirety of my childhood and most of my teenage years. She unfortunately passed away last December, under less than ideal circumstances, and with considerable discomfort. Despite her old age, she was very independent, insisted that she didn't need help to move around. She had never had any incidents until she tripped on her way to the bathroom and broke her left arm. The bones of old people have a certain tendency to shatter rather than break, actually. This triggered a series of medical incidents that eventually claimed her life. Not only did her arm break, but she apparently had internal bleeding, had an infection, suffered a stroke in the hospital as well. Not only that, but she was too old to undergo surgery under those conditions. The surgeons we approached were reluctant to risk the procedure despite the high pay. The moment she passed away, I was reading on the couch when I was struck by a certain sensation in my chest. I cannot hope to accurately translate this into words. It felt as though my heart had skipped a beat out of shock. My lungs had been filled with fresh air after a moment of asphyxiation. The sensation couldn't have lasted more than 5 seconds. Though after it was over, I was left with what I could only describe as being a mix of restlessness but simultaneous relief. Relief from all of my concerns that seemed to plague me at the time. Then melancholy. Minutes later, I got a call from my crying aunt. I learned that my great-grandmother had passed away. I then had to inform my father by myself. For context, she was the one who raised my father, so my grandparents were divorced, and my grandmother didn't have the means to. Ask Reddit. I was at my daughter's house. She and her husband were given his deceased uncle's house. 1 year, and she and my granddaughters and I had gone to the store. My son-in-law, James, who's 5'9" and stocky, and a friend of theirs who lives with them. Gary, 6 foot thin build. They both worked at the same shop delivering packages, but sometimes one would get off before the other. To set this up, the house is older. When you walk into the foyer, her room is off to the right. Straight ahead, you walk into the kitchen, and off to the right further is the living room with the bathroom off of that. She kept blackout drapes in the living room, so it was usually dark. So we get back from the store. Daughter goes out back, kids run upstairs. I'm in the kitchen by the counter unloading bags. I'm facing the back door. I see a tall shadow move from the bathroom and it goes straight into the TV/entertainment system. I think to myself that Gary's home because Gary would always come home and then go straight to the TV entertainment. That's where he had a little bowl that he would put his keys and change in. I didn't even think twice about it. I get done and I go use the bathroom. As I finish and leave, it crosses my mind that I didn't see Gary in the living room. My daughter had come in from the back and I asked her where Gary was. She said he's still at work. I told her, no, I just saw him in the living room. She and I just maybe passed it off. But I did get to mulling it over. When James came home first, I asked James if his uncle was more like his build or taller and thinner. James tells me his uncle was tall and thin. We got to talking. James told me that his uncle made his bedroom where theirs was now, instead of an upstairs bedroom. As he got sicker, couldn't use the stairs. So if he went to the bathroom, he would just walk right through the doorway where my daughter and James had their TV and entertainment system. Gary got home a few hours later. I didn't get the heebie-jeebies. At no time I was really thinking I was seeing anything other than a flesh and blood person. I just want to get it off my chest. When I was about 9 to 10 years old, my mom sent me to the store to buy something. The store is a straight 5-minute walk from my home. On the way there, I saw my father's best friend, but he looked kind of odd. He didn't smile like usual, and he didn't reply or look at me when I told him hi. He just walked straight looking in front of him, but his eyes looked so odd, like empty. I mean, like he didn't look at anything in particular, just front. He walked in the direction of his house, but I didn't watch him. Well, to see if he reached it. We lived next to each other. I thought he had just had a bad day, so I continued to the store without looking back at him. Then I went home. When I came home, I told my dad about it. I remember it clearly as our conversation went exactly like this. "Hi, Dad. Mr. insert my friend's name, looked really sad today. He didn't say hi to me." My dad, "What are you talking about? He died yesterday." And that was it. I got so scared I run to the bathroom and locked myself in for some time. My father was trying to comfort me after, but I don't remember what happened after that or how I felt. Of course, many people didn't believe me. Most of them said that I just saw someone similar. But to make it clear, I was born in a small town in Poland, and his friend was an Arabic man. He didn't look anything like anyone else there, and it was impossible to mistake him with anyone because of his curly black hair and darker skin. So I'm 100% sure who I saw that time, and it was him. I just don't know how or why did I see him. I'd learned after a few years that he actually committed suicide the day before I saw him. His daughters found him dead in his bed. Why do you think I saw it? Did I actually see a ghost? If I knew he was dead, I'd think it was just my imagination. But why would I have imagined him when I thought he was well and alive? Well, I'm glad you're all well and alive. For now. Sweet dreams. See ya. My sister had a dream about me that revealed to be true. My sister lives in Ireland. I live in Australia. We get along with each other really well. We have a pretty normal sibling relationship. She's also 4 years older than me, and since I moved to Australia, I've not been able to see her a lot, twice a year at the most if I'm lucky. The first 3 months I was living in Australia, we were extremely challenged. I got accidentally pregnant. I had to get an abortion. I was feeling so panicked and ashamed I'd kept it a secret from everybody I know. That's kind of unusual for me. I hardly keep secrets from my really close friends or my sister. But in this case, I kept my pregnancy and the fact that I needed to get an abortion a total secret from everyone I know. One morning a few days before I got the abortion, I was just heading to work when my sister, who's in Ireland and I hadn't seen in 4 months, she sent me a text and just asked me, "Are you pregnant?" I was extremely shocked as this came out of absolutely nowhere. And marriage, kids, and having a family are topics we never talk about. I thought there was no point in lying to her, so I just said, "Yes, I am." She called me in a big shock. She asked me, "No way, are you serious? That's not a joke, you're really pregnant?" I confirmed the statement again. I asked how she'd possibly know. We hadn't talked or called each other in a few days. To which she then answered, "I saw it in a dream. I had a dream you were pregnant and it looked so real I was so confused all day. I thought this dream was really weird." That dream disturbed me so much. My flatmate suggested I just ask you to check because why not? And she followed by saying that she just asked me but wasn't expecting it to be true at all. To this day, we are both very weirded out about the situation, wondering whether it was a coincidence, a one-time thing perhaps, or maybe my sister actually has some psychic abilities. Paranormal experience in Pagosa Springs, Colorado. Anyone else? In the summer of 2022, I stayed in Pagosa Springs, Colorado in an Airbnb. For context, I'm a 30-year-old female. I was traveling solo. The Airbnb was about 2 miles outside of the main downtown area, so it wasn't exactly remote, but it was in an area with little light pollution and not necessarily close to any businesses. That day I walked around town visiting the local hot springs, going into a few of the shops. I mentioned this because I had Texas plates, and I wondered if maybe somebody followed me from town to my Airbnb knowing that I was traveling alone. At 10 p.m. somebody knocked on the door, and in a scared voice it said, "Are you there?" I had an immediate sense of dread and fear and ducked into the kitchen where I couldn't be seen from the window. I dialed 911 and explained the situation. I was on the phone with dispatch for 5 minutes before the cops showed up. The entire time the voice repeated, "Are you there? Are you there?" in the same scared inflection, not yelling and no other words, just, "Are you there?" Even though the voice remained consistent, the banging on the door was aggressive. They rang the doorbell over and over. My 2 dogs were barking and going crazy, but that didn't seem to deter whoever or whatever was outside from continuing to bang on the door. The Airbnb had a clear view of the road, and whoever was outside could have 100% seen a car coming from a decent distance away. For 20 seconds, the banging stopped, and dispatch told me the cops were outside. When I opened the door, no one was there other than the cops. Whoever had been banging on the door for 5 minutes ran away when they saw cops coming. Now, I've considered it. Maybe it could have been a drunk person, but there were no bars nearby, and there was never somebody's name as if there was the wrong house or even the word help. They just continuously repeated, "Are you there?" My girlfriend and I saw something last night. Here's some background. My girlfriend has always had super vivid dreams and nightmares. However, they've always been relatively similar to real life, included no paranormal activity until now. About 3 days ago, she had a nightmare which involved a monster or ghost holding her up by her ankle. I thought nothing of it at the time, but now I think it's connected to what happened. I was at her house because we live separately. We were laying in bed and we started hearing sounds. At first, it was the obvious buzzing of a bug. One actually came inside through the open window. We both felt like we were being watched as well. Her room's on the ground floor. The outside window is mostly gravel, so the crunch of the footsteps is very noticeable from where she sleeps. We both heard what sounded like scuttling on the gravel and started to feel uncomfortable. She got up twice to look out the window, only to see no one. I heard light breathing from outside. I didn't do anything, so as not to scare her, really. Both of us were uneasy and felt strange. She heard talking that I didn't hear, went to check the window only to find nothing. Started to get late. She took me home. In the car, she told me a lot of paranormal stuff that she's seen or experienced. As I was saying goodbye, I leaned in to give her a kiss. Thought I saw something. There isn't any good way to describe it. It was gray-faced, had very slanted eyes. Its body seemed to be so dark that it wasn't there. Had a large smile and was the stuff of nightmares. I only saw it for a split second and said nothing to my girlfriend because I didn't want to scare her. She later told me that she thought someone was in her back seat, so she drove with the window down, music blasting, and kept checking her back seat until she got home. Earlier today, when I told her exactly what I saw, she said that it was what she dreamed about as well. This was the strangest thing I'd ever experienced, and I don't know if anything will top it. Ask Reddit. I've had a few experiences that I cannot explain. in the spirit of Halloween, I'll share the scariest one. I was unemployed for a while 10 years ago. I would regularly take long walks during the day to pass the time. One day I stumbled upon an old graveyard with some interesting-looking headstones. I decided to check it out. Many of the graves were from the late 1600s, early 1800s. It was apparent that this place was barely ever maintained, if at all. I walked around reading the inscriptions on the headstones, started to feel like I was being watched. There was no one else around, but the feeling spooked me. So I left after 10 or 15 minutes. For the duration of my walk home, it felt like I was being followed, but there was nobody behind me. I finally shook the feeling when I got inside and soon forgot about it. At about 4:30 a.m. the next day, there was a loud banging on my front door. It sounded like 5 to 10 very hard knocks and was loud enough to wake me and my roommate. We were both asleep on the second floor. We looked outside, but the motion sensor light hadn't gone on and neither of us saw anyone. We chalked it up to the cat doing crazy cat things, went back to sleep. Not 2 days later, the same thing happened. Very loud banging on the front door just before sunrise. This time, my roommate and I both sprang out of our beds and ran outside to catch whoever was doing this. But there was no one in the yard, no one on the street, no cars driving anywhere nearby, nothing. The cat was spooked and hiding, so I knew it wasn't him this time. We were all frazzled. I couldn't fall back to sleep for hours. It dawned on me that the feeling I had after visiting the graveyard wasn't all in my head, and this possibility really freaked me out. Luckily, the knocker stopped visiting our house after that second time, and I never went to that graveyard again. I'll always wonder what the hell that was all about. I believe my neighbor's house is haunted. Some background. Before this started happening, I was skeptical at best about the paranormal. I'm not religious or particularly spiritual, so I never had any reason to believe in ghosts until now. Recently, my next-door neighbors, who were very old and sick, died. I believe one of them died in the house and the other in a hospital. But they were both in the process of dying while staying in the house. My parents are home renovators. They took this as an opportunity to work on a project that was near to our own house. After they bought the house, I was asked a couple of times to come by and check out their progress. When I did, I was hit by this immediate haunted energy. I don't know how to describe it as I'm not experienced in this sort of thing, but it was just eerie. It had this weird stale smell that wasn't even overpowered by the copious amounts of bleach being used to deep clean the house. This was just from standing in the doorway, and I looked to my right, and I saw it. The downstairs bedroom with an old stained bed in the middle of it. I had to leave after seeing that. It just felt wrong to be in there, almost like a spirit was wanting me to leave. Throughout the renovations, several other things would happen. My dad fell off a ladder, my mom got sick a couple of times, and everybody they hired to help with work claimed that there was a haunted energy. Fast forward a couple of months later. They finished renovations. They sold the house to a woman who I'll just call Kay. She lived there less than a month. Has not talked to anybody else who's experienced the haunted energy of this house, and yet is also claiming that it's also haunted. At first she thought it was squirrels or birds, but found no evidence of that in the attic. She claims to hear furniture moving and people talking upstairs. Is completely convinced that it's haunted. I tend to actually agree with her. I'll keep this updated if anything else happens, or if there's any more evidence. Ask Reddit. I'm not a nurse, but a correctional officer in a hospital. I'm late to the game, so I'm sure this is gonna be buried. So, we had this old offender who was pretty close to gone. He'd been in the hospital at least a week, and it was a miracle that he'd held on this long. He was afraid to die. He was fighting it, and was at the point where he was only receiving comfort care with a DNR the family had signed. Have the DNR discussion with your families. Sometimes when someone is about to go, they have this look to them, even in unconsciousness, and you just know. He'd been out for something like 2 days, sleeping in a fog of medication as his body was giving up. So it's somewhere around midnight, a little after maybe. Suddenly this guy wakes up. He's just staring at the ceiling, and right off he doesn't really look okay. He looks afraid. His eyes were moving like he was looking at something, and every so often he'd whimper just a little. It was a quiet little sound that was filling the room. So I'm in there with 2 nurses. We're watching him die, and he's watching something. Finally, he's gone, and right as he left, the goddamn sink came on. None of us were close enough to get to the sink without moving. With the room layout, no one in the hall could touch it without coming into the room, and there's no sneaking to it. I'm 99% agnostic atheist. I don't believe in magic men in the sky, and I need science and facts. There's a ton of things that have happened in that hospital and prison that have made people clutch their pearls and flutter about ghosts. I don't believe in that, and there's always been an explanation. And that said, I've seen a few things that will forever make me question sometimes the validity of maybe not an afterlife, but residual energy of us. 99%, eh? Old farmhouse experiences. Odd feelings a certain time of year. Last year I moved into an old farmhouse that my husband has spent over 20 years of his life at. It was built in the 1760s. There's been an ongoing joke with the family that the house has seen a lot, in quotes, and, in quotes again, has a lot of travelers. We live in an area close to an old fort in New Hampshire. My husband and I both grew up hearing stories about the French and Indian War. My husband also grew up being told that multiple people died in the house. I was finally able to verify this with a newspaper article, but never previously actually experienced anything here. I had visited the house multiple times before moving in, and nothing really ever struck me until I visited in October. 3 years ago now. As soon as we got close to the property, I became terrified. It was just pure fear. I thought maybe it was my depression or anxiety and didn't really give it a second thought. I moved in and occasionally felt like someone was watching me, but I figured, hey, it's an old house. The weird part is, during the months of September and January, I'm full of fear and terror. Geckos. At first, I suspected a case of seasonal depression or something, but the amount of fear I feel is almost agoraphobic, which is highly unusual for me. There's a field across the street from our house, and I'm unsure of the history, but it seems most of the fear is centered around this field, and a particular tree that's located in it. Last September, my husband was also out shoveling and felt like something was watching him. Quickly realized a black figure was watching him from the tree line. He started to feel a deep sense of fear. Then it randomly just disappeared. The newspaper article I found did state that a man fell to his death in October of 1893. But I feel like it's something so much darker. scratching at my door. I live in the UK. I was about 17 at the time. I was laying in bed on my phone with my lights off. I heard claws coming up my wooden stairs to the side of the house. This was normal as I had a basset hound who usually likes to kind of coke upstairs to my room. Coke? My house is 6 bedrooms and a farm that was converted into 2 houses. My brother and his girlfriend had just moved out, so I had that whole side of the house to myself, which consisted of 3 bedrooms, a bathroom, the living room, and of course, the attic. I then heard the claws outside of my door stop. I remember seeing the claws of my dog's paws from under the wooden door. They were black like eagle claws, which bent like talons. If you look at a basset hound, they're all the same. So I shouted for him, but he didn't move. My heart dropped when I heard the scratches at my door. They started slowly. It scared me as he's never done that before. I stopped using my phone as a torch and put my side table light on. I could still see the claws, but the scratching had stopped. I then told him to go back downstairs, turn the light off. At this point I was a bit nervous, but didn't think too much into it. Then it started again. But this time it was faster, as if not only wanting to come in, but was distressed. I turned the light on again this time, not seeing the claws. I felt sick and didn't know what to do. The build of my house, if I screamed, you wouldn't hear it from the other side of the house. I somehow found the courage to open the door to be met with nothing but an empty, dark doorway. I locked my door and climbed back into bed until it started again. I whimpered this time to fuck off downstairs as I had college in the morning. Still nothing when I spoke. Turned the light off again and went underneath my covers. The scratching got louder and more intense this time. I knew it wasn't my dog, and this thing wanted in, and I knew I was in there. Can't remember how long this went on for. I cried myself to sleep that night. The Queen Mary. The December before the pandemic, my husband and I attempted to party on the Queen Mary, rented a room on the ship for the occasion. I was very excited as I had never been on a ship like that before. I had also heard stories about one of the pools being haunted by the ghost of a little girl. After the party ended around 11 p.m., we changed our clothes into something more comfortable because I wanted to wander the ship and explore. They kicked everyone off the ship who wasn't staying the night there. We spent a couple of hours wandering that amazing ship's inside and out. Before we finished up, we went back down to the level of the party. Only now it was completely empty. Same level as the pool, by the way, which they had closed up. But you could still look through the windows, which I absolutely did. I spent a good 5 minutes with my face pressed up to those windows before we walked on, and I didn't see anything. After walking down a short hallway, we were in the enormous empty ballroom, which had been so bustling just a few hours earlier. My husband picked up a broken drumstick left behind for one of the bands. Just then, from the direction of the pool, came a loud child's laugh coming towards us, as if a little kid was running our direction down the hallway, laughing loudly. I immediately locked eyes with my husband. "It's just a kid," he says dismissively. But there is no kid. We're alone on that entire floor. I look at my watch and it says 1:01 a.m. We go back to our rooms, seeing no one else along the way. Once in bed, I start Googling about Queen Mary ghost stuff. Found a forum that mentioned a common occurrence is hearing children's laughter around the pool area. We then discussed how we never saw any children that night, even during the party, which was for 21 and over. So why would we? We went to sleep feeling an awe and a tad eerie. I can still hear that laughter in my mind, clear as day. had multiple creepy encounters tonight. About 2 weeks ago, I was sitting down at home in the living room. For clarity, I don't live alone, and I have 2 cats as well. I felt a gush of air pass by my right arm. I thought it was one of my cats, but they were elsewhere entirely. I was also alone in the room. Another week passes by, sleeping in bed when I feel the weight of something push onto me twice. Felt like one of my cats, but again, they were not there. The pressure and weight felt like something was trying to wake me up by my feet, but I was already awake and under the covers. When I flipped my cover to see what it was, nothing was there. I'm the only one who sleeps in my room as well. And fast forward to tonight. I was on my phone when I heard some light and walking and fidgeting with something. I thought one of the cats slipped into my room, so I immediately got up and both of them were out in the living room when I checked to see where they were. I got creeped out and told my sibling about it. They wanted to check the room next to mine, which someone else also sleeps in, but they went out tonight. And for reference, their room always gave off negative energy. So my sibling then checks underneath the door just to see if there's anything. The lights are off, but as soon as they open the door to go in, there's a night lamp that's turned on. So then, not to feel lonely or even more creeped out, we decided to let the cats in that room. They love hanging out in there. They did not want to stay in there tonight, though. At all. So we leave the room light on and close the door. Sibling heads back into their room and I go into the bathroom, and that's when I hear what sounded just like my sibling. So I call out and ask if they said something. They said they didn't. I was so creeped out by now, but I had one more thing to get from my room, so my sibling waited for me. And as I grab what I needed, I hear shuffling coming from the next door and head out. I was left so creeped out by this. Forgot to mention, by the way, this morning I also heard a baby cry twice, and that's in the room where there's no one next to mine. Odd man standing in the back of my garden. About 8 years ago, maybe more, I remember very vividly a tall, slender male figure standing in the very back of my garden. He was wearing a rather old-fashioned clothing, a long black trench coat, a top hat, and he appeared to have black shoes that matched the attire. I have a rather large back garden, and my kitchen window looks out onto about half of it. The rest of it is toward the side of my house, and I remember I was standing in the kitchen looking out. He was right in the corner of the garden near a wooden gate that used to connect to the railway lines that are just behind the garden. This was removed quite a while later as it was deemed unsafe and damaged by the wind. It was getting dark out, but just light enough so I was able to see. I remember the image so well because he looked so insanely creepy. I ended up doing some research about the area I live in a couple years ago. Found out that there used to be a few bomb shelters scattered along the railway line. They were used in the war. 1 or 2 of them still remain behind my garden to this day. It looked like he could have been straight out of the war or in hiding. I've recalled this story so many times to my mother as she was in the kitchen with me at the time. She knows I haven't been able to let it go since. I could draw it, I remember it so well. I don't remember if he left or if I moved away or he disappeared, but it felt like I was looking at him for a very long time. I was just trying to figure him out. I don't recall any expression on his face, but from his posture he seemed deflated and zombie-like almost, as if he'd been through a lot and looking for help. I've also had multiple sightings in my home of a young boy wearing similar attire, top hat, polished shoes, black blazer, knee-high white socks. My mom has seen him on multiple occasions, too, and even though it's been years since I last saw either of them, I think about them a lot. It makes sense to me that they were both from the war times. Haunted Beauty Salon. Okay, so I worked as a beauty therapist in a day spa. It was located in a small block of about 6 shops located close to the beach in Brighton, South Australia. There were often times I would work alone on a Thursday night for late night shopping. That was while all the other shops would close at 5 p.m. around me. Our heavy glass entry doors had a bell on it attached to a chain. This way I would hear customers entering the store. However, during a beauty treatment, I would lock the glass doors as we had appointments booked in through the evening. One Thursday night, while I was alone, I went to the toilet quickly in between clients. Oh no. I always kept the door ajar so I could hear the door. As soon as I sat down, the frickin' bell rang, so I rushed to get back onto the shop and greet the customer. When I entered the store, I noticed nobody was there. So I thought maybe they came in and left. Anyway, during the night I was shut in my beauty room doing a facial treatment and I heard the doorbell and the chain rattle. I thought it must have been my boss. She would be the only person to be entering the store at that time of night with a key as I heard high heels clicking down the tiled hallway. I left the room to get some hot water and set off down the hall. I could hear a tap, 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 click, 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 click in the keyboard to the office computer. I approached the office to expect to see my boss at the desk. I peeked in to find an empty room. Lights on, monitor on. I stood there baffled, not understanding what was going on. I looked all around the salon for my boss, even opening the back door to the staff car park. There was no sign of anyone. I wanted to share my experience with my client, but didn't want to disturb her peace. Thankfully, nothing else happened that night. But I'm positive it had something to do with the graveyard that's across the road. It really spooked the hell out of me. The doorbell was known to ring, and no one would be there on several occasions to other staff members. It's just so weird I couldn't explain it. Prison fire alarm puller. I'll tell it, and you guys tell me what you think. Okay, so when I was young, I didn't have much self-control. I would get into a lot of fights and would end up doing jail time for it. Well, one time I was in a really old MD County jail for an 18-month stretch. I'd become a trustee, otherwise known as an inmate trusted to move around the jail and have a job inside the jail. I was on overnight kitchen cleanup. Now, there's not really much to do on this job because the inmates who make the food already clean up after themselves pretty damn well. Well, it was me and a fellow inmate. The shift was always from midnight until 5 a.m. So anyways, the kitchen lady always told us about some guy who killed himself there in the 80s. And after that, the hoses and stuff would always go off on their own. I, of course, was a skeptic. And I thought total bullshit. So one night or morning, I was in the kitchen with the other inmate. He was in the bathroom napping because, like I said, there's literally nothing to do on this job. I was in the main kitchen area getting myself a cup of coffee. The thought of this ghost came up for some reason, and by myself I decided to start taunting this ghost. You're not real. You're a weak-ass bitch ghost. If you're real, you'd be able to show yourself. And once I started doing that, the radio started going in and out. Then I swear every one of the powdered fire extinguishers that sat over the flat-top grills all went off at once. They spewed powder every fucking spot. Scared me shitless. I took off running. They had a fire investigator come in and said that somebody had to physically pull the lever to make that happen. I know for a fact that where I was nowhere near the lever. The other inmate was in the bathroom. I would have had to have him come out if he left that bathroom as for an officer and the doors had a loud buzzing noise when they opened. You would hear that. There was none. Something pulled that alarm. Acoustic guitar and cologne. About a week ago, I was home alone. I went into my office closet to play guitar, mostly because I wanted to practice blindly. As I sat thinking of what to play, I heard what sounded like a door slamming. When I opened the closet door to peek out, I found my phone sitting on the floor in front of me. I wondered how it might have fallen from a flat surface to the carpet. It sounded so loud. I shrugged it off. Looking at my phone again, I thought, maybe I should record myself playing. Followed by another thought, why bother? I'll never learn. Just then, my guitar strummed softly. My hands weren't near the strings, I'm sure. One hand rested on top and my other hand was open. The back of my hand on the neck. I think I could have moved them without realizing, but I know I disassociated. When that happens, I don't physically move. I also tried to see if I was close enough to have brushed up against the wall. I wasn't. I let it go. But tonight, as I walked past my office, I smelt cologne. It was familiar, but I couldn't place the scent right away. I know the guitar belonged to a man who passed away. His wife sold it. I'm thinking the guitar could be connected to him, but the cologne, I'm sure, was a friend who recently passed away because I gave it to him. Maybe I'm imagining things because I'm stressed out about this friend because the last time we spoke before he passed. Maybe these occurrences are all in my head. I absolutely smelled the cologne, though, and I'm sure that it reminds me of him. I've never intentionally reached out before, and I've had some pretty terrifying moments in the past with unwelcome contact, as well as some pleasant, but also uninvited. I guess I'm trying to decide whether to rationalize things or to move on, or explore why I think my house may be so susceptible to spirits. Advice is welcome. My little sister saw the shadow man. I just got home from a deployment overseas. The first stop I made was to my dad's to see my little siblings. My sister's 5, my brother's 3, and my second sister's almost a year now. They live in Lowell. It's a quiet neighborhood far from the old house that my dad used to live in. Everything and everyone was pretty normal as I remember. My sisters share a room and my brother has his. However, they all sleep in one room when it's time for bed. I sleep in my brother's room when I come over. So one night I'm playing around with all of them, trying to be a good big brother. That's when my sister, who's 5 years old, asks me, "Who is that?" "What are you talking about, Micah?" She points toward the door to the hallway, which is open and shows the long hallway to the other room. Confused as I was, I said there's nobody there. She continues staring down the hallway. I ignore it, figuring it to just be her imagination at work. But here's the question that made my hair stand up. "Why is he wearing that hat?" Frustrated at this point, I get up and walk down the hallway. I look around, telling her there's nobody here. My dad walks upstairs and my other sister begins crying from the other room. I return to Micah and my little brother. She's still staring down the hallway. She looks over at me and says, "I don't think he likes you." "Why doesn't he like me?" I respond. "Because he can't get you anymore." Now at this point I'm fucking anxious. Could she be seeing what I saw a decade ago? After this point she stops speaking of this figure, returns to playing as normal. I ask her about it later and she says, "I don't know what you're talking about." Definitely weird. And why couldn't my little brother also see what she was talking about since he was right there with us? Any information on the shadow man that anybody has would be nice to hear. Changeling, or just a weird, inexplicable change? My dog will be 4 in February and had hurt himself breaking out of his kennel. He's a shepherd mix, so very high energy and kind of crazy. A piggy eater. He quite literally ripped the metal bars off of his kennel right off. He forced his way through and proceeded to puncture and rip quite a few pieces of skin. Now, there was never an infection, but here's where it gets weird. It had been 2 weeks since that happened. He's healing very well with only one of the 5 wounds left to fully close. But one night out of nowhere, a week ago, he became extremely lethargic. My husband and I both checked on him throughout the night. We feared that he was not going to make it. He was in a heavy sleep and drowsy and uninterested in food or water. I had to provide him with a pet-safe electrolyte, sort of keep him at least hydrated. As on 5 days ago, he's alert, healthy in every possible way, but he's not the same dog he was. You see, he used to get excited, and I do mean stupid excited. Like every single time my husband got home, he used to sleep in the bed with us, and he was always so high energy if we didn't make out that day for a walk. He would usually pace for hours. He loved the dog park and visiting my parents and their dogs. Responded very happily to any cue word that indicated a walk or a visit, or even food or potty. But now, since he came close to death and made it, he's very much a changed dog. Vet says nothing's abnormal. However, there's no excitement, no hunger or thirst unless I stand there and tell him to eat or drink. There's no interest or desire to even be in the same room as us. I took him to my parents today to see them, but maybe that would have cheered him up, but got nothing. An indifferent reaction to everything. Even his eyes seemed different. Cold. Talking about the paranormal attracts things to me. I've always been fascinated by the paranormal. Demons, religions, ghosts, spirits, angels, etc. My life has been a roller coaster on this front, but I firmly believe in the super and paranatural, and I have for the past 7 years now. But that roller coaster's a very, very long ride, and I'm really, really tired right now, so I'm not going to talk or post about that just yet. But I can't go to sleep without typing this small post out, or else I won't get any sleep at all, because something's already in my room. Like the title says, investigating the paranormal draws things to me. But even thinking about the paranormal or casually talking about it, inquiring about my experiences, all of this draws unknown entities into very close proximity to me. Outside, inside, out with friends, in public and private, doesn't matter where I ask or think. They always arrive when I start and slowly leave when I stop. Demons, ghosts, spirits, I don't know, and frankly, I'm not strong enough to try and find out. But I can sense them, invisible things that stare and watch and step closer, but never touch or make sound. You know that feeling you get when someone's watching you from behind? Imagine that, but 10 times or so. They're harmless, luckily. The light might flicker once in a blue moon, or they might get up right next to my face, but nothing terrible ever occurs. Admittedly, this post is a little bit of a rant, but I do seek some reassurance here, and I should share my personal and past experiences with you all regarding these things that I tracked. I hope to wake up and see a comment or two, saying that perhaps they had the same experience I do. That would give me some small comfort. If you have any experiences or know of this one in particular, please do comment or message me. I'll try and answer them all when I wake up tomorrow. My dad and I had the same recurring dream nearly 20 years apart. We never told each other until today. So me, a 25-year-old male, used to have this recurring dream when I was around 8 years old. I'd be laying in my bed. A man would be standing in the corner, watching me. I would try to scream for help, but no sound would come out. The man was tall, probably about 6 feet tall, with a pale white face, dark hair, and dark circles around his eyes. He kind of looked like Charlie Chaplin without the mustache, but with paper white skin. He would have no emotion on his face, no anger, no smile, just a blank face. I would have this dream quite often, sometimes multiple days in a row, and then one day it just stopped. Haven't had the dream ever since. I always chalked it up to sleep paralysis, until today. Cue today, I was visiting my dad and we were just shooting the shit on the topic of the paranormal. I brought up the recurring dream, but it's important to note that I did not describe the man in the dream, just that a man would be watching me from the corner. He told me that he used to have a similar dream around the same age where somebody would be walking outside of his bedroom window watching him. That's when he, unprompted, described exactly the same man to me without telling me that this was his dream visitor. Every detail was exactly the same. The same man would watch us, and we would try to scream and no sound would always come out. Then one day it stopped. It's also important to note that I've never told him about these dreams, and he had never told me about it. Now, I don't know if this is paranormal or not, but it's such a huge coincidence that I felt like I had to take this story to Reddit to get some opinions on what you guys might think this could mean. If not, it's maybe just an insane coincidence. My best friend growing up had a recurring dream of somebody that more or less looked exactly like Charlie Chaplin. So, interesting. Is this a real ghost encounter? Hello, everybody. So basically, today I was in my washroom at about 12:40 at night, just doing my bong. And then my door, which was locked of the bathroom, kept on trying to open aggressively for 5 seconds or longer. I saw the door handle just failing to open every time at this point. I wasn't really freaked out, I just thought it was my parents' mom or dad, which they wouldn't even do it that aggressively. Then I thought it was my grandpa, who usually goes at night but desperately, but I go out 10 seconds later, realized it wasn't them, and confirmed this. I woke each and every single person in my run-on sentence in my household, asking everybody, said it was not them. Another thing to note, if it was my grandpa or anybody, I would hear footsteps coming up to the door, which I didn't hear. I had my headphones in, which made the volume lower, but no music or anything was playing. I saw and heard it clear as day, and after everybody told me it was not them, I was shocked on what this can be. 4:55 a.m. I am not asleep and I'm not planning on. I go to stay in the washroom every day for at least 30 minutes at night. Never happened before, and usually if it was my grandpa, I would hear him go back and I open the door and there was no one. He's a slow walker. I would have saw him, and my parents were all asleep. They would never lie to me. This wasn't done by a physical being, and it made me more paranoid because of the weed, but my friends said I might just be tripping when I know that's not the case. I saw the door handle with my own eyes, and I saw it move. This can't even be a schizophrenic problem either. This happened and wasn't done by me or anyone in my house. I've never experienced anything paranormal and no one has died inside this house. I just don't see a real possibility of how this could have happened. Somebody tell me something. I've only once experienced something like this. That was a rubber games moving, but I shrugged it off because they sometimes move or when putting them on the table randomly. Ghost smoke, or something like it's haunting me for a couple of days. In the early months of the COVID pandemic, the streets were quite deserted, especially at night. I was going to my mother's house, and all my life I passed by this little alley with almost no illumination. And that day, I was robbed by a guy with a gun. Since that day, I avoid to pass by that alley because it gives me so much anxiety to remember that episode. If you ever got robbed, you know the feeling. Going there, you can go another path, but it's much longer. So the alley is basically a shortcut. Okay, let's talk about the ghost smoke now. Yesterday, I go to my mother's house. It wasn't a big rush, so I passed by this alley. It was in the middle of the day, so no worries. When I was about to get to the corner of the alley, I saw smoke like a cigarette. It was just by the corner. Immediately, I thought somebody was around the corner smoking. I couldn't see that person, though. Immediately, the thought of the robber came to my mind, and I got very nervous. But it was day, and I carry on, and I get past the corner very fast and turn over and saw at least who was by the corner. It was no one. The smoke floated midair for a second, and it just vanished in front of me. I looked down to see if it was some kind of cigarette residue still burning. There was nothing. I do confess, that was the first time in my life I could swear I've seen something inexplicable. I had some other, in parentheses, experiences over the years, but all of those I was sleepy, so that's the explanation. And this didn't really scare me like this one. But it continues. The morning I was making coffee to go to work, it happened again. I saw that smoke in my peripheral vision. Yesterday I was looking directly at it, and I turn, and it again vanishes. I heard an animal that doesn't exist. I live with my grandparents. My parents live in an RV parked in the yard. One night I was leaving the RV to go to the house. I heard the strangest noise I'd ever heard. I'll do my best to describe it. It was like a deep wheeze. So at first I actually thought it was my dad having a coughing fit. He's a heavy smoker. So I called out to him with no response. The best I can describe it is like a pig's squeal overlapped by the sound of an ape roaring or a goat screaming in pain, with like a deep wheeze to the sound. I just stood frozen for a second before I started to feel uneasy as hell. Mind you, it was pitch black outside, so I couldn't see a thing. I called out for my dad one more time without moving from my spot. I got no response again. I turned around, ran back to the RV. My mom and brother were directly inside, and I guess they could see the horror on my face because they immediately started asking what was wrong. It all happened so quickly, but I was suddenly shaking and pale. First thing I did was ask where Dad was, the answer to which was in the back, sleeping. I was really freaked out at this point, told him about the sound. My family's not crazy religious, but we are Christian, and my mom insisted only a demon could make a sound like that. I had her walk me back to the house that night, and every night after for about a month. It left me afraid to go outside at night for quite some time. The strangest thing to me was that we all heard this sound. Yet it filled me with so much fear for so long. I spent ages researching different animals and the sounds that they make, obviously focusing on animals that frequent my area. I live in South Florida. I found nothing close to the sound I heard. Haunted hospital toilet. I was visiting my father, who had been staying in a hospital for quite some time. So I decided to grab a snack. I ventured to the toilets nearest the cafe, noticing it was eerily quiet, as being 3 p.m., the cafeteria lunch rush was over. So here I am, sitting alone in the middle cubicle of 2 empty toilets in total silence, halfway doing my business, and suddenly I hear a click. I find myself instantly sitting in complete darkness. My eyes are wide open, I'm in shock and utterly freaked out. I'm now rushing to finish, grabbing the toilet paper, trying to pull up my pants, all at the same time telling myself to think rationally. Those lights are on a timer, and the button has just popped out. I fumbled with the lock in absolute sheer panic. I finally opened the cubicle door, reaching and just feeling for the basin, doing a crab walk along the wall, grabbing desperately for the main door, which felt like an eternity. I latch onto the door handle, fling it open, the heavy door pouring the outside light into the room. And there, on the inside of the wall, I see the light switch, and it's not on a timer. It's your standard switch, and it's in the off position. This toilet was located in the older section of the hospital to make matters worse. My experience was extremely creepy, so bloody terrifying and somewhat traumatic that I actually feel apprehensive using public bathrooms to this day. I felt as though I was not alone in that bathroom, and I think that's why I got so panicked. Some bloody mischievous entity was having fun with me, it seems. I'm actually scared now just thinking about it. I hope this never happens to me, or ever again, or to you, or to me. Unexplained disappearing and reappearing of my favorite Spider-Man figurine. So basically, my family moved out of our old house back in 2019. That was when I was 13 years old. To this day, I've never really got the answer as to what was going on at our old house. But out of all of the crazy stuff that had happened, there was one particular incident that still sends shivers down my spine to this day. As I've mentioned, I left that house back in 2019. While we were moving out all of our stuff, there was a weird incident. You see, when I was 10, I had this Spider-Man figurine that I absolutely loved. I don't quite remember as to why I loved it or why it was so special. Probably because my brother wanted it, and he didn't get one, but I don't know. Well, staying on topic, I loved that toy. I decided to keep it safe for my brother, thinking that, he'll steal it or something. So I decided to keep it inside a cupboard in my wardrobe. I kept it there and I just went to sleep. When I woke up, to my surprise, the toy had disappeared. I asked my brother and my mother about it, but both of them didn't know anything. They didn't even see it since last time it was with me. Well, to my utmost surprise, when we were moving out, my mother told me to clean my wardrobe and take my stuff. And when I opened the cupboard, the figurine was there. It was right where I'd left it. I was petrified. I didn't know what to make of it. I searched for it since I pretty much maybe lost it anywhere, but it's impossible. I couldn't have missed it. I was scared, so I left it at my old house and didn't take it with me. When we went back there to clean the place up for the tenants, I didn't find the toy where I'd left it. And I, in all honesty, didn't want to know where it went, or how it even came back and anything else. This was just a very weird experience for me out of the others that happened back at my old house. But this one I thought was a little more scary than the others. My childhood paranormal experiences. From the ages of 6 to 10, I had paranormal encounters. My first encounter, I remember, was when we were leaving my mother's nail salon. Her nail salon is connected to my grandmother's house. To get to the salon, you have to walk on a strip from the road to the door, about 10-foot distance. It was around 6 to 7 p.m. I stood at the end of the strip by the road. Across the street was a neighbor's house. Growing up, me and my cousins were scared of this house, due to how hidden behind the shrubs it was. I stood at the end of the strip and looked across the street into the neighbor's yard. I was a little girl with pale skin, long black hair that covered some of the face, and wearing a white gown. I was frozen in fear. I turned to my mother, who was coming from locking up the shop. Gecko. and asked her if she was seeing the same thing. I turned my head back. Within 5 seconds, the little girl was gone. So perhaps she wasn't a little girl, but she had seen one. My second time encountering the spirit was when we moved into a new apartment. Keep in mind that this apartment was very close to a graveyard. I shared a room with my mother, but she didn't have a TV in her room. This is when DirecTV was still a thing, so imagine. I put my blankets on the floor in front of the room and just slept and watched TV. I remember I turned my head to the side. Theirs was a vertical type hallway, my mother's bedroom on one side and my sister's room on the next, and the bathroom in the middle. This story takes place from ages 8 to 10, and when I tried my head, I'm guessing they meant turned. When I turned my head, I saw the same spirit but taller, about 6 feet, walking out of my sister's room, then going into my mother's room. I put the blanket over my head and went to sleep. Ever since then, I haven't had an encounter with her again. This story took place in Nassau, in the Bahamas. My first paranormal investigation. When I was a teenager, I had a friend whose dad, his name was Charlie. They were the caretaker of our town's cemetery. One day after Charlie got home from work, he told us that an elderly man had come put flowers on his wife's grave earlier that day. This man found Charlie and was very visibly very upset, and reported what sounded like scratching coming from her grave. He demanded that his wife's grave be dug up. He was convinced she was alive. This was not possible, she'd been dead for some years. We thought her dad was just making this whole story up to scare us. We didn't take him seriously at all. He said, "I can prove it to you if you'd like. Let's go check it out. You tell me what you hear." So, we all get in the car and drove to the cemetery. Charlie parked his car about 20 feet from the grave, and we got out and followed him. We were standing around this grave and nobody could hear anything, so we started laughing and began walking back to the car. Charlie says, "No, you gotta put your ear up to it to hear it." So we walked back and knelt down. I put my ear up to the grave. I heard what sounded like fingernails scratching inside that grave. We believed him after that, but of course, the woman was not alive and the scratching to get out like her poor husband wanted. Turns out her mausoleum had flooded, and the scratching sound was her casket that had floated to the top. That's almost just as creepy if you ask me. So technically, that was my first paranormal investigation that ended up being completely debunked. I've since investigated that cemetery more times than I can count. I've seen and heard a lot of unexplained things there. A lot of families buried there too. I've never felt anything negative. In fact, it's quite peaceful. One of the only places I'm comfortable investigating alone. Points of color I saw as a child. When I was a child, very young, I'm in my 40s now, I remember experiencing these small balls or beads of light. They would come in rows, maybe 8 or 10. They would travel in a line up through my bedroom at night. They were like little trains of points of light that would travel one direction, go through a wall and come back another direction. Green, purple, blue, red, really all the colors of the rainbow. They were never frightening and were actually comforting because I could expect them almost every night. They were not dancing or anything, literally just little points of light of varying colors, all in a straight line, like a train traveling in and out of the bedroom at different directions. They traveled without urgency and at a steady pace, crossing my bedroom of maybe 30 feet in 3 or 4 seconds. Did anyone else experience this, or remember something similar? I asked once at another site. A few other people also remembered a similar experience as a very, very young child. I would say it happened before I was 5 or 6 years old, give or take. I don't remember when it stopped, and I never really thought about it. And I suppose it just faded away. One day a couple of years ago, just out of the blue, I happened to remember them. The lights were little pinpoints of each color, kind of muted, not too bright, but they would light up the bedroom or even cause reflections off the walls. Kind of like they were there and yet not there at the same time. I would say they were small, like less than an inch in diameter, maybe even less than half of an inch in diameter, all in a line spaced maybe 2 or 3 inches apart. And as I said, the line would just travel across my bedroom, in and out of the walls, heading various directions, changing colors. It was wild to think about as an adult now. I was never afraid, and I'm sure I was awake because it happened probably hundreds of times. Train ride. There are several other incidents that happened in that coal mine while I was there. I helped spray powdered limestone. It's dust. And I would do this several times working with a guy from West Virginia who's very experienced in dusting. One day after the recent stint, he confided in me his own experience. The coal seams back in West Virginia are only about 60 inches tall. The mine had a rail system to take the miners in and out, and a separate train to take the coal out. He was scheduled to dust a particular section just off the main line. So, the train stopped. He got off. Everybody waved to him as the train left. He went through the man door to start working in the section. He worked all day in the closed, loud section. When it was time to go home at the end of the shift, he went out the man door to find the train waiting for him, which was unusual. Most times he had to wait for the train to show up. When he got onto the train car, everybody in there moved out of the way and no one would sit by him or even talk to him. They would just smile at him. Miners usually played jokes on each other, so this was pretty normal to him. He got off the train just shy of the main entry portal and went into the mine office to report what he had done for the day. Everyone stared at him and wanted to know how he was there. He explained that he rode the train out just like every other day. They called him a liar who was going to fire him. He told them to ask the guys he rode on the train with. They asked if he was being funny. Finally, he took them back into the mine and showed them what he had done. It was there that they told him that the train had lost its brakes, had plummeted to the bottom of the mine. In that process, it killed everyone just after he had gotten off. He couldn't have ridden the train, but did. Encounters I've had, looking for feedback on it. I was living at home still. I was maybe 17, maybe 18. We lived in a raised ranch house. My room was the basement. To enter my living space from outside, you had to first go into the garage, walk through the garage, enter a laundry room, then go through another door to enter my room. 3 doors in total. Now, when you opened the middle door, it would create a vacuum and the third door would jiggle in the jam. This way I always knew when somebody was coming into my room because I'd see the door move before somebody came walking. My friends, they would routinely come in at any hour of the day too. So I'm on the couch back to the door. I had the TV on listening to ESPN. I hear the TV and I'm fully aware. My back is to the TV and the door. I hear the door wiggle. A few seconds later I hear the door open. I see a light flood into the room. I feel someone there. I begin to roll over to see who just has entered my room. I literally can't even move, though. I can't move my body and I can't roll over. I'm frozen. I'm also petrified, scared stiff. I feel terror. I feel dread. Again, I can't move, can't talk. I tried and I did see the lights from the TV flickering around the room. I did see the light from the middle room on the wall behind me. All of a sudden, I hear the door close. Everything returned to normal, and I went to sleep like nothing happened. First and last time it happened. Second experience, look up a ghost of, Second experience, look up Ghost at Professor Java, Wolf Road, Albany, New York. I was born there. You'll read about a ghost I saw, and that ghost followed that ghost into an empty room at the cafe. What does this mean? My family visits me upon death, or very closely after they've passed. What does this mean? When I was a kid under Ted, I would say, I had this dream that I answered the telephone. It was a landline. It was my aunt saying that they've all passed and that they're gone. I managed to wake up but couldn't shake the feeling of dread or make sense of the dream. Within a short time frame, the phone rang, and it was my aunt telling me my cousin and her children had passed from a car accident from a drunk driver. Many years later, I was woken from my brother calling my name from a doorway of the bedroom. I got a call minutes later that my brother passed. My mom had been hospitalized in the ICU for several days. After about 4 days in, my sister woke me very early in the morning and said into my left ear, "God took her from us." Later that day, we learned my mom had no brain activity. We needed to make a decision regarding my mom's life. Keep in mind, my sister and I had not spoken to each other for many years, and Mom wanted desperately for us to reconnect. Yesterday, I learned a dear cousin had passed away. I had just recently chatted with them by text and was trying to make a lot out of it, but at the same time, I was grateful that I had one last interaction. I was out running when I found out, and when I got home, I settled in. I was on my phone and started losing some apps. I'd left them open, apparently. And for a brief second, as I'm closing apps, their face popped up on my screen and disappeared, like I was closing their photo that I had open. Anyway, I go to social media and scroll through to see if any pictures of them were recently posted or commented on. I didn't find anything recent from the time I was notified to when I was home. I went to their page and scrolled, and 6 to 7 days ago, a photo I had seen had been posted by them, but it was really far down in their post and had no recent comments. The Blue Orb. When I was about 14, I went to sleep over at my friend's house. She lived in a small house outside of town and had a large backyard that backed up to a big empty cornfield. At dinner, we decided to go play outside with her dog. So we got our snow gear and headed outside with our old stinky black lab. The ground was covered in about a foot of snow and it was fully dark, maybe around 8 p.m. We ran around and played fetch with them for an hour. Then we decided to sit down in the snow and gossip, like teenage girls do. We were both leaning up against a big oak tree in her backyard, facing each other as her dog did lazy laps around us. The back of her house on my left and the cornfield to my right. As we talked, I suddenly saw a translucent blue orb, maybe 6 feet in diameter and gently glowing. It passed between her house and the neighbor's house. I would say it was about 100 feet from us. It moved slowly as it came from the side of the house. But once it was fully in the backyard, it shot into the cornfield at an impossible speed, like a bullet. I remember noting that the glow from this thing illuminated the snow underneath it very slightly, which made it feel very real and very physical. My friend hadn't seen it because she was facing me. I might have brushed it off as my eyes playing tricks if her dog hadn't reacted so severely. This dog was generally very docile and quiet. I'd never heard him bark before, but when this orb passed by us, I saw him see it. He absolutely lost his mind. He was snarling and barking, and his fur kind of stood up on end. I freaked because the dog freaked, and we all ran inside, terrified. I had completely forgotten the story until recently wanted to put it somewhere. I've heard other stories of people seeing things like this and would love to hear from people who might have had a similar encounter. Ask Reddit. The most compelling paranormal experience I've ever had was where my sister had visions of the future. 3 of us kids were playing in the kitchen while Dad was away hunting. My older sister screamed suddenly, staring in shock. Younger sister and I asked what was wrong. She said she saw a massive, whitish column moving toward her. It wasn't like an apparition. She had a vivid peripheral hallucination, the way many often do, but this one was uniquely powerful. We kept playing, and 10 minutes later she screamed again. This time she thought her dad had entered the room wearing an oddly greenish shirt. It was weird, and we made a point to cherish the spookiness of this evening. The next day, Dad's still away and my sisters were poking around in an old closet. Found a large white sack. It was unusually large, maybe 9 to 10 feet long, made of a tight hamper-like netting. It was shaped like a sleeping bag. So bizarre it spurred my younger sister to climb inside it and chase older sis around the house with it. They found me in the kitchen, where sister just lunged toward both of us still wearing the sack. We instantly noticed it was precisely the way it was positioned in yesterday's hallucination. A mysterious, massive, lunging white column in the same damn place. We lost our shit. We were already superstitious by the time our dad got home, and that's when he walked into the room wearing an oddly greenish tee. We couldn't help but chuckle to each other. It was extremely strange. Served to fuel some pretty unhealthy delusions we were experiencing at the time. But those coincidences were so intense, I will never forget. A weird feeling saved my life. Am I overreacting? Something happened and I would like some input on the situation. A few weeks ago I was leaving work. I had the feeling of having to throw up. I didn't think much of it because I had just eaten a whole pizza for lunch. Damn. As I left the building heading to my car, I got extremely hot, like full-on sweating and feeling like I was getting a fever. My mouth started to feel weird and I started to taste something irony. As soon as I touched the door handle of my car, the feeling changed into freezing. I sat in my car shivering and started the motor. I pulled to the exit of the car park, waited for the car to pass. A few did. A little further away came another car. I could have driven easily, but for some reason I couldn't take my foot off the clutch. My whole body refused. Couldn't move because of that uneasy feeling, so I let it pass. I finally drove up behind him. A few hundred meters further on, a speeding caddy took the right of way. Luckily, he only clipped the car before me. The car driving ahead of me was a little too fast, you could say. It was a pretty big one. There were gladly no injuries. If I'd pulled up before him, it would have been the one getting hit. My car's a little older, small, almost no yielding zone, which means I would have been severely injured or dead if a bigger car hit me with this speed and angle. As a witness, I of course stopped, asked if everything was okay, and left my contact. I got back into my car and drove off. After the scene was out of my eyesight, I was still feeling a little uneasy for a much better reason. I'm not superstitious or anything, but could it be that I died in another reality? I'm 100% sure the iron taste I had in my mouth was my own blood. The heat was my car being hit, maybe burning, and the cold was my own death, all in an alternate universe. Ghost story from my past. family cousin recently reminded me of an experience, and this was an experience from when I was around 12. I hadn't thought about it in so long that I'd nearly forgotten it even happened. Growing up, my cousins and I spent a lot of time at my grandparents' house. We all lived in a small community. We were all around the same age. Their house was pretty central in the community. We often met up there to hang out. There were many old paths that used to be narrow roads leading to different gathering spots around the community, and one of them ran directly through my grandparents' backyard. The kids loved using them to quickly jump between houses and meet other groups just to hang out. There were a handful of local ghost stories. Excuse me. Most were pretty typical. They were about abandoned houses and such. One story that was well known and had been passed down to us was about how a town hall had once hosted weekly games of bingo. There was a man who never missed it and routinely walked the same route from his home to the town hall for bingo every Tuesday evening. The path he would have taken from his home to the town hall passed through my grandparents' property. Despite using that trail often, I can't remember ever being particularly concerned about crossing paths with the ghost. One evening, my cousin and I had just finished dinner at my grandparents'. They were sitting at their porch, and that's when they noticed movement coming through the trees on the trail. We watched, waiting to see who was coming to join us. We could clearly see that it was an adult male wearing a newsboy-style cap. The entire moment felt out of place. Both of us remember how clearly we could see him walking toward the portion that cut through the backyard, but he never emerged from the trees. I hope he wasn't disappointed when he arrived at the hall that hadn't hosted a bingo night in a decade. Deaths on the plot. I have recently found out about my maternal great-grandparents, which on their grave plot occurred two strange deaths that occurred in the same time of each other. The paranormal event itself took place 40 years ago in 1980. I was born in 2001, so I didn't know my great-grandparents, and I was also fostered too. I was told by my biological mom's best friend Kay, as she's a scholar, especially on my maternal family history. She told me the story in October of 2023, where we met each other while shopping. I live in Merseyside, Cheshire, in the northwest of England. My great-grandparents' plot is in Halton Village Cemetery. The name of my grandparents is Sissy and Harold. Both died in 1980. The strange deaths involved Harold and their pet animal Peaches, whom died in a short space of each other at the graveside. I will provide a picture in the headstone to further illustrate this. The story is as told by Kay, and that's that Sissy died of natural causes on the 24th of October. That's in 1980 again. And that was a harrowing time for Harold. He lost his soulmate, and a few months later, while visiting Sissy's graveside, he died unexpectedly. She was buried there on the 11th of December 1980. The dog Peaches also died at Harold and Sissy's graveside. Both are buried together. Peaches was taken in by another couple, and that dog unexpectedly ran away and passed away at the graveside. Kay described it as an unexplainable strange, and that there could be a paranormal dimension to this, or that they died of a broken strange. But it is a perplexing situation nonetheless. A broken strange. Best friend lost mom, and she visited me in a dream last night. My best friend for over 30 years lost his mother a week ago. I always loved his parents, and they were very kind to me over the years. I actually met them at church as a teenager. While I'm not religious, his parents were very much so. I rarely dream about my own family that's passed on, but let alone anybody else's deceased family members. I'm not implying I'm a psychic or a medium of any kind, but this was truly different than any dream I've ever had. We were sitting at a table together in what appeared to be a restaurant. My friend's mother asked me if I would pass on some things that she needed him to know. I said I would. She wanted me to tell her son that she's always been proud of him. But secondly, and most importantly, she wanted to tell him how sorry she was for ever doubting his capabilities, and that she was also sorry that she made him feel like he wasn't good enough. I asked her, "Why are you coming to me like this and not telling him yourself?" She responded by saying, "Because he's not ready to see me, and he will listen to you and believe you. He wouldn't ever believe anyone else." I was pretty nervous about approaching my friend with this information. Wasn't sure if this was just a silly dream or if it was really something I needed to tell him. I chose to tell him. I let him know I have no idea whether what she told me would make sense to him or not. He was adamant that everything I'd said had a lot of truth behind it, and that it made perfect sense to him. Has anybody else ever experienced something like this? How did you end up handling it? I'm hoping I did the right thing, but I really don't want people's deceased relatives coming to me in my dreams to pass along messages. Like I said, I'm not a psychic or anything like that. Maybe just intuitive since I'm an empath. Only way I can explain it. Walmart trip turns into unexplained experience. If I had $1 for each one of those. Once a friend and I took a quick trip to Walmart. This was sometime back in 2015. We went to get a few things. We went to the self-checkout. I was wearing pocketless leggings, and this is important for later on. I had a crossbody purse. I took out my debit card to pay for our items and slid the card back into my purse, thinking that the payment went through. I then realized that for some reason it didn't go through or didn't process. I looked through my purse expecting to see my card loosely in my bag. Couldn't find it anywhere. In a panic, not wanting to hold up the line or others waiting, I paid with a different card and quickly went to my car to thoroughly search my bag for my debit card. I took everything out and looked twice. Couldn't find it anywhere. My friend and I went back to my house to go through my purse again to really make sure I looked through everything. Still, wasn't able to find it. So we drive back to Walmart and I go to customer service. I asked them to watch the cameras just in case I dropped it or somebody stole it. They looked and said they saw me put it back in my purse and that was it. We go back to my house and start looking, well, for what possibly could have happened. I have had other types of paranormal experiences. I thought I'd look more into this type of problem. We ended up finding something that said, well, to say out loud, "There are better things to get my attention. Please give back my item." So I did this. Of course, nothing happened in that moment, though the next day I was getting ready for work and put on my jeans, and right in my front pocket was my debit card. This made no sense since I hadn't worn those specific pants for a couple of days. Still to this day not sure how this happened, or what it could have been. Saw a little boy in my mirror. This happened a little over 10 years ago, but the memory is still very vivid. My parents had just rented a new house for us. My sister and I were splitting the basement. I had my full-sized mirror placed against the back wall at the time. So by looking in it, you could see the open doorway that led to the stairs. They were just around the corner of the doorway, so you couldn't actually see the stairs, though. Anyway, my sister also had a big wardrobe that she kept her TV on and clothes in, which wasn't lying flat against the other wall. It came out at like an angle, had its back toward the stairs, basically. So I was doing my makeup one day, not too long after moving in. I looked down to grab something. When I looked back up, there was a little boy crouched down in the corner behind my sister's wardrobe. I never got to see his face, but he was wearing a yellow shirt with red shorts and black shoes. As soon as I caught sight of him, even though he didn't see me, or at least see me see him, he got up and shot straight out of the doorway. I assume up the stairs afterwards. Of course, I got up as quick as I could and tried to chase after him, but he was just gone. There was no sound from him, no heavy footsteps that should have been there the way he was sprinting. And there's nowhere that he could have hidden. The underneath of the stairs was open since we had just moved in. I could see every inch of it. I don't know who that boy was. I tried to research the house to see if there were any stories about it or a little boy in the area, but couldn't find anything. All I know is that after I looked for him, I felt nothing but sadness following him. The whole area I grew up in was known for shootings and illegal activities and such. So maybe he was a victim of something like that. I don't know. Just an experience that's stuck with me ever since. Not sure what's going on in my apartment. I just got home from work, walked in and noticed the curtain rod in my bedroom on the floor. This is a pretty sturdy rod with 2 pieces of steel. It's been there for years. I look around the apartment just to be sure, well, that I'm the only one there. I texted my husband, asked if he had fallen down before he had left the house. Or it. He said no. I go to the bathroom to comb my hair, and all of a sudden I hear a plastic on my shower curtain rustle. It's like somebody was in the shower. I have a cloth curtain and a clear vinyl liner behind it. I literally heard the magnet on the liner clank against the tub. I peeked behind the curtain, but nothing was there. I don't have any pets. A few years ago, I come home from dropping my daughter off at school. It's about 8 a.m. in the morning. As soon as I walk in, the light in the hallway next to the same bathroom turns on and then off again by itself. I noped it out of there. Back when I used to work from home, I would hear dishes in the sink clanking around or knocking on the fridge. I heard the blinds rustling next to me. I was lying in bed awake one night and I see this blue ball of light flash before me. It darted where the same hallway is. I got up to investigate and the circuit breaker door flung open. It was the latch type of door, requires some force to pull back and secure it closed. The last thing that I can recall happening was when I was in the living room reading something on my phone. My daughter's iPad suddenly started on its own. It said, "Mama, I didn't get that." I didn't press anything to alert Siri, and it was really weird that it said Mama. I inquired at the leasing office several times if anybody had passed in here, but they said they didn't have any information. Ask Reddit. I used to live right next to a lake in New Zealand, which to us Maori people is very, very sacred. Early on in the morning, it was quite foggy and misty out on the lake, but I had noticed a waka, which is a canoe with a bunch of people rowing in it whilst chanting a native Maori tune. Now, there's a certain traditional activity called waka ama, which is where a group of people row a canoe whilst performing traditional Maori chants and songs. However, this was no ordinary group of people. They were looking like literal warriors, intimidating and absolutely horrifying. I felt shivers for the good majority of the time I was watching them, which seemed like ages. Could have only been a couple of minutes max. And just like that, with a loud final chant, every single head on the canoe turned and stared directly at me. Slowly began to fade away into literally thin air. I tried to convince myself that maybe it was just fog and mist and I just lost my line of sight of the canoe. But the thing is, it looked like a hologram slowly fading out of the top of the water. The next day, the Christchurch earthquake took place, which toppled the city. Later, I found out that a similar occurrence had happened right before Mount Tarawera erupted. People had claimed to have seen Maori war beasts with human bodies and canine heads rowing canoes across the lake chanting. The next day, Mount Tarawera erupted, destroying one of the wonders of the world at the time, pink and white terraces, as well as destroying many villages and killing a lot of people. Some say that seeing this occurrence is actually a warning sign for tragedy to follow. Scariest thing I've ever witnessed with my own eyes. Me and my friend both saw a figure walk past us at the same time. Me and my friend have ancestors who've lived in the city for over 100 years in the same neighborhood as the place of this incident. Me and my lifelong friend were waiting to go into a club. We were standing outside of a candy factory that's existed for around 100 years. There were vents pumping out hot air, so me and my friend and a few other people who we knew were standing in the heat because it was very cold out. We left our jackets in the car. I was talking to a girl leaning up against the wall of the factory, and they were talking to a few other people on the opposite side of the sidewalk. All of a sudden, we both snapped our heads to the area in between us. We're both from the city, and we're very situationally aware. I had seen a figure walk past us quickly. When we both looked around to either side of us, nobody was in sight. I remember the figure being about my height, 5'8", having a hat on, although I'm not sure if it was just the motion or an actual vision. I wasn't going to say anything, but then my friend says, "What the fuck, did you just see that?" Then he described a person much shorter than him walking past us. He's 6'2". He also said he couldn't see their face, which makes sense if he was looking from above at a person wearing a brimmed hat. I'm a very logical person, and could have justified me seeing a figure, but the fact that his description matched what I saw, and the fact that we both reacted to it at the exact same moment, has left me questioning everything. What could that have been? Could what we saw have been a ghost? Or is it some sort of rift in time that humans don't understand because surely people have been walking in that path, huddling next to the heat, next to the factory for 100 years? Maybe that affected the energy in that location. Weird experiences. I'm not religious and I don't really believe in ghosts, etc. But I have had some weird experiences. When I was about 14, I lived in a house with my mother and younger sister. It was a pretty standard 3-bedroom house on a quarter-acre section in town. I was sitting in the lounge one day watching TV with my mother and my sister. With my mother, My sister was not home, but her bed door, that was to the right beside the TV, opened as we watched. The lever handle pushed down and the door swung open by itself with nobody else in the house. We just looked at each other like, what the hell? Other instances in the house followed. My mother came into my bedroom one day, white as a ghost, saying that she had bent over to put food in the cat's bowl, and someone or something had growled in her ear right behind her. That's when she turned around and she was yet again alone. I had one of those old 80s tower stereos in my room. It started turning on in the middle of the night, and it was waking me. Just the turntable on top would start spinning and the light on the side would come on. I unplugged the stereo and it did it again another night with no power source. I also woke to find a black shape standing over the bed one time. In the end, my mother had enough, got a priest in to do something. He wandered round burning something and praying from memory. We never had any issues after that. We did find out from a neighbor afterwards that the woman who had the house before us used to have people round at night, and they would put sheets on the clothesline, shine car lights on them, and dance around. Apparently, they also killed a goat and buried it in the backyard. Good times in Upper Hut. Ask Reddit. So there's these two rooms, I'll say 123 and 234, and they share a wall. The hospital isn't that old, it was built in the 70s. It's a small town county hospital. We don't take trauma cases, and when one does come in, it's really only to stabilize them until Life Fight or EMS can transfer them to another facility. Deaths in room are usually older people and natural causes. The prison wing has been rolling for 8 years or so, and the prisoners who come in, if they die, it's natural causes. But this one room set, it's just weird. I'm agnostic atheist, but I can't deny the same thing keeps happening in 123, and especially 234. There's a kid. There's been several times right before they pass, the inmate talks about a kid in the room. But it's the ones who are delirious before death. Also, they have several mentally altered offenders. Not drug-addled, but actually mental status. They've talked about or completely lost their shit over the kid that was under their bed, or running around, or fucking with them. One guy became so violent we had to actually discharge him from the hospital and back to his unit. Not solely over the kid, but it seemed like part of the problem. Originally, an inmate with full mental capacity would mention the TV in another room so loud sometimes he could hear it. Said it sounded like a kid show or something with kids talking. I kept my hallway quiet and made sure I couldn't hear the TVs in the hall. There's certainly arguments that can be made that word of mouth got back to the units about the kid story. But neither officially makes sense. Sleep paralysis started recently. So for a bit of context, I've always had very, very vivid dreams. But these past few years have really taken off as far as mental health are concerned, and not exactly in a good way. A lot of things happened very close together that built up into a very, very stressful year, and years, and recently I feel like it came to a head with a new experience. I've never in my life experienced sleep paralysis before last year, and it is an experience I'm both eager to never feel again, but also very intrigued by. The very first time it happened, I remember waking up thinking I heard my mother calling to me. I remember calling back out to her asking, "What was that?" And then hearing a voice near me saying, "Nothing, don't worry." And that was before I felt as though a weight was laying down on top of me. I can remember feeling my whole body go into pins and needles, and when I closed my eyes, I could see faces and people walking all around me. Some human, others very much not. The second experience was similar. I woke up from sleep thinking somebody had called out to me, responded, and again as though somebody laying on top of me, and again I closed my eyes and I could see people. And this time, shapes and patterns spiraling all around me. It's only happened once since then, but I always feel a weird mix of scared and calm when it happens. Is this common when people have these sort of experiences? I've noticed mostly for me they happen after intense periods of stress, usually when I finally start processing everything that happened. It feels like some sort of release. It feels like some sort of end of today's stories. See ya. Should I worry for my daughter? I've always had creepy feelings in my children's bedroom. I chalked it up to me being a wuss and overprotective. But then one night I got a legitimate reason to be scared. I have a son who's 3 years old and a daughter who's 6. Each have their own rooms. My daughter's room is by mine and my husband's. Son's room is across from hers. Around 1 or 2 a.m. on the morning, my daughter gets into bed next to my husband and I. She's agitated, not sleeping. I ask if she's okay, but she won't respond. It was like a sleepwalking or a night terror situation. She then sat straight up in my bed. I ask if she's okay. Again, no response. Then she got out of my bed and hustled to her room. She always stays in my bed when she gets in, so it was super odd. At that point, I was kind of scared. I stayed in bed and watched the doorway and called to her. A girl then walked by my room, and at first I thought it was her. She walked to the stairs away from my room, but it hits me that this girl is too short to be my daughter. I call for my daughter, but no response. Then my daughter walked into my room with the same direction as the girl. What the fuck? What the hell just went downstairs? What the hell was in her room? I didn't hear any doors open or close for a child to leave the house. My son was in his room the whole time. I know it was not my daughter going past my room then. After I saw it, I sat there stunned, watching the doorway. When my daughter finally did come back into my room, she laid down and was asleep. I was so freaked out by her not responding to me and seeing that spirit. Too much of a coincidence. So about 2 years ago, my mother fell out of the back of a mobile dog grooming van. She broke her kneecap and other parts of the knee hinge. She needed surgery now. My mom isn't unhealthy, but she's a little underweight and in her, mid-60s. This was the first time, I was born, that my mother's having some type of decently major surgery. I had trust issues in doctors and surgery from previous experiences. A hospital in Chicago let my grandmother lay in the operating table and bleed to death after routine gallbladder removal. So you could understand, I was quite nervous. The doctors told us the surgery would be a 3-hour operation tops. Once the 7th hour of surgery with no update, I Googled Baptist churches in my state. Me and my family just moved to the area. I called 3 before one finally answered. No, I'm not a huge religious person, but I believe in at least some type of higher power, due to small things like this situation. When I called the last church, the preacher picked up the phone. I asked him to pray with me for my mother, that I was very nervous since we hadn't gotten any word done, at least in more than double the predicted time. The preacher began to pray over the phone, asking God to help get my mother through surgery quickly and healthily. He finishes the prayer, and we both say amen. As crazy as this sounds, literally not within 3 seconds of both of us saying amen, the second line on the house phone rang through wires. And the nurse told me that my mother had made it through the surgery, and it was she's in the rest wing, ready to be picked up whenever I was ready. Now, code all my math heads. What are the 1 in a chance that this would have happened without divine intervention? Ask Reddit. I was spending the night at my dad's when I was like 21. Shut the bedroom door, which meant lifting it a little bit and pushing it to close it tight. Then I lay down. Immediately, I couldn't move. I started hearing this noise that made me think of a chopper. I could also hear talking, but not words. Just the sound of people talking. It got louder and louder, and I was so scared, but I couldn't move. Then it stopped, and I heard the front door open. I heard footsteps and the sound of something being dragged down the hall. Made me think of a garbage bag. Then I heard my room door open. I was so goddamn terrified. I was finally able to force my eyes open. The door was wide open, but no one was there. My body could move again. I got up and crept into the hall. My dad lived up north and away from the city, so it's a very dark place. Couldn't see anyone, and I didn't hear anything. I walked to the living room and went to a lamp. This lamp was the kind that turned on by turning a knob and slowly came up to full brightness. But when I turned it on, it kept getting brighter and brighter and brighter. It got so bright it covered my eyes and turned my head. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in bed, and my bedroom door was wide open. I know people will say sleep paralysis a nightmare, and I can't argue with that. But in 40 years, I've never ever had another experience like it. I have insomnia, always have, and this started as soon as I laid down. But I don't know, I don't really believe aliens come here either, but I'll tell you this. My dad still lives there 20 years later, and I've stayed in a hotel every time I've visited ever since. That's how frightening it was, whatever it was. I swear I saw her. When I was around 10 years old, I was alone in part of the schoolyard during the morning break. In the country I lived in, it was like common for schools to have 2 breaks, a 30 and a 45-minute long one in the morning, and a 1-hour long one at lunchtime. There was a tall, huge tree there. I was sitting on one of the large roots that stuck out of the ground. That's when I heard someone approaching. I turned to see who it was. I saw it was one of my friends. She said, "Bet you can't catch me." I told her I could do it. We started running around the tree while I tried to reach her and catch her. We were both laughing. She was right. She was too fast for me to reach her. Then one of my classmates called my name. I stopped running and turned around, and the boy who called my name asked, "What are you doing running around the tree by yourself?" I was about to tell him I wasn't alone when I saw that my friend, who I thought was there with me just a few seconds ago, wasn't there. It was really strange. I just told the boy it wasn't important, and I felt like doing it. Later that day, I saw my friend. She came and said, "How have you been?" It was like she hadn't seen me that day. I didn't say anything about it or what happened earlier, but while we were talking, she mentioned that she had spent the break in her classroom. She was talking with some of her friends, and it was true, asked one of the friends later. This made me think I was crazy or something. It was impossible that she could be in 2 places at the same time. Several years have passed since that day. Still can't find an explanation for what happened. And I've never told anybody about it. I don't know if it was something supernatural, a glitch in the Matrix, or if I just imagined it. But what I do know is that I saw her. Have any of you seen what I call shadow walkers? I've had some experiences in my early childhood that I'd like some clarity on. I grew up in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains. It was in the mid-2000s. I lived in a little house on the top of a mountain with no neighbors. And this is important context-wise. I spent most of my time outside playing in the forest, which was my backyard. Some of my earliest memories involve seeing what many people call shadow people, although these were only outside and they were never aggressive. They would walk in behind trees and would disappear or maybe materialize, but they never would just appear. They would only emerge or disappear behind trees. I began to bring them little things like jacks and bouncy balls or acorns because I thought they were my friends. After I began doing this, they began to appear more frequently, and they would even come closer to me. They wouldn't ever get closer than roughly 15 feet away. When they did, we would have what I used to call dance parties. Any movement I would make, they would directly copy. If I waved, they waved. If I jumped, they jumped. I would just run around and dance, and they would also dance. I never felt a danger with these entities either. I always got either a very neutral or warm feeling around them. This is why I'm confused. Whenever I Google shadow people, they're always mentioning dark feelings and experiences that, well, it's not the case for me. I should also mention that physically these creatures were just human-like silhouettes. both male and female looking. They were roughly average height, but probably a little smaller since they were close to my height as a child. My ex and I found a place I think we weren't supposed to find. This happened in 2013 to 2014, my junior year in high school. Also, apologies if I've tagged this wrong. I was visiting my girlfriend and her family in Washington. We drove up into the BLM roads to do some grilling and shooting. It was spring break, so it was very gray and very rainy. While the adults were all setting up the grills, my girlfriend and I got on the ATV and went back to the road that we came in on to do some exploring. We went around a sharp curve in the road and the wind and rain stopped. The sky went from gray to gold, and there was a clearing that went from the side of the road to the woods. That was roughly 200 feet away. The light in the sky was not coming from where the sun was at the time. The space between the trees was much darker than it had been before. We both could tell something was off. I took off my helmet so I could hear better. There was a sort of whistling and whooping sound coming from a very specific spot in the trees. I couldn't see anything, but I knew something could see me. I could feel that it wasn't happy. It wasn't happy that I was there. We turned around and noped out of there as fast as we could. It was kind of like the scene in The Princess Mononoke where you see the forest spirit for the first time, except very angry. The cherry on top of all of this is that we had been gone for about 30 minutes when we got back, but according to my girlfriend's family, we were gone for 3 hours. I know there's things in the woods, but I don't know what this was, and it's been burned into my brain for a decade. I think something was in my closet. It used to happen to my mom all the time before I was born. I've heard all the stories, so it's somewhat familiar. The first time something ever happened, and I haven't been able to explain it, was when I was about 11. I'd woken up early-ish in the morning and I heard this bang on my closet door. It wasn't like a normal bang. It sounded like somebody'd hit my door with an open hand from the inside. I swear, I could feel the outline and sensation of that hand. My first initial thought was that somebody was hiding in there. So I went to open it. Nothing was there, so safe to say I was petrified. The day went on and I forgot about it. Until the same thing happened the next morning around the same time. I jumped that time. I went and had a look again and nothing was there. This happened consistently every morning for a while. It just became normal to me. Then I told my mom. She tried debunking it, but none of it made sense. She told me if it was something paranormal, I need to stand my ground, say that I don't like what it's doing and that this is my home. So I heard the bang and said what my mom told me to say. I can say it didn't like that a second after that. Hit my closet door way harder, followed by this massive scrape like sharp nails going all the way down my door. But after that, it stopped happening, at least so often. Then it just sort of stopped altogether. I talked to my mom telling her it stopped, and then she said while I was away, she cleaned my closet. Or cleansed. Several years later, I'm still in the same room, and I haven't heard it since. There's been other experiences, but not the same way that this has made me feel. I think my great-grandmother spoke to me after she passed. I received the news a little under a week ago that my great-grandmother had passed away the night prior. She lived in California. I live in Pennsylvania. She died at 7:30, which would be 10:30 my time. This is important. My dad had just moved closer to my mom's house, so transitioning me and my sister would be easier. For a couch, temporarily, we're using like a giant bean bag. Now you've gotten a little insight. It's time for the actual story. My sister and I had been laying in a beanbag at night just sitting on our phones. I'd been looking through YouTube looking for a video, not playing anything. And my sister was watching TikTok, and it was some song, I don't know which one, but just a song and some video. Around 10:30-ish, maybe a minute or two over 10:30, I heard a female's voice whisper into my ear, "Hey." I asked my sister if she said my name, and she just didn't. I then asked if it was her video, and she said no to that as well. So I was confused, but I guess I really thought nothing of it because I hadn't gotten the news yet. The next morning I got the news, and I asked my dad when she passed. And sure enough, it was around the same time I heard the voice. I waited a little bit later to tell him what I heard because it didn't feel like it would be appropriate time for that sort of thing. I never really knew her that much on a personal level, at least besides phone calls and very vague memories from when I was young. Even though I didn't know her that much, I did know she was a caring, nice lady who loved talking to her great-grandchildren. Help with an experience tonight, unsure whether friendly or not. As silly as it sounds, I'd just completed a big Pokemon trade deal with my friend. I'd traded a decent batch of Pokemon cards for a lot of vintage Pokemon merchandise. A well-worth-it trade. However, I'd kept a couple of items downstairs in front of my TV. The items included an A&A Pokemon sticker, an A&A 747 model, and other various bits and pieces. I decided to gift the sticker to my mom, who'd just gone down to the shop and chemist by herself. They endured an awful lot of abuse due to her inability to walk well due to diabetes. Once my mom had returned home, I said for her to take the Pokemon A&A sticker. I felt terrible for not going with her, to which I know I should have. Minutes go by as we chat, and all of a sudden the sticker disappeared. Neither of us really know how. We looked everywhere, the door frame, the TV stand, shelves, you name it, but we couldn't find it anywhere. We gave up searching, carried on talking. Meanwhile, Mom had gone and made tea for her and my dad. I carried on with my playthrough of South Park, The Fractured But Whole. As I carry on playing, I hear a TBE sound of something hitting the floor. And as I look up, the A&A Pokemon sticker landed in the doorframe. I couldn't believe it. Hollered for my mom, who I called 3 times to no avail. Eventually, I went to her room and found her. I explained what had happened. We are all currently in disbelief. And I'm currently in disbelief about how late it is. See you tomorrow. Ghost on military base. I'm in the Navy, and I currently work on base which encompasses an island called San Clemente Island. The island itself is mostly deserted. It's pretty much untouched. But on the north end of the island is a town, for lack of better words, and that's where the Navy and the contractors live. One night I was headed down to relieve a coworker from watch. As I'm driving down the road, which is mostly pitch black, I see a figure in the street in my headlights. Naturally, I slam the brakes. I begin cussing a storm because some idiot is walking in the middle of the road at night. Shortly after, however, I notice it isn't a person, but more of a solid shadow. You could make out no features on it, but it had mass, and it was human-shaped. It was in the middle of the road, sort of stomping, almost like a weird dance. Then, suddenly, it was gone. Just gone. It didn't fade away, didn't do anything dramatic. Just gone. I freaked out and told a lot of my coworkers who didn't believe me. Never saw it again. I've heard stories of people on the island having doors in their work area open and stuff on their own, but no story similar to mine. I don't know much about the history of the island itself, but I do know at some point it was owned by Native Americans, and often remains of them are found or unearthed, often buried with the remains of foxes. Ask Reddit. My grandma's house was creepy. You would hear footsteps downstairs while no one was down there. You would see black shadow figures out of the corner of your eye, but when you would look, you would see nothing. She had this curtain hanging up to separate the two rooms. I saw a shadow walk across that curtain. When I was 16 or 17, this was 8 or 9 years ago, I was playing hide and seek with my little brother who was 4. He told me to close my eyes and count, so I did. I heard him run upstairs, so being the good big sister I was, I began to act like I didn't know where he was. I started just kind of walking up the stairs to the door at the top. There was a door at the top of the stairs. I could see a dark figure standing behind the door. Knew it was my brother. I started pushing the door into him and felt the door hit him. I wasn't pushing it hard enough for it to really touch him and bounce back at me, if that makes sense. But again, I kept searching, even though I saw him behind the door through the crack where the hinges are. Anywho, when I was done pretending to not have found him, I went downstairs and went to the dining room table where I felt something grab my leg. And I looked down, it was my brother. I asked my mom if he had been down here the entire time. She said he hadn't moved from his spot beneath the table. I know I saw someone behind the door upstairs, and I could feel the door hitting something every time I tried to open it all the way. I don't know if this story makes sense, but it still scares me to this day. Possible mimic. There have been 2 happenings in the past week or 2. The first time I went outside to call our cat in, and then 2 of my brothers locked the door as a joke. I started pretending to be our cat meowing and scratching at the door. We were laughing. I could hear them laughing through the door. Then I heard a meow. We had let the cat in. She ran in, then my brothers closed the door. It was from the edge of the darkness. I know it was not a cat. It was someone or something mimicking my meow. 3 of our neighbors moved out, so 3 houses were empty. They have been for months, and our other neighbors were out or asleep and no one was walking past. Second time, this one isn't as creepy. My mom had gone out, so we were watching the house. I was playing games with my brother and I heard a knock at the door. I yelled for my younger sibling to open the door and let my mom in. The kids don't respond, so I went to do it, and the door and the wooden door was open. The screen door was closed, but it was unlocked. None of the kids had seen Mom at the door. It happened about 5 minutes later, except there's a voice that said, "Yoo-hoo," at me. Maybe not like that. It was through the window, so I checked it. I was also ready right next to it, and no one was there. I heard it clear as day, and there was nowhere to hide. I was looking through the window in 1 second. Plus, my mom actually came home 5 to 10 minutes later. Sorry if I woke anyone up with my overly enthusiastic yoo-hoo. Don't know where that came from. A ghost was playing with us. Late night summer. There were some families gathered for a birthday party at my friend's farmhouse. Most of the people have already left, but we stayed because our families were good friends. They had set up a fire outside and everybody was gathered around it. There were 4 of us kids in the group, and we were all around 9 or 10 or so. Behind the fire gathering, there was a medium-sized hill, which us 4 decided to run up to the top and roll down. We did this a couple of times and enjoyed ourselves. From the top of the hill, you could see the farmhouse facing straight forward, and off to the side of the hill was a barn. There was a light somewhere near us that allowed it to where our shadows were showing on the side of the barn. We would continue to going up the hill, and we'd see our shadows and sometimes try to make little shadow puppets and such. Now, here's where the spooky part comes. One of the times that we climbed the hill, we decided to try and make letters with our body shadows on the barn wall. We had all lined up 4 in a row, noticed that there was a 5th shadow on the barn. A little confused, we looked around at each other, looking to see if there was a 5th person up there with us, but there wasn't. I remember looking back at the barn, and the 5th shadow, which hasn't moved at all, immediately took off in a running motion and disappeared from view. This startled all of us, and we ran back down the hill to our parents and the fire. Not sure what it was that we saw, but it definitely freaked us out, and it's something we still bring up every now and then. We're still a little spooked by it. What is the logic behind spirit boxes? Am I missing something? I've watched a lot of paranormal shows on YouTube and other VOD streaming services. Every paranormal investigation team will have at least one spirit box. Now, most paranormal investigation teams will come in with a lot of gadgets, and for the most part, they use these things in order to detect paranormal activity. Makes sense to me on some level, whether it's the laser thermometer or that thing that puts laser dots all over the room. However, spirit boxes seem to be the outlier for me. From what I understand, a spirit box quickly or rapidly scans the AM and FM band. The ghost is supposed to speak through the radio waves. This doesn't make sense to me, because if you're just rapidly scanning the radio bands, you're more likely just getting random coincidences rather than a genuine interaction with a ghost, right? One of the most common questions investigators ask is, "Anyone here?" Yet they don't really specify that only the answer yes or no will be accepted. Like if one of the investigators is wearing a hat and the spirit box spits out hat, investigators will take that as proof that there's a ghost in the room. How is that a genuine interaction with a spirit? For all we know, the hat could be from a commercial about sports hats. Honestly, the more I read into spirit boxes and watch paranormal investigators use them, they seem more like an audio Rorschach test than a device that actually lets you communicate with spirits from another realm. Creepy coincidence or a sign from a deceased loved one? You decide. I need to share a little context and backstory first. My dad suffered a massive stroke and passed away in 2006. When I was 10, my parents divorced. My dad moved to a different town, which meant I spent my weekends at my dad's house with my older brother and younger sister. Around Christmas in 1989, my brother gave my dad a Zippo that had a very small rectangular gold metal plate that had been engraved with my dad's initials, MRF. My dad was not much of a cook. The best thing he made was elbow pasta with stewed tomatoes and sweet and low. Blah. So when we were with him, most of the time we ate at a little restaurant. The town he lived in was extremely small and had only this one restaurant. 4 years after we lost Dad, my brother and a friend happened to be driving through that same little town, and they decided to stop and eat at that restaurant. When my brother was getting out of the car, something shining on the ground in the parking lot caught his attention. He was thinking he might have dropped something when getting out of the car. He bent over and picked it up, not believing what he was seeing. It was the little gold plate that had Dad's initials on it. MRF. Must have fallen off the Zippo my brother had given him years ago. It had been over 15 years since any of us had been to that restaurant. What are the odds? Is it a coincidence, or is it a sign from my dad? What do you think it was? I know what I believe it to be. Just curious to see outsiders' perspective about it. Generational haunting. First off, when I was a kid and a teen, I could see spirits in my mind's eye. Example, if I tell you to picture an apple, you may see that in your mind's eye. I never thought of these images. They would appear randomly and set an anxiety. Usually more paranormal things would happen, like seeing footprints in my carpet, my cat attacking shit that wasn't visible to a regular set of eyes. Well, I would see this little girl always in my peripheral vision. She would pop in my head as if it were my eyes seeing it. Really hope this makes sense. She was in 1880 to 1900 in a white gown. The dress hem nearly lay on top of the knee, lace around her neck, and black hair. This continues until they moved out of a specific house. I was maybe 16 or 17. Other paranormal shit continued to happen with different spirits wherever I go. I'm trying to make this as short as possible and give as much info as possible. And yes, I was into witchcraft and used Ouija boards as a teen, stupidly and not educated well on the topics. Well, my son is around the age I was when this shit began with me, and he's seeing the girl the same way I did, but he's also having panic attacks that last hours. I'm wondering if she's now attached to my son. Maybe she's causing it. I'm afraid to tell my son, and his anxiety will amplify. If you have questions, I'll do my best to answer. What is happening? One night while asleep, I felt my hand get tapped. Thinking my dog wanted out, I opened my eyes and I looked around. No dog. The bedroom door was still swung shut. I should add that I was sleeping on my left side with my left arm hanging out of bed. The next night I made sure to sleep on my right side with everything tucked in. This time, in the middle of the night, I got tapped firmly on the back of my left shoulder. Wake up, look around. No one there, no dog. I mentioned both instances to my wife, but nothing else happened. About a week later, she told me that she had been touched on her leg. It was out of the covers. Christmas Eve, I'm taking a nap. That's when I got tapped again. This time in daylight. It was enough to startle me awake, and I shot up looking around. Nothing there. This morning I was awake thinking about if I wanted to get up. I was on my right side with my left arm slung behind my back. My left hand was turned facing outward. It was near my butt. This time it was like a soft punch. Hit the palm of my hand. I would have hit my butt except for the way I was laying. This time I was wide awake, so I know it wasn't a dream. I sat up. Nothing there. I said out loud, "What do you want? Stop it, you're not welcome here." The sound of my voice, my dog nosed the door open and came in to see what I was doing. Good boy. The Adder Man. Something is attached to me. I'm a 30-year-old father of 3. This all started in 2009 or so when my eldest daughter was very young. There had been a snowstorm and a few of my friends were trapped at the house. My girlfriend, my daughter, and my brother and I shared it. Out of the people who were there, the only believers in the group were me and my brother. My daughter was sitting in her high chair eating dinner when she suddenly looked down the long hallway to the utility room from the living room. She stopped eating, locked in a silent scream, slapped all of her food off the high chair. I removed her from the seat as fast as I could and handed her off to her mom. My brother, my friend, and I stood in the doorway blocking whatever may be from the girls. At this point, the air was buzzing. Something felt very strange. Then my daughter finally takes a breath and starts screaming, "Adderman, Adderman, Adderman!" Of course, I'll bristle up at this point because she doesn't really speak a lot, especially at this age. Finally, the energy in the room goes down. After this, some other occurrences did happen, but it's a lot and I'd hate to type it out for people to not even read it. I'm not a writer, so I apologize if this is a mess. The reason I'm writing now is that somewhat near a decade later, and now my youngest daughter's around the same age as my oldest was at the time that she was saying a lot of things like that to me were happening at the same time. My grandma's house. As soon as my mom knew she was pregnant with a girl, my paternal grandmother was elated with her first grandgirl. She knitted caps for me, would cook meals for my mother, would boast to everybody about her incoming grandgirl. Sadly, she had terminal breast cancer, held on to see my birth in the first year of my life. During the year she was here after I was born, my parents would find her rocking me in an old wooden chair and sleeping with me, cooing and singing while turning the baby mobile and calm me. She quickly deteriorated, though. It was the day before Christmas, a year and a half since I'd been born. At the funeral, my parents went to clean out her house and sell and keep her belongings. There was nobody to watch me while cleaning out the house. I would be with them. They would put me in rolled rooms surrounded by blankets to keep me from falling off the edge. My mom and dad had both recounted times where they thought they would see shadows in the wooden chair rocking, call out my grandmother's name to have it suddenly stop. I would start giggling out of nowhere and my dad would run in to see the mobile moving. There was no draft in the air. I would also refuse to sleep in the baby bassinet that they brought to her house, would fall asleep in seconds on the bed. After a while, these encounters stopped and eventually became a memory for them. But they stated I picked up on many of her mannerisms, even without knowing her. Ask Reddit. Ever since I was 10, I've always encountered sleep paralysis episodes once a month. This experience I will never forget. I went to sleep really early than I usually do, probably around 7 or so. I woke up at 2 in the morning and found out I couldn't move. Tried calling my mom and dad, but nothing. Living in a big room was always unsettling for me since there were lots of shadowy corners. I'm saying this because in one corner there was a long, dark black figure. It had no facial features from what I can remember, but the legs and that huge long body is what terrified me the most. It crept closer and closer. Every movement felt like hours. Then it got to the side of my bed and their long finger was pointed at me. I closed my eyes and I think that's when I passed out. I woke up a few hours later at 4 and it was still dark. The figure was gone though. I didn't get out of my bed or anything. I just cried and cried and cried. I stayed up for the rest of the night looking at the corner every few seconds. The trauma from that was so bad that I had to go see a therapist. My mom pulled me out of school for a few days so I could relax and be myself. Every now and then I think about that day. It still makes me cry. The thought of me thinking I would die or being taken still scares me. The Joker-like figure in my wardrobe. So that alone is not a terrifying experience. But last week I was watching a video about unsolved mysteries or something like that. Don't really remember the subject. There was a girl saying that she saw the image of a Joker-like figure in her wardrobe when she was a kid. She says that they looked like old series versions. Okay, that unlocked what is probably one of my oldest memories of all time. When I had something like 3 or 4 years, my little bed was in front of a wardrobe. In the middle of the night, I had what today I realize was sleep paralysis. The wooden door of the wardrobe became somehow translucent. I could see what was inside. In the middle of some blankets, I could see a figure just like a Joker, more like Shaco from League of Legends, with pointy nose and a long pale face and chin, just there looking at me with a really big smile. Naturally, I woke up crying my heart out in fear when my parents come to rescue me. The thing is, I had sleep paralysis a couple of times after that, and nothing strange happened beside the awareness of being conscious and yet paralyzed. I had to say that about the time that I was never in contact with anything about the Joker and obviously League of Legends. The fact that someone had a similar experience made me wonder if that's a common thing, or if somebody else had an encounter with this Joker-like figure. "264-year-old farmhouse." I live in a 264-year-old New England farmhouse. I moved in almost 3 years ago. However, my husband's lived here for 20+ years. He said there have always been bouts of activity. Things will be quiet for an extended period. Then some will kick up and then it cycles. I, of course, laughed and didn't believe my husband. When I first moved in, I thought I was going crazy from stress or mental illness or even mold as I was having full-blown hallucinations. I went through the entire process of getting a full psych eval. At least after pretty much had like a nervous breakdown. I was cleared, and I even had a professional come in to clear us for mold and other toxins. Activity ranges from footsteps when no one else is home, to moving things, to being woken up to full-body apparitions standing over our bed. My husband jokes it's just part of living in an old house. He's never been alarmed and doesn't really care about capturing any evidence. I'm over here thinking I'm going completely crazy. Any suggestions on the best way to document this sort of stuff? A few ghost hunter groups have offered to come in for free. For a fee. But it isn't really plausible at this time. A visit in the night. Okay, so this happened a couple of nights ago. I've not felt anything like this ever or before or even after this night. It was 11:30. I had just finished a long shift at work. I was getting into my bed. As I'm falling asleep, I suddenly feel this presence, like something's watching me. It's weird since I live in a third-story apartment with the windows closed and I live by myself. I'm suddenly struck with a feeling of absolute terror. My gut tells me something's up. So the safest thing I can think of is immediately hide under the covers and shut my eyes. So I do. Over the next few minutes, the feeling gets stronger, almost as if the thing's watching me and is getting closer. I'm paralyzed out of fear. I can't bear to move. Suddenly, the feeling stops, and I have a wave of sudden calmness and tranquility, and I'm back to normal. I get the courage to look out of the covers, and nothing's there. My clock reads exactly 12 p.m. or a.m., midnight. Nothing like this has ever happened before, and I'm not the paranormal super type. I've never had sleep paralysis, and I hope it's just sleep paralysis, really, but could it be something more? If you have any ideas, please tell me, as nobody else I've told this has any idea. Help him out. Paranormal experience from childhood. I don't want to disclose my exact age before this story starts, but I am currently almost a young adult, and I'm describing an experience I had when I was maybe 8 or 9 years old. In the neighborhood I used to live in, there was always a house at the end of the road that was completely different. I lived in London, so it was just house next to house with a tiny front yard. But this house had a long wooden fence and a wooden door. Sort of stood out. Now, one day I was riding my bike. I had just learned to ride a week ago, and I was going up and down the street. As I mentioned, I had just learned how to ride my bike, and I don't remember how exactly, but I remember falling off right next to a tree in front of this house. Nothing major, but I was off the bike and getting up off the ground. This is where it gets strange. I had fallen off right in front of the strange house I was talking about, and as soon as I was on the ground, the wooden door slowly opened. There was a man with a green face wearing all black at the door standing still. Unfortunately, the details aren't perfect as this happened a while ago, but those are the main features that I remember. Anyways, I kind of froze for a second as you do in tense situations, but then after maybe a second I instantly got up on my bike and pedaled away as fast as possible. Funny, spooky story. I just had a funny experience the other evening. When I was young, I moved in with my then boyfriend. We rented an apartment in an older building. There, I had my first encounter with something paranormal. After my boyfriend went to bed, I would often stay up to read or watch TV. 2 of the 3 times, I suddenly heard an old man breathing. It was very clearly an older male. It sounded almost exactly like my grandfather breathing. I didn't want to believe that it was something paranormal, so I went close to the TV, which wasn't on. I wanted to see if there was sound coming from that. I opened the door to see if it was the downstairs neighbor who was snoring. I checked the heater for sounds and went to the bedroom. Then I was listening to my boyfriend breathing. It wasn't any of these things. I didn't find the source. Then I went to bed. Then a couple of nights ago, I suddenly heard breathing in our living room. My first thought was, it's found me after 30 years. Then I realized that my boyfriend didn't take the baby monitor with him, at least when he went to bed. And now at least I'm going to go to bed. See ya. Hopefully tomorrow. I'm going to be dreaming of commas and periods. I think my brother just saw a ghost at his front door. I was at my mom's house today, and my brother was supposed to come meet us. He ended up being an hour late, and when he arrived, he told us a story that I can't wrap my head around. Basically, he was on the phone with my boyfriend. He was talking about video games and whatnot when he heard loud knocks at his front door. He has 3 dogs that start barking like crazy at the door. Even my boyfriend heard them barking. So my brother said he, of course, goes to the door and looks out the peephole. He claims to have seen a short, older woman with long gray hair that covered most of her face. He also explained that she looked like she was hunched over and rubbing her hands together. He originally thought it was my mom, who was with me the entire time, may I remind you. But then she did a double take. Knew it definitely wasn't our mother. He then opened the door and no one was there. No one would be able to run away in time with the layout of the house, especially an older woman. He even stepped outside and couldn't see or hear anything out of the ordinary. He checked his front doorbell camera, and the cameras are on the outside of his house. There's no footage of anyone but him, let alone an older woman standing at the front door or being at the house in general. He's shrugging this off like nothing, but obviously he must have seen a ghost or is hallucinating. Has anyone experienced anything similar to this? Strange things happening with keys. I was just thinking about 2 strange things that have happened in my life that I still to this day don't understand. Both stories involve keys. When I was 6, I remember going to the bathroom to use the toilet. Put my hand on the keyhole to lock the door. The key was missing. And I was like, whatever, sat down on the toilet. The key did sometimes go missing when a family used it for like other doors in the house. But then, as I was sitting on the toilet, I randomly looked at the door. The key was in the keyhole. This freaked me out. You might think the key was there from the start, but I put my hand on the keyhole and physically felt the key missing, saw it gone with my eyes. Then suddenly it's there. A similar thing happened last year. I'm 29, by the way. I was at work, and I was in the basement. I saw an empty apartment with 2 sets of keys in the door with 2 keyholes. I went to report this to the nurse and went back down again to retrieve the keys. When I came down, the keys were swapped for different keys. Different colors on the tags, different amount of keys on the chain. It went from 2 keychains with 10 keys on each to 2 keychains with 2 to 3 keys on them. Do we have a ghost? My whole life, female 20, I feel as though I've been able to pick up on paranormal things. I assume people on here especially will understand what I mean. But occasionally, I can feel an energy in a room, like a presence or like the room is holding a feeling. Hard to explain. I moved into a new house with some friends in September. The top room in our house has such an odd, intense energy feeling. Occasionally, I'll just kind of make a walk and start talking to my friend because I think she's in there. I usually have such a strong sense there's another person in the room with me. Except this time, only to look around the corner and I find that I'm alone. Over the Christmas break, we came back and found all my plants had been hanging on the wall in that room. They were laying on the floor. Soil on the ceiling, even though the plants were hung low down. Nowhere else. Hardly any on the floor at all, and none on the wall or on the desk underneath. Sometimes you can hear like a heavy breathing in your ear when you're sitting in that room. And that's with no one next to you or behind you. My friend who sleeps in there and my friend in the room below consistently wake up with tiny 1 centimeter, almost perfect circle bruises all over their bodies. My friend had a haunted apartment. My friend used to live in this apartment that he swore up and down was haunted. He would always tell us stories about hearing noises and objects being thrown from his countertops. We'd stayed over on multiple occasions, but never saw anything out of the ordinary. There were even times where we sat in the dark and tried to ask whatever it was to make a noise or move a door. Still, nothing. It eventually got to the point that we just assumed he was messing with us. He would never see or hear anything, but he had all these crazy stories. One night, though, that all changed. We had all gathered at his apartment to stay the night. We were going to an event in the morning and we were going to all ride together. That night we played poker and had some drinks. One of our friends had too much to drink and went to empty his stomach out in the restroom.